1444, The Rise of Byzantium Again. Hey, fanfic family! So glad to see you here again to continue this incredible adventure. As always, kindly remember, this story is 100% fiction. So don't go looking for dimensional portals in your closet. All rights to this fantastic novel belong to the original author. We're just your humble narrators of epic tales. Are you enjoying the fanfic? Show it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and dropping us a like. And if you're impatient for more exclusive content, our Patreon is your happy place. Chapter 301 Nidhogg's Long Journey. On the Caribbean coast, in the San Constantine colony, on the island of Cuba. A gentle sea breeze caresses the harbor, rustling through the palm trees along the shore, and across the surrounding farmland and villages, carrying a sweet fragrance to everyone's nose. This is Havana, the capital of Cuba, the outpost of the Eastern Roman Empire in the New World, and the only city in the San Constantine colony to be developed. In the hearts of the Taino people, Havana holds a lofty position. It is not only an extension of imperial power in the frontier region, but also a city of baptism, a city of victory, a city of glory, and a city of wealth. The air is thick with moisture. On the dim, yellowish dirt road, a middle-aged man in a priest's robe walks slowly, a simple wooden cross hanging around his neck, a kind and benevolent smile on his face. Bishop, may God bless you. On the street, whether Taino or European, wealthy merchants or ordinary farmers, when they see the bishop, they all stop and bow to him, their eyes filled not with fear, but with respect and admiration. God will protect you, the bishop smiled and nodded at them, extending kindness to each one. His name was Valens, the archbishop of the Constantinople colony. He was among the first to arrive, participating in the entire process of the Eastern Roman Empire's occupation, rule, missionary work, and assimilation. Appointed archbishop by the Patriarch of Constantinople, he was in charge of religious affairs throughout the colony. Valens was not a nobleman. More than 20 years ago, he was merely a slave in the city of Byzantium. Orphaned at the age of 10, he had been exploited by slave owners, seeing no future. Later, the emperor's army conquered Byzantium and issued a proclamation to all the Muslims in the city, demanding they convert to Jesus Christ. If they did, all slaves would be freed and given land. Valens became one of the first native Christians in Byzantium at this time, and, utilizing his talents, became the first to learn Greek and Latin. He was taken in as a follower by a priest and became a quasi-clergyman. At the time, Valens was only 14 years old. Under the tutelage of the priests, he learned more about literature and theology, gaining a deeper understanding of religion. In his spare time, he even wrote short poems. Because Valens was of North African and Arab descent, he gained some advantages within the church system established by the emperor and was once touted as a representative of repentance, rising in rank rapidly. After the establishment of the Constantinople Theological Seminary, many older priests harbored resentment, but Valens immediately applied for further studies and was placed in the Colonial Academy, spending the most fulfilling years of his life there. His knowledge exploded again, and he gradually came to understand the whole world and the emperor's ambitions. During this period, he first encountered the world beyond the Mediterranean, recognizing that vast, wild, and faithless land. A few years later, the colony of St. Constantine was officially established, and he once again volunteered to set sail, leading the ignorant natives to God's garden. He knew that his rapid promotion was largely due to the emperor's special treatment of Arab priests, the so-called political correctness, which was despised by many older priests. However, he was never disturbed by the gossip of outsiders. He always remembered his past and never forgot the suffering and torment he had endured in his early years. The emperor's army had killed his master, and the holy light of God had reshaped him from a walking corpse into a human being. Long before he entered the church and ate his first full meal under the Orthodox cross, he had secretly vowed and established his life's ideal. Jesus' mercy had saved him from dire straits, and he would dedicate his life to saving more lost souls, allowing them to also bask in the glory of the Lord. Upon arriving in Havana, Columbus immediately approached him and frankly explained his plan: to spread doomsday prophecy, release smallpox on some isolated islands, lead the Taino chiefs to witness it, instill fear in them, and demand that they convert to Orthodox Christianity in order to receive salvation. We will be releasing smallpox on Cuba in 6 months. In the meantime, you need to convert more people to Catholicism and vaccinate them against smallpox, Valens recalled as Columbus strolled casually, wiping his blood-stained dagger. How many people you can save depends entirely on you. Valens left without a word. He knew it was the emperor's will, and he knew that the colonists, led by Columbus, were utterly wicked. If it weren't for the emperor's restraint, they probably wouldn't have waited 6 months. During this period, Valens traveled to every corner of Cuba, trying to win over the natives with the camaraderie of fighting the Caribbean cannibals, and frightening them with God's miracles and the horrors of the smallpox-stricken island. He exhausted his efforts and words, hoping to save as many people as possible. His efforts paid off. The Taino people were far too backward, lacking a complete theological system. Mature religions had an overwhelming advantage over primitive religions, and the number of tribes willing to convert to Catholicism far exceeded Columbus's expectations, forcing him to bring in more cows, pigs, and sheep from the mainland to provide more vaccines. Later, despite Columbus's planned smallpox inoculation, a smallpox outbreak still occurred. The converts among the natives became even more convinced of God's power, while those unwilling to convert died en masse. In an instant, the entire island of Cuba became a stronghold of Jesus Christ. Although never explicitly stated, Valencia harbored resentment towards Columbus's barbaric actions. He believed that given another 10 years, these Tainos would collectively accept Jesus Christ, without such brutality. What he didn't know was that with the arrival of the colonists, diseases from the Old World would naturally spread to the New World. Without vaccination, even conversion to Jesus Christ wouldn't guarantee survival. Regardless, Valencia quickly emerged from the shadow of the past and began spreading his faith in Havana, practicing his righteous path step by step, tirelessly striving to achieve his ideal. At present, 3 main forces dominated the island of Cuba: colonial sailors, merchants, and missionaries. While their goals were largely aligned, their attitudes towards the local natives differed greatly. Colonial sailors were exploiters of the local natives. These were often uneducated brutes, driven only by money and profit, treating the natives like uncivilized beasts. Even after converting to Christianity, slaughter, robbery, and rape persisted. Merchants were also exploiters, but their methods differed. In recent years, encouraged and guided by the emperor, the traditional business model had shifted somewhat, with merchants of all sizes now calling themselves capitalists. Capitalists valued profit just as much, but their vision was far more far-reaching than that of the colonial sailors. Colonial sailors would kill prisoners of war without hesitation, while capitalists preferred to sell them into slavery to extract even greater profits. Both were natives, yet the colonial sailors enjoyed killing and robbing, while the capitalists preferred to abscond with the blood, enticing them into plantations and mines, making full use of every ounce of labor. "I'm here to make money. If you kill people, what's the point of my money?" they reasoned. As for missionaries, they often acted as protectors of the natives, strictly forbidding colonists from indiscriminate killing and restraining the capitalists' swindling and deception. For missionaries, all Christians were brothers, and seeing more and more people convert to the true faith was a joy in itself. Moreover, the emperor allowed colonial clergy to collect appropriate taxes. More believers were an achievement, and also meant more magnificent churches. Valens, a North African Christian, like other new converts, had not completely overcome the cultural barriers with the Greek-Roman people. Their friendly relationship was maintained entirely by their shared faith. He possessed a very strong universalist sentiment, regarding all Orthodox Christians as his brothers, regardless of whether they spoke Greek, Arabic, or Turkic, or whether they were white, Asian, or black. During his 5 years on the island of Cuba, Valens steadfastly adhered to his creed, bringing the gospel to every Christian, improving their lives through his efforts, and practicing the oldest way of God. Valens wrote to Constantinople, requesting the emperor to legislate to protect Taino Christians and to restrain the colonists' burning, killing, and looting. Soon after, he received a royal decree bearing the four-sided cross, in which the emperor approved his suggestion, granting citizenship to all Orthodox, Greek-speaking Taino natives. This allowed them travel to any city in the empire and join the fleet, army, Orthodox Church, and government institutions. In subsequent fleets, the proportion of uncivilized sailors noticeably decreased, while the number of capitalists significantly increased. The emperor still wanted to make money, but he didn't want to resort to inefficient, short-sighted methods. Valens busied himself traveling between various Taino settlements, persuading more rural people to move to the cities, leading them to cultivate farmland, establish mines, build houses, and pray together. He used his agricultural knowledge acquired at the seminary to personally teach the ignorant Taino natives how to cook cassava to remove toxins, how to cultivate bananas brought back from India, how to better grow tobacco, sugar cane, and cotton, and how to use Old World agricultural knowledge to grow rice and harvest it. Using his connections, he brought in a group of monks from Europe skilled in medicine to deliver babies for the indigenous children and treat them for illnesses such as colds and fevers brought from the Old World. He instructed his priests to establish Sunday schools, providing more children with theological and literary education and guiding them towards civilization. He donated a large portion of his parish's tax revenue to contribute to the construction of Havana, where simple shacks were built one after another. In the early days, he encountered many distrustful glances, sarcastic remarks from sailors, and doubts and misunderstandings from other priests, but he remained unperturbed. Over the years, the discordant voices diminished, while respect and affection grew. Even Columbus, who had previously looked down on him, became less arrogant and would bow slightly whenever they met. Through his efforts, more and more people were identified, and more indigenous people were willing to accept his protection and settle in Havana. Columbus's vision was beginning to be realized. The centralization of the population made his management of the island much easier, and his idea of monopolizing food production was no longer a distant dream. The capitalists' desires were largely fulfilled. The prosperity of cities and the concentration of population brought cheaper labor. The inhabitants' loyalty and the new capitalist model boosted their enthusiasm exponentially, and improvements in agricultural technology brought better returns to plantations, making them more efficient than purely slave plantations. Now, 4 classes of people existed on the island of Cuba: European immigrants, Tainos with citizenship, Taino Christians without citizenship, and the lowest class of slaves. Some Tainos even served as overseers in slave mines. Valens knew that severe exploitation and discrimination still existed on the island of Cuba, but he was not prepared to cut off the livelihoods of so many people and was already satisfied with that. He also knew that the harmony on the island of Cuba largely stemmed from the gentle nature of the Tainos themselves. Other inhabitants were not so compliant. He was not a member of the Bogmiller faction advocating the elimination of the aristocracy, nor did he intend to challenge the privileged classes of the entire Old World. The equality he pursued was only at the theological level. It should be noted that even in the Eastern Empire, exploitation and oppression still existed. The era of freedom and equality had not yet arrived. Of course, compared to before the arrival of the Eastern Roman Empire, the quality of life for these Taino people had greatly improved. Working on a plantation for a meager wage was better than their previous precarious and ignorant existence. At least, everyone could live a decent life. Whenever Valenciennes walked the streets of Havana, surveying the rice paddies surrounding the city, he always felt the love and gratitude of the believers, his heart filled with happiness yet a profound peace. At these moments, he would always recall those years of bloodshed, the soldiers waving double-headed eagle banners who killed his master, and the kind-faced old priest who led him into the church, breaking the shackles on his soul and extending his hand to him. God loves the world. From this moment on, we are brothers. Valenciennes always remembered these words. He always believed that beyond nationality and race, people speaking different languages could still find common ground. Under the holy light, all were brothers. Valenciennes walked the streets of Havana, the people jostling and pushing his way along. "Bishop, are you preaching today?" a boy, his eyes wide, asked in broken Greek. "No, it's Priest Nicholas today. He's a learned man." Valens smiled kindly. "Oh. So you're going to inspect the banana fields?" The boy's eyes lit up. "Let's go to my family's banana field. We're growing them very well. Some other time. I have other things to do today." Valens patted the boy's head. He knew these Taino people were really dull-witted and didn't know how to manage farms. Whether it was cassava, bananas, or rice, the yields were very low. Some Taino people didn't even want to cultivate farms, only wanting to work as mindless laborers on European plantations for very low wages. Thinking of this, Valens sighed, quickened his pace, waved to the crowd that had gathered, and went into the church by the harbor. A sermon was being given in the church. Valens listened for a while, then returned to his study. Picking up his quill pen and opening his notebook, Valens, as usual, flipped to the first few pages, reviewing his recent daily routine. August 2nd, sunny. The Nicholas brothers are in charge of the church's operations. I went outside the city to inspect the farms. Still the same, very poor. They can't even grow cassava properly, According to research from the Royal Academy of Sciences, cassava is poisonous and must be thoroughly cooked, preferably soaked and washed in clean water. Long-term consumption of raw cassava can lead to a series of problems, including impaired brain development. I suspect that the Taino people's dullness and docility are inseparable from cassava. They use it as a semi-staple food, and long-term raw consumption is very problematic. In Columbus's words, they are adorably stupid. It is said that the emperor plans to promote cassava in West Africa. They must also eat it raw. Alice, may God bless them. Valens turned to the next page. On August 3rd, I went to Sunday school to teach the children Greek. They still don't understand much, but I'm patient. After these days of hard work, the new batch of children finally learned words like Roman emperor and understood their meanings. It wasn't easy. Next, I planned to teach them simple sentences, starting with the royal family's tribal language, which means force, King of Kings, bless our king. Valens was slightly pleased when he read this, and turned several pages. On August 7th, an expedition from the Imperial Agricultural Research Institute arrived at Havana Harbor. They said the small fruits of the royal palm trees on the shore could be used to feed pigs. I was delighted. My Taino brothers would have another way to make a living. On August 8th, Columbus went to the Aztecs again. They split into several groups, venturing inland from the coast to draw maps, gather intelligence, and bring back a considerable amount of looted gold. It must be said, the Aztec civilization and the Mayan city-states to the south were truly wealthy. We only scratched the surface, yet we've already acquired a considerable amount of gold. Contrary to what that scoundrel Columbus imagined, there are gold mines on Cuba, but they are few in number and have low reserves, and are being mined under contract by a few capitalists. There are even more gold mines on Puerto Rico, and we are mining them there, but compared to the mainland to the west, it's just a drop in the ocean. Valens thought for a moment, skipped a few paragraphs, and continued reading. Columbus, that brute, completely refused to understand Aztec civilization. He barely understood the Taino people of Cuba, and his previous reports to the emperor were all wrong. He said that before we arrived, the Taino were in a slave society, had entered the Bronze Age, and might even have paper-making skills. That's utter nonsense. They were still in the primitive clan stage, hadn't even set foot in slavery, and the Bronze Age and paper-making were even more absurd. The few pieces of paper and bronze ritual objects he possessed were all Aztec products. He said he had completely controlled Cuba's food production areas. That was also boasting. He had absolutely no control over them. Take a proper count of the entire Cuban island population. I basically just did a rough estimate around Havana, and then there was that royal historian, Lake, whose report to Constantinople was full of praise for the emperor, saying that every household hung his portrait and everyone regarded him as their father. I simply didn't know what to say. However, at the emperor's request, Columbus would still print a copy of each report for me. Over the years, through our interactions, I've gained some basic understanding of the Aztec civilization. A large blank space followed. Valens thought for a moment, picked up his pen, and dipped it in ink. The Aztecs were a very unique civilization, highly advanced in some aspects. They independently developed papermaking, had a tradition of recording historical materials, and possessed a relatively mature administrative system, quite different from the other indigenous peoples we'd encountered before. The Aztec region had many city-states. The Three-City Alliance, led by Tenochtitlan, held absolute military superiority. The other city-states were no match for them. However, like us, the Aztecs were also foreign invaders. They were warlike and extremely brutal, often sacrificing the conquered people of other city-states, each time resulting in the deaths of thousands upon thousands. I have absolutely no goodwill towards this city-state, and I don't know if I can convert them through gentle means. I don't have high hopes for it. In my opinion, perhaps Columbus's methods are better in dealing with these brutals. The Aztecs, like the Saracens and the Hebrews, are great enemies of Orthodox Christians. Alice, I'm growing to like my Taino brothers more and more. Such a gentle people are so rare. When I visit their homes, everyone brings out their best to entertain me, preferring to go hungry themselves. But how could I bear to let them go hungry? Valens pursed his lips and continued writing. Of course, these city-states also have some advantages, namely their theological admiration for strength. When one city-state conquers another, the conquered incorporate the conqueror's gods into their own worship system, which is one of the reasons why their deities are so complex and diverse. In their view, since you defeated me, your gods must be very powerful, so converting is a natural thing. Based on this alone, they are easier to assimilate than the Saracens and Hebrews. I think that Columbus's apocalyptic scheme, combined with the unique theological views of the Aztec city-states themselves, made it not impossible to collectively convert them into Christians. We can unite other oppressed peoples to destroy the Three Cities Alliance, which is mainly composed of Aztec thugs, and in the process, establish common friendships and introduce them into the Christian world. Valens paused for a moment after writing this. The emperor values interests and won't indiscriminately kill innocents. His main approach is assimilation. However, I heard from Columbus that while the emperor won't kill, he's determined to exterminate their culture, rewrite their history, destroy their language and script, and turn them into thoroughly Greek-speaking Christians. This isn't difficult. Under the glory of Jesus Christ, neither Roman polytheism, Greek polytheism, nor Norse polytheism could withstand it for long, leaving only broken shells. The earliest converts, the Armenians, even deliberately destroyed their old culture completely, let alone the Aztecs. They are ultimately not Saracens or Hebrews. They are too backward and have little resistance to mature civilizations. The sky was overcast, the clouds pressing lower and lower, a prelude to downpour. Valens closed the window and lit a candle. However, the Aztecs remain an ancient and uniquely fascinating civilization. Columbus initially mistook them for Japanese or even Ming Dynasty people. Recognizing their distinctiveness, the emperor strictly forbade the circulation of information about the Aztec civilization within the empire, only entrusting it to a few court scholars who were tasked with compiling a large number of fabricated histories, employing every means to ridicule and smear them, to create momentum for our military operations. This is certainly understandable, but in my view, a thorough understanding of a civilization is essential for better governance, and understanding their old theological system is crucial for comprehending their theological values. This will be beneficial for our future missionary work. I didn't have much time, so I took the royal historian's partial research on the Aztec civilization, added some of my own understanding, and simply outlined the gods of the Aztec pantheon. Valens frowned and deleted the word gods. Of course, all the gods of the Gentiles are false. Only Jehovah created the world, and they are not worthy to be called gods. Due to the reasons mentioned earlier, there are many false gods in the Aztec civilization, and each false god governs many areas. Here, I will only list a few known ones based on the dramatic expressions of the royal historians. Valens took out the royal historian's report from the side, glanced at it briefly, and wrote in his own notes. The king of darkness and night, guardian of the north, the mayor of smoke, Tezcatlipoca, the king of sacrifice and power, guardian of the east, the Skinner, Sipatatic, the king of sky and wind, guardian of the west, Quetzalcoatl, the king of sun and fire, guardian of the south, the sun hummingbird, Huitzilopochtli, the king of thunder and death, the twin-feathered serpents, Xiuhtli, the king of stars and moon, the sister of the hummingbird, Coisac. Besides these, the Aztec civilization had many other false gods, whose domains overlap considerably. Furthermore, the so-called divine power of these false gods cannot be simply summarized by a few words from the royal historians. For example, the feathered serpent also oversaw agriculture, light, and wisdom, opposed human sacrifice, and is, in my personal opinion, the only benevolent god. Valens chuckled and shook his head. However, it doesn't matter. They can't provide protection for their believers. Only those who believe in God can receive lasting blessings. The emperor once said that a group's worship of gods often stems from their inner desires. This statement is, of course, blasphemous. But it has some truth to it. Through the study of the Aztec false gods, we can better understand the desires in the hearts of these natives, thus paving the way for future baptism. For example, in the hearts of the natives, corn is sacred, and agriculture is the top priority. Many false gods possess both agricultural and corn-related divine powers. I see some opportunities in this. Valens dipped his brush in ink. Sacrificing more hearts to false gods won't increase crop yields, but the advanced agricultural technology God brought them, large livestock, and bone meal fertilizer can make corn thrive. These people are fickle. Changing their faith is just a matter of a moment, in my opinion. Knock knock knock. There was a knock on the door, and a voice came in. Your Excellency, the Emperor's fleet has arrived. Would you like to go and see it? Yes, I'll go right away. Valens closed his notebook. The church was right next to the harbor. Valens, dressed in a priest's robe, arrived at the Havana docks under the protection of guards. A considerable crowd had already gathered on the docks. Some were city guards responsible for security, while others were Taino Christians who had come to watch the spectacle. These people knew that whenever the emperor's fleet arrived at Havana harbor, the workers would unload vast quantities of clothing, livestock, and other items unavailable on the islands, greatly improving the lives of the Taino Christians. They often toiled for half a year on plantations just to buy even the most worn-out garment, but for these Taino natives, who had never experienced the light of civilization and were overly kind and gentle, this was already a great favor from the emperor. Seeing Valens, they quickly made way for him, bowing joyfully. Valens nodded amicably and stepped to the front. In the fleet, 3 small ships had already docked, and the sailors were unloading cargo, leading black and white slaves off the decks, and haggling with Havana's merchants. On the sea, a large ship was slowly approaching. Its hull was dark red, with a standard streamlined shape, a spacious hold, and neatly arranged cannons. The bronze statue on the bow had a ferocious expression, clearly a giant dragon with its head raised and eyes glaring. On the hull, golden ancient Latin characters caught Valens's eye. "Nidhogg," Valens murmured to himself. The ship slowly approached the shore, crashing against the wooden pier with a dull thud. However, this time, it wasn't goods and slaves, immigrants and capitalists who arrived, but rather a large army. A thick plank was laid out, and rows of tall, burly men carrying muskets and large axes disembarked and lined up on the pier. The ranged troops, the most elite ones, Valens recognized them. Then, a group of heavily armored cavalry led their horses from the stables, mounted them on the wide deck, and strode heavily towards the crowd. There were only 10 of them, but each cavalryman was fully armored, his face completely covered by a heavy helmet, making it impossible to discern his emotions. Their icy aura and iron-blooded discipline pierced the sky. Ironclad paladins, Valens smiled wryly. The crowd fell silent. These natives had never witnessed such powerful heavy cavalry. Some of the more timid even knelt down, trembling as they made the sign of the cross. In this land devoid of horses, ironware, and even bronze weapons, this cavalry force was capable of taking on 100 men each. If they wanted, none of these Taino people would escape. Then, the sailors began unloading cargo from the ship: iron shields, light field cannons, steel crossbows. The ironclad paladins lined up at the dock, quiet yet exuding an imposing presence. "Your Excellency Bishop Valens, my name is George Salimbria, the captain of this special task force. I salute you." The cavalry captain dismounted and strode towards Valens. "We originally planned to sell a batch of slaves in the Portuguese's Florida, but the weather was bad, a storm was approaching, so we had to abandon that plan and come here to seek shelter." George's voice boomed. "Welcome, warriors of the Emperor," Valens nodded slightly to George. "I didn't expect the Emperor to send you here. 100 archers and a small squad of armored paladins, that's our strength." George laughed heartily. "Lord Columbus also needs to gather 500 armed sailors, plus 1,000 Taino servants as supplements. Our horses are in poor condition, and our soldiers are exhausted from the journey. Please provide us with a place to rest." "That's easy to do. Havana harbor may not be large, but providing these shouldn't be a problem. Lord Columbus hasn't returned yet, but I estimate he should be back soon." Valens thought for a moment. Why are you sending troops? For God, for the Emperor, for Ragnarok?" George shouted, pointing to the large ship behind him. "What you see now is the only large warship we've built in recent years, with a large cargo capacity. It was personally designed by His Excellency Mansueti of the Carthage shipyard, and it's our first mahogany warship." Valens looked at the large ship and paused for a moment. The launch of the Cairo Radiance had placed a huge burden on the Navy, and the Emperor began to change his approach, no longer pursuing excessively large ships, but using the latest shipborne cannons and design concepts, mainly improving maneuverability and firepower. Recently, older ships, mainly the Constantine the Great, have been decommissioned one after another. The Emperor sold them to pro-imperial forces and domestic armed colonies, and began to upgrade and optimize the Navy's ships, using the latest technology to build the best ships. This mahogany warship was born out of this need. Compared to oak, mahogany is more expensive, but its performance is excellent. It doesn't require much drying time and can remain rot-free for decades. The funding for this warship was approved several years ago, so it was not affected by the war. It was nearing completion last year and was officially launched not long ago, George continued to explain. The royal historian Lake, as the authority on Aztec historical records, was granted access to the Emperor's plans and gave this warship a fitting name, Nidhogg. Nidhogg, The dragon and mythology that gnawed at the world tree, when the roots were gone, the world tree withered, and Ragnarok arrived. Authority, Valen scoffed. Your Excellency, what did you say? George asked, puzzled. I said the Emperor's insight is brilliant, Valen smiled. Of course, the Emperor's plan is very comprehensive, he has considered everything, and he even specifically asked us to bring the shipwrights, resin, ropes, and nails necessary for building small boats, as well as a series of items needed to build chariots, all of which are in Nidhogg's hold. George waved his hand proudly. Why build a ship? Couldn't it be built in Carthage? Valens asked, somewhat confused. Tenochtitlan is a water city, surrounded by lakes, like a strengthened version of Nicaea and Venice. Without ships, we can't fight well, George said. Our holy light will shine upon them, cleansing their ugliness. We will burn down all those false temples littered with bones and blood, and build God's church on their ruins. We will stay here until Lord Columbus completes his communication and negotiations with the Aztecs, at which point we will launch a full-scale attack. The entire operation will be completed within 6 months. The plan still needs your strong support, please do not refuse. Valens nodded, pursed his lips, and remained silent for a moment. I originally planned to send a large number of priests to the Aztec and Mayan city-states to first use benevolence and justice to influence them and make them repent. We don't have time, and your method takes a lot of time and has a very low success rate, George said. The Emperor said that most problems encountered during the Age of Exploration cannot be easily solved through persuasion and appeasement, but must be resolved through iron and blood. Forgiving them is the Emperor's business. What we must do is completely subdue them, making them willingly kneel before the Emperor, King of Kings. Bless our king, and bless us. George made the sign of the cross. May he bless our king, Valens sighed. Boom, a muffled rumble of thunder echoed across the heavens and earth, streaks of lightning like angry dragons darting around the clouds, appearing and disappearing. The cumulonimbus clouds grew heavier and heavier, finally reaching their breaking point. A storm was brewing. Chapter 302 Inland Waterway Navy. Under the bright sunshine, amidst lush green grass, the wide Danube River flows quietly, originating from the plateaus and mountains, traversing vast plains and bringing life to the people along its banks. This is the Danube, the second longest river in Europe, connecting different civilizations and diverse cultures, and has been a vital thoroughfare for trade between East and West since ancient times. At this time, the Rhine and Elbe shipping routes, which would later flourish, had not yet fully developed, and the Volga, the longest river, was an inland waterway with limited interaction with the Mediterranean world. The arrival of the Little Ice Age severely impacted the northern river systems. Rhine and Elbe shipping routes suffered, and Volga shipping was long gone, not to mention the 9-month freezing period in its upper reaches each year. As a southern river, the Danube was less affected, and in terms of shipping value alone, it was undoubtedly the premier river in Europe at this time. The lower Danube plain is rich in fertile black soil. After the Eastern Roman Empire conquered Bulgaria, it sent a royal reclamation team to the region, using the prestige and reputation of the royal family and nobility as collateral to attract Greek settlers to the north to cultivate the land. Support was essential, and technology and resources were indispensable. Dutch engineers built windmills for the emperor, English merchants provided him with fine horses, Spanish smugglers brought him merino sheep, and the Khoisan people of South Africa voluntarily offered high-yielding Boer goats. Advances in agricultural technology and the promotion of new production methods brought vitality to the reclamation areas of the lower Danube plain. More and more farmland and pastures were allocated, grain, wool, and fresh meat were sent to major cities in the south, while cotton clothing, blankets, coke, and tools were transported to each farmer's estate. Due to the massacres by the Turks and the opportunistic raids by the Coman cavalry, the entire Bulgarian region became sparsely populated. After years of recovery, large cities and resource-rich areas such as the Sofia Basin, the Plovdiv Valley, the Kazanlak-Rose Valley, and Dobroga Amber City were the first to develop and gradually become wealthy. The lower Danube plain, however, remained primarily agricultural and pastoral. Only Vidin, due to its unique location as a commercial hub, developed well. The remaining scattered towns were surrounded by farms and pastures, serving as centers for the distribution of goods. For the same reason, the sparsely populated and flat lower Danube plain did not adopt the ancient village system. Each farmer owned vast amounts of land, livestock, and serfs, resembling more of a landowner than a peasant. Their land was divided into small, Square plots distributed along the Danube and its tributaries, where they grazed sheep, raised cattle, grew wheat, rye, tobacco, whatever they pleased. This was also a new model the emperor planned to promote. Through improvements in agricultural technology and the use of large livestock, a piece of land would no longer require so many farmers, gradually transforming them into landlords. Surplus labor would naturally flow into cities and various workshops. Intensive farming wasn't bad, the problem was simply that there weren't enough people to attract more migrants to cultivate the frontier and stimulate their productivity. The emperor promulgated the land law, dividing the lower Danube plain into reclamation zones. After paying fees and registering, the reclaimed land belonged entirely to the migrants, could be passed down to their descendants, and was considered private property, requiring only proportional taxation. Of course, while their land was sacred and inviolable private property, before being granted land, they had to sign a permanent agreement with the emperor. In times of emergency, the emperor had the right to conscript all manpower and resources from their land. This permanent agreement was firmly attached to the land and would not change due to inheritance or sale. The new generation of owners must also abide by it. In the frontier regions, this model has significant advantages, not only in peacetime production and construction, but also in the ability of private landowners to defend their land to the death when invaded, taking up muskets, mounting war horses, and fighting the invaders to the death. In the recent cold snaps, the lower Danube plain, as the empire's northern frontier, naturally suffered natural disasters. The Black Sea coast was less affected due to warmer currents, while the damage increased further inland and in the mountains. However, because the farmers here owned vast amounts of land, they had accumulated considerable wealth during the pre-cold snap harvest, and few went bankrupt. The promotion of cold-resistant crops and the combined farming and animal husbandry approach also spared them the hardships experienced by the Ottoman people. Currently, several major regions of the lower Danube plain have surpassed the North Macedonian military district to become the most widely cultivated areas for potatoes and rye in the entire empire. Besides food, these crops also feed livestock. The Danube River, like a ribbon, meanders across the flat land, and on its surface, a fleet is sailing downstream. Compared to the powerful navy of the Eastern Roman Empire, this fleet appeared much more dilapidated, containing many small boats retired from the navy, as well as a few modern galleys. On the largest galley, a white flag fluttered high, depicting a large, deep blue fish swimming in the sky. This fleet belonged to the Eastern Roman Empire's river fleet, and the deep blue fish was clearly a Danube taimen, a specialty of the Danube River. This galley, the new flagship of the river fleet, the taimen, was one of the few special galleys built specifically for the river fleet. Due to the need to consider the influence of currents, it had many more oarsmen than ordinary galleys and included pre-installed hook points for towing upstream on the lower Danube. On the taimen, the river fleet commander, Cunute, was hunched over a table, studying a map. Cunute had served as a junior officer in the Eastern Roman Navy and was one of the veterans of the Riverine Navy. Several years earlier, he had led a group of still developing sailors in the Bulgarian campaign, where he distinguished himself and impressed the emperor with the unique role of the Riverine Navy. Since its establishment, the Riverine Navy had been the subject of a long-standing struggle between the army and navy for command. In terms of composition, most of its ships were old, small vessels retired from the navy, and its sailors and officers largely came from the naval system, retaining a degree of loyalty and affinity towards the navy. However, strategically, the Riverine Navy leaned towards the army, primarily assisting with landings and transport missions, with little connection to the navy. Finally, the emperor, weary of the constant bickering, decisively placed the Riverine Navy under his direct command, while wartime command was delegated to the army commanders. For 7 years, the river fleet primarily operated on the lower Danube, participating in few combat missions. Its main duties included providing protection for merchant convoys, cracking down on Wallachian smuggling boats, and transporting supplies for the archers and the royal cavalry. That was about it. Of course, this was only because there was no war in the northern part of the empire. It didn't mean the river fleet was worthless. In fact, the Eastern Roman Empire's road and relay system in Bulgaria consisted of 3 main routes: the Imperial Road connecting Constantinople north to Constantinople, the Black Iron Road connecting Adrianople and Plovdiv northwest of Constantinople, and the Rose Road connecting the Valley of Roses and Sofia west of Burgas. All were first-class roads in good condition. The entire lower Danube plain lacked a west-to-east first-class road, and commercial communication between the Vidin region and the Constantinople military district mainly relied on the Blue Danube. To control the Danube River east of Vidin, the emperor built 3 large forts along its banks, which also served as tax collection facilities. Each fort covered half the river, leaving the remaining half to be blocked and intercepted by the inland naval forces. The Danube connects many countries and has been a bustling commercial river since ancient times. Goods from upstream countries could be transported downstream, from the Black Sea all the way to Constantinople, while goods from the Eastern Roman Empire could reach Belgrade, Budapest, Vienna, and even Munich. Of course, under normal circumstances, ships transporting goods upstream could only reach Budapest at most. The upstream currents were too turbulent, making navigation too slow and costly. In reality, merchants often employed a tier division of labor in Danube shipping. Viennese fleets would transport goods to Budapest and then return, while Budapest fleets would transport goods to Belgrade, where Belgrade merchants would then continue downstream. This was a tremendous business opportunity, and the Eastern Roman Empire quickly capitalized on it. Some caravans began specializing in the lower Danube shipping, loading goods from Constantinople onto ships and sailing them down the river, unloading them at Vidin, and handing them over to other merchants. Vidin was the home port of the Eastern Roman inland navy, and the Vidin fortress was the largest of the fortresses built by the Eastern Roman Empire on the Danube, firmly guarding the lower reaches of the waterway entirely under its control. The Vidin tax station levied varying taxes on different goods, imposing heavy taxes on the inflow of foreign goods and relatively lighter taxes on the outflow of domestic goods, thus protecting domestic industries. This strategy would significantly hinder commercial development, but it wasn't a heinous crime. All the countries along the river did the same, and even different lords and cities would levy additional taxes. Therefore, during these times, the inland navy often acted as water police, cracking down on tax evasion. Although their duties were relatively relaxed, they were also quite frustrated. Knock knock knock. A knock came at the captain's cabin door. Cunit put down his pen, reluctantly looking away from the marked map. "Come in." A chaplain from the river fleet entered, handing Cunit a document. "This is the selection result for the new batch of officers. Please take a look." Cunit glanced at it, signed his name, and stamped it with a blue Taman seal. "That's it. Get them on the job as soon as possible." "So soon?" The chaplain was somewhat surprised. "Don't you usually give them a month of special training?" Cunit smiled, took out his cigarette case, and lit a cigarette. "In your opinion, what is the purpose of this voyage? Just a routine patrol, right? Sailing from Vidin Fort to Tulchar Fort to crack down on smuggling ships?" The chaplain was puzzled. "How? This time it's different." Cunit smiled mysteriously, pointing with his cigarette butt to the map on the table. "You were busy selecting officers before, so you probably didn't read the Emperor's orders carefully. The Emperor ordered us to stand by in Constantinople after completing our mission. It couldn't just be for routine patrols. I suspect we're about to go to war. There's no time for special training for the officers. Let them learn on the battlefield." "War? Against whom?" The priest was somewhat surprised. "Probably the Ottomans." Cunit looked at the Anatolian map on the table. Anatolia has many rivers, and the lower reaches of these rivers are mostly flat valleys. If the emperor wants to open a second front, bypassing the Ottoman army's strongholds, he might choose a major river estuary as a breakthrough point. Inland waterway navigation is our specialty. With our help, the army will find it much easier to attack coastal towns. I think this is an excellent opportunity to break the strategic stalemate. The emperor can't possibly miss it." The priest took the map and looked at it. "So, which river estuary do you think we should land at? The Yeshel, the Kizilkn, the Demandris, or the Kist? I'm not sure yet. Each has its advantages and disadvantages. It depends on the emperor's objectives." Cunit pondered. "For example, the Kist, although not a major river, has Ephesus situated at its estuary, making it very religiously significant. Never mind, it's not our concern. Whatever the emperor thinks, may God bless him." The priest returned the map to Cunit and crossed himself. "We haven't fought in so many years. I wonder how much fighting strength we still have." The priest sighed. "No problem. You don't actually think we'll encounter Ottoman warships, do you? They don't have many warships left, and their river fleet is practically non-existent." Cunit chuckled. "We're just helping the army. You always said we inland waterways were the emperor's discarded pawns, a regular force used like a water police force, always dreaming of war and glory. Now that your chance has come, why don't you make the most of it? Alright, I'll go inform the officers and tell them to prepare for ocean voyages. The priest nodded. We take the fleet to the Black Sea for training every year to keep them from becoming rusty, and now it's finally coming in handy. If they're always stuck on the Danube, they'll probably forget how to handle the waves. The priest smiled, pushed open the door, and left. Cunit continued looking at his map, but after a while, he still had no clue. He muttered something, stubbed out his cigarette, put the map away, and went out. The scenery along the Danube was exceptionally beautiful. This year had been relatively warm, and it was late summer. The wheat and rye had already been harvested, and the barley seedlings were nearly ripe. The serfs were harvesting, and golden waves of wheat danced in the wind, the gentle breeze carrying the scent of ripening grain. In the distance, large herds of cattle and sheep grazed on the meadows, a few cows turning their heads leisurely to moo at the fleet on the river. Around the livestock, the ranch owner rode a fine horse, whip in hand, surveying the area, while sheepdogs lay on high ground, eyes half closed, observing the rustling of the grass. A fine place, isn't it? After a while, the priest approached. Yes, even the wind here is sweet, unlike my homeland. Your homeland? I've never heard you mention it. Where is it? The priest asked curiously. Constantinople. Nut shook his head wistfully. You don't know, the pollution near the workshop area has been getting worse and worse in recent years. The priest turned his head away, not wanting to talk to him. You're from Viting, aren't you? Seeing that the priest didn't speak, Cunit changed the subject. Yes, a native of Viting. I later went to study at the seminary, and that's how I got on your bandwagon. The lower Danube plain is a very nice place, especially Viting, a commercial hub. The priest pouted, a little proud. Unfortunately, the taxes on imported goods at the Viting tax station are too high. Only those particularly valuable goods can enter the empire despite the high taxes, but those valuable goods don't unload at Viting port, they just get a clearance permit and go directly downstream to Constantinople. The priest pursed his lips. There's nothing we can do about it, the Hungarians and Austrians do the same. Cunit shrugged. There are no extra taxes within the empire. Once His Majesty the Emperor seizes the land that rightfully belongs to the Grand Duke of Serbia from the Hungarians and opens the waterway to Belgrade, Viting port might develop. Then, the importance of our inland navy will increase exponentially, and I might even be able to get a title. Cunit chuckled. The fleet sailed smoothly with the wind, its speed high. The river widened, and the water in the distance changed color, from azure to yellowish-brown. The river carried silt to the sea, depositing it at the estuary, forming the fertile Danube delta over countless years. Shall we go see the Tolka battery? The priest asked, pointing to a large battery on a hillside ahead. South of the battery was a small town, surrounded by farms and pastures, all bustling with harvest. No need. Signal them, and we'll leave now. Cunit shook his head. The Tayman's small flag changed, signaling the arrival of the next vessel. The river fleet is passing the forts, heading for the sea. The observer on the Tulchar fort received the signal and waved his own flag in salute to the Tayman. God bless you, and have a safe journey. The yellowish river water formed a fan shape at the estuary, beyond which lay darkness, eerie and silent. The Black Sea was before them. War was imminent. Chapter 303 Assault on Manders. The sun shone brightly, and a refreshing autumn breeze blew. The hot, dry summer of the Mediterranean world had passed, and the recent autumn rains had washed the earth clean, lowering temperatures. The relatively warm seawater formed a low-pressure system, and the westerly winds once again gained the upper hand. For Anatolia as a whole, 1471 was an absurd and unbearable year. Prince Bayezid's eastern army retreated all the way, hastily launching a surprise attack on Nicomedia, only to be routed by the Eastern Roman Empire's army, fleeing in disarray and losing the last vestige of its strength. Uzun Hasan could then devour the remnants of the Ottoman Empire in the east without restraint. However, the Ares dynasty was not without its setbacks. Their territory was too vast, and their battle lines too long. Even traveling day and night, sparing no effort, a round trip from Ankara to Tabriz took several months. For a nation that has expanded its territory countless times in a very short period, a monarch's prolonged absence is extremely dangerous. Governors in various regions harbor their own ambitions, and his ambitious sons, eager for their father's permanent absence, are particularly scheming. Uzun Hasan is currently in a very awkward position. Between Anatolia and Tabriz lie towering mountains, making it difficult to transport supplies from the capital. He must rely on the local population. Initially, Uzun Hasan, posing as a Muslim liberator and Orthodox fighter, launched a major invasion of Anatolia, helping Turkic nobles restore their homelands and quickly gaining their support. However, as time passed, these native nobles began to resent the oppression and plunder by the Akoi and longed for their departure. Of course, they also knew that Uzun Hasan was the only Muslim monarch who could protect them from the Eastern Roman Empire, so they maintained outward respect while suppressing their inner discontent. The two princes who accompanied Uzun Hasan on his expedition also caused their father considerable trouble. The second son, Khalil, ambitious but lacking in talent, suffered a defeat in the Comedia and, seething with anger, openly insulted the native Turks in his territory, deeming them weak and incompetent, deserving Greek rule. The third son, Jacob, was relatively calm and knew how to win people over. He married the daughter of a native Turkic nobleman, funded the reconstruction of the mosque, and largely stabilized his territory. However, his Shiva's territory bordered the Gonzalo region on the Black Sea coast. He led his troops in several battles against Gonzalo's army, suffering repeated defeats that only enhanced Gonzalo's reputation. Uzun Hasan was furious. On one hand, he needed to keep his elite troops under his control to prevent a siege of Bursa by the Eastern Roman army. On the other hand, he had to focus on the domestic situation and had no energy left to deal with his two sons' misdeeds. News from Tabriz indicated that Al-Raz's eldest son and governor of Fars, was secretly contacting local powers in Persia and plotting a rebellion, with each letter becoming increasingly urgent. Al-Raz's mother had passed away, and his stepmother, for the sake of her son's future, had been slandering him to Uzun Hasan, abusing her power to embezzle his military pay and provisions, all to force him into rebellion. Uzun Hasan had heard of this, but far away in Ankara, he didn't know who to believe. The distance to Tabriz meant that news was highly distorted and delayed, causing him great distress. Uzun Hasan now regretted his decision. He shouldn't have risked securing the title of King of Kings and the nominal submission of the Ottoman dynasty to maintain their position, and he hadn't needed to drag his army into a protracted war with the Greeks. Should he muster a large army and launch a decisive attack? And where should he attack? The Greek-occupied territories in Anatolia were mostly located along the coast, allowing them to be supplied by sea. They couldn't quickly breach cities by land and were more likely to be isolated and lose their main force. Retreating to central and eastern Anatolia? That seemed feasible. Western Anatolia was unlikely to be directly controlled anyway, letting the Turkic tribes on the plateau block the Greek advance and slow their progress. On the coast, Uzun Hasan knew he couldn't wage a protracted war against the Eastern Roman Empire, which had the advantage of maritime transport. However, the Anatolian plateau was still dominated by cavalry, rendering the Greeks' maritime system unusable. Their supply lines would be repeatedly attacked, ultimately leading to their failure. But Uzun Hasan was an extremely proud man, and the great victories he had achieved in just 4 years had reinforced this belief. He was unwilling to easily admit defeat, much less to acknowledge defeat to a Christian empire and slink back to his homeland. So be it, he waited. His expeditionary force had already plundered countless treasures. Wagons and caravans of livestock were heading east from Ankara towards Tabriz, their horses laden with the blood and sweat of the Anatolian people. Anatolia was vast, and many places remained unexplored. Uzun Hasan's tribal leaders, not yet having plundered enough, were reluctant to return easily, even dragging their feet and making excuses to avoid gathering. Uzun Hasan secretly vowed that once he defeated the Greek emperor, he would establish a complete administrative system and governance structure in Tabriz, consolidating his bloated dynasty and ensuring that even the newly subjugated tribes respected his authority, just as he had done in Diyarbakir. However, Uzun Hasan also knew that his territory was far too vast, and the number of local powers that had been incorporated was far too great. More than 10 cultures, 5 or 6 faiths, countless languages, and countless factions. The more prosperous he became, the greater the resistance to reform and centralization. Moreover, Uzun Hasan was nearing 50, the struggles and wars of his youth had ravaged his body, and illness followed, gradually dulling his mind and wearing him down. Just as Uzun Hasan was caught in a dilemma in Ankara, the army of the Eastern Roman Empire was secretly gathering in the Aegean Sea to the west. This was Chios, one of the larger of the more than 2,000 islands in the Aegean, covering approximately 830 square kilometers. It possessed its own water sources, arable land, and harbor, suitable for growing wheat, grapes, and citrus fruits, allowing it to achieve a degree of self-sufficiency. After the Fourth Crusade in 1204, the Aegean Islands, originally belonging to the Eastern Roman Empire, were gradually occupied by the Latins. Chios and Lesbos to the north were colonies of the Republic of Genoa, belonging to two separate Genoese families. With the resurgence of the Eastern Roman Empire and the rapid decline of the Republic of Genoa, Isaac, exploiting blood ties and alliances, lured the Genoese Republic's overseas colonies into breaking away from his control and pledging allegiance when the Kingdom of France attacked Genoa. These powerful families, after converting to Orthodox Christianity, became hereditary governors of various viceroyalties, retaining their island territories and most of their privileges. For the Eastern Roman Empire, the Aegean Islands were extremely important. The numerous islands not only provided excellent natural defenses but also offered many valuable harbors. Of course, these islands also provided excellent hiding places and locations for Aegean pirates to sell their stolen goods, making it one of the most important pirate strongholds in the entire Mediterranean. Even today, some pirate groups still exist there, some loyal to the Eastern Roman Emperor, others defiant. This is an unavoidable situation. As the Eastern Roman Empire's navy grew stronger, its control over the Aegean Islands also increased. While Aegean pirates are unlikely to completely disappear, their influence has gradually declined. Most importantly, the Eastern Aegean Islands, primarily Lesbos and Chios, are very close to the Anatolian Peninsula, only a few kilometers to a dozen kilometers away, easily accessible within a short time. On the eve of the Great Turkish War, Isaac, in order to make the most of these islands and better harass the Ottoman coast, summoned the governors of Lesbos and Chios to exchange ideas. At that time, Lesbos and Chios belonged to the Gattilusio and Justiniani families respectively, both with close ties to the Eastern Roman Empire. The Gattilusio family, needless to say, had multiple marriage alliances with the Eastern Roman royal family. Isaac's mother, Catherine, came from this family. Members of their family also held hereditary governorships of the Asoph Viceroyalty and mayors of the Free City of La Spezia. With Isaac's support, they had gradually grown into a major player in the Black Sea slave trade, and their relationship with the Palaiologos family had become increasingly close. The Justiniani family was also a friend of the Eastern Roman Empire, having come to its aid at great expense during the Battle of Constantinople in 1453. Two of their heirs died in battle on the walls of Theodosius, nearly threatening the family's survival. To avoid disheartening their loyal followers and alienating their families, Isaac adopted a policy of appeasement, hoping the two families would voluntarily relinquish their hereditary territories on Lesbos and Chios to the Eastern Roman government. These two islands were not forcibly seized by the two families. Lesbos was a dowry gift from Emperor John V of Palaiologos to the Gattilusio family during their marriage alliance, and Chios came under the rule of the Justiniani family through the bargaining agreement. Both families had fulfilled their alliance and provided significant assistance to the Eastern Roman Empire in its fight against the Ottomans. Therefore, Isaac could not treat them like the Venetians and proposed a land exchange, offering them a small stake in the East India Company and vast tracts of colonial land in exchange for the two large islands in the Aegean Sea. The locations Isaac chose for them were both wealthy, one in the Kingdom of Brazil, with open-pit copper mines and some gold mines. The other off the coast of Venezuela, rich in precious gems, and with the possibility of finding vast amounts of gold if they ventured inland. The Gattilusio family readily agreed. As in-laws, they had reaped substantial profits from Isaac's commercial system, and their other two territories had long surpassed Lesbos in profitability. They had no reason to offend the emperor over an agricultural island. However, perhaps unwilling to develop it, they declined the colony offered by Isaac, requesting instead priority purchasing rights in the Circassian slave trade. Isaac knew the Gattilusio family were staunch supporters of Crown Prince Justinian, and his son had never shortchanged them. Priority purchasing rights were not difficult to obtain. Since they were so sensible, Isaac didn't press them further and gifted them two large estates outside Constantinople. As for the Justiniani family, they also accepted, choosing a planned area in the Kingdom of Brazil as their replacement territory. In reality, Isaac was eager for the Eastern Roman Empire's nobles to develop the colonies. Such vast lands were far beyond the imperial family's capacity to manage. They needed to rely on private colonial groups, primarily nobles, merchants, and explorers. After all, wouldn't the profits they made ultimately be spent in Constantinople? Still, They had to buy goods from the Eastern Roman Empire, right? Thus, Isaac, through various means, brought the two viceroyalties of the Aegean Sea under his complete control and established the Aegean region to govern them. During the Great Turkish Wars, these scattered islands played a significant role. The Eastern Roman navy could launch raids from the islands at any time, harassing the Ottoman coast, and quickly return to the islands before the Ottoman army arrived, leaving them helpless. The feeling of having your coastline right on someone else's doorstep was exhilarating. After the Nicomedean Wars, the Ottomans concentrated their last remaining army around Bursa to defend their capital, while the Ares dynasty watched with predatory eyes, ready to attack from the sidelines when the Eastern Roman army besieged Bursa. In this stalemate, Isaac began to explore alternative paths, attempting a landing operation in the already chaotic southwestern Anatolia to open a second front, seize the last source of Ottoman revenue and supplies, further deplete Ottoman strength, force the Bursa army to retreat south, and thus create an opportunity for the Nicaean army. Currently, after replenishment and expansion, the Eastern Roman Empire's Anatolian army exceeds 65,000 men. 40,000 are stationed in Nicaea, putting pressure on Bursa, while 5,000 are responsible for guarding the Sakarya river bank against a potential Ares invasion. The remaining 20,000 have been secretly transferred south, distributed across the eastern Aegean islands, primarily Lesbos and Chios, awaiting their turn. Although described as a secret transfer, the Ottomans were not fools and could not afford to be unprepared for a southwest attack. Their Aegean fortifications still functioned to some extent, with parts of the southwest coast still under fortification protection. However, the Ottoman Empire was on the verge of collapse at this time, unable to sustain its massive military expenditures and lacking sufficient troops to defend every beach. Moreover, the core of the Aegean fortifications lay in the northern section from Sinakale to Ramusborg, especially Nicomedia, where construction began first and funding was more abundant. The southern defenses were much weaker, with rudimentary artillery and arrow towers. The idea of opening a second front had been unanimously approved by the high command of the Eastern Roman military, but a consensus had not yet been reached on the choice of landing site. There were too many coastlines to choose from, each with its own advantages and disadvantages. Nevertheless, preliminary work for the landing operation had begun. The mobilization of naval ships and river fleets, the preparation of military supplies, and the commencement of amphibious training were all in full swing. 6 months later, the Eastern Roman navy launched another large-scale attack on the southwestern coast of the Ottomans, repeatedly probing the strength and weaknesses of the Ottomans. At the same time, the Eastern Roman Empire continued to stir up trouble among the Ottoman people, funding internal rebels and insurgents through various means, thereby undermining the Ottoman Empire's basic production capacity, keeping their mobile forces constantly on the move, and preventing their garrisons from easily leaving the city. By this time, Chios Island had become a large military camp, with dozens of ships of various types anchored there, and more than 8,000 soldiers stationed there. Chios Island was only 8 kilometers from Anatolia, making it a relatively ideal forward base. To the north of Chios Island, the situation on Lesbos Island was similar, with ships and soldiers also stationed there. Chios Island, with its beautiful scenery, lush vegetation, fresh air, and mild, comfortable climate, was an ideal resort for many wealthy merchants and nobles of Constantinople. However, at this time, Chios Island was imbued with an air of steel and grim determination. Soldiers conducted simple amphibious training on the flat ground, their shouts deafening, while island residents squatted nearby, eating and watching. Martial law had long been in effect, civilians were allowed to enter but not leave, and there was no risk of leaks. Chios Island was composed of volcanic and limestone rock, with a mountain range running north to south. The capital, Chios, located on the east coast, was the island's largest port city and the capital of the Aegean region. Inside the governor's mansion in Chios, a military conference was underway. Isaac sat at the head of the square table, flanked by generals and their advisors. Once everyone was present, Isaac waved, and maids brought coffee and rooibos tea. Some of the generals who enjoyed smoking were also given lit Cuban cigars. "Gentlemen, it is now autumn, the perfect time to launch an attack. We must successfully open a second front before winter arrives, disrupting the plans of the Ottomans and the Ares." Isaac tapped the table. "The Minister of War, Ibrahim, is waiting in Nicaea to the north. According to him, the legions near Nicaea have completed their rest and replenishment, and heavy weapons such as artillery are in place, ready to launch another siege of Bursa. Our operations on both sides will begin simultaneously, catching Muhammad off guard as much as possible. Isaac sipped his coffee and looked at the crowd. In your opinion, where should we land? Isaac's face was stern. We can't delay any longer, we must decide today. After a moment of silence, a middle-aged man sitting at the end stood up. His uniform was different from the others, with a blue Taman badge on his chest. This was the captain of the Quinut fleet of the River Navy, who had just arrived at Chios Island. His sailor's performance at sea had been unsatisfactory, and many naval sailors secretly looked down on them. Your Majesty, in my opinion, we should launch the landing at the mouth of the Demandrous River. This was Cunet's first time attending a military meeting of this level, and he straightened his back nervously, not daring to smoke. Tell me your reasons. Isaac ordered a map to be spread out, locating the Demandrous River on it. On my way here, I held a similar meeting with the naval officers, also discussing possible landing sites, and ultimately concluded that the Demandrous River should be the first landing point, Cunet said. A collective wisdom. Very good, continue. Isaac nodded. First, the lower reaches of the Demandrous River have a gentle current, suitable for the operations of an inland navy. Please trust us, Your Majesty, we can certainly play our due role on the inland waterways. A blush rose on Cunet's face. Secondly, the lower reaches of the Mendes River are fertile river valleys and plains, one of the most important agricultural regions in southwestern Ottoman China, home to many large cities such as Sirte and Aden. If we can gain an advantage at the Mendes River, our troops can advance along the river, capturing the major cities along its banks and dividing southwestern Ottoman China in two. In this way, if we can control the inland river, the Ottoman army at Smyrna will be trapped to the north, unable to advance or retreat. Cunet pointed excitedly at the map. In fact, in my opinion, the Mendes River is a very good choice, offering both offensive and defensive advantages, threatening both the important northern city of Smyrna and the vast territory south of the river. Third, according to the intelligence you distributed, our espionage operations within the Ottoman territory are mainly concentrated in this area, giving our landing operation a natural advantage. Cunet thought for a moment and continued. I know there are Ottoman fortresses at the mouth of the Mendes River, but the Navy says they are not as fortified as the northern fortresses. With the assistance of the river fleet, a swift conquest is not impossible. That's it. Cunet sat down. Very good, very reasonable. Isaac smiled at him. Actually, the Mendes River is also my first choice. Cunet's suggestion is very valuable. Do any of you have any objections? Isaac looked around. The generals who had previously favored the Mendes River nodded repeatedly, while those who had other considerations remained silent. The emperor had made the decision, and no one dared to object. No, very good, it's settled then. Isaac waved his hand. I have already drafted a preliminary plan, but it's just a simple framework for now. You will be responsible for supplementing and refining it after you go down. 2 weeks later, the attack on Mendes. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 304: The March of the Cross. Amidst the busy work, the golden red September is drawing to a close, the weather is gradually turning cooler, and farmers are planting wheat seedlings and various vegetables and fruits in their plowed fields, hoping for a bountiful harvest soon. Similar to Greece, the western coast of Anatolia is a distinct Mediterranean climate zone, with hot, dry summers and warm, wet winters. Winter wheat is mostly grown there. This overwintering crop has a longer growing period, producing higher quality flour, making it a very good staple food. In some arid and semi-arid areas of the Anatolian Plateau and the North African coast, spring wheat is preferred. It has a shorter growing cycle and lower quality flour, but the plants are shorter and sturdier, with well-developed root systems, making it much more drought-resistant than winter wheat. For farmers in southwestern Anatolia, late September and early October are extremely busy times. They are not only preparing for planting but also preparing for one of the most important festivals in the Islamic world, Mawlid, Prophet's birthday. Mawlid falls on the 12th of Shawwal in the Islamic calendar, established to celebrate the birth and death anniversaries of the great Prophet Muhammad. Because they fall on the same day, it is also called Prophet's Death Day. It was first proposed by the Fatimid Caliphate of Egypt and spread to other Muslim-majority areas over the following centuries. On Mawlid, major mosques hold religious ceremonies, uniting believers to celebrate the Prophet Muhammad and express gratitude and remembrance. Ablution, changing clothes, reciting prayers, praising the Prophet, recounting the life of Muhammad, feasting with fellow Muslims, and sharing the Holy Communion, all are solemn, harmonious, joyful, and fulfilling. Unlike the more important month of Ramadan, Mawlid does not require fasting. Everyone can happily enjoy food and life. Most ordinary people treat this day as a day of rest, spending time with family and friends. During the height of the Ottoman Empire, the great and noble Sultan would often travel with Sunni scholars to the Grand Mosque in Bursa to recite prayers and praise the Prophet. People along the way could catch a glimpse of the Sultan, and celebrations would be held in the various khairas surrounding the city. Whether local or from elsewhere, as long as one believed in Allah and followed the Prophet's teachings, everyone was considered a brother and could find their place in the celebrations. This year's Mawlid was much quieter. The vast city of Bursa was in a state of decay and desolation. The various khairas outside the city had been burned to the ground by Byzantine scouts, leaving only ruins. The mosques within the city were also scrimping and saving, lacking the funds and food to share the joy with the Muslims. In fact, the people of Bursa had little inclination for celebrations at this time. The frequent appearances of Byzantine scouts around the city and the occasional ringing of warning bells on the city walls filled them with dread, and a series of bad news only added to their anxiety. What worried them even more was that since the defeat in Mecca, His Majesty the Sultan had long been absent from public view. His daily patrols of the city walls and military drills had ceased, and he had even missed several important festivals. Military and political affairs were primarily managed by high-ranking officials and nobles, led by the Grand Vizier Chandar Ibrahim. Rumors about His Majesty the Sultan's condition were rampant among the people of Bursa. Some said he was ill from overwork, others said he was heartbroken by his eldest son's disastrous defeat, and still others, more audacious than ever, spread rumors that Allah had long since abandoned the Ottoman family and sent the angel of death, Isaac, to suddenly appear in Mehdi I's bedchamber and take his life. At the beginning of the Great Turkish War, the Ottoman Empire, in order to suppress internal strife and consolidate power, adopted a strategy of diverting conflict, transforming internal contradictions into external ones. They portrayed the Eastern Roman Emperor as an unpardonable devil, dedicated to seizing Muslim lands, plundering Muslim wealth, and murdering Muslim wives and daughters, threatening to bury them all in the graveyard. In the initial period, Ottoman propaganda did indeed have a significant effect. Many Muslims, out of fear and dread, rallied under the Ottoman banner, willing to endure hunger and hardship to fight the Eastern Roman Empire to the bitter end. In the past 20 years, Isaac's hands were stained with the blood of other nations in his quest for national revival, with Muslims from various countries bearing the brunt of the suffering. They suffered the most heavy losses in the Eastern Roman Empire's attacks, and numerous rumors circulated about the Eastern Roman Emperor's ruthless killing. Ottoman propaganda and exaggeration were highly effective in perpetuating these rumors. However, as time went on, the Ottoman upper class's exploitation and oppression intensified. Their non-resistance policy towards the Ares dynasty turned many Anatolian Turks into refugees. The poorest people began to realize that even before the Greek emperor reached them, they were already nearly destitute. What infuriated the Ottoman leadership most was that the successive defeats had led their initial propaganda down an uncontrollable path. Rumors such as the Greek emperor made a deal with the devil and the Greek devil's army is invincible spread like wildfire. The most impoverished Muslim people no longer shared a common hatred for the enemy. Instead, they were immersed in deep fear and despair, losing faith and continuing the resistance. If he's the devil, what's the point of fighting? Can we even win? At this time, nationalism had not yet taken hold, and religious sentiment and superstition still dominated the minds of the vast majority of the populace. The defeats on the battlefield were too numerous, and the disparity in military strength was too great. In such circumstances, even the slightest ominous sign or rumor could spread rapidly, like a spark falling on a haystack, igniting wave after wave of defeatist sentiment. This phenomenon was widespread in the Mediterranean world at that time. 18 years earlier, during the siege of Constantinople, the Eastern Roman Empire had suffered greatly. The overwhelming military superiority of the Ottomans plunged the city's inhabitants into despair. Even ordinary natural phenomena were interpreted as divine abandonment, and many in the suburbs believed God no longer protected them, converting directly to Allah. Moreover, This sentiment had a comprehensive impact, extending beyond the most ignorant and impoverished populace. During the siege of Constantinople, even the historically strong Constantine succumbed to pessimism, his actions leaning towards desperate sacrifice and death with his nation. Of course, the Ottoman Empire had not yet reached this point. They still possessed vast territories and held on to a glimmer of hope. In fact, dispelling the superstitious beliefs and pessimism of the common people was quite easy. A simple and clear method: achieve a victory on the battlefield, shattering the myth of the Eastern Roman Empire's invincibility, boosting morale, and inspiring the entire army. By this time, the Ottoman Empire lacked the military strength and confidence to defeat the Eastern Roman Empire. Their only hope lay with their Muslim brethren, the King Uzun Hasan, who eagerly awaited their arrival to lead thousands of cavalry to drive the Greek devils back into the sea, rather than continuing to plunder the Turkic peoples of Anatolia. Plundering was in the nature of nomadic tribes, and the distribution of spoils was a fundamental rule of nomadic alliances. Unlike the Eastern Roman Empire, most of Uzun Hasan's soldiers were employed without pay. In return, plundering was considered legitimate and legal. He was unlikely to restrain his tribe for the sake of any possible Ottoman gratitude. In contrast, the Eastern Roman Empire's rule in its occupied territories was relatively civilized, at least not ruthless, and offering them considerable options. Former Muslims in the occupied territories who converted to Christianity were immediately granted citizenship by the emperor, and their former means of production, including farmland, woodlands, fish ponds, rivers, livestock, seeds, and tools, were distributed to them. Government departments, the military, and religious institutions were all open to them. If they refused to convert, they wouldn't have been massacred. The triangular trade required a large number of slaves, and they were the best source of slaves. As they moved away from their homeland and the Muslim world, their religious sentiment would fade with each generation, eventually transforming them all into the lambs of God. What religion the children of slaves believed in and what language they spoke was not something they could decide for themselves. Isaac knew that the Muslim people in the occupied territories were terrified, and even if they were left there, they wouldn't cause any trouble in the short term. However, stability maintained by so-called pessimism and despair was ultimately unsustainable. In the long run, uprisings and rebellions would still occur. When exploitation and oppression became unbearable again, and when their past fears gradually subsided, even if the enemy was the devil, the destitute Muslim people would still take up their pitchforks. Only by eliminating all destabilizing factors, starting with religion, and then completing cultural assimilation through decades or even centuries of effort, could they avoid following in the footsteps of the Ottoman Empire. Anatolia was the core region of the Eastern Roman Empire, not a frontier region. It didn't have second-class citizens, either citizens or slaves, seemingly worlds apart yet also close at hand, separated only by a church. The eve of Mawlid was silent and dark. The entire Muslim-majority region of Anatolia prepared for the next day's celebrations. Even in the face of national crisis, this extremely important religious festival could not be missed. Major cities made ample preparations, attempting to use this opportunity to incite religious sentiment, suppress public discontent, and call upon them to unite against the Eastern Roman Empire's army. Cities were vital religious sites in the Islamic world. Villagers gathered, seeking Allah's protection. Many Turkic refugees from the Anatolian plateau also gathered at the city walls, seeking only food and temporary shelter. Charity and relief for the poor were essential parts of Mawlid. However, for some ambitious individuals, this night was destined to be sleepless. It was the same night, the same sea, the same ship. Otto received another secret letter. Leading a few trusted men, he bypassed the Ottoman cavalry, dragged out the small boat hidden in a cave, and rowed out to sea. Otto was a rebel leader in southwestern Anatolia. Although called a rebel army, it was essentially a band of bandits and robbers. Its members were either deserters or brave refugees, all deeply dissatisfied, disillusioned individuals. Unlike other peasant rebels, Otto, born into a fallen noble family, had served as a squad leader in the Ottoman Empire. He was literate, possessed some management skills and military expertise, and had built a relatively strong force from the deserters who had hidden in the mountains with him. He also established connections with Eastern Roman intelligence agents, acquiring considerable supplies and money, and gradually grew in strength. A few months earlier, Otto had reached the sea in the same way, boarded an Eastern Roman ship, received funds, and a mission, to kill the grain inspector of the Nasri granary and, ideally, burned the city of Nasri to the ground. Upon returning to his stronghold, Otto began to build up his power using aid from the Eastern Roman Empire. He bribed other granary managers to obtain a batch of spoiled grain that was about to be disposed of, then used this grain to attract refugees from the east, incorporating them into his army, which was primarily composed of deserters, rapidly increasing his strength. Otto waited for over a month without finding a suitable opportunity. The grain inspector of Nasri was his half-brother Rustu, his greatest enemy. Rustu was strict and capable, having obtained the lucrative position through family influence and his own efforts, reaping the benefits of the war and rapidly increasing his family's territory and wealth. Initially, Otto used old connections to gather evidence of Rustu's corruption, submitting it to the city lord of Nasri and ulama of the mosque, attempting to sow discord and profit from the conflict. To his surprise, the city lord was also involved in corruption. Rustu's biggest backer, an ulama, for some unknown reason, remained silent. Enraged, Otto cursed the corruption of the government while continuing his plotting, eventually devising an audacious plan. So, on the day the Hajj ended and the Islamic world celebrated Eid al-Adha, Otto raised the banner of the Aqu dynasty, rallied his followers, and marched on Nasri. Panic ensued, and he stormed the city before the gates closed, setting fires everywhere. The city's lord, who was out with a prostitute, mistook the city for an invasion and fled in his pajamas, running recklessly all the way to Aden. Without its leader, the city offered no effective resistance, soldiers deserted, officials fled, and Otto quickly seized the granaries, taking everything he could and burning the rest. Notably, Otto's brother was captured during the escape, weeping and begging for forgiveness, only to be met with a cold stare and a ruthless stab. By the time Ottoman reinforcements arrived, the fire in Nasri had already been extinguished. The people had fallen from a joyous paradise into an abyss of despair. The perpetrators had long since looted and burned everything, disappearing into the vast mountains. This incident caused a huge uproar within the Ottoman Empire. The Grand Vizier cursed them, and major religious organizations immediately denounced Ottoman and his men as traitors and vowed to hunt them down. However, the Ottoman pursuit ultimately proved more bark than bite. Their forces were already depleted, making a large-scale purge of the mountains impossible. Ottoman knew that his act of looting during the religious festival was heinous and would be the target of many people's combined attacks. He remained silent for quite some time, even refusing a meeting request from the Eastern Roman Empire, until recently when he re-emerged. A small boat drifted on the sea, a beacon fire burning brightly in an iron basin. Ottoman leaned quietly against the edge of the boat, idly smoking his pipe. This was an ivory carving he had stolen from his half-brother's mansion, said to be the work of a famous Constantinople craftsman, which he greatly admired. "Chief, haven't the Greek ships arrived yet?" a trusted aide beside him complained. "What if they think we're no longer of any use and don't want to keep their promise? If you dare utter another word about the Greeks when they arrive, I won't protect you," Otto said slowly, exhaling a puff of smoke. "The Eastern Empire hasn't reached the southwest yet. They still need us, but what if one day they reach here? What will we, the rebels, do then?" another trusted aide suddenly asked. Otto looked at him. "What do you think we should do? If that day ever comes, they certainly won't allow us to continue existing, at least not to continue looting villages and towns," the aide said. "So, we either resist and are wiped out, or surrender, that's your meaning," Otto said bluntly. "You've tested me several times already. What, has the Eastern Empire contacted you?" The aide hesitated. "All right, I won't make things difficult for you. Our future may depend on tonight." Oldham glanced into the depths of the ocean. A ship was breaking through the fog and approaching. "They're here. Same as always, I'll climb up myself. If I need anything, I'll call you." Oldham stood up and tossed his cigarette ash into the sea. The ship drew closer, and a rope ladder was lowered. Months later, Oldham once again climbed onto the deck of the Kraken. Under the watchful eyes of the sailors, Oldham entered the familiar captain's cabin. "Long time no see, Oldham." In the captain's cabin, Marcus Comnenus nodded slightly to Oldham. Oldham noticed the insignia on Marcus's chest and raised an eyebrow. "You've been promoted, Lord Marcus. Congratulations, so you were taking up your post last time." Oldham found a seat and examined Marcus's insignia. The blue and gold double-headed eagle had a red agate eye on the right and a dull eye on the left. "The Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs in charge of Eastern Affairs. You're quite a big shot, aren't you?" "Actually, not really. I had a mission last time, so the position of Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs was already assigned," Marcus ignored Autumn's flattery and tossed 3 money pouches on the table to him one by one. 300 Venetian ducats. The extra is your reward. The emperor is very satisfied with your actions and hopes you will continue your efforts. Autumn caught the money pouches, weighed them, and nodded. For a high-ranking official like you to come to me personally, there must be some new important mission, right? Marcus smiled but didn't speak. After a moment's thought, he tossed a cigarette case to Autumn, who immediately took one out and lit it over a candle. We are about to launch a large-scale landing in southwestern Anatolia, aiming to open a second front. What do you think? You've made quite a splash in Bursa. The officials probably anticipated that. Autumn puffed on his cigarette. However, they don't know your exact landing time and location, and your forces are insufficient. Your chances of success are high. Marcus nodded, pouring himself a glass of wine. I'd like to ask, in this war, which side will you be on, friend or foe? It's all up to you. Marcus stared into Autumn's eyes. If you're friends, we'll increase our support and help you absorb more rebel forces. If you're enemies, then I'm sorry, we'll fund other rebel forces so they can join forces to defeat you. So direct. Autumn grinned. In your view, what constitutes a friend? Converting to Christianity and becoming one of us, Marcus said. Of all these rebel leaders, you're quite good. You're a capable person, with courage and ambition. Such a person must either become one of us or be nipped in the bud. You've already touched the dignity of the entire Islamic world. They won't tolerate you. Why hesitate? Marcus continued to entice. Autumn was silent for a moment before asking, what about my brothers? Those who refuse to convert will be driven away. Those who wish to convert will stay, Marcus said. The elite troops who remain will be reorganized into a branch of the Purple Guard Legion, and you will be its commander. Seeing Autumn's interest, Marcus continued. You know, decades ago, there was an Ottoman deserter who converted to Christianity and accepted the emperor's reformation. Later, his troops were also reorganized into the Purple Guard Legion, and he repeatedly distinguished himself in battle, becoming the top officer of the Eastern Empire's army. You should know his name, Ibrahim Kallikas. I know him, the general who besieged Nicomedia. Autumn nodded, looking at Marcus. I need some time to persuade my subordinates, but I believe it won't be difficult. They are already disillusioned with the Islamic system, and now they're wanted. They have no other choice. Very good, you've made the right choice. Marcus smiled and poured him a glass of wine. You don't need to be in such a hurry. In fact, as you think, the emperor has a new task. Speak plainly. Autumn took the glass. Our army is about to land, and you need to create momentum in the rear to tie down the Ottoman mobile forces. Marcus sipped his wine. Nothing special. Do what you did before, and do what you do now. However, your merits are directly linked to your status after baptism. If you make outstanding contributions, you might even get a title and a territory. Perhaps, the next time we meet, I'll have to call you Baron, Marcus said, pursing his lips. That's something you can only get on the battlefield. I've run myself ragged all over the place, and I'm only an honorary lord now. Autumn's eyes lit up at this. When are you landing? I need to get ready, soon, at dawn tomorrow. Marcus smiled slightly. Dawn. Autumn was taken aback. Tomorrow is Mawlid. You wouldn't. Yes, we were inspired by your actions. Marcus stood up. What you don't know is that tomorrow is also our feast of the glory of the cross. More than 1,000 years ago, Emperor Constantine the Great saw the manifested cross, and his mother, Saint Helena, traveled thousands of miles to Jerusalem to retrieve the true cross. Our army will storm Mendes on the day of the glory of the cross, raising the Constantine cross high, and punishing Muslims who do not follow the true faith. The military operation will last for some time. You go back now. You don't need to cooperate with the army. You can continue operating in the middle reaches of the Mendes River. Marcus raised his glass to Autumn. Come, to victory, to the emperor, and to our future. Autumn also stood up and drank it all in one gulp. In late September 1471, the Eastern Roman Empire, after months of rest and recuperation, launched a large-scale offensive. The northern army from Nicaea began its advance towards Bursa, tying down the Ottoman forces there and preventing them from diverting troops to defend. On September 27, the day of Mawlid's birthday celebrations in the Muslim world, the Eastern Roman Empire's naval and land armies marched from the eastern Aegean islands towards the Duras River. Since it was also the Feast of Glory to the Cross, the entire army carried the Labrador Cross of Constantine, in the name of God and in the name of Constantine. The Labrador Cross was the standard chosen by Constantine the Great for the Roman Empire, symbolizing Jesus' victory over death, and it held a unique meaning within the army. In the name of Christ, we will be invincible. Chapter 305 St. George's Chariot. As dusk fell, the setting sun painted the sky crimson, and a great river flowed slowly through the valley plains, emptying into the sea. This was the Dmenter River, the most important river in southwestern Anatolia, originating in the Anatolian highlands and flowing southwest into the Aegean Sea. Its middle and lower reaches flowed gently, creating fertile and rich valleys, a vital agricultural and pastoral base. After the Ottoman Empire lost most of its territory, the densely populated areas south of Bursa became their only remaining source of wealth and resources. If the Ottoman Empire could hold on to these provinces before the war ended, and after 10 years of recuperation, it could still become a regional power. In fact, this was part of the Ares king Uzun Hasan's plan. The territory north of Bursa and west of the Sakarya River was lost and difficult to recover, but if half of the remaining Ottoman regime could be preserved, they could, with the support of the Ares overlord, engage in a protracted tug-of-war with the Eastern Roman Empire. However, the Eastern Roman Empire, separated by the sea, was not prepared to give the Ottomans a chance to recover their strength. After their advance at Bursa was thwarted, they immediately planned a landing operation to open a second front. At this time, the mouth of the Mender River was in ruins, the seaside town was engulfed in smoke, and the Turkic people were scattered. Eastern Roman soldiers, carrying the banner of Constantine's Labrador Cross, had successfully established beachheads, and more soldiers were landing on the sand, besieging the Ottoman fortress on the hillside. On the sea and the river, the Eastern Roman Empire's naval ships and river fleets were densely packed, either transporting soldiers and horses or pointing their cannons at the Ottoman fortress, letting heavy lead bullets bombard the crumbling walls. For the Ottoman Empire, the southwest coast was equally important. Their Aegean Wall plan also included this region, constructing a fortified battery at the mouth of the Mender River. However, due to a shortage of funds, the coastal fortresses built by the Ottoman Empire in the southwest were significantly inferior in quality and firepower to those in the northwest. Some towers still used wooden structures, and some walls were simply made of mud. What frustrated the Ottoman defenders most was that, due to military setbacks, the escalating war in the northwest, and insufficient supplies, the elite garrison of the Dmendris fortress was nearly wiped out. Ammunition and crossbow bolts were also running low, as the cowardly Ottoman nobles had conscripted them all to defend the capital, Bursa, in the north. On the day of Mawlid, the Dmendris fortress held a celebration. The commander hoped to give the soldiers a holiday and even bought many chickens, ducks, cattle, and sheep from towns in the east to feast his warriors. However, just as the Ottoman soldiers were hoping for the festival, the Eastern Roman Empire's land and sea forces launched a massive landing, not only at the mouth of the Dmendris River, but also by harassing and invading many coastal cities. Of course, the landings in other directions were all feints, intended to tie down the remaining Ottoman mobile forces and alleviate pressure on the main attack at the mouth of the Menders River. Due to the Eastern Roman Empire's absolute naval superiority, the Menders River near the fortress was quickly seized by the Eastern Roman Navy, cutting off the connection between the north and south banks and preventing reinforcements from the north from crossing south, effectively isolating the Menders fortress from all directions. The battle raged from dawn to dusk. The town of Akkoy, next to the Menders fortress, had already fallen, and the fortress's ammunition was completely exhausted. The remaining defenders, facing wave after wave of overwhelming Eastern Roman soldiers, cowered in the inner city, their fear and unease deepening. On a ship, a middle-aged man lowered his brass binoculars and nodded in satisfaction. "General, Commander Cunit of the River Fleet reports that their ships have successfully reached their designated positions and are patrolling the river to prevent Ottoman reinforcements from crossing south," an aide approached to report, holding a stack of documents. Very good. Anything else?" the general asked. "Also, the 5th Legion of the Imperial Guard has reached Lake Baffin north of the fortress and, as per your instructions, is clearing out the remaining enemy forces and setting up camp," the aide read the report aloud. "Chief of 5th of Slavis has sent an envoy. His vanguard has headed northeast to gather intelligence and collect information for our subsequent operations." "Good," the general smiled. "This is the first time we've used this new fighting model, and it seems everyone is adapting quite well." The general's name was Mehmet, a Turkic man who had served as the deputy to the Minister of War, Ibrahim. For over 20 years, Mehmet had worked diligently, rising from a legionary commander in the Purple Guard Legion to the second highest ranking officer in the General Staff during the Bulgarian War. In reality, Chief of Staff Duke Mikhail was largely uninvolved in military affairs, aside from teaching. Merhamet handled all matters, large and small, within the General Staff. Merhamet was an officer with his own ideas, advocating military reform and gradually abandoning outdated medieval warfare thinking. He promoted the staff system, aiming to gather war information, unify the entire army, ensure strict discipline and obedience to command, rather than relying on brute force or reckless advances. In his view, with the increasing number of participants and the use of new weapons, medieval warfare thinking was becoming increasingly outdated. War was no longer just about decisive charges and arduous sieges, it also encompassed information gathering and analysis, supplying troops, managing soldier morale, assessing weather and road conditions, coordinating between different legions, and coordinating land and sea operations, all aspects of warfare. In his view, wars were becoming increasingly complex and prolonged, and could no longer be left to the whims of a single commander. A robust staff system and overall coordination mechanism were needed, with division of labor, collaboration, and collective wisdom to present well-compiled intelligence to the commander, making the entire battlefield clear and visible. His suggestions were approved by the emperor, and he became a powerful figure in the General Staff, contributing his efforts in both the Bulgarian War and the Great Turkish War. However, Merhamet also acknowledged that the General Staff lacked the ability to independently command operations, and a commander with absolute authority was indispensable. The Eastern Roman Empire's army was highly diverse, with persistent language barriers, slow battlefield communication, and mutual distrust between the army and navy. Some troops even considered themselves the emperor's private army and were reluctant to obey other generals, all of which greatly hampered the overall planning and coordination of the war. The Battle of Mendes was Merhamet's first major campaign under independent command. Before the battle, the emperor summoned all participating personnel, handed his sword to Merhamet, and demanded that all generals obey him, whether from the navy, army, or river fleet, whether from the Central Army, the Musketeers, or the Slavic Legion. Merhamet was a highly experienced and respected figure in the army, capable of maintaining order, making him a suitable candidate. Upon taking command, Merhamet immediately issued 3 orders to his generals: those who are greedy for merit and act rashly will be executed without mercy. Those who disobey orders will be executed without mercy. Those who delay the battle will be executed without mercy. Merhamet drew the emperor's sword and cleaved a corner of a table in two, demonstrating his ruthlessness. After the battle began, Merhamet launched a surprise attack on the mouth of the Drej River as planned, proceeding calmly and methodically, using each scout unit as tentacles, each legion as claws, and his staff as the brains, thus maintaining control of the entire battlefield. If a warship was hit, it was immediately pushed ashore for repairs, and another was substituted. If the morale of a ranger unit collapsed, they were immediately removed from their posts and replaced by a fully equipped legion. Merhamet placed great importance on pre-battle preparations, considering them far more crucial than the battle itself. He not only ensured ample supplies of guns, ammunition, and arrows, but also specially disassembled and reassembled some small siege equipment outside the fortress. Under the coordination of his staff, the Eastern Roman army became disciplined, gradually eroding the morale and lives of the defenders. "What about the scouts we sent to the North Bank? Has the news returned?" Merhamet asked his staff. "Not yet, messengers don't arrive that quickly," the staff replied. However, according to preliminary intelligence, the garrisons of Circa and Aden are not large. Once we capture the gate, Dres fortress, we can press our advantage and take these 2 towns, Merhamet nodded, somewhat regretfully. In his view, information is paramount in a large-scale war, but the speed of messengers is ultimately limited. No matter how urgent the situation, there's no way to change it. After we return, perhaps we can ask the emperor to equip the messengers with more good horses, as well as carrier pigeons and falcons. They might prove quite useful, Merhamet pondered. Never mind, let's deal with the immediate problem first. Have the Ottoman garrisons agreed to surrender? Not yet, but soon, his advisor replied. They number less than 1,000, and their weapons, equipment, and firearms are insufficient. They are no match for us. Merhamet remained silent, raising his binoculars again to look at the fortress belching black smoke. We must take them before nightfall. Withdraw the Sfax musketeers and send in the 1st Guards Legion, Merhamet ordered. The flag bearer on the watchtower waved his flag, relaying the signal. Observers on the ground immediately translated. And messengers sprang into action, relaying the commander's message to every officer. The heavily wounded Sfax musketeers withdrew with a sigh of relief. The well-rested 1st Guards Legion donned heavy armor, ascended the newly assembled siege towers, and engaged the defenders in a final hand-to-hand battle. As the last rays of twilight faded, the white flag finally flew over the Gatestrage fortress. The remaining 200-odd Ottoman defenders surrendered. The Eastern Roman Empire, with its overwhelming numerical and firepower advantage, captured this dilapidated fortress, opening the road to the heart of Gatestrage. Your Majesty, our army has captured the Gatestrage fortress and is advancing eastward along the river, capturing towns and villages. In the governor's mansion on Lesbos, Isaac received a battle report from the front lines. The Ottoman army has been slow to assemble, while our legions are advancing unimpeded. All right, go and rest. Isaac took the report, waved his hand, and dismissed the elated messenger. He opened the report and skimmed through it. The Ottoman Empire had been dragged down by the overwhelming power of the Eastern Roman Empire and was on the verge of collapse, so the victory at Gatestrage did not surprise Isaac too much. In the report, Commander Merhamet briefly reported on the situation at the front, explaining in detail to Isaac a series of problems that had arisen during the army's advance and related improvement plans, truly putting in a great deal of effort. Besides these basic situations, there has been a small incident. In principle, I have no right to interfere in such matters, so I am reporting it here for your decision. Isaac raised an eyebrow upon reading this. As our ships sailed, the Hospitallers' fleet closely followed and protested, claiming the 12 islands as their territory. We had to give them advance notice. I invoked the name of holy war and reiterated the alliance between Constantinople and Rome, and only then did they reluctantly leave. Isaac put down the report and pondered for a moment. By today, Catholic forces had largely withdrawn from the eastern Mediterranean, leaving only the Hospitallers occupying Rhodes and the 12 islands. The Eastern Roman Empire had signed an alliance with the Hospitallers against the Venetians and Ottomans, but now, with both powers defeated by the Eastern Roman Empire, the Hospitallers' presence seemed rather obstructive. For example, the mouth of the Mendes River was indeed surrounded by the 12 islands and was indeed within the Hospitallers' sphere of influence, having previously escaped attack from the Eastern Roman navy. This was one of the reasons Isaac chose the Mendes River mouth as his landing point. However, the Eastern Roman Empire was no longer the weak Balkan state it once was, and there was no need to be overly cautious. Rhodes was the homeland of the Eastern Roman Empire, and the Eastern Mediterranean was its inland sea. This was undeniable and non-negotiable. At the outset of the Great Turkey War, the Hospitallers sent representatives to Constantinople, hoping to join the Holy War against the Ottoman Empire on the condition of acquiring their former territories, including Smyrna, which Isaac refused. With the death of their previous Grand Master, the Hospitallers' attitude towards the Eastern Roman Empire deteriorated significantly, occasionally even smuggling supplies to the Ottomans, which displeased Isaac. The Hospitallers comprised knights from half the Catholic world, the largest group being French knights. These knights maintained some connections with the Kingdom of France, while relations between the Eastern Roman Empire and France had never been good. In fact, Isaac already had some plans regarding the ownership of Rhodes and the Hospitallers' future. After the First Great Turkey War, he would address these long-standing issues. Regardless, the Knights Hospitaller were a military organization directly under the Pope. Besides some more radical French knights, this military order also included a considerable number of Spanish, Burgundian, and Italian knights. They had no intention of fighting to the death for King Louis XI of France, so a peaceful resolution was not an option. Lost in thought, Isaac was approached by the governor's steward, who bowed respectfully. "Your Majesty, the Cairo Radiance has anchored in port, and Baron Gabriel de Jessie and His Excellency Fellini have arrived." Thank you," Isaac nodded to the old steward. This was Lesbos Island, formerly belonging to the Gatiliuscio family, later assigned to the Eastern Aegean region. After arranging the specifics of the Battle of Darcy, Isaac arrived by ship, partly to appease the local forces on Lesbos Island, and partly to organize the deployment of supplies to assist the feint attack from the north. The island had been managed by the Gatiliuscio family for many years, and its overall development was quite good. It had a large population, and agriculture and commerce were relatively developed. Compared to Chios, the local powers on Lesbos were more compliant with Isaac's takeover. Both the Greek and Genoese were quite happy. At this time, Isaac was in the governor mansion of the Gatiliuscio family. His mother, Catherine, whom he had never met, had spent unforgettable years there, and her room still remained in the mansion. It was this blood connection that made the island's powers more welcoming of Isaac, and the 8,000 people quickly won his heart. "Prepare my horse, I'll be there now," Isaac ordered. Soon, Isaac rode to the island's port and immediately saw his giant warship, the Cairo's Radiance. Rather than a warship, the Cairo's Radiance was more like a mobile sea base. Besides cannons, the massive ship also had its own warehouses, barracks, livestock pens, blacksmith shops, chapels, and even workshops, possessing both long-term combat capabilities and long-range deployment capabilities. In fact, this was the original design intention of the Cairo's Radiance. In the original timeline, after this giant ship was captured by the Knights Hospitaller, it served as their headquarters for a long time, wandering the seas with them and during their most difficult period. Upon reaching the spacious deck, Isaac went to the ship's workshop and met George Jessica, the commander of the Ryrie Legion, and Fellini, the manager of the Royal Chariot Workshop. George was a relative of the famous military strategist Jan Jessica, who had accepted Isaac's invitation many years ago to come to North Africa to build improved Hussite chariots for the Eastern Roman Empire, forming the later Ryrie Chariot Legion. The Ryrie Legion played a crucial role in the Battle of Carthage. The improved Hussite chariot formations rendered the North African cavalry helpless, unable to penetrate these mobile fortresses. However, chariot units ultimately have their limitations. While highly effective on the predominantly flat terrain of the North African coast, they were less effective in the mountainous and hilly Balkans and Anatolia. Therefore, Isaac constantly pondered ways to improve the Leorian Legion, attempting to enhance its mobility and adaptability so that it could also perform well on the Anatolian battlefield. In fact, Isaac believed that this chariot legion had a significant advantage against nomadic cavalry and was perfectly capable of handling many combat tasks, including transporting supplies. Currently, the Eastern Roman Empire's supply system heavily relied on sea transport, with insufficient land transport. As the battlefield extended inland from the coast, nomadic cavalry were likely to exploit this weakness, repeatedly harassing land supply lines and keeping the Eastern Roman soldiers constantly on the move. A few years earlier, a new plant had appeared in Isaac's sights, immediately giving him an opportunity: rubber. For humanity, the wheel is perhaps one of the greatest inventions. Except for some very primitive African tribes, most mature civilizations invented the wheel and used it for transportation, transforming sliding friction into rolling friction, greatly improving transport efficiency and significantly promoting civilizational progress. The three major civilizations of the Americas were an exception, lacking horses, camels, and domesticable cattle. They were limited in this respect, inventing the wheel but not the large cart. Modern carriages mostly use wooden wheels, which have many drawbacks: poor grip, poor resistance to bumps, short lifespan, and a tendency to get stuck. Wooden carriages are very demanding on road surfaces. They can't climb even slightly steep slopes and can't pick up speed. So, Isaac set his sights on the rubber he had brought back from the New World. Human use of rubber dates back to ancient times. American civilizations recognized its unique properties early on, using it to make simple raincoats, shoes, and rubber balls. When rubber came into the view of Europeans, it was immediately studied extensively, eventually becoming a highly sought-after industrial raw material, with demand increasing exponentially. In fact, for Isaac, making the earliest solid rubber tires was quite easy. He simply heated the rubber brought back from the New World to around 100 degrees Celsius to soften it, then coated it onto wooden wheels. In the original timeline, Europeans began using natural rubber from this point. However, natural rubber has some inherent disadvantages. It softens and becomes sticky at high temperatures and freezes hard at low temperatures, making it very inconvenient. Therefore, Isaac decided to use his knowledge to provide a new approach to rubber utilization: vulcanization. The earliest vulcanized rubber was actually quite easy to produce. Its discovery came by accident by a furnace, rather than from laboratory research. Simply sprinkle sulfur powder evenly on natural rubber, add turpentine, and bake at the appropriate temperature to achieve simple vulcanization, resulting in a significant performance improvement. During these years, Isaac specifically established a rubber research project at the Royal Academy of Sciences, teaching them the simplest method of vulcanization and asking alchemists to find the right temperature and proportions. With substantial financial support, these alchemists ultimately submitted a somewhat imperfect solution to Isaac. The resulting product was far inferior to later vulcanized rubber, but it was sufficient for mass production and would bring about a major revolution in the transportation industry. Of course, the rubber tires at this time were still solid. Isaac would continue to invest in exploring the possibility of manufacturing hollow rubber wheels, which required certain technologies. Even if not, it would leave valuable insights for future generations. Moreover, rubber has a wide range of uses, far beyond tires, rubber sheets, raincoats, rubber boots, offering a wealth of business opportunities. Isaac had already demanded that the colonies in the New World regularly hand over rubber, and strictly prohibited its flow into other countries, aiming to completely monopolize the rubber market, which was destined to flourish in the future. Your Majesty, you've finally arrived. In the spacious cabin, George, wearing the lobster crest, bowed to Isaac, his eyes full of smiles. The rubber tires are excellent, and the springs are a very useful design. The new war chariots are much faster than before, and their adaptability to rugged terrain has increased exponentially. With these, we will surely be able to bring glory to the Ryrie Legion. Isaac nodded, looking at Fellini beside him. This was an Italian whose family had been making carriages for generations. Isaac had invited him to establish the Royal Chariot Workshop in Constantinople, a dual-use facility, producing both civilian carriages and accepting military orders. Your Majesty, Baron George is right. We've tested it several times in the Balkan Hills, and the results have been good. Fellini smiled broadly. Very good. After so many years and so much money, you have finally succeeded, Isaac said with a smile. First, send the best carriage to the Chancellor and see if he still questions my decision. It has been sent, Your Majesty. The Chancellor is very pleased and wants us to start production as soon as possible to promote the prosperity of the transportation industry, Fellini said. Isaac nodded slightly and turned to George. The war in Anatolia needs you. I will give you a month. Can you form a fighting force? Absolutely, Your Majesty, George nodded repeatedly. In fact, when we designed the new war chariot, we considered the ability to transport across the sea. We adopted a detachable structure learned from the Ottomans, dividing a chariot into different parts that can be transported by ship and assembled on land for rapid combat. George pointed to a large pile of parts in the workshop. Look, rubber wheels, spring plates, ropes, hardwood boards, fireproofing, small organ cannons, matchlock gun supports, George said, his eyes dimming. Back then, my uncle, even with the most ordinary hussar chariots, could give the German heavy knights a hard time. If we had these chariots, we might even be able to. All right, let's not talk about this. Isaac quickly stopped him. You see, according to the Council of La Spezia, the Hessians were considered heretics in the Eastern Roman Empire. George and Mansueti had long since converted to Orthodoxy, but still felt sympathy for the Hessians. You don't need to go deep into the plateau for now. Just stay in the Western Hills and acclimatize for a while, Isaac instructed. The Ottomans' main agricultural areas are in the low-lying river valleys. The terrain here is relatively flat, so you can fully cooperate with the army and make your mark. The battlefield is also the best testing ground. If there are any shortcomings or weaknesses in these new chariots, summarize them immediately without hesitation. Isaac looked at Fellini. You need to increase production as soon as possible and promote the new carriages throughout the empire. I will have the royal family purchase these carriages first to promote them to you. My army lacks mobility, so in the future, we will not only order the new war chariots, but also a batch of ordinary carriages fitted with rubber tires. Fellini thought for a moment and opened his mouth. Don't worry about the rubber, I will make the arrangements. Isaac interrupted him. Fellini had nothing to say and nodded emphatically. Your Majesty, let's name our new war chariot, George suggested impatiently. You are the discoverer of rubber, the promoter, and the creator of rubber tires, and you deserve this honor? Isaac thought for a moment, walked to the wooden table, and stroked the solid rubber wheels on the table. Since it is for war, let's call it the St. George's chariot. St. George, the patron saint of warriors and soldiers, is suitable here. Alright, the warriors of the Ryrie Legion are also in the fleet, and there are many parts in the Cairo's radiance's hold. I will go and prepare for battle. George bowed. On September 30th, 1471, the Leorian Legion of the Eastern Roman Empire arrived at the mouth of the Mendels River by ship, set up a simple assembly workshop on the spot, and began to assemble the latest St. George chariot. Chapter 306 Persian Gulf Conspiracy. The autumn sun cast its rays upon the earth, scattering shimmering waves. A lone ship drifted on the vast ocean, its sails billowing as it sailed northwest. To the north, the yellowish-brown continent came into view, its low hills rising and falling like a sleeping behemoth crouching on the shore. Judging from the sails alone, this ship belonged to the Sultanate of Malindi, one of the most famous trading cities on the East African coast, deeply involved in commerce in the northwestern Indian Ocean, rivaling trading cities like Mombasa and Mogadishu. In recent years, the city-state of Mombasa had completely disappeared, while Malindi had grown increasingly wealthy. Their fleet appeared more and more frequently in the Indian Ocean, transporting frankincense and myrrh from the Arabian Peninsula and pepper and star anise from the Indian subcontinent back to East Africa, before turning south. However, the ship before them was clearly not an Arabian galleon. It possessed distinct European characteristics, was aesthetically pleasing and powerful, embodying the essence of shipbuilding throughout the Christian world. In terms of weaponry, it far surpassed Arabian galleons, far exceeding the capabilities of the Arabs. On the ship's hull, a line of vibrant traditional Latin characters was engraved with the ship's name, hinting at its origin, Flower of the Sea. The Flower of the Sea was a medium-sized caravel, with a high hull, relatively high speed, and considerable firepower, equipped with the latest broadside cannons. In detail, this ship differed slightly from ordinary caravels. Some structures were specifically designed for long-distance ocean voyages, and the even higher hull was clearly a countermeasure against Arab boarding tactics. Furthermore, this sailing ship possessed a strong personal style, clearly designed and built bespoke for a client, incorporating many of the client's opinions during the design process. In the captain's cabin, a young man, pipe in hand, wrote in his logbook, occasionally taking out a nautical chart and compass to check his direction. His name was Alfonso de Albuquerque. 6 years prior, he had been adopted as the godson of the Eastern Roman Emperor Isaac II and Empress Leonor, transforming from an illegitimate descendant into a prominent figure throughout the Mediterranean world. Albuquerque was an illegitimate descendant of the Avinua family of the Kingdom of Portugal, sharing close blood ties with the Empress. With Empress Leonor's support, he quickly integrated into the royal family and secured a position in the Eastern Roman government as a staff member of the Office of Indian Affairs. The Office of Indian Affairs was a department established by the Eastern Roman Emperor specifically for East India trade, reporting directly to the emperor and not responsible to any other government agency. Its current head was the Governor-General of India, the Count of Mombasa, a senator of the second class, Esteban da Gama, who was also the Commander-in-Chief of the East India Fleet. Upon arriving in the Eastern Roman Empire, Albuquerque was immediately captivated by the vibrant maritime atmosphere of Carthage and Constantinople. In his view, Lisbon had long lacked such an atmosphere since Prince Henry the Navigator's death, falling far behind the Eastern Empire. To journey to distant lands, explore the unknown, amass wealth, and spread the gospel of Jesus Christ, these were symbols of exhilaration, prosperity, and progress in Albuquerque's mind. During his time studying and serving in the Eastern Roman Empire, Albuquerque gradually became acquainted with other members of the royal family and developed some personal relationships with them. Albuquerque's favorite was Tsarevich Justinian. In his eyes, the prince was magnanimous, free-spirited, and confident, repaying loyalty with tangible benefits. He was willing to share the hardships of the lowest soldiers and sailors, drink with the most lowly slave owners and tribal chiefs, show kindness to believers of Jesus Christ, and inflict the cruelest punishments on Jesus Christ's enemies. He was ruthless in pursuing his interests, much like the emperor himself, the epitome of an ideal Christian monarch. He also respected his second son, Alexius, who followed the code of chivalry, but only to a certain extent. He did not believe that love and benevolence could easily sway infidels, and that firearms and swords were necessary. Albuquerque had long desired to participate in maritime exploration since adulthood, a desire greatly appreciated by the emperor, who personally funded the purchase of a state-of-the-art caravel for him, naming it the Flower of the Seas. Upon arriving in the Indian Ocean, Albuquerque, serving as imperial commissioner, traveled back and forth between several viceroyalties of the Eastern Roman Empire. On one hand, he worked as an official in the Indian Affairs Office, overseeing local affairs. On the other hand, he surveyed nautical charts and conceived plans. A few months earlier, Albuquerque had returned from Mombasa, a port in the East African Viceroyalty, to Sofala, a port in the Mozambican Viceroyalty, to assist the local Eastern Roman officials in collecting gold tribute from the city-state of Sofala. During this time, He also received a secret letter from the imperial central government. Upon receiving the letter, Albuquerque immediately took action, returning to Malindi, donning the flag of the Malindi city-state, and obtaining their trade documents and registration certificates. In the turbulent captain's cabin, Albuquerque continued writing in his logbook. Over the years, he had long since adapted to life at sea, having weathered even the raging waves near New Thrace. The current gentle breezes and rough seas were nothing to him. Albuquerque looked out the window. The desolate land was clearly visible, and the scattered villages and dilapidated fishing boats on the shore held no interest for him. Lowering his head, Albuquerque looked at his log. October 10th, the Ocean Flower successfully passed through the Strait of Hormuz and entered the narrow bay of the northwestern Indian Ocean, the Persian Gulf. The Persian Gulf coast is extremely barren, devoid of any greenery. Whether it's the Arabian Peninsula in the southwest or the Persian mainland in the northeast, everything is a gloomy yellow, making one feel extremely oppressed. I really don't understand how these infidels survive. Compared to here, I prefer the vibrant India. Currently, the Eastern Empire hasn't occupied any ports on the Indian Peninsula, only securing a forward base on Ceylon in the southeast. Most of the island's tribes kneel before the double-headed eagle flag, providing supplies for our sailors and ships. The natives of Ceylon are far too backward. The civilization of the Indians, glory seems to have never shown here. They mostly use stone tools. Iron tools are extremely rare. And those they do use are mostly Indian products. Ceylon itself doesn't have much gold or silver, but His Majesty said that the island can grow valuable tea. His Majesty even sent people to the eastern archipelago to buy tea seeds. I don't know if it will be successful. I haven't tried, so I'm not sure. Currently, His Excellency Esteban, the Governor-General of India, is on Ceylon, both civilizing the island's natives and accumulating strength, preparing to launch an attack on several ports in southern India, California, Goa, Kochi. He doesn't seem keen to tell me. I suspect he himself might not be entirely sure. He's just waiting for any openings in these ports. Albuquerque pursed his lips and continued reading. The Eastern Empire has three main strongholds in the Indian Ocean: Ceylon, governed by the Viceroy of India; Esteban, Mombasa, governed by the Viceroy of East Africa, Paul Dag Ama; and Sofala, governed by the Viceroy of Mozambique, Bartolomeu Diaz. All three command a certain number of ships and soldiers and have the power to conscript auxiliary troops. The East African and Mozambican viceroyalties share similar missions, one to the south, one to the north, flanking the Sultanate of Kilwa in the middle. This sultanate is in decline, plagued by years of internal strife. The two viceroys are also accumulating strength, ready to intervene at any time, supporting puppet regimes and gathering more resources, gold and ivory. Of the three governors, Count Esteban is the most powerful, but he is old and conservative, increasingly indecisive on Indian affairs. It's unbelievable that he would propose dividing Indian Ocean trade with the Saracens. The Saracens' navy is extremely backward, basically lacking cannons and very small. 100 ships might not be able to sink a single caravan. Our strength is overwhelming. In my view, the Indian Ocean is a gift from God to Christians. The Saracens have occupied it for too long. We must completely drive them out and monopolize Indian Ocean trade. Albuquerque's lips curled slightly at this point. Before I arrive, His Majesty had subtly hinted that he couldn't possibly entrust such a crucial position as Governor-General of India to a particular family. If Count Esteban were to pass away, none of his sons would be eligible to continue in the position. Of course, His Majesty treats meritorious officials well. Mombasa remains the hereditary domain of the Vasco da Gama family. His Majesty said he greatly admired my courage and wisdom and encouraged me to achieve great things. Albuquerque's eyes sparkled with excitement as he began to daydream. The log ended there. He thought for a moment, then picked up his pen to continue writing. If one day the Emperor truly grants me the position of Governor-General of India, I will use absolute force to subdue the enemy, let the eagle flag fly, let the sea burn, and make the Indians and Saracens kneel and beg for mercy under our cannons. In my plan, all we need is a trade route completely under our control, not a large amount of land and people. A port on the Indian mainland is enough. In addition, I will also head east, trying to take over the Malacca Sultanate over 10 years, and bring the vital Strait of Malacca under my control as well. Albuquerque raised his head with some pride. Some Malindi merchants have told me about the Sultanate of Malacca. This country was very wealthy decades ago, but it has declined in recent years. With far fewer merchant ships coming and going, According to the Malindi merchants, this isn't due to any problems on their part, but mainly external factors. In the Far East, the powerful Ming Empire has voluntarily abandoned the ocean, completely relinquishing the former Old Port Pacification Commission and the Strait of Malacca, and has even issued a strict maritime ban, prohibiting merchant ships from going to sea. Albuquerque shook his head with a slight chuckle. These natives say that just a few decades ago, the Ming Empire sent a eunuch leading an incredibly large fleet on several voyages, spreading its fame far and wide, leaving a deep impression on them. In just 2 generations, they have completely abandoned their traditions, letting their past efforts go to waste, which is truly lamentable. After the Ming Empire banned the sea, the Sultanate of Malacca's commercial revenue declined significantly, and it was no longer under the protection of the Ming Empire. This is our opportunity, Albuquerque considered for a moment. Once this mission is over, I'll personally go to Malacca to get a feel for the local situation and, incidentally, help the emperor continue to gather artisans, scholars, and books. I don't particularly like Muslim things, but since His Majesty wants them, then they're certainly not wrong. Knock knock knock, come in, Albuquerque called out loudly. The first mate of the Ocean Flower approached and gave Albuquerque a simple salute. Lord Alfonso, we have arrived at the designated location, and their ship is waiting. Albuquerque nodded, tidied his attire, and, dressed in formal robes, walked towards the deck. This was in the northeastern part of the Persian Gulf, on a desolate coastline, where a small boat was slowly approaching. As the boat drew closer, a warrior wearing a white turban leaned out and shouted loudly to the Ocean Flower in rough Greek, "Where do you come from?" "Ancient Constantinople," the first mate replied. "Have your captain come with me, and you can bring a few guards," the other ship said. "My lord, shall we go?" the first mate asked Albuquerque in a low voice. "Of course I'll go. Go and gather a few sailors, and make sure they're fully armed." Albuquerque smiled slightly. Ocean Flower lowered its small boat and followed alongside, rowing towards the shore. There was a camp on the shore, distinctly nomadic in style, with the banners of the Aries dynasty fluttering above. This was the Fars governorate of the Aries dynasty. Not long ago, Albuquerque had sent a short message to the governor of Fars through a Malindi merchant, inviting him to meet here. There was a prominent fjord nearby, but the surrounding land was barren, steep, and sparsely populated. Albuquerque, with a few sailors, stepped onto Persian soil, and under the watchful eyes of the Aries guards, headed towards the central tent. Along the way, the nomadic soldiers glared at the sailors, their hostility undisguised. The sailors, in turn, held their muskets tightly. Albuquerque observed their numbers and the insignia on their armor, making a judgment. 2 guards drew back the tent flap, stopping the sailors who followed. Albuquerque gestured for them to be patient and entered the tent alone, where a middle-aged man in military attire sat. "Greetings, Your Highness," said Muhammad, descendant of Bey Anjur Khan, son of Uzun Hassan, rightful heir of the White Sheep Alliance, governor of Fars province in Shiraz city. Albuquerque bowed slightly and greeted Aru Muhammad in Arabic. Aru Muhammad nodded, scrutinizing Albuquerque. "Envoy, I do not know who you are," Aru Muhammad replied slowly in Arabic. "My name is Alfonso de Albuquerque, descendant of the King of João of Portugal, godson of Emperor Isaac of the Eastern Roman Empire, captain of the Ocean Flower, and envoy to the Office of Indian Affairs." Albuquerque raised his head. "I have come here on the Emperor's orders, specifically to see you." "Why have you come to see me?" Ugaru pointed to a seat, which Albuquerque sat down. "I remember, our 2 countries are still at war, aren't we?" "You're right, but I don't think that has much to do with what we're about to discuss," Albuquerque said neither humbly nor arrogantly. Ugaru was silent for a moment, then smiled sarcastically. "You wouldn't be here to persuade me to betray my father, would you? If you harbor such delusions, please leave." Ugaru picked up a cup of mare's milk from the table and drank it. "I'm in a good mood today and don't intend to kill you. If you anger me, your lives will be in danger." Albuquerque chuckled and shook his head. "Your Highness, if you truly wish for my early return, why grant my request to meet with me? If you're truly in a good mood, you wouldn't be so cautious, even bringing only carefully selected soldiers from your own ranks. You need to be so cautious even in your own territory. You must be having a difficult time." Upon hearing this, Ugaru's expression changed drastically. He drew his scimitar and glared fiercely at Albuquerque. "Your Highness, I came here not to persuade you to betray your father, but specifically to analyze the current situation for you," Albuquerque said loudly, showing no fear. "After I finish speaking, if you still think I'm talking nonsense, Then execute me. Ugaru glared for a moment, then lowered his scimitar and sat back down. I've had enough of you Greeks beating around the bush. Just say what you mean. Albuquerque was unconcerned by Ugaru's offense. After all, he had absolutely no connection with the Greeks in any way. Your Highness, as far as I know, before the Ares alliance marched into Anatolia, you requested to accompany your father, but you were unable to do so due to the combined dissuasion of the two Hattons, Albuquerque said. Your father placed you in charge of Fars, ostensibly to show you respect, but in reality to keep you away from the battlefield and prevent you from gaining further merit. You also know that this was not your father's original intention, but rather the suggestion of the two Hattons. They were afraid that your prestige would become too high, thus affecting their son's future. Albuquerque chuckled lightly, noticing Ugaru's somewhat unpleasant expression. You know these two powerful noblewomen, one is Seljuk Shah Khatun, and the other is Theodora Khatun. The former Khatun is the mother of Khalil and Jacob, and her eldest son Khalil is your biggest rival. The latter Khatun is the mother of Maqsud. Although this prince is unlikely to inherit the throne, his mother is actively scheming, getting close to Trabisan on one hand and the Safavid cult on the other, paving the way for her son with blood ties and marriage, and securing more territory for him. Seljuk Khatun relies on her noble status, while Theodora Khatun relies on her unparalleled beauty. The two women are rivals, but when it comes to targeting you, they will still unite. Albuquerque shook his head regretfully. And you, as far as I know, your mother was not outstanding, and she is long gone, unable to offer you any help. Your two stepmothers each wield considerable power, representing vast interest groups. While your father is away on campaign, they can use their authority to suppress you, slander you, cripple your supporters, and eliminate your forces. They can constantly speak ill of you to use in Hassan, ultimately causing you to lose your right to the throne and forcing you into complete rebellion. Your succession struggle is far more brutal than ours. Even if you don't rebel, Khalil will kill you once he ascends the throne. Therefore, Your Highness, you are at a critical juncture of life and death. If you do not take any action, death awaits you. Shut up. Ugaru slammed his fist on the table, roaring, Your Highness, you are angry because what I said is true, and you know it all. Albuquerque also stood up, calmly looking at Ugaru. My Majesty greatly respects your father and doesn't believe he would listen to a woman's slander. But in reality, those opposing you are not just the two Hattons, but two interest groups. His Majesty once said that your father expanded his territory in just 4 years by more than he had in nearly 30 years. This, of course, comes at a price. Too many forces, too many and too diverse, cannot be integrated or united in a short time. Conflict and infighting are inevitable. Your father doesn't need to care about the opinions of the two Hattons, but he cannot ignore the interest groups they represent. Think carefully. With your father's wisdom, would he favor your fate or the stability of the country? In the end, you are just a pawn to be sacrificed. You, shut up, Ugaru said, his expression shifting from anger to desolation, to sorrow, and finally to a ferocious grimace. Khalil is a useless piece of trash. He lost a battle at the front, and instead of punishing him, father appointed him as the governor of Konya. He deserves to die. Khalil's life or death is meaningless. The forces behind him will push his brother Jacob up to continue acting as their spokespeople. Albuquerque shrugged. That's why I say your future is bleak. Without external intervention, there is basically no hope, so you've come to intervene. Is that it? Ugaru sighed deeply, slumping weakly in his seat. Actually, you've already made your choice, haven't you? Otherwise, why would you come to see me? Albuquerque, seeing that the reasoning was clear, took out a letter and handed it to Ugaru. His Majesty hopes you can see the situation clearly and consider your future and your life. Ugaru glanced at Albuquerque, took the letter, and unsealed it. I believe you can see that His Majesty has never considered conquering Diyarbakir, Tabriz, or even Shiraz. It's simply unrealistic. There is no conflict of interest between us, Albuquerque continued. His Majesty wishes to sign a secret treaty with you. He will do his utmost to support you as the Padishah of the Ares dynasty. If successful, our two nations will never again be at war, and we will live in peace. Only verbal support. Ugaru put down the letter. Of course not. We can provide you with financial assistance, iron swords and armor, food and military supplies, and even firearms and cannons. These supplies will all be provided by the East India Company, but rest assured, we will disguise ourselves as the Malindi city-state or an Indian princely state. Albuquerque paused. Of course, if you have any other needs, We can also send military instructors. That won't be necessary. I have fought for many years and am quite confident in my abilities. Yuguru refused directly. I can sign a secret treaty with you, but let me make it clear beforehand that I need time to expand my own power. Of course, Albuquerque nodded. He knew that this Saracen was actually somewhat indecisive and dared not defy his father unless he was cornered. But in my opinion, if your father is delayed in returning, or if he suffers a defeat on the battlefield and his prestige is greatly diminished, this is the best opportunity, and you must seize it. Do you have that confidence? You know, even Jahanshah of the Koyanru family and Busain of the Timurid family were killed and their kingdoms destroyed in one battle by my father. Yuguru curled his lip. Hell, just you wait and see, Albuquerque snorted. His Majesty Isaac is neither Jahanshah nor Busain. Your era has passed, our glory has just begun. Yuguru was stunned, about to question, but couldn't find the words. They had already brought their ships to his doorstep. How could he dare to speak? Then so be it, Your Excellency Alfonso. Yuguru waved his hand wearily. I hope your aid can arrive as soon as possible. Tabriz hasn't even provided me with all the necessary military supplies and weapons, and the local production capacity is far too limited. I've already accumulated a huge debt. I suggest you continue to owe money, preferably borrowing from local powerful families. The more you owe, the more they will support you. Albuquerque smiled. But don't worry, the first batch of aid will arrive immediately. I will return to Malindi quickly to oversee the fleet's affairs. Thank you very much. I will send someone to escort you to the ship. Yuguru's expression brightened, and he forced a smile. Albuquerque walked to the tent flap, then suddenly turned to look at Yuguru. By the way, Your Highness, there's something else I haven't had time to tell you. Albuquerque smiled broadly. To assist the Great Turkish War, the East India Company plans to gather the ships of its affiliated forces under the jurisdiction of the three viceroyalties for a sweep of the Persian coast. To avoid suspicion, your Fars coast will also be attacked. I suggest you prepare in advance. Yuguru was about to explode in anger, but ultimately swallowed his curses, sighed, and looked deeply at Albuquerque. My father and his officials have discussed the revival of the Eastern Empire several times. In their view, you are relying on nothing but luck, intrigue, and trickery. Only today do I understand that what you are relying on is not luck or trickery, but a wise emperor and outstanding talents, expanding the war in Anatolia and the Mediterranean to Persia and the Indian Ocean. This kind of thinking and foresight is not something ordinary people possess. Yuguru waved his hands somewhat irritably. I truly envy your emperor, who is not only brilliant and ambitious but has also recruited a large group of talents like you. Albuquerque chuckled and shook his head. I trained at the Royal Knights Academy for several months, and His Majesty gave a speech there. One sentence from that speech has stayed with me ever since. This nation has the ambition of a lion, and I am fortunate enough to roar for it. Chapter 307 The Mausoleum of Halicarnassus. Time ticked by, and the Mediterranean coast entered a warm and humid late autumn. The rainy season brought life to half of Anatolia, with plants growing and animals singing. Winter had not yet arrived, and the coldest month of January was still far away. With the arrival of the Sporine minimum, snow often fell on the northern Mediterranean coast, but compared to the north and mountains, the coastal areas were relatively warm, and the people's lives were fairly good. However, the impact of natural disasters could hardly compare to man-made calamities. For the farmers and herders of the Anatolian Peninsula, they had already endured the most difficult 2 years under the exploitation of the government and the repeated attacks of the two great powers. If nothing unexpected happened, these difficult days would continue. A little over a month ago, in an attempt to break the strategic stalemate, the Eastern Roman Empire opened a second front in southwestern Ottoman territory by launching a surprise attack on Manders. The Northern Army once again threatened Bursa, leaving the remaining Ottoman forces in a dilemma and in a very embarrassing situation. Because the Ottoman Empire's northern wars had consumed too much manpower and resources, the entire southwest region was extremely vulnerable. The already limited mobile forces were constantly being redeployed by rebellions and bandits, and the garrisons of various cities were terrified and dared not venture beyond their walls. The Eastern Roman Empire, after more than 2 years and a tremendous investment of wealth and energy, launched a comprehensive attack on the Ottoman Empire's society, economy, and politics, and finally achieved results. Within a little over a month, the Eastern Roman Empire's southwestern army of over 20,000 men had all landed and, with the support of their riverine navy, advanced eastward along the Dyanders River, cutting the Ottoman Empire's southwestern provinces in half along the river, and gradually recovering large swathes of territory south of the Dynders and west of the Taurus Mountains. The situation on the north bank of the Dynders River was equally favorable. The city of Circe, closest to the sea, had already fallen to the Eastern Roman Empire, and the city of Aden, east of Circe, was besieged. The Ottoman defenders, lacking food and clothing, were demoralized and poorly armed. The fall of the city seemed imminent. Bursa, the Ottoman capital, was in an uproar. Many high-ranking officials, nobles, and soldiers from the southwestern provinces demanded to march south to fight the enemy, but the Grand Vizier sternly refused, ordering them to remain in Bursa to defend the capital and His Majesty the Sultan. He knew that with the loss of Nicomedia, the idea of keeping the enemy at bay had officially failed. The Ottomans were now impoverished and exhausted, no longer a match for the Eastern Roman Empire. Facing criticism in court, the Grand Vizier argued that his Aegean wall plan had achieved its intended effect, consuming immeasurable manpower and resources of the Eastern Roman Empire and greatly slowing down their military operations. To be honest, the Grand Vizier had not anticipated the current situation. The Aegean wall was a plan from many years ago, and at that time, they certainly could not have foreseen the arrival of the Sporine minimum, nor did they expect the Akhoi dynasty to be able to kill Jahanshah, the Black Khoi king, and Timurid Sultan Absine in just 2 years, rapidly growing into the hegemon of Inner Asia. Grand Vizier always remembered the Venetian engineer's proud words when the first phase of the Aegean wall was completed: perhaps someone could uproot the fortress, but absolutely no one could withstand such high costs and losses, not even France, the leading power in Europe. As for natural disasters, they were too common. Generally, in the event of a major disaster, both sides would cease hostilities to avoid wasting national resources. However, their enemy was the world's first colonial empire spanning 5 continents. Cruel exploitation and oppression brought the Eastern Roman Empire enormous wealth, and its vast territory allowed it to requisition food from various regions to fill its domestic deficits. According to Bursa officials, the Eastern Roman Empire spent dozens of times more on war than the Ottoman Empire in the past 2 years. This figure did not bring them relief. On the contrary, it filled them with deep fear. Most of the Ottoman Sultanate's army was unfunded, and most of its supplies were forcibly requisitioned from the populace. The Sultan relentlessly exploited the potential of the entire Western Anatolia, leading millions of people to their doom. The regular army of the Eastern Roman Empire was paid, and all supplies were purchased. The emperor plundered half the world, transporting the blood and sweat of the natives to Europe to fight on the battlefield. These supplies then flowed into the civilian population through supply chains and markets, ironically promoting capitalist prosperity. Meanwhile, the most fertile Western Anatolia declined day by day. Commerce stagnated, the population plummeted, and handicrafts, like rootless duckweed, were being dragged to their deaths by the high-ranking officials and nobles of the Ottoman Sultanate. However, the officials of Bursa still held a glimmer of hope. In their view, everything would be alright once Yusuf Hassan launched an attack. In their hearts, the powerful regime coming from the east was unstoppable. The newly formed Aries alliance would surely recreate the miracles of the Mongol Empire and the Timurid dynasty, crushing the Eastern Roman army. Isaac, at this time, had no time to pay attention to the Ottomans' fantasies. As they calculated, Isaac had already spent an immeasurable amount of money in the war. Every inch of land conquered by the Eastern Roman army in Anatolia was paved with gold. Years later, Isaac once again felt the sting of financial hardship, and his letters to Cuba and New Thrace grew increasingly urgent. Recently, gold tribute from the city-state of Sofala in the Viceroyalty of Mozambique arrived at the fortress, alleviating his immediate financial crisis. The expeditionary force in the New World had also achieved some success, bringing in a substantial sum of funds. Christopher Columbus and George S. Salimbria's Aztec expeditionary force had landed at the mouth of the Grijalva River on the Yucatan Peninsula, and through war and missionary work, had subdued the local Tabasco people, extracting gold from them through deceptive trade involving coercion and enticement, and gaining some allied troops. Isaac's conquest plan for Mexico was largely modeled after the Spanish conquistador Cortés, with Tabasco being his first stop on the American continent. Tabasco was merely the tip of the iceberg of Mesoamerican civilization, yet even so, their wealth astonished many, let alone the even wealthier Aztecs. With a financial backing from afar, Isaac could proceed smoothly with his expansion plans without hindering the city's development and population explosion. In southwestern Anatolia, on a dirt road south of the Mendes River, a cavalry unit slowly advanced southward. Their destination was in sight. The cavalrymen donned full armor, mounted equally armored war horses, and their banners, bearing the four-bezel cross of the Palaiologos family, fluttered in the wind. Behind them followed a group of riders, their equipment considerably inferior. Besides their own horses, they tended several pack horses laden with the riders' heavy lances and other supplies. This was the only heavily armored cavalry regiment of the Eastern Roman Empire, the ironclad paladins, comprising the Belisarius and Narcissus regiments, each with 300 heavily armored cavalrymen. In addition to combat personnel, such a force would not be without logistical support. Each ironclad paladin had a bodyguard and 2 attendants. In peacetime, guards were responsible for the care of war horses, weapons, and armor, while attendants were responsible for feeding pack horses and mules, as well as washing clothes, cooking, and setting up tents. Guards had their own horses and weapons and could fight alongside their knights in times of war. They were subordinates of the heavy cavalry and also the reserve force of the paladin, and could be promoted to full-fledged officers after meritorious service. Attendants could also fight, but their combat effectiveness and fighting spirit were much lower, and they rarely had the opportunity to go to the battlefield. The paladin of the Eastern Roman Empire was now very different from that of the Macedonian dynasty, mainly using lance charges, at most with some ranged firepower from revolver pistols. The original paladins did not use lance charges and were also skilled in mounted archery, making them all-around heavy cavalry. During the reign of Manuel I of the Comnenus dynasty, the paladins adopted Western European tactics, and the previous training system had long been lost. Over 20 years ago, Isaac gradually gathered some surviving paladin officers and rebuilt this armored paladin cavalry. After several reorganizations, drawing inspiration from the organizational structure of the French Order of the Knights, it gradually took its current form. In previous raids and sieges, the armored paladins hadn't played a significant role, and Isaac hadn't deployed them to the battlefield. Now, with a major battle imminent, Isaac led them onto the Anatolian soil to make thorough preparations for the possible decisive battle. Banners fluttered like a forest, spears gleamed like torches, armor clashed, and horses neighed softly. In the midst of the army, Isaac, clad in full armor, sat astride his horse, wearing a white purple robe and cloak over which lay silver armor. "Your Majesty, we're almost there," a middle-aged knight approached Isaac and whispered. "Yes, I understand," Isaac nodded. The middle-aged knight was named Galvin. His father was one of the paladin instructors Isaac had found over 20 years ago, who later rebuilt the armored paladins and participated in the establishment of the Royal Knights Academy, holding immense prestige. After his father's death, Galvin was transferred by Isaac to the paladin cavalry, where he distinguished himself in several battles and was appointed the new commander-in-chief. "Tell them to speed up. Get them moving," the paladin cavalry trotted, their speed increasing rapidly, like a torrent of steel crashing southward, kicking up clouds of dust. After crossing a gentle hillside, a wasteland came into view, filled with the ruins of ancient buildings, bearing the marks of excavation and transportation. Behind the ruins, on the coast, stood a small town and a watchtower, a bright crusader banner flying above. This was Halicarnassus in southwestern Anatolia, close to the mouth of the Dresden River. Here once stood an unparalleled ancient structure, a marvel of human civilization, the Mausoleum of Halicarnassus. In Halicarnassus stands a colossal tomb, its size and magnificence unmatched in the world, Isaac murmured, gazing at the ruins, quoting the ancient philosopher Lucian. The Mausoleum of Mausoleum was the tomb of Mausoleum of Halicarnassus, the ruler of Caria, a benevolent monarch who loved Greek culture and championed civilization. After his death, his wife and sister, Artemis, was heartbroken and commissioned the finest architects to build it, a project that took years to complete. It was even larger than the later statue of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints and a treasure of human civilization. After its completion, the mausoleum suffered several natural disasters, including earthquakes. It collapsed in the early 15th century due to an earthquake, but the main components remained intact, suggesting the possibility of reconstruction. However, it was the Western Europeans who truly destroyed the Mausoleum of Mausoleum, the Knights Hospitaller. These religious fanatics disregarded ancient pagan culture and, to prevent Ottoman invasion, turned the collapsed Mausoleum of Mausoleum into a quarry in the late 15th century, building the fortress of St. Peter on the nearby coast. Later, the Ottomans still invaded, capturing not only the castles and fortresses built by the Hospitallers on the Anatolian coast, but also Rhodes, driving them out of the eastern Mediterranean. By the 21st century of the original timeline, Only a few ruins remained of the once magnificent mausoleum of Halicarnassus, with many valuable artifacts displayed in the British Museum. At this time, the mausoleum of Halicarnassus had not yet fallen to the Hospitallers, and Isaac could vaguely glimpse its former grandeur through the collapsed fragments. Of course, Isaac came here not to reminisce about the love story and cultural atmosphere behind the mausoleum of Halicarnassus. As a Christian monarch, he could not possibly spend a fortune to rebuild the mausoleum. At most, he would protect the remaining ruins. Isaac waved his hand, and the heavy cavalry bypassed the seaside town, charging straight towards the watchtower on the coast, slowing down and coming to a stop beside it. This was the watchtower the Hospitallers had built on the Anatolian coast. Had it not been for their interference, it would later have been transformed into the fortress of St. Peter. The Hospitallers had been entrenched on Rhodes for many years, constructing numerous defensive fortifications on nearby islands and the coast, and protecting several coastal towns. Not long ago, an Eastern Roman army arrived, but thanks to Isaac's restraint, no conflict erupted between them and the Hospitallers. Upon receiving this news, Isaac sent a letter to the Grand Master of the Hospitallers, inviting him to a meeting at the mausoleum at Halicarnassus. The location was close to both the mouth of the Dresden River and Rhodes, and both sides quickly arrived. At the foot of the watchtower, an army and Isaac's heavy cavalry faced each other. They were few in number, only 100, but equally well equipped. They wore black monk's robes, their vestments embroidered with the octagonal cross, and carried the standard Hospitaller banner, a red background with a white cross. Isaac, seeing their attire and banner, nodded slightly. The Knights Hospitaller have strict dress codes. A black cloak is a symbol of peacetime, while the standard red banner with a white cross is primarily used in diplomatic settings rather than on the battlefield. Wearing a red cloak with a white cross is a clear indication of hostility. The red banner with a white cross is the standard Latin cross, designated as the Hospitallers' emblem by Pope Alexander IV. The octagonal cross symbolizes the 8 virtues, originally derived from the emblem of the Republic of Amalfi, later adopted by the Knights and approved by Pope Innocent IV. It is not the Maltese cross as rumored, adopted only after the Knights retreated to Malta. On the shore near the mausoleum of Halicarnassus, 2 heavy cavalry units stood in formation. The Hospitallers looked at the better equipped and more numerous elite heavy cavalry with complex expressions. The armored paladins, however, wore visors, making their emotions unreadable. Isaac gave a signal, and Garwin immediately spurred his horse forward. Standing before you is, by the grace of God, Emperor of Rome and the Romans, King of the Kingdom of Brazil, Master of Constantinople and Carthage, Sovereign of the Maghreb, Africa, Egypt, the Levant, the Balkans and Anatolia, Sovereign of Guinea, New Thrace, St. Constantine, Mozambique and Ceylon, Sovereign of Indian Ocean Trade, Protector of the most esteemed Knights of St. Simon, Patron of the most esteemed Knights of St. Andrew and St. George, Emperor of Conquest and Navigation, Isaac Lucio Valilo, Garwin roared in Latin. The Hospitallers looked puzzled. After a long pause, a middle-aged knight stepped forward. I am Giovanni Battista Orsini, the middle-aged man said slowly. Grand Master of the Knights Hospitaller of St. John, Sovereign of Jerusalem and Rhodes, greetings, Your Majesty, Great Holy Warrior, Emperor of the Eastern Empire. Orsini looked at Isaac in the ranks. Isaac gently spurred his horse forward, standing opposite Orsini. I haven't seen you before, but I've heard of your esteemed reputation, Lord Orsini, Isaac said, scrutinizing the Italian knight. Your surname is Orsini. Are you from the Orsini family of Rome? The Orsini family was a prominent Roman family, distinguished from the Middle Ages to the Renaissance. Their ancestors included 3 popes and over 30 cardinals, claiming descent from the Julius Claudius dynasty of the ancient Roman Empire, with Octavian blood flowing through their veins. Compared to arrogant upstarts like the Borgia and Rovere families, the Orsini family was a truly ancient noble family. Since I'm dedicating the rest of my life to serving God, family is meaningless, Orsini said calmly. You've brought quite a few men, Isaac said, looking past Orsini at the cavalry formation behind him. 100 men. I remember there are only a little over 300 knights in the entire island of Rhodes. You're right, there are indeed only a little over 300 knights permanently stationed on Rhodes, Orsini nodded generously. But you seem to have brought more, on my own soil. This is my freedom, Isaac stared at him. I'm glad you're here for the talks, and I'm glad you haven't put on such a tense standoff. Please speak your mind, Orsini said calmly. Isaac smiled. For the past 20 years or so, our two forces have cooperated well. You gained the Carpathus Islands in the Venetian War, and you also have a branch and many castles in the western frontier. I didn't interfere, and we maintained respect and friendship. However, as far as I know, in recent years you have repeatedly challenged the authority of the Holy See, disregarding the treaty he signed with me. Not only have you disguised yourselves as Saracen ships to attack my merchant ships, but you have also secretly smuggled goods to the Ottomans in exchange for money, Isaac said. I have reason to suspect that some of the knights have abandoned their original creed and colluded with the Saracen devils. Lord Orsini, you are the Grand Master. Do you acknowledge these accusations? Subjectively, no, but objectively, they may exist. Orsini paused for a moment. As you know, in the past few decades, in order to better combat the Saracens, we have recruited a group of civilian forces willing to join forces with the knights. These people are often unruly. What you've described were merely unintentional acts by a few scoundrels. They are not formal knights and have nothing to do with the order. These matters are under investigation, and we will certainly inform you if the facts are clarified. Orsini's words were impeccable. Very well, I believe you. Isaac nodded non-committally. How much do you know about our ongoing holy war? The Ottomans have fallen, and you are advancing triumphantly. The recapture of Bursa is only a matter of time, Orsini said. However, a large number of Ares troops are still active on the Anatolian plateau. I don't know if they have amassed, but they are still a threat. Orsini raised his head and looked at Isaac. How do you plan to deal with them? Whether we will actually have to fight a decisive battle with the Ares dynasty, I am not sure yet. Isaac pondered for a moment. I hope to maintain a tacit peace. We can't cross the plateau for the time being, and they can't effectively control the peripheral territories. I've already mobilized the East India Fleet in the Persian Gulf and several Georgian allies to try and persuade Uzun Hasan to return. You really have a long reach. Orsini hadn't thought of this either, raising an eyebrow. If you send Uzun Hasan back to Tabriz, aren't you afraid they'll grow stronger? Hell, I'm really not afraid. Isaac smiled and shook his head. I've seen too many nomadic regimes like this. If they drag it out for a few years, they'll collapse on their own. Let them expand. The larger their territory, the more conflicts they'll have, and the harder they'll fall when they collapse. Isaac's smile faded. However, Uzun Hasan is a very proud man, and I can't figure out what he's thinking, but I'm not afraid. With your strength, you certainly don't need to be afraid. Orsini pondered for a long time, then sighed. You've talked for so long, but you still haven't gotten to the point. You've come all this way to meet us. I'm afraid it's not just to analyze the war situation, is it? Isaac pursed his lips and began to get to the point. Back then, to protect pilgrims heading to the Holy Sepulchre, you leased Rhodes Island from the Eastern Roman Empire for over 160 years. Now, our holy war is nearing its end, and the Ottomans are no longer the great enemy of Jesus Christ. Shouldn't Rhodes Island be returned to its rightful owner? Isaac looked into Orsini's pale blue eyes. In truth, Rhodes Island wasn't leased. The Knights Hospitaller had forcibly seized it through military means, forcing the ailing Eastern Roman Empire to sign a cession treaty. Calling it a lease was merely a way for everyone to save face. We've been here for over 100 years, deeply entrenched. Countless castles and fortresses, and the city itself, were built by us. Orsini's gaze sharpened considerably. For over 100 years, we've inflicted enormous losses on the Saracens here. We don't seek credit or praise, but to expect us to relinquish our headquarters with a single word seems rather unreasonable. Our sovereignty over this island was granted by the Holy See. My claim to this island was bestowed by the people, Isaac retorted. I respect the Holy See and am willing to reconcile with the Western Church, but as you know, my people are very excited lately, demanding that I reclaim all lost territories. If they march and revolt, forcing me to attack Rhodes, I fear I will have difficulty controlling my arrogant and unruly troops. Orsini paused, then curled his lip. The army was built by you, the fleet was constructed by you, and the people were liberated by you. If you can't control your men with that kind of prestige, who would believe it? Actually, we have already had several internal discussions and reached some conclusions, Orsini said. We hope to retain this Catholic territory and are willing to pay you rent for Rhodes. Of course, you can also consider a tribute. I am not satisfied. Isaac shook his head. This was their compromise with the Ottoman Sultan, acceptable on the surface, but Isaac was unwilling to accept it. Then you are going to tear off the mask of civility. Orsini's face darkened. We have been operating on roads for many years. The castle's fortifications are impregnable. If you insist on taking roads by military means, we will retaliate. I admit it, your construction capabilities are commendable, Isaac said frankly. But as far as I know, your food supply is far from self-sufficient, is it? What would you do if I used overwhelming naval superiority to blockade Rhodes Island for a year or even several years? In reality, Isaac had no intention of launching a direct assault on Rhodes Island. As Orsini had said, the Hospitallers' defenses on Rhodes Island were extremely sophisticated, and they even employed the naval chains learned from Constantinople, making it a very tough nut to crack. However, Rhodes Island was never self-sufficient in food and had to rely on external supplies. Isaac was not the Ottoman Sultan of the original timeline, his naval strength far surpassed that of the Catholic world, and he could easily blockade the entire island, forcing them to collapse without a fight. Of course, such a move would be too unseemly. The Council of La Spezia had been painstakingly convened, achieving a nominal unity of the church, and Isaac did not want to easily disrupt it. We have our own branches in many places, they will provide funding, build ships, and break your blockade. Besides us, the Western countries will also launch countermeasures against you, Orsini argued forcefully, but he also knew that such hope was extremely slim. In fact, I will not do that, nor do I want to ruin the friendship we built in the battlefield. Isaac smiled slightly. I know your situation, I know you haven't been doing well lately. The trading center is gradually shifting, the Mamluk trade is declining, and you have nothing left to plunder. Also, the Hussite wars have had a great impact on you, the Eastern European branch is almost non-existent. Furthermore, you can no longer view the current situation with the mindset of hundreds of years ago. The Teutonic Knights were decimated by the Poles, and how many people helped them? How many will become enemies of the Poles? Everyone is busy. I'm afraid even the Vatican won't support you in a protracted war, Isaac analyzed carefully. So what do you intend to do? Orsini frowned. I hope to acquire Rhodes and its Greek inhabitants through peaceful means. You can maintain a branch of the Knights using Western etiquette here, like the castle in the western frontier, Isaac said. Headquarters needs to evacuate Rhodes Island, and most of the castles on the island must be handed over to us. Of course, I won't let you suffer a loss for nothing. You can choose to buy or exchange. Orsini thought for a moment and looked up. What if it's a buyout? How much can you offer? 10,000 Venetian ducats, Isaac said. The cost of just the castle complex alone is more than that. Orsini shook his head. What about an exchange? You can also choose. There are 3 options, Isaac smiled. First, I will give you some islands in the St. Constantine colony, about 10 in total, which will certainly exceed the area of Rhodes Island and the 12 islands. Seeing that Orsini did not speak, Isaac continued. Second, there is a large plain to the south of the Kingdom of Brazil, which we call the Plain of the Rio de la Plata. The natural conditions are very good, and the area is vast, suitable for growing wheat, and plantations can also be established. Now, my flag flies on the plain of the Rio de la Plata. If you wish, you can also fly the flag of the Knights. Orsini gave a wry smile and shook his head. Your Majesty, the purpose of our Knights' Order is to protect the faith and relieve suffering. We are the sword of Jesus Christ, the sharp spear to eradicate the Saracens, and the protectors of Christians. If we move our headquarters to the distant New World, the foundation of our faith will cease to exist. And there's a third point, Isaac prompted. Then please speak, Orsini said patiently. You know, my grandson Carlos is the rightful heir to the Kingdom of Castile and the rightful King of Granada, Isaac said. Thirdly, my grandson Carlos has always admired the Knights' Order and greatly respects you. He has decided that after conquering Granada, he will grant you 1/3 of Granada's land as the Knights' Order's territory. You can spread the gospel of the Lord in the land of the pagans, providing refuge and healing to Christians. This, Orsini's eyes widened, seemingly incredulous. Granada was a truly wonderful place, fertile land, densely populated, with its capital, Granada City, having a population exceeding 100,000. Making it one of the largest cities on the European continent. But, what about the Iberian Knights? Your grandson can't possibly abandon them if he wants to establish himself in Iberia. They will receive 1/6 of Granada and more castles in Castile, Isaac said. Castilla nobles, 1/3, the Holy See and bishops, 1/6, Orsini calculated, and it seemed that in the end, Carlos would only have Granada left. You are truly good to your grandson. Isaac fell silent for a moment, then shook his head. Destabilizing Iberia had always been his national policy, and introducing the papacy's influence was a crucial part of that. If he relied solely on the local nobles, they might, after growing powerful, consider overthrowing the king and taking the path of centralized power. But the papacy was different. Like Carlos, they were outsiders and would stand on his side, opposing the local forces. The papacy was inherently the enemy of centralized monarchs. The Castilian nobility was deeply entrenched and difficult to manipulate, but Granada was a blank slate, perfect for massively introducing papacy influence and settling the Knights Hospitaller. In Catholicism, in the midst of the great division of the world, various nations chose sides. Castile and Aragon both supported Pope Avignon, and there remained some unclear and ambiguous rifts between them and the current Roman Catholic Church. As for Carlos, Isaac had indeed mistreated him. If necessary, he could have been given some shares in several companies, giving him a source of income independent of his territory, so he wouldn't have to suffer too much in silence. On the other hand, while Isaac wouldn't support him, his son and daughter-in-law might be a different story. Isabella had always hoped that her son could inherit the crown of his ancestors and become a great ruler. Well, are you willing? Isaac put his thoughts aside and looked at Orsini. That will have to wait until the day Granada is destroyed, Orsini said, his expression much better, with a hint of anticipation. We also need time to discuss this. That's all right, we have plenty of time. I told you about this plan today so that you would have time to discuss it. Isaac nodded. I will inform the Vatican of this plan, and if they agree, this matter will be more or less settled. All right, I'll go back and convene the assembly right away, Orsini said. Now, the Spanish knights have 2 votes, so this idea is very likely to pass, Orsini smiled. The Knights Hospitaller are divided into several districts according to language. There used to be 7 districts, each with its own votes. When the Grand Master took office, this was changed to 8, and the division of labor for each district was defined. The Provençal district produces the commander-in-chief, the Auvergne district produces the marshal, the French district produces the chief physician, the German district produces the grand administrator, the Spanish district produces the wardrobe officer, the Italian district produces the naval commander. Among them, the French knights occupied 3 language districts, had the most votes, and were the most powerful. Throughout the 14th century, the French knights firmly dominated the order's discourse, and the vast majority of Grand Masters came from France. But in the 15th century, the situation was slightly different. Knights of other languages rose in status, and the former Grand Master, Zaxta is from Spain, while the current Grand Master, Orsini, is from Italy. Of course, aside from the French, Spanish knights are the most powerful, followed by Italians, while German and English knights are currently relatively weak. Zaxta has used a trick, dividing the Spanish-speaking region into Castilian, Portuguese and Aragonese-Navarre-speaking regions, effectively increasing the Spanish knights' votes and enhancing their authority. Even if all 3 French-speaking regions oppose it, the current Grand Master, Orsini, can unite the Italian-speaking region and the 2 Spanish-speaking regions to defeat them. The Grand Master has the greatest say, and besides, they cannot ignore the Holy See's orders. Your Majesty, this watchtower is yours. We will now return by ship. Orsini nodded slightly, preparing to leave. Grand Master Orsini, Isaac called out to him. Orsini turned to look at Isaac. If that day ever comes, I believe my grandson should receive the order's support and rightfully become a Knight of St. John. He will. Orsini nodded, spurred his horse, and rode away. Isaac also spurred his horse back to the ranks. The Hospitallers walked toward the shore and boarded the ships one by one. Isaac watched them disappear into the sea, then turned and urged his horse northward, embarking on a new journey. 2 heavy cavalry units came and went in a cloud of dust, and the ruins of the mausoleum of Halicarnassus silently watched it all, watched the shore and the waves, just as they had 1,000 years ago. Chapter 308 Using Hassan's Choice. Asia Minor is a mountainous peninsula, with mountains and plateaus accounting for over 90% of its total area. Numerous rivers flow through the valleys, carving out the outer edges of the plateaus into a landscape of ravines and fragmentation. However, Asia Minor is also a fertile peninsula. Despite its hilly terrain, it enjoys relatively good rainfall and sunshine, especially along the Aegean coast in the west, which is comparable to Greece in terms of abundant rainfall and long hours of sunshine, a rare find in the high-latitude regions of European civilization. Apart from Lake Tuz and the Anatolian Plateau, the peninsula is not lacking in water resources, with numerous lakes and rivers. These rivers, often originating in the highlands and mountains, carry nutrients from upstream to downstream, creating fertile and rich river valleys and plains over millennia. Together with the coastal urban clusters, these valleys form the main population center of the western part of the peninsula. The existence of river valleys and lowlands allowed Anatolia to support a large population and facilitated warfare and conquest, advancing up the rivers, conquering cities and territories along the way, and once the mountains blocked the way, a vast territory was easily acquired. On a map, Anatolia appears quite vast, but in reality, less than half of it required military intervention. The steep, difficult mountains were largely untouched by humans. Of course, these mountains also provided excellent strongholds for outlaws. It was a forbidden zone of civilization, a paradise for bandits. During the years of war, the Anatolian peninsula suffered greatly. The economic and military oppression of the Eastern Roman Empire led Ottoman officials to repeatedly shift their burdens onto ordinary people, robbing them of their labor, abducting their able-bodied men, and turning once thriving villages into deserted settlements. Many desperate farmers became refugees. Most sought refuge in larger settlements, while many rebellious individuals ventured into the mountains, forming their own independent strongholds. The Sultan's officials were neither fools nor madmen. They didn't want to exploit the people to the point of exhaustion, nor did they want to drive so many compliant subjects to rebellion. They had even left these people some room to survive. However, the exploitation and oppression enforced through violence was like a Pandora's box, easy to open, hard to close. In the Sultan's eyes, accepting a single silver coin was no problem, but in the mouths of lower-ranking officials, it became 5 or even 10. The intentions of those above were good, the problem lay in the execution below. Thus, Western Anatolia began to race wildly into chaos, rushing relentlessly towards final collapse. Establishing a complete order is not easy, but tearing it down is all too simple. With a successful landing of the Eastern Roman army at the mouth of the Dresden River, successfully opening a second front in Western Anatolia, the already crumbling Ottoman order crumbled again and again like snow under the warm sun, and a new order gradually took shape. Early winter had arrived, and the temperature was gradually dropping. The frost that had covered the withered weeds overnight was slowly disappearing under the sun, and the slight chill of the mountains made passers-by bundle up in their coats. This was Denizli, a small riverside town nestled at the foot of the mountains, some distance from the coast. Although Denizli wasn't a large city, it was famous for its historical sites. The renowned ancient city of Hierapolis and Pamukkale were located on the outskirts of the town, and there were also excellent hot springs available for the wealthy to enjoy. A small river outside the town originated in the mountains to the south and flowed north into the Mendelis River, a tributary of it. Several months earlier, the Eastern Roman Empire had breached the Ottoman coastal defenses at the mouth of the Dmandros River. Due to the weak defenses and lack of organized mobile forces, the commander of the Southwestern Army, Mehmet, divided his army of over 20,000 men into 3 routes. 1, in conjunction with the river fleet, advanced inland along the Dmandros, another headed south to capture coastal cities, and the final route crossed the river northward to capture the cities of Sirk and Aden. Denizli, with its small population, mountainous terrain, and generally unfavorable natural conditions, was the last large settlement on the outskirts of the plateau. Further east lay the Great Lakes region of Anatolia, containing 5 large freshwater lakes, Lake Border, Lake Bisehir, and Lake Highland, and several smaller lakes. While also an important agricultural area, the terrain was quite steep, making it impassable for the river fleet. Outside Denizli, an army stood in formation, their uniforms somewhat disheveled, their weapons of varying quality. Many ordinary soldiers used pitchforks, while a few elites carried superior weapons bearing the insignia of a double-headed eagle. At the forefront of the formation, Otto sat calmly on his horse, his face serene, but his heart was in turmoil. Not long ago, Otto had met with Marcus, the Eastern Roman Empire's Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs, on a warship, announcing his conversion to Orthodox Christianity and his allegiance to the Eastern Roman Emperor. In the past few months, the Eastern Roman army had made rapid advances, riverside towns falling one after another. Otto had easily persuaded his key subordinates to join him in a rebellion, accepting reorganization. To avoid being sidelined and discarded, Otto decided to prove his worth, leading his troops to conquer the small town as a token of his gratitude. However, he was still somewhat apprehensive. The Eastern Roman Empire's river fleet was positioned on the main river to the north, with 5,000 troops stationed there. If they so desired, Denizli wouldn't be able to hold out for long. His gift wasn't of much value. To win the emperor's favor, he also sent patrols to gather over 1,000 Greek refugees, all of whom were housed there to await the emperor's arrival. He drove away Ottoman officials and Muslim scholars from the city, but some merchants remained, willing to convert to Christianity and pledge allegiance to the emperor. The emperor's arrival was delayed, and Ottoman began to grow impatient. His warhorse seemed to sense its master's anxiety, pawing restlessly. "General Ottoman, don't panic. I just came from the west, they won't harm you," a plump merchant beside Ottoman winked. "Don't be fooled by the Ottomans. His Majesty isn't a ruthless killer," Ottoman said, staring straight ahead and remaining silent for a moment. "What's the situation in the west? Those willing to convert are immediately granted citizenship, land, and other means of production," the merchant said. "If they speak Greek, the land granted will be 2 to 3 times more. Due to the drastic population decline, the Ottoman nobles have been wiped out, and there's plenty of land, everyone can get more than before," the merchant smiled. "What about those unwilling to convert?" Ottoman asked. "They either leave or wait to be captured by the slave-hunting group, sent to Bilanch for training, and then to plantations and estates," the merchant said coldly. "Anyway, I'm Armenian, this is none of my business, don't worry, the emperor will be very happy if you all convert," the merchant reassured him. "That's not what I'm thinking about," Ottoman scoffed. "I didn't start this rebellion just to be an ordinary citizen, I need to get some official position. That depends on His Majesty's mood," the merchant thought for a moment. "However, the current minister of the army is a Turkic convert, as is the commander of the Southwestern Army. They will definitely speak well of you. If you become a high-ranking officer, you can learn about the various factions within the Eastern Empire Army. It might help your future." "Oh? Tell me more," Ottoman became interested. "It's not a secret. Wherever there are people, there are factions. You can figure it out with a little thought," the merchant recalled. "Generally speaking, the Eastern Empire's army is divided into 4 major factions: the Constantinople faction, the Carthaginian faction, the Eastern faction, and the Western faction. Since you are a naturalized Turk, you are definitely in the Eastern faction. The Constantinople faction was once led by the former Minister of War, Duke Mikhail, but now it is led by several generals from the Nadars family. Generals from Albania and Bulgaria are also close to this faction. It is the most powerful and the most arrogant. You can't get into it." The Carthaginian faction is led by Count Jurga Bey, the Carthaginian tribune, and includes generals from North Africa and Armenia. Although they are also naturalized, they have been so for over 20 years. Most of them are staunch confidants of the emperor and have always considered themselves the emperor's personal confidants. "Don't even think about it," the merchant chuckled. "The Eastern faction is mostly composed of Turks who have converted to Christianity. They also have their own officers' club. Since Count Ibrahim is the Minister of War, they have been quite active recently. You can try to band together with them." "Yes, I will try," Ottoman nodded. "What about the Western faction?" "The Western faction consists of Latin Romans, who once stood shoulder to shoulder with the Constantinople faction. Led by Conti, Grand Master of the Knights St. Simon, and Count Maruna of the Albanian military district, they made great contributions in His Majesty's early conquests and enjoyed high prestige. However, they are all old and don't care much about the affairs of the younger generation," the merchant thought for a moment. "But you should also know that the Western faction has an inseparable connection with the royal family. Conti's wife is the emperor's cousin, and Conti's eldest son, Tethys, will soon join the army. The recently famous Gonzalo de Cordoba is one of His Majesty Justinian's closest confidants and the godfather of Constantine the Storm. He still has the ability and will surely rise to prominence in the future. As for the navy and the administrative system, there are certainly some factionalisms. But they are none of your concern." "Does the emperor know about these things?" Ottoman asked. "Of course he knows," the merchant shrugged. "Factions are bonds of interest formed by shared language, culture, and background. They arise naturally and exist in every country. Besides, it's not necessarily a bad thing. If everyone is all smiles, there's no good in it," the merchant said. "Since you've joined us, you'll learn about these things sooner or later. You can't change your origins, you can only accept it. The lords of Constantinople don't care about anyone, so you don't need to pay too much attention to them. The Carthaginians don't care about anyone except the emperor, so you don't need to worry about them either. But your relationship with the Western faction has always been strained. Count Ibrahim has repeatedly asked the emperor to restrain Gonzalo's inappropriate behavior, but Gonzalo is too good at fighting, making Prince Jacob of the Aries extremely anxious. One victory after another has silenced everyone's complaints. In short, do your best. The Eastern Empire hasn't reached the point where factional struggles are irreconcilable yet. As long as you establish merit, no one will dare to withhold the rewards you deserve, the merchant reassured him. This is a golden age. Everyone is busy proving themselves on the battlefield, and not many people will deliberately trip you up. A golden age is hard to come by, and we must cherish it. Ottom nodded, a hint of amusement in his eyes as he looked at the merchant. How do you, a merchant, know so much about the Eastern Empire? I am a subject of the emperor, an outer subordinate of the Minister of Foreign Affairs, responsible for providing intelligence, the merchant said matter-of-factly. The emperor's intelligence department laid the groundwork long before the war started. I have been observing you for a long time. Your hideouts, your forces, your background in this area, all of that was revealed to His Excellency Marcus by me. If you had dared to deceive the empire back then, other rebel armies would have immediately come to wipe you out. I was the one who made the connections. The merchant patted his chest proudly. You, Ottom was both angry and relieved. Before he could speak, clouds of dust rose from the distant road, and the thunderous sound of hoofs shattered the morning tranquility. In the dust, a troop of heavy cavalry appeared and disappeared. Ottoman immediately became serious, instructing his subordinates to adopt the most respectful posture to welcome the emperor. The armored paladins halted at the city gate, and Isaac stood proudly amidst a forest of armored figures. Ottoman quickly dismounted, trotted forward, and knelt on one knee. Your Majesty, Emperor of Rome and the Romans, it is an honor to meet you, Ottoman said firmly. My name is Ottoman Kraken, a leader of the anti-Ottoman rebels, now a convert to Christianity, and willing to serve you, Kraken, Isaac asked curiously. Why did you choose that surname? I met Lord Marcus on the Kraken gunboat, formally pledged my allegiance to you, and converted to Christianity, Ottoman said earnestly. For me, this is a rebirth. I have gone from a prisoner to one of your subjects, a momentous occasion. To repay your Majesty's kindness, I led my troops in a bloody battle, recapturing this city and preserving its intact Greek-speaking community. However, I did not receive official orders. And I beg your Majesty's punishment. Isaac looked at Ottom, eager for officialdom, with amusement. His intelligence department had already reported the situation in Denizli. When Ottom arrived with his troops, the city was nearly deserted, and there had been no real fighting. The city had surrendered. However, Ottom had cleverly recruited many displaced Greek Orthodox Christians, which was exactly what Isaac needed. Moreover, wanting official positions was a good thing. Only when these converts had opportunities for advancement and a place in the empire would they develop a sense of belonging and loyalty to the country. As for the language, faith, and bloodline of the past, 2 generations had passed. Who would remember those? Excluding the ruled from the army and government is a foolish thing only a man like would do, not Isaac. Get up, I will remember your merits and your loyalty, Isaac comforted gently. My promise will not change. From now on, you are soldiers of the 7th Legion of the Purple Guard, and you are its commander. Thank you, your Majesty. I will repay you with my life. Ottom's heart finally settled, and he couldn't hide the smile on his face. Does your Majesty wish to go into the city? Ottom asked, taking Isaac's reins. No rush, I have some tasks to assign you, Isaac said, looking at Ottom. Please speak, your Majesty. Ottom turned back. There are still many groups of refugees and bandits active in these mountains. Besides them, some remnants of the Ottoman army that we scattered have also wandered the countryside, Isaac said thoughtfully. My intelligence officers have roughly pinpointed their location. Communicate with them and take the legion to resolve this, the same as before. Those willing to convert are Roman citizens. You can select strong men to join the legion, up to 2,000. Those unwilling to convert will be exterminated. You should be quite adept at this. Since the Eastern Roman Empire wanted to rebuild order in Western Anatolia, it naturally couldn't tolerate large numbers of refugees and ruffians. Those willing to pledge allegiance would be introduced to abandoned fields. Those unwilling, Isaac could ignore, but the armed slave hunting groups were already poised for action. Our conquest in the East has come to an end. The plateau is still the territory of nomadic tribes. We can't go there for now. Isaac gazed at the distant, undulating mountains. After you've dealt with these matters, you can go to Smyrna to join Merhamat's siege camp. They're already on their way. Yes, your Majesty, I'll go immediately, Autumn nodded in response. Anatolian Plateau, Ankara. Ankara was once an important transit point on the Silk Road and the center of Ottoman rule on the Anatolian Plateau. It had a large population and a thriving commerce. A tributary of the Sakarya River flowed outside the city, creating fertile river valleys suitable for agriculture and pastoralism. During the Great Turkish Wars, the Ottoman Prince Bayezid amassed a fortune in Ankara through tyrannical rule, taking almost all the able-bodied men and money with him. However, he suffered a crushing defeat at Nicomedia, utterly annihilating the Ottoman Empire's eastern army. After the Akkoyunlu dynasty entered Ankara, Uzun Hasan established his headquarters there, setting up tents stretching for dozens of miles outside the city, subjecting the people of Ankara to further exploitation. In this era, the soldiers' personal qualities were extremely poor, especially the nomadic soldiers. They received no salary, aside from possible pre-battle stipends. Their only source of income was looting and plundering. They showed no mercy to the people surrounding Ankara simply because of their shared faith. In the largest tent, Uzun Hasan sat on his throne, but no close advisors were by his side. The guards at the door, sensing Padishah's anger, stood ramrod straight, their eyes fixed straight ahead. Two young nobles approached the tent, hesitant at the eerily quiet atmosphere. "Your Highnesses, Padishah awaits you," a guard said curtly. "Very well, we'll go now," Jacob sighed, while Khalil watched his younger brother with schadenfreude. Khalil knew that Jacob had suffered a defeat in the north, ambushed by Gonzalo's dragoons and Cossacks. Even the scimitar his father had given him had become a Christian trophy. The two entered the tent, and Uzun Hasan looked up, glancing at them. "Father," Jacob tentatively looked at Uzun Hasan. "Sit," Uzun Hasan sighed, waving his hand. "Father, it was my fault for poor command, please punish me." Jacob gritted his teeth, kneeling down, while Khalil stood to the side, head held high. "I summoned you here not for this matter. Get up." Uzun Hasan turned his head away in annoyance and tossed a letter to the two men. They read it and looked at each other blankly. "The Greeks are at it again with their scheming," Uzun Hasan roared, grabbing a glass bottle and smashing it to the ground. "Their reach is too far, they've even attacked the Persian coast, the East India Fleet." Uzun Hasan gritted his teeth, but couldn't think of any way to stop them. "Father, in my opinion, Governor Fars has failed in his duty to defend the coast, and you should punish him," Khalil said seriously, trying every means to discredit his brother. "Pretty impressive. Exactly the same advice as your mother, no wonder you're his son." Uzun Hasan glared at his son. "Can't offer any worthwhile solutions, only this kind of nonsense, is that it?" "Father, I don't think now is the time to be angry." Jacob looked up. "Speak." Uzun Hasan pursed his lips. "Father, according to the letter, the Greeks' small-scale operations in the east are mainly from two directions, the Persian coast and the Caucasus Mountains," Jacob analyzed. "The Persian coast has been attacked by the East India Fleet. This is insignificant to us, but those are the lands you recently conquered. Our relationship with them is that of protector and protected. If you stand idly by, they will be disappointed, and this will greatly damage your prestige." "Continue," Uzun Hasan nodded. "The second is the Caucasus. According to intelligence, Alexius the Frozen One, along with Arslan, a remnant of the Black Sheep, has conquered several small villages under our protection, relocating the local Armenians and Georgians back to their territories," Jacob continued. "Because we diverted too many troops, the tribes there were unable to mount an effective counterattack. The Safavid order has also recently had some conflicts with the Kingdom of Sylvan, and may have been drawn into the conflict as well." "Then what do you think we should do?" Uzun Hasan asked Jacob. "Father, I believe our conquest of Anatolia is nearly complete. We have reaped considerable wealth and gained the allegiance of many tribes. It is time to return and stabilize the situation," Jacob said firmly. "We don't need to sacrifice our precious lives for the Ottomans. The Greeks are very powerful. What we need most is to improve ourselves and stabilize our territory, not to continue expanding. The Greeks dare not set foot on the plateau. You can leave a force in Ankara, and our interests can be completely preserved. As for that Gonzalo, I admit I underestimated him, but he can't easily enter the depths of the plateau either. This is the territory of the Turkic tribes." "Nonsense. I think you've been scared out of your wits by that Spanish brat," Khalil immediately objected. "The Greeks are making rapid progress in the west. Their prestige cannot continue to rise, otherwise it will dampen the jihadist enthusiasm of the entire Islamic world. It is a disgrace for us to stand by and watch others write history, Khalil said loudly. If we run away as you suggest, how will father's prestige and dignity be maintained? Will those tribes still listen to us? You're just being unreasonable. Jacob jumped up, glaring angrily at his brother. You, enough, Uzun Hasan roared again, looking at his two sons with disappointment. I consider myself no less capable than the Greek emperor in military and political matters, but in raising my son, I am far inferior to him. Uzun Hasan was about to erupt in anger, but he held back. Before you arrived, I had already met with the tribal chiefs and exchanged opinions with them. Uzun Hasan stood up. I will send some tribes from Persia and the Caucasus back first to defend their pastures, the rest will stay here and fight alongside me. A fanatical glint shone in Uzun Hasan's eyes. It is winter now, supplies are insufficient, and the weather is cold, making it inconvenient to send troops. We will begin to assemble our troops now, and next spring, we will surely crush the Greek army in one fell swoop. Father, Jacob hurriedly began to speak, but was interrupted by Uzun Hasan's wave of his hand. I am Padishah, King of Kings, the only Muslim monarch, and the supreme commander of the jihadist war. Even the arrogant Jahanshah and Byzantine were defeated by me in a single battle, and the Ottomans relinquished their title of King of Kings. No matter how strong the Greeks are, they cannot frighten me away. Uzun Hasan brandished his fists. The Greeks are frequently stirring up trouble elsewhere, which shows they want us to withdraw. If we were to slink away like sheep, we would only be playing into their hands. To reign like a lion for a day is better than to live like a sheep for 10,000 years. Chapter 309 The Darkest Hour. Autumn had passed, and the weather grew increasingly cold. Moist air from the sea turned to rain, pelting the dying city. Vast fields outside the city lay barren, once prosperous villages were deserted, and Curie, once a symbol of glory and wealth, was now nothing but ruins, littered with the scars of fire. Inside, the citizens were emaciated and hurried about, queuing in long lines to collect their daily rations from bakeries. Beggars and vagrants sat cross-legged everywhere, while soldiers ruthlessly stole their last clothes and provisions, driving them out of the city gates. On the city walls, soldiers, their eyes downcast and dim, paced back and forth with mechanical steps. The Eastern Roman army outside had left, and the city's alarm bells had ceased ringing for some time, but blood-soaked cavalry still occasionally galloped past, shoving and knocking over citizens who ventured out in search of food. Famine, despair, suffering, desolation, and bleakness were everywhere. This was Bursa, the Ottoman capital. Compared to a few years earlier, the city's population had dwindled by more than half. The Greek citizens had long been persecuted and driven into the harsh winter snow. Before the Southwestern War, the Byzantine army stationed in Nicaea, in order to tie down the Ottoman mobile forces, bypassed the mountains near Nicaea and advanced south along the Sakarya River Valley, establishing a threatening position on the coastal plain north of Bursa. The commander of the Bursa front was the experienced and prudent Count Ibrahim, who disliked risky tactics and preferred to build strongholds and fight protracted battles. He fortified his camps impenetrably, refraining from direct assaults and simply holding his ground, occasionally sending scouts to harass Ottoman supply lines. Currently, the entire Ottoman Empire had only about 20,000 mobile troops remaining, with 10,000 stationed in Bursa and the rest in the south, attempting to slow the Byzantine army's advance. However, because the Turkic officials refused to let the last elite troops leave Bursa, most of the Ottoman soldiers operating in the south were forcibly conscripted as infantry and Akinki cavalry. These men were exhausted both physically and mentally from years of war, and the loss of vast territories had left many homeless. Their loyalty to the dynasty had plummeted, and they deserted en masse at the first opportunity, unwilling to give their lives for the Sultan again. The last Janissaries in Bursa were also deeply frustrated. His Majesty the Sultan had not appeared for a long time, and the prince, after fleeing to Ankara, had not returned. The viziers demanded that they hold the city, refrain from fighting, and wait for Uzun Hasan's army to arrive. Every night, the Eastern Roman army would begin its activities. The Bosporan military band would come outside the city accompanied by the soldiers, specifically to play ancient Turkic folk songs, stirring up the soldiers' homesickness and weakening their will to resist. On Christian holidays, joyous sounds always emanated from the military camps outside the city. The aroma of roasted meat and the laughter of soldiers drifted into the city on the sea breeze, forcing the Ottoman soldiers on the city walls to sniffle and swallow their dry rations in the cold wind. A carriage sped past on the streets littered with garbage, heading towards the Bursa palace. Inside, Ahmed looked at the ravaged streets and the dimly lit palace. and sighed. Ahmed was also a Turkic nobleman. His father had died early, and he had been raised by his uncle. Since his uncle's death in the Battle of Constantinople over a decade earlier, he had returned alone to his fiefdom, living a quiet and simple rural life. Ahmed was a devout Muslim who utterly despised the treacherous Greek Orthodox Christians. Although he lived far from the court, deep down he still harbored a desire to serve the Sultan. During the Great Turkish Wars, Ahmed was naturally conscripted. Unlike many minor lords who hesitated, he mounted his war horse, gathered his servants, retrieved the tattered armor left by his uncle, and resolutely stepped onto the jihadist battlefield. In the 3 years of war, Ahmed drove off the archers on the coast, fought the Slavic cavalry on the plains of Bithynia, and negotiated with rebel leaders in the inland regions, earning some merit. Because Ahmed was a once powerful Turkic nobleman from a fallen family, and because of his loyalty and diligence, he gained the Sultan's favor a year earlier and was summoned to the Bursa Palace, appointed as the city's quartermaster. Encouraged, Ahmed worked even harder, taking Mahmud Pasha as his role model, attempting to alleviate the Sultan's burdens and drive the aggressive Greeks out of Anatolia. Upon assuming office, Ahmed quickly threw himself into his work, inspecting warehouses, auditing accounts, checking troop numbers, and executing a number of corrupt lower-ranking officials. However, just as the greatly encouraged Ahmed was preparing to continue his investigation, an invisible red line appeared before him, leaving him in a dilemma. Military supplies had always been a hotbed of corruption, with numerous officials using various methods to sell grain and weapons, and many officers concealing casualty figures, exploiting soldiers, and drawing salaries without working. Ottoman conscripts were, of course, not paid, but grain and equipment were indispensable. Officers and officials colluded to resell supplies, constantly bleeding the dying body of the Ottoman Empire. 20 years earlier, this situation certainly existed as well, but the Sultan's treasury was full, the granaries were overflowing, the country was peaceful, the government was efficient, and corruption was effectively suppressed. However, after Mehmed I retreated to Anatolia, the Devshirme system, which he had relied on, lost a large number of new blood. The power of the Turkic nobles expanded rapidly, becoming deeply entrenched and mutually supportive, leading to the gradual collapse of the bureaucracy. Of course, all of this was still within a controllable range. These Turkic nobles were relatively loyal to the Sultan and knew not to push their luck too far, lest they cause trouble. However, the successive disasters and wars changed everything instantly. Officers who lost their fiefs and soldiers who lost their homes were already resentful, and their economic hardship quickly led them to depravity. The Sultan dared not be too harsh during the war. Where the soil of corruption exists, evil flowers will immediately bloom. The older generation of nobles gradually withered away, and the younger nobles lacked courage in the face of war, indulging in pleasure and spending lavishly to numb themselves. Ahmed's actions touched the interests of too many people and were immediately stopped by the higher-ups. They sent 2 adjutants and took away most of the supervisory power. Ahmed was deeply saddened, but he continued toil in various towns, using every means to transport grain from other regions to the capital to feed his hungry soldiers. His efforts yielded some results. Before the Nicaean army marched south, Bursa had stockpiled enough grain to last for 6 months, sparing the city's inhabitants from starvation. Like other Turkic nobles, Ahmed was utterly disillusioned with a repeatedly defeated Ottoman army, believing these remnants lacked the ability to defeat the enemy in open battle, and placed his hopes on reinforcements from the Akkoyunlu dynasty. Ahmed often thought that if the Islamic world could unite and launch a jihadist war against the Greeks from all directions, they certainly wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. But he also knew that in today's Mediterranean world, the power of Islam was far less than before, no longer holding the dominant position it once did. North Africa had gradually become Christianized through 20 years of missionary assimilation and the slave trade. The Mamluk Sultanate of Egypt and Syria was preoccupied with its own problems. The Crimean Khanate on the northern Black Sea coast was draining its resources in civil war. The Marin dynasty of Morocco had completely disintegrated, and the Al-Atas family, a branch of the Marin dynasty, had barely managed to consolidate the northern region, but it too faced constant attacks from the Kingdom of Portugal. In his view, the only one who could save the Islamic world was the Akkoyunlu dynasty from the east. Although they were tyrannical and bloodthirsty, they were now the only hope. Ahmed shook his head, clearing his mind of distractions, straightened his headscarf, adjusted his clothes, and ascended the palace steps. Inside the palace, a cacophony of voices filled the air. The viziers in charge of governance were resting with their eyes closed, while the other officials below were arguing and blaming each other, using the most violent words to mask their deepest fears. His Majesty the Sultan was ill and had not appeared before the crowd for a long time. This was the norm for Ottoman officials when the Sultan was absent. Ahmed remained silent, walking quietly to the end of the procession. The Grand Vizier at the head of the procession opened his eyes, but this did not silence the crowd as it had before. "Shut up," the Grand Vizier roared, glaring fiercely at the crowd. "With the nation in peril, instead of seeking solutions, you're making a scene here, shouting and making a ruckus. What kind of behavior is this?" The noise subsided somewhat, but complaints and snorts still occasionally reached Ahmed's ears. "Winter is coming. Our soldiers need food, fuel, and money," the Grand Vizier said slowly. "We still have food, but fuel is in dire need, and our funds are severely depleted. We are the Sultan's loyal servants. The Ottoman territory is in crisis, and we need to do our part," the Grand Vizier said, looking at the crowd. "I'm going to organize a fundraising campaign. Every noble and wealthy merchant must contribute money and effort, starting with me. The soldiers are loyal to the Sultan, it's their duty." "Why would they dare ask for money?" one nobleman shouted. "We've lost all our own territory." As the Grand Vizier, "Instead of talking about recovering it, you're eyeing our last remaining assets. Yes, our wealth is all in the countryside, looted by the Greeks. Now we're even struggling to eat." Another nobleman quickly echoed, his eyes glazed and his hands trembling. Ahmed knew this was the after effect of his recent opium addiction. Like alcoholism in the Christian world, drug use had a long tradition in the Islamic world, and the Ottoman court was no exception. Countless nobles were addicted to opium, the highest ranking perhaps being the Ottoman Prince Bayezid. This semi-coercive fundraising had been conducted several times. Initially, things went well, perhaps out of fear of the Eastern Roman Empire, loyalty to the Ottoman dynasty, or a degree of confidence in the war. Many donated their savings. Now, however, this method was becoming increasingly ineffective. The defeats in the war had shattered their confidence, and the repeated demands for money had become tiresome for many. "My hometown was also sacked by the Greeks, several of my relatives died on the battlefield, and now is a critical moment. How long do you intend to hide?" The Grand Vizier slammed his fist on the table in anger. "You're not even as good as those Hebrews. They collectively donated money and voluntarily provided logistical support for our soldiers. How, Aga, we can't compare to you. You come from a prestigious family, your ancestors produced 5 Grand Viziers, and your accumulated wealth is many times greater than ours," a nobleman said sarcastically. "As for the Hebrews, I don't think they have much loyalty to the Sultan," Ahmed sighed, watching their mutual attacks. "The war has dragged on, and many are filled with resentment, believing that the poor decisions of the ruling class have led to the current dire situation. They dare not blame Sultan Mehmed and Prince Bayezid, but instead unanimously point the finger at the Grand Vizier, accusing him of deceiving the Sultan and causing the loss of cities and territories. To some extent, the Grand Vizier was a target set up by the Sultan, a scapegoat to appease public anger when necessary. Moreover, Ahmed knows that Grand Vizier Chandral Ibrahim is indeed from a prestigious family. His father was the previous victim, Chandral Khalil, executed by the Sultan in the Battle of Constantinople. However, in the political struggle nearly 20 years ago, the Chandral family's power was almost completely eradicated, with only a small portion of their former wealth returned to Ibrahim. Grand Vizier Khalil sacrificed himself to preserve his family and ensured his son's return to the Grand Vizier throne, becoming the representative of the traditional Turkic nobility. To say these things in public is, in effect, a painful reopening of the Chandral family's wounds. "You bastard. You," the Grand Vizier was indeed furious, his trembling finger pointing at the other man. "Get out of here." The nobleman knew he had misspoke, but he refused to admit it. He snorted coldly and turned to leave. Reaching the door, he froze, his eyes wide with astonishment. The door opened, and 2 fully armed janitri, spears in hand, entered. The heavy sound of canes echoed through the palace. Everyone turned to look at the doorway, the previous complaints and whispers instantly fading away. Muhammad, descendant of the Ottomans, supreme ruler of the Ottoman family, Sultan of Sultans, Khan of Khans, ruler of all Anatolia, Greece, Serbia, Albania, and Bulgaria. The elderly eunuch followed closely behind the Sultan, tears of emotion welling in his eyes, reaching out to support the Sultan's arm. Ignoring them, Muhammad II, leaning on his cane, walked slowly, panting, past the ministers, toward his throne. The palace candlelight cast a dim, yellowish glow, illuminating the sultan's body and casting a long shadow. His skin was purplish, his body bloated, his steps mechanical, his eyes cloudy, his frame hunched, his spirit weary. The Grand Vizier stepped aside, standing respectfully, while the nobles bowed. Muhammad I, dressed in his finest attire, stopped before the throne, silently gazing at the throne left by his ancestors. Muhammad I's eyes dimmed slightly. He tossed his cane aside, sat on the throne, and gasped for breath. The Grand Vizier looked at Muhammad I, somewhat worried. "Your Majesty, your illness." Muhammad I looked at him, his eyes resolute. "Today, I will preside over the meeting." "Yes, your Majesty." The Grand Vizier stepped back further. Muhammad I exhaled, raised his head, and faced the crowd, scrutinizing each familiar and unfamiliar face. "I've been listening at the door for a long time," he said after a moment of silence. "You're all afraid." Silence fell over the hall. Many lowered their heads, avoiding the Sultan's gaze. "But I don't blame you." Muhammad I shook his head self-deprecatingly. "A powerful enemy spanning 3 continents, an enemy with an army of 100,000, an enemy with over 200 ships of various sizes, an enemy with numerous overseas colonies, an enemy whose treasury seems inexhaustible no matter how hard we fight. How could we not be afraid facing such an enemy?" Muhammad I forced a smile. "I'm not here today to punish anyone, not to vent my anger, not to kill." The officials breathed a sigh of relief, silently looking at Muhammad. "Just now, my steward brought 2 pieces of news." Muhammad I licked his dry lips. "First, the Greek army has completely occupied the Dresden Valley, and the city of Aden has only held out for less than a month." Muhammad I paused. "They've now entered the Ketis Valley to the north, and some towns have already fallen. Izmir is besieged by both Greek land and sea forces, and the number of besieging soldiers continues to increase. I don't know how long the local defenders can hold out, or if they can hold out until the snow season, but I don't have high hopes." Muhammad I sighed. Izmir was the largest port of the Ottoman Empire on the Aegean coast, with fertile land and an excellent harbor, suitable for the development of agriculture, handicrafts, and commerce. The southwestern town cluster centered on Izmir and Manisa was the most prosperous region in western Anatolia, densely populated and a veritable granary. However, this came at a price. The flat terrain made it easy to attack but difficult to defend, and the only natural barrier, the river, actually provided an advantage for the Eastern Roman Empire. Izmir was particularly difficult to defend. The entire city was laid out in a long, narrow strip along the bay, lacking any continuous sea walls. Of course, some coastal batteries and fortresses had been built here, but by now, the Eastern Roman Empire's land and sea forces held an absolute advantage, and the Ottoman defenders were demoralized and wouldn't be able to hold out for long. Seeing the minister's dim eyes, Muhammad I pulled himself together. "The second matter," he said, "is that news from Ankara from my son Bayezid that the Aries have begun to assemble their troops and plan to march west in the spring. In other words, if we just survive this winter, things will take a turn for the better. The southwest is flat. If the Aries cavalry can defeat the Greek army head-on, then their victories in Aden and Izmir will be meaningless, and we can quickly reclaim those territories." The minister's expressions softened considerably, their tension lessening. Muhammad I looked at all this and suddenly felt a pang of sadness. "But I want to tell you all," he continued, "we cannot ultimately place our hopes on outsiders. If you continue to be as anxious and preoccupied with arguing as you are today, then I estimate we may not be able to hold out until the Aries army arrives." The ministers remained silent, and Muhammad I continued. "I know that many of you still cling to the hope that if you surrender, the Greeks will spare your lives. Some even say that we can try to make peace with the Greeks, become their subjects and pay tribute, just like many years ago." Muhammad I shook his head. "However, I know the Greek emperor's character perfectly well. He may be willing to give the Beys in remote areas a way out, but he will never let us, who occupy the eastern coast of the Aegean Sea, go. The Greek Empire and the Ottoman High State are sworn enemies, but you are bound to the fate of the nation." Muhammad I's voice suddenly rose. "You possess vast amounts of land, people, and wealth. Even if you were willing to surrender, how could the Greeks possibly allow you to continue to lord it over the land they consider their core? Even if the Greeks temporarily agree, once the situation stabilizes, you will be the first to suffer. This is a war of faith, a war of honor, and a war of survival. There is no room for compromise." Muhammad I gritted his teeth, supporting his weakened body. "Look at the situation in the north and south. The Greeks are forcing conversions. Those who do not convert have no rights whatsoever and can only become slaves. Memdi raised his head. In the face of war and humiliation, you may choose humiliation, but after humiliation, you will still face war. Your Majesty, I am willing to donate all my property and all my servants to serve the Sultan. At the end of the procession, Ahmad stepped forward, his eyes filled with excitement. As for myself, I too will take up the scimitar of my ancestors, don the armor of my ancestors, and protect the homeland passed down from them. Ahmad roared. Very good. You are my warrior. Memdi nodded emphatically, his eyes filled with satisfaction, and continued to scan the rest of the crowd. The crowd hesitated for a moment, then began to express their opinions. I am willing to donate a house in the north of the city. I will donate 1,000 akçi. I will donate 500. Seeing that they were still leaving room for maneuver, Memdi was somewhat disappointed, but still nodded with a smile. Perhaps, you still have reservations today. Memdi pursed his lips, enduring the sharp pain from gout, and slowly straightened his back. However, I hope that if the moment truly comes when we must fight to the death, everyone can put aside past grievances and fight side by side, for Allah, for the Ottomans, and for yourselves. Some nobles wavered, while others remained unmoved. From today onwards, I will stand with you at all times, defending my city, my faith, and my people at all times. Memdi raised his fist. From today until the last day of my life, long live, long live, long live, the nobles shouted. Their cries echoing across the land. Memdi looked at them, unsure whether it was out of loyalty or pressure from the situation. With a sigh, he waved his hand, signaling the crowd to leave. The crowd dispersed slowly, and Memdi watched the last figure disappear from sight. Finally, unable to control his trembling legs, he collapsed onto his throne, gasping for breath. Your Majesty, how are you? The loyal old eunuch rushed forward, kneeling before Memdi. The weather is bad, you shouldn't have forced yourself to come. Byram, Memdi looked up. Give me your orders, Your Majesty. The old eunuch's eyes were filled with urgency. How many years have you served me? Memdi forced a smile. More than 20 years, Your Majesty. Go now. Before Bursa is completely sealed off, find a side road and leave quickly. Memdi gazed into the old eunuch's moist eyes. I have something for you to convey in person. Please speak. The old eunuch nodded emphatically, though reluctantly. Go to the east and find my son. Bayezid. Memdi gasped for breath. Tell him, if Allah abandons me, if I fail to reach the day when the Akçi reinforcements arrive, and if even Uzun Hasan is defeated by the Greeks, Memdi shook his head with a bitter smile. Then he will be the master of the Ottoman dynasty. Sultan, Bey, even Emir, it doesn't matter, Memdi murmured. Tell him to rely on the Akçi dynasty for protection as much as possible. It's not shameful. Tell him that our ancestors rose from local lords. As long as one lives, there is hope. Even the most powerful Greek emperor will die one day. Tell him not to despair, Your Majesty. The old eunuch pursed his lips tightly, his eyes filled with tears. Go now. I've made some arrangements. They will lead you around the Greek blockade. Memdi removed a ring and handed it to the old eunuch. The old eunuch accepted the ring carefully and turned to leave. Memdi sat alone in the empty palace, staring at the flickering candlelight, letting out a soft sigh. Chapter 310 Recolonization Movement. Constantinople, on the shores of the Black Sea. It was late 1471, and the coldest month of January had not yet arrived, but the chilly weather had already prompted the citizens of Constantinople to don thick clothing and light their fireplaces. The morning glow illuminated the earth, and the city awoke from its slumber. Long queues had formed at the city gates as caravans carrying agricultural products and scattered farmers from neighboring villages entered the city under the inspection of guards, selling fresh fish, meat, eggs, milk, and fruits and vegetables to the citizens and shops. On the wide cobblestone streets, delivery wagons sped along, some with their cargo boxes overflowing with earthenware jars, others with dirty cloth bags. The jars contained freshly delivered milk or yogurt, releasing a thin mist in the morning air. The milkmen on the wagons would place the jars at the doorsteps of the citizens, according to their orders. The sacks contained chunks of coke, pitted and rough in appearance, but essential fuel for many citizens to get through the winter. Every morning, the streets were filled with the clatter of horses' hooves and the melodious ringing of bells. Jars filled with dairy products were given to the upper and middle classes, while sacks of coke were a necessity for the lower classes. As they slowly awoke to the sound of hooves and bells, a new day officially began. After satisfying their hunger, the citizens took to the streets. The wealthy rode in their carriages to the financial district or major ports, the middle class rode horses to the markets, and the workers chatted as they headed west to the workshops. They talked about wages and prices, food and drink, new goods and new policies. They talked about the victories in Anatolia, the expeditions against the Aztecs, the gold rush in Black Gold City, and the expansion of Nea Thrace. They would pass by Sailors' Street, watching with envy the sailors returning from their voyages, spending money like water, surrounded by women. They would pass by the Officers' Club, looking with respect at the recently discharged veterans, admiring their badges and swords, yet also fearfully observing their empty sleeves, bandaged faces, and creaking wooden legs. Occasionally, they would pass by the corners of wealthy neighborhoods, hearing the cries of newsboys. Though they rarely bought anything, they would listen with interest for a while, then continue their discussions, arguing heatedly about everything from daily necessities to national affairs. They would also stop outside universities, watching the children of wealthy families finish their holidays, either excitedly or reluctantly entering the campus, then thinking of their own children attending charity schools only once a week, and secretly vowing to use their hard work to ensure their descendants could also afford to study and attend full-time universities. However, their children also had different ideas. They spent their days gathering with friends, either playing with knives and swords or scavenging tattered copies of The Voice of the Navigators outside bars, pestering literate adults to describe the riches of distant lands and recount legendary tales of navigation and exploration. Even at the height of the empire's power, perhaps not all citizens could enjoy happiness and well-being. The blood and sweat of half the world had still nurtured a city the world yearned for, the eternal and unyielding Constantinople. Here, everyone was content, everyone had enough to eat and wear, and everyone was filled with the energy to strive for advancement. Most importantly, everyone had the opportunity to change their destiny, and everyone had the hope of transcending social classes. The emperor protected them well. Here, the famine in Egypt was merely a few words in the newspapers, the rampant drug abuse in West Africa was irrelevant to them, the war across the strait seemed distant, and the Aztecs, suffering annihilation, were simply another medal for the emperor. They were incredibly proud of their origins, brimming with confidence in their people and hope for their country. In their eyes, Romans came first, but Constantinopolitans came even closer. Of course, these argumentative citizens occasionally complained about the emperor's actions, such as the increasing number of immigrants and the plumes of black smoke rising from the coke ovens. In Constantinople, as long as it wasn't too outrageous, they could freely express their opinions, but the emperor never listened. Whenever a few outsiders moved into a nearby neighborhood, the proud yet enthusiastic Constantinoples would sneak over to share their stories, proudly displaying their distinctive Constantinople accent, trying to assimilate them into the capital's citizens. If they encountered a complete foreigner, they would also crowd around their door, earnestly advising them to quickly find a nearby priest, enroll in Greek lessons, and ideally, find a native Constantinople priest. You must learn Greek. You should learn Greek too. It's always good to learn more. In this rich atmosphere, Constantinople became the most successful city in the entire Eastern Roman Empire in terms of ethnic assimilation. No matter where you came from, once you arrived in Constantinople, within a few years you would immediately pick up the authentic capital accent, join the citizenry, and then, mimicking the behavior of the older residents, act like a local, trying to impose your values on new immigrants. Of course, this method of instilling values in the citizens of Constantinople sometimes failed. The Carthaginians, who had also benefited greatly from the period of prosperity, were less enthusiastic. Their Greek had a strong North African accent, and occasionally, when arguing with the citizens of Constantinople, they would even throw in a few Arabic words. In any case, the massive increase in workshops, the flourishing of commerce and trade, and the long-standing low taxes had made Constantinople one of the most prosperous cities in the entire Mediterranean world, with its population rapidly approaching the 300,000 mark. At the dock of Golden Horn Bay, a ship slowly came to a stop, bearing the cross of St. Andrew, clearly from the Knights of St. Andrew in Georgia. On the hull, a line of Greek script bore its name, Grand Knight Commander. On the Grand Knight Commander's deck, Alexius lay on the gunwale, silently gazing upon his long-lost homeland. Since the Knights of St. Andrew successfully thwarted the Safavid cult's raid a year ago, the name of the Frozen One Alexius had spread far and wide in Georgia, attracting more and more warriors and continuously expanding the order's size. Alexius, for the sake of his cause, sold off all the lands and estates bestowed upon him by his father and grandfather, and even took back the money his parents had left for his wedding. He built castles and hospitals, developed farms and mines, introduced new crops and technologies, attracted displaced people, signed protection agreements with Orthodox and Muslim merchants, increased his power by exploiting the friction between the Safawids and the Sylvans, and supported Islamic resistance forces during the vacuum of time when the Ares army was away on campaigns, settling them on the outskirts of the Holy Cross to protect a peaceful haven for the simple farmers. The Grand Knight Commander was the only ship of the Knights of St. Andrew, a private gift from Alexius's elder brother Justinian. It was usually docked in Batumi, responsible for providing the knights with money and provisions, transporting volunteers, and in peacetime, operating the Constantinople-Batumi trade route. The Georgian princes were not on good terms with each other, but most dared not challenge the Eastern Roman Empire's Black Sea dominance, especially the several principalities along the Black Sea coast. They couldn't even rely on the natural defenses of the mountains. If the Eastern Empire so desired, its powerful navy could destroy them at any time. The city of Batumi on the Black Sea coast provided the Knights of St. Andrew with a castle, allowing them to establish a branch, recruit knights, and anchor their ships. The nominal king of Georgia, unable to exert influence beyond the capital, expressed gratitude to the Knights of St. Andrew for blocking his path to the east, but also harbored some concerns. He repeatedly urged his daughter and Alexius to marry as soon as possible, sending several letters requesting their journey to Constantinople to meet the emperor and empress. This ambitious but incompetent king also harbored unspoken ambitions, attempting to leverage the power of the Eastern Roman Empire to restore his kingdom and expand his territory beyond Tbilisi. Faced with his fiancée's expectant gaze, Alexius reluctantly set aside his military and political affairs, entrusting matters to several senior knights. He then led her across the central Georgian lowlands, onto a ship on the Black Sea, and back to Constantinople. "Alexius, is this your homeland?" Maria asked, her eyes shining. "What a huge city, it stretches as far as the eye can see." "Yes, I was born in the Purple Noble Palace, but I didn't live here for very long," Alexius nodded proudly. "I spent my childhood in North Africa, studying, and then my adolescence in the royal settlement of Bulgaria, training in martial arts. I'll take you there sometime." "Studying?" Maria's eyes lit up with laughter. "I heard from Carlo that you didn't like studying when you were little, and you often sharpened your sword in class, scaring away several teachers. That's pure slander." "My teachers loved me," Alexius said somewhat awkwardly. Maria didn't press the matter further, just kept laughing. Under the pilot's directions, the ship docked at the busy pier, and Alexius and Maria jumped off the deck, stepping onto the land of Constantinople. "It's been years since I've been home. Constantinople has changed so much." Alexius looked around, somewhat moved. "Some say Constantinople is the key to the entire empire, others say the city is the empire itself," Maria murmured, gazing around. "This place could probably fit 10 Tbilisi, if you like it." "That's good," Alexius smiled at her. "All these years, you've accompanied me as a princess on the front lines. It must have been hard for you. The Shilfans haven't recovered from the shadow cast by my brother, and the Ares are still confronting my father in Anatolia. Holy Cross is safe for now. Now that we're back, let me show you around and help you relax." "Yes, whatever you say." Maria took Alexius's strong arm. The royal carriage was already waiting, surrounded by the fully armored Varangian guard. Alexius and Maria boarded the carriage, but their attention was drawn to a crowd gathered not far from the dock. A strong man stood on a high platform, holding a document, surrounded by many citizens. "Your Highness, the Crown Prince and the 2 empresses are waiting for you. Are you going to the Grand Palace?" The royal coachman turned around and asked politely. "What are they talking about?" Alexius pointed to the whispering crowd. "Oh, about the armed reclamation teams." The coachman glanced at the crowd. "His Majesty has reclaimed a large area of southwestern Anatolia, which is now deserted and largely abandoned. His Majesty hopes to attract refugees to populate the newly reclaimed land, while also giving it a military aspect, freeing the regular army from local defenses and putting it on the battlefield. The southwest coast is a good place, even now. The winters aren't too cold, somewhat similar to the Morea region, but probably warmer." The coachman smiled. On the high platform, the strong man, seeing the crowd growing larger, began to interpret the documents. His Majesty has decreed that all liberated areas in Anatolia are open to all citizens of the empire, hoping that we will take up swords and farming tools, cross the strait, and establish new homes. The man waved the documents in his hand. His Majesty encourages us to establish armed reclamation corps, to cross the sea to Anatolia in teams, using these corps as the basic production and combat units. Once the local Turks are cleared out, we will no longer need to fight and can reorganize into free village communities. Isn't Anatolia still at war? A voice asked worriedly. The entire main Drej River basin has been occupied by the Emperor's army, which is also our main destination, the strong man explained loudly. Moreover, the Emperor's navy has already captured most of the coastal areas of Smyrna, and the scattered fortresses are still putting up feudal resistance. The Smyrna town complex will soon fall. The remnants of the Ottoman army are holed up in Bursa, and the Ares dynasty's army will not be able to assemble before spring. Even if they advance, their target will not be us, but Bursa. The strong man waved his hand. The Emperor's army is invincible, the Ares will only slink away, and the main Drej River will always be safe, and we are here to eliminate the Emperor's worries, to defend the territories he has already occupied in our own way, so that the army can march north without fear of the enemy. Seeing that no one asked any more questions, the strong man continued. Currently, the Emperor's army has already conducted a round of forced indoctrination in southwestern Anatolia. Those Turks who are willing to repent are now our true brothers, but there are still many villages that would rather die than convert, and they are our enemies. The strong man raised his voice. We will expand outwards from the major riverside and coastal cities. We can see Saracen villages, or we can establish our own settlements. This decree and the homestead law will take effect simultaneously. The reason for adopting the form of armed militias is simply because the remnants of the Ottomans have stronger military power, and this is to avoid unnecessary losses. The strong man scanned the crowd. The Emperor decrees that settlements established by armed reclamation teams will enjoy tax breaks, tax-free for 2 years, half tax for 5 years, and a quarter tax reduction for 10 years. Furthermore, all Muslim property acquired through conquest belongs to us, including the Muslims themselves. Sell it or keep it for reclamation, it's up to you. Doesn't this sound like a colony? A voice asked with a laugh. Well said, it is colonization. The strong man nodded emphatically, waving the document in his hand. This document is called the Recolonization Act. We will recreate the city-state colonization wave of 2,000 years ago and bring these lands back into our possession. The strong man patted his chest. Are you still worried about not having enough land? Are you troubled by having too many sons? Are you eager to change your fate? If so, please join the armed reclamation team I formed. I served in the Emperor's army. I'm highly skilled in martial arts and absolutely the best candidate. Here, you might just be an ordinary person, worrying about making a living, but in Anatolia, everyone is a landowner. Everyone is rich. Seeing few responses, the strong man continued his urging. I'm telling you, a new batch of royal settlement teams has already assembled. Noble sons and even royal family members will be at the forefront. What are we afraid of? Moreover, the Emperor's decree applies to all Orthodox Christians. That means that, besides us, Rus, Wallachians, Moldavia, Georgians, Alans, and Circassians can all form armed settlement teams and acquire land in Anatolia. Furthermore, Greek Orthodox natives of overseas colonies are also permitted. Tainos, Khoisan, and even Indians can come to Anatolia. As far as I know, some Taino nobles have already visited Constantinople and have no intention of returning. If the news reaches Cuba and the Dominican Republic, many will desperately save up for ship tickets, even hiding in slave quarters, to cross the sea and come here, just to enjoy a better life. The strong man panted heavily and continued to shout. The clergy in the colonies spend all day describing the wonders of the Eastern Empire to the natives, and these people have long envied it. If you don't seize the opportunity now and wait until the war is over, the best lands will all be looted. The Saracens have conquered vast territories of the Eastern Empire with overwhelming force over 1,000 years, from Egypt to the Levant, from Mesopotamia to Anatolia, all turban swine. Now, the tables have turned, it's our turn. What are we waiting for? Load the ships, cross the sea. The strong man rallied them with all his might, but very few citizens were willing to join. People don't seem very enthusiastic. In the carriage, Maria looked at Alexius curiously. He's come to the wrong place, Alexius said calmly. Constantinople is too wealthy, the living conditions are too good, not many people will want to leave. He should go to the countryside, he can recruit many people there, Alexius explained. My brother wrote in his letter that in recent years, due to father's promotion of that so-called capitalism, land on the Thracian plain has rapidly concentrated. Some farmers have become landowners, while others have less and less land. Thrace is densely populated, surely many people will want to go across the strait to make a living. Land concentration? Is that a good thing? Maria asked. It's hard to say. My father said that it's difficult to make farmers rich. The best way is to increase their land and livestock, turning them into landowners, while simultaneously improving agricultural skills so that farming becomes a profession rather than a status, Alexius recalled. As for those farmers with less land, father will grant them more land, making them landowners as well. That sounds pretty good, Maria thought for a moment. Then, these landowners will still need labor. They can't cultivate so much land themselves. The increase in livestock, tools, and production technology will free up some labor, but you're right, it's still not enough, Alexius sighed. But guess what kind of status those Turks who refuse to convert will have within the empire? Maria, of course, had considered their fate. She pursed her lips and looked at Alexius. But the Eastern Empire's population is growing so fast, eventually, there won't be enough land to go around. Yes, with more and more people, more and more workshops, more and more newborns, and more goods being produced, Alexius nodded. When the market is insufficient, when there isn't enough land, the whole country will fall into trough and decline. Discontent will spread, and resentment will breed. Then what will happen? Maria was startled. Won't the country be destroyed? Destroyed? Alexius smiled. Then, war will break out. Alexius quietly gazed at the world outside the carriage, his eyes flickering. My brother once said that in the face of one's own survival, the lives of outsiders are utterly insignificant. My father once said that for the noblest purpose, the most despicable means can be used. Alexius sighed wistfully. Perhaps, ruthlessness is the essence of a good monarch. I don't like that, so I'm ultimately not a good monarch. There are many kinds of good monarchs. You can definitely follow your own path. Maria grasped Alexius's hand. I believe in you. Alexius smiled broadly and nodded vigorously. That's good, let's go, Alexius said loudly. To the Grand Palace, to see my mother. Then, Alexius winked at Maria. We'll get married. In late 1471, the Eastern Roman Emperor Isaac issued the Recolonization Act and formed a new round of royal reclamation missions, encouraging the people to establish armed militias to go to the liberated areas in southwestern Anatolia, squeezing out a living space of Muslims and re-Hellenizing Western Anatolia. Once these armed militias arrived at their designated locations, the regular troops of the Eastern Roman Empire would gradually hand over the defenses to them and continue northward to reclaim the vast lands along the Aegean coast. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 311 The North Wind Howls. As the weather grew increasingly cold, 1471 quietly passed, and the bells of 1472 tolled across Eurasia, accompanied by war, smoke, and snow. For Europe, 1471 seemed like any other year. Localized wars broke out intermittently, natural disasters occurred frequently, glacial activity swept across the Alps, and early capitalism flourished on the southern coast of the Mediterranean. On the distant British Isles, the Wars of the Roses continued. This internal conflict, which had begun in 1455, plunged the entire Kingdom of England into wave after wave of chaos. People were displaced, development stagnated, a regent was executed, a legitimate king was murdered, a noble queen was imprisoned in the Tower of London, and 3 heirs to the throne were executed. The once powerful and illustrious nobility were like lambs to the slaughter, at the mercy of others. Lancaster, York, Woodville, Neville, and even across the sea, Valois and Burgundy were not spared from this civil war frenzy. Edward IV of York failed to cherish the hard-won peace of 10 years prior. He prioritized love over his throne, insisting on marrying a widow from the Woodville family, granting this rural noble family immense power. This greatly displeased Neville, the protector of the king, ultimately initiating the third phase of the Wars of the Roses. Edward IV was driven from London in 1470, and the House of Lancaster briefly regained the throne. In 1471, With the support of the Duchy of Burgundy, Edward IV returned to the throne. The Neville family was defeated and killed, and the Lancaster family, who had allied with them, suffered an even more tragic fate. Henry VI was assassinated, and the Lancaster dynasty officially ended. However, Edward IV's position was not entirely secure. Resentment remained, the bloodshed was not yet dry, the nobility were not yet weary, and the conflict would continue. Across the Channel, King Louis XI of France, after being released by Charles the Bold, remained unrepentant, tearing up the treaty he had signed and embarking once again on his tumultuous path to centralized power. However, his fickleness alienated many nobles, and Charles the Bold forged the Third Anti-Louis League, even signing a treaty with Edward IV upon his return to London. Despite Louis XI's complete failure to secure the Lancaster throne and the Burgundians' growing power, this cunning Charles persisted, using his exceptional diplomacy and strategic acumen to confront Burgundy. He courted the Low Countries rebels while securing priority in hiring Swiss mercenaries from the Swiss Confederation. Charles the Bold, not yet capable of decisively defeating Louis XI, attempted to forge a corridor connecting his Burgundian and Dutch territories, preparing to strike against the remnants of the Lorraine Rebellion and the Swiss Confederation, hoping to capture Nancy, Lorraine's largest city. The Second Hussite Wars in Central Europe came to an end. Bohemian King Jiří Pogubert died of illness that year, and Hungarian King Matthias Hunidi received half of Bohemia, donning the Bohemian crown. He was negotiating and compromising with the Polish Jagiellonian family, who also claimed the Bohemian throne. In northern Italy, the most powerful Duchy of Milan endured another unforgettable year under the tyrannical rule of Galeazzo. Decreasing temperatures and rampant exploitation made life increasingly difficult for Milanese farmers. Many who lost their land under oppressive taxes fled south to the Duchy of Parma and the Free City of La Spezia, then sailed to the western border regions of the Eastern Roman Empire, where they acquired land almost free and became Latin Romans. In southern Italy, the Kingdom of Naples was also under the rule of a tyrant. King Ferdinand treated the people relatively well, but was ruthless towards rebellious nobles. He strengthened centralization of power and embraced violence, which frequently paralyzed the national governance system, leading to a growing fiscal deficit. Even the dividends from the East India Company's shares were insufficient to cover the deficit, which climbed year after year, forcing the kingdom to repeatedly borrow from his cousin, Queen Leonor. Across the Mediterranean world, 1471 was equally eventful. The Ottoman Empire in Anatolia lingered on, the Ares dynasty expanded again, and the Eastern Roman Empire successfully recovered large swathes of lost territory on the eastern coast of the Aegean Sea, while also instigating internal strife within the Ares dynasty in the Indian Ocean. On the African continent, the Marin dynasty in Morocco had been in complete collapse for 6 years. In 1471, the Huanis family, a branch of the Marin dynasty, formally seized central power, roughly integrating the northern territories, but was powerless in the central and southern regions, which remained fragmented and plagued by constant warfare. In the same year, the Kingdom of Portugal, with strong support from the Eastern Roman Empire, once again mobilized tens of thousands of troops and dozens of ships to launch another holy war against the Huanis regime. South of the Sahara Desert, following the Mali Empire, an even larger Black Empire rose in the Sahel steppe. Under the leadership of the powerful ruler Sunni Ali, the Songhai people achieved a series of victories, conquering Jenne in 1471, reaching their zenith and controlling the entire Niger River inland region, becoming the pinnacle of Black indigenous power. In northwestern South America, Pachacuti, the restorer of the Inca Empire, died suddenly in 1471. His son, Tupac Inca Yupanchi, was also a capable ruler, poised to continue his father's work and expand the Inca Empire's territory. However, these indigenous regimes, though dazzling, were already the last rays of their sunset. The monster from Constantinople had already landed in the Americas, and Portuguese colonists had established a solid forward base at the mouth of the Niger River. The picture of a prosperous era would vanish with the death of a powerful monarch, and the looming threat of civil war would provide the perfect opportunity for foreign powers to invade. Since the signing of the Treaty of Sintra between Constantinople and Lisbon, a permanent alliance had been formally established, and the two sides cooperated in various fields. The Eastern Roman Empire shared its research on malaria with the Kingdom of Portugal, began to widely plant cinchona trees on the Brazilian coast, and Artemisia annua along the Mediterranean coast, allowing European colonists to go further into sub-Saharan Africa. Of course, The Portuguese had their own methods for colonizing sub-Saharan Africa. They liked to exile criminals to the islands of West Africa to interbreed with the local black natives, so that the next generation would acquire anti-malarial genes. In order to better combat malaria, the Eastern Roman Empire also specially dispatched the East India Fleet to Southeast Asia to search for Eastern doctors and Eastern medical books, trying to introduce anti-malarial herbs such as Dicrowea febrifuga and Astragalus membranaceus to the Mediterranean. In the study of malaria, Eastern medicine was indeed far ahead. These areas were blind spots for anatomical medicine, necessitating the seeking of foreign knowledge. In any case, the butterfly effect had already begun, and the European powers' colonial partition of sub-Saharan Africa would occur a century earlier than in the original timeline. The Eastern Roman Empire was undoubtedly the first to reap the benefits of colonialism. Helping them treat diseases? Helping them learn knowledge? These were irrelevant. The fundamental meaning of a nation's existence is to do everything in its power to improve the lives of its people, nothing more. The year 1471 was a prosperous one, with many nations that would later shine achieving significant breakthroughs. On the edge of Mediterranean civilization, in distant Eastern Europe, the Grand Duchy of Moscow, under the leadership of Ivan III, won a crucial war. In mid-1471, war broke out between the Grand Duchy of Moscow and the Novgorod feudal oligarchy. On July 14, the two sides fought a decisive battle on the Sharon River, in which Moscow won a great victory, killing and wounding over 10,000 and capturing over 2,000. Grand Duke Ivan III of Moscow forced Novgorod to sign the Treaty of Khorestan, greatly diminishing Novgorod's autonomy. The pro-Moscow faction quickly gained power and was no longer able to resist. The impact of this battle was enormous. The Grand Duchy of Moscow subdued its biggest rival in the north and became the sole candidate for the unification of Rus, establishing its decisive advantage among the Rus principalities. In the following decades, the Grand Duchy of Moscow's power grew steadily. With the help of Zoe, a princess from the Eastern Roman Empire, Ivan III gradually strengthened central authority, reformed the internal system, adopted Eastern Roman institutions, and reorganized the Easternized court, attempting to consign the regional Rus princes to the dustbin of history and become the sole centralized monarch of all Rus. Also in that year, Ivan III once again refused to pay tribute to the Golden Horde, vowing never to pay taxes again and leading the Rus people toward independence and autonomy. Currently, the Grand Duchy of Moscow has initially unified most of the Great Rus region and is striving to strengthen its power, letting the cold winds of the far north sound the clarion call for national independence. As for Little Rus and Belarus, they are currently occupied by the more powerful Poland and Lithuania. It is foreseeable that the Lithuanians, equally worried about the rise of Moscow, will move closer to the Golden Horde. The vast forests are covered in snow, and a dozen horse-drawn sleighs traverse the snow-covered ground. Carriages are erected on the sleighs, surrounded by wooden planks to block the biting wind. A troop of cavalry guards the sleighs on both sides, their breath steaming in the cold air. Inside one carriage, Theodosius Palaiologos, dressed in a thick fur coat, is flipping through a thick notebook, the jolting of the sleigh and the chattering of voices disturbing his concentration. "Elise, if you keep making noise, I'll throw you down." Theodosius finally couldn't hold back and yelled impatiently at the little girl beside him. Elise's excited voice stopped abruptly, her eyes welling up with tears. She pouted and turned her head away. "I knew it, you still don't like me, but it's okay, Andreas and Zoe like me." The little girl pursed her lips. All right, I'm sorry, Elise." Theodosius sighed, pulled his sister into his arms, and kissed her forehead. "You're my only sister, how could I not like you? When we get to Moscow, I'll take you out to play, okay?" Elise's eyes lit up, and she immediately stopped crying, nodding quickly. "We'll invite Zoe too. And our nephew and niece." Elise imagined the scene of her family reunion and giggled. Seeing that his sister had stopped crying, Theodosius ignored her and continued flipping through his notes. Once we get to Moscow, Iris will naturally know how cold the winters are there. There's nothing outside, so taking her out to play is out of the question. Theodosius and Iris are both descendants of the former Grand Duke Thomas Palaiologos of Constantinople. They are siblings, with an older sister Zoe and an older brother Andreas. Since Theodosius was appointed governor of Brazil by his cousin Isaac, he has finally stopped being lost and began to study the Brazilian colony under his cousin's tutelage. Over the years, he has become quite knowledgeable. Now, Theodosius has come of age and is about to travel to the New World to become the first governor of the Kingdom of Brazil. Not long ago, news of the end of the Battle of the Sharon River reached Constantinople, and the emperor formed an embassy to visit the Rus states. Theodosius, having nothing else to do, volunteered to lead the embassy and, unable to resist his sister's repeated pleas, took her along as well. Unlike his other siblings, Theodosius was rather withdrawn and had a distant relationship with his family, especially with his older brother Andreas. Andreas rarely confided in his younger brother, and despite their generational difference, having grown up with Justinian, he considered him an elder brother, skipping school with him and secretly drinking with him. As for his sister Zoe, Theodosius only had a vague memory of her, which faded with time. After being appointed governor of Brazil, Theodosius, at the emperor's urging, began to improve his relationship with his brother and sister. The brothers no longer had conflicts of interest, but they still had few common topics, maintaining a facade of harmony, at least to avoid upsetting their widowed mother again. For Theodosius, this was a hard-won opportunity to make a name for himself, and he was determined to seize it. The events of the old world would be forgotten with time, and before crossing the ocean, he wanted to see his elder sister, whom he hadn't seen for many years, so as not to leave any regrets. Last autumn, Theodosius and Elise sailed from Constantinople to Constantine am Don, then traveled upstream along the Don, arriving in the territory of the Principality of Ryazan before the river froze, where they met with the Prince of Ryazan. Afterwards, Theodosius left the boat behind, switched her sled, and headed towards the wetlands of Moscow. Theodosius, are you looking at this notebook again? Seeing that Theodosius ignored her, Elise asked tentatively, looking at the notebook in his hand. It contains all the known information about the Brazilian colony, its people, geography, resources, specialties, everything. Theodosius sighed, closing the notebook as his sister leaned in again. Besides these, there are also some of the emperor's personal insights. They are very valuable. Do you want to see it? Theodosius handed the notebook to Elise, who quickly waved her hands in refusal. Are you really leaving? Elise asked sadly. Mother will be very sad, Theodosius said slowly after a moment of silence. You have to fight for your future. Brazil is a good place, the climate is nice, even better than most parts of the Eastern Empire. Theodosius patted his sister's head. It's not like I won't come back. It only takes a little over a month to get from Rioport to the fortress of the British Empire. It's very close. When you get married, I'll definitely be the first one back, and I'll bring you the best gift, okay? It's a promise. Iris smiled and kissed Theodosius on the cheek. But, I heard from Brother Andreas that explorers and sailors face risks at any time. You have to stay alive, Iris earnestly advised. I'm not an explorer or a sailor. I don't need to go on adventures myself. I can just stay in Rioport and handle affairs. Theodosius shook his head with a smile. Moreover, our good life today is inseparable from these warriors who braved the wilderness. His Majesty once praised them, saying, I have never seen so few people make such a great contribution to so many launching an expedition against darkness. This is not something ordinary people can do. Iris nodded, thinking for a moment. But Our Majesty followed Prince Henry on his voyages to the west long ago. At that time, the entire Atlantic was shrouded in darkness. That is true courage. Yes, that is why he is our greatest emperor. Theodosius nodded emphatically. The sleigh slowly came to a stop, and the cavalry captain knocked on the carriage door. Lord Theodosius, by the Duke's orders, our escort mission ends here, the captain said to Theodosius. Moscow is just ahead. You are safe now. Very well, thank you. Theodosius reached into his pocket and handed a few gold coins to the cavalry captain. Thank you for your hospitality, Duke, and for escorting us all the way. This money is nothing. Take it and buy some strong liquor to warm yourselves up. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. The cavalry captain from the Principality of Ryazan laughed, blowing on the gold coin engraved with the emperor's portrait. The cavalry departed, the sled continued its journey, and the snow-covered city was clearly visible. I heard from my brother Andreas that Ryazan should be a grand duchy. Iris looked at Theodosius curiously. Yes, it used to be. More than 10 years ago, they tried to attack Moscow with the help of the Poles, but they were taught a lesson by the Muscovites and became vassals, reduced from a grand duchy to principality. Theodosius answered simply. News of our arrival must have reached Moscow by now. Put on your clothes, we're ready to enter the city. The Moscow River was frozen over. Through the window, Theodosius saw children playing on the ice and young men wrestling shirtless in the snow. No wonder they are descendants of the Vikings, they are so resistant to the cold, Theodosius murmured. But their cities are terrible, with many shanty towns and refugees outside. Iris peered out the window. Not to mention Constantinople and Carthage, they can't even compare to Mistras. They're about the same level as Constantina. It's too cold, and the city isn't big, but there are many villages around, so it's definitely better than Constantina, Theodosius commented. As for Constantinople, no city in the entire Mediterranean can compare. Cairo now is just a large rural area where people occasionally overeat. The sled caravan was getting closer to the city, and the welcoming party was already waiting. The door opened, and Theodosius straightened his clothes and stepped onto the snowy Moscow ground. Welcome, guests from Constantinople, dear brother, the leading cavalryman, wearing a fur robe and a leather hat, bowed slightly to Theodosius. I am the Grand Duke's captain of the guard. The Grand Duke is waiting. Please follow me. The captain of the guard glanced at the rest of the sleds. Your entourage will also be well taken care of, thank you, Theodosius nodded, leading Iris into the cavalry carriage, while the rest of the delegation entered the city's guest house. They navigated the somewhat dilapidated city, crossed a frozen Moscow river, and before them stood a magnificent castle, constructed of marble and timber, each roof a distinctive dome shape. The Kremlin, the heart of the Grand Duchy of Moscow. Finally, a decent building, Iris murmured softly in Greek from inside the carriage. The heavy city gate slowly opened, and the group entered the Kremlin, stopping before the main hall. Theodosius nodded to the head guard, then led his sister up the steps into the inner sanctum. The inner hall was warm and inviting, with several fireplaces burning brightly. The interior was lavishly decorated, with intricate carvings and paintings, a masterpiece of craftsmanship. Theodosius looked around, recognizing the people by their attire. There were no ministers, only members of the Grand Duke's family. Seated at the head of the table was the current Grand Duke of Moscow, Ivan I of the Rurik family. Beside him, a woman in magnificent clothes, wearing a crown, smiled. It is an honor to be at your court, Your Excellency Grand Duke of Moscow, Master of Ryazan and Novgorod, Ivan Vasilievich Rurik. Theodosius bowed, then looked at the woman beside Ivan III, whose appearance matched his memory perfectly. And you, Your Excellency Grand Duchess of Moscow, dear sister, welcome, Theodosius, descendant of the Paleolith family, my brother, Ivan III smiled faintly. May your arrival bring love and warmth to this cold winter. Ivan III and Zoe rose and approached Theodosius and Iris. Long time no see, brother. Zoe looked at her younger brother, now grown into a man, and smiled with a touch of pride. And you, my sister? Zoe reached out and hugged Iris. After the pleasantries, Ivan III and Zoe returned to their thrones and introduced the family members present to Theodosius. Ivan Ivanovich Rurik, my eldest son and heir. Ivan III pointed to a young nobleman, emphasizing the word heir. The young nobleman was masculine and heroic, with a gentle and refined appearance. He smiled and nodded at Theodosius. Theodosius, of course, understood Ivan II's intention, but simply smiled and remained silent. This is Ivan's fiancée, Yelena, daughter of Grand Duke Stefan III of Moldavia. Theodosius also noticed the young woman beside Ivan, who turned her gaze to the side. It's a very good marriage. Has it been finalized? Theodosius asked. Not yet. Yelena, like you, has come to visit. Ivan III smiled. However, I do hope they marry soon and produce a future heir. Theodosius glanced at Zoe's face, seeing that she still smiled, seemingly happy for her stepson's happiness. This is Vasily, my second son, and Zoe's first boy. Ivan III looked at a child. Vasily, 6 years old, already understood a little, and bowed to Theodosius. Hello, Uncle Theodosius. Theodosius's smile deepened as he stepped forward, took a short sword from his waist, and handed it to young Vasily. This is my gift, a fine piece from the Constantinople arsenal. Vasily took the short sword, which bore the coat of arms of the Palaiologos family, and excitedly brandished it, raising an eyebrow triumphantly at his half-brother Ivan opposite him. Next, Ivan III introduced several of his daughters to Theodosius, 2 from his first wife and 2 from Zoe. Theodosius, as always, showered his 2 nieces, who were completely oblivious to the situation, with gifts, while leaving the other 2 princesses with nothing. Ivan III watched this scene, his expression somewhat displeased, but he maintained his composure. As an uncle, it was only natural to give gifts to his relatives. No one could say anything about it. Theodosius also discreetly observed Ivan's expression, seeing that he remained as gentle as ever, showing no anger whatsoever, and thus held his heir in higher regard. "Well, since you don't object to me giving gifts to my nephews, then when your father is nearing his end, I can send Vasily some mercenaries and muskets. You shouldn't have any objections then, right?" Theodosius shook his head, ceasing his overthinking. He was leaving anyway. These succession disputes could be left to his sister to worry about. Having settled his personal matters, Theodosius got down to business, taking a gift list from his pocket and handing it to Ivan III. "These are gifts from the emperor, to celebrate your great victory in Novgorod," Theodosius said. Ivan III glanced at the gift list, his earlier displeasure vanishing instantly, replaced by a broad smile. "Thank you, Emperor of Constantinople, the gifts are very generous, I am very pleased." Theodosius nodded with a smile, though a hint of disdain lingered in his heart. Typical of the semi-civilized Rus, so concerned even with these not-so-valuable gifts. "How is Constantinople?" Zoe asked, looking at her younger siblings. "Everything's fine. Constantinople is thriving, its population is about to surpass 300,000, Theodosius replied. "Andreas and mother are both well, and Constantina is also prospering." Theodosius paused. "It's a transit point between Carthage and Algiers, and its commercial revenue is quite good. What about the war? How is the situation in Anatolia now?" Zoe asked again. "Our army has captured Smyrna and Manisa and is slowly advancing northward. The remnants of the Ottoman army are holed up in a corner of Bursa, and the Ares army is spending the winter in their pastures. Due to the difficult roads, we have slowed down our northward advance," Theodosius said simply. "There won't be any major military operations before spring. His Majesty has returned to Constantinople, reportedly to handle some matters personally." "How long will your war last?" Ivan II couldn't help but ask. "After spring, we will inevitably have a decisive battle with the Ares king Uzun Hasan. After that battle, the First Great Turkish War will be almost over," Theodosius said, looking at Ivan III. "Anatolia is too vast. And there are too many infidels. We cannot conquer it all at once. There will be several more wars to come. Can you guarantee that you will defeat Uzun Hasan?" Ivan asked from the side. "We can lose countless times, but he can only lose once," Theodosius said calmly. All right, we can talk about that later. You've come here for more than just congratulations and family visits, haven't you?" Ivan III's smile faded, and he waved his hand, dismissing his daughters and leaving only his two sons. "If you have any needs, please speak frankly." Theodosius produced another letter and handed it to Ivan III. "Your Majesty believes that with the expansion of the Poles and the decline of Crimea, it is necessary to revise the ambiguous alliance between our two countries, at least specifying the obligations of both sides." Ivan III finished reading the letter and handed it to Zoe. "Specifically, which alliance is it against Grand Duke Casimir IV of Lithuania, and Khan Emma of the Jachi Ulis?" Theodosius replied. "After the Great Turkish War ends, we will launch some smaller wars, the first of which is the Crimean War, where we will wipe out the separatist regime established by Hagia Sophia." Theodosius smiled slightly. "By then, we will be natural allies, and Lithuania and Jachi Ulis will also be natural allies." "Are you really that confident?" "The Crimeans are not easy to deal with, even if they split up," Ivan III couldn't help but question. "Their core region is the Crimean Peninsula, and their densely populated areas are generally along the coast or rivers." Theodosius shrugged. "And we have the most powerful navy in the world. Governor Alexander of the Crimean Viceroyalty and Princess Charlotte have already taken advantage of their civil war to seize many settlements. With our help, the Crimeans won't last long. If that's the case, then so be it." Ivan III nodded slightly and pondered. "The Poles and Lithuanians have indeed gone too far. They supported the Novgorod rebellion, and the Tatars. It's time to sound the horn of counterattack. Also, what's the deal with the economic cooperation that Emperor Isaac wrote in his letter?" Ivan III looked at Theodosius. "We hope to revitalize Black Sea trade, develop commerce through the Don River, and promote the economic takeoff of both countries," Theodosius said. "The Don River has a very gentle current, suitable for navigation. Your furs and grains can be sold to us, and our spirits, clothing, clocks, books, gems, and other handicrafts can enter your cities. We can negotiate taxes on goods, trying to reduce or eliminate them as much as possible, thus allowing commerce to develop freely." Theodosius smiled. That's called free trade, as the emperor said. Ivan I pursed his lips, remaining silent. There's another point, which the emperor didn't mention in the letter. I must bring it up in person. Go ahead, Ivan I said seriously. It's like this. The emperor has met with some merchants from Moscow and Ryazan, and from them, he learned of a problem you are currently facing, Theodosius said slowly. From what we understand, you are currently facing a severe shortage of precious metals. This not only prevents you from issuing much currency and consolidating your financial power, but also severely hinders private commerce. I took a stroll around Ryazan and discovered that 80% of private trade is still based on barter. This is unacceptable and will severely slow down your development. Yes, you're right. So what? Ivan I asked, his expression unchanged. His Majesty believes that since our two countries are related by marriage and both belong to the Orthodox Church of the East, he can offer assistance. He can provide you with a large amount of precious metals for minting currency, which will not only strengthen centralized power but also promote commercial development. Theodosius looked at Ivan I. Ivan I remained silent for a moment, his expression unchanged. A very good proposal, but what are the conditions? I just noticed that there are many refugees in your cities, including Ryazan. We hope to obtain the right to recruit refugees to alleviate the pressure on your cities and contribute to the Orthodox Church. Theodosius made the sign of the cross on his chest as if in piety. Your Majesty is merciful and kind, unwilling to see your kinsmen suffer from the harsh cold, and wishes them a better life. Ivan I scoffed, his eyes flashing. Rus is vast, but no land is superfluous. Rus people are numerous, but no one is superfluous. They cannot offer you any value. The weather is cold, and the arable land is limited, Theodosius retorted. However, the gold and silver are real. You can dispose of them as you see fit. If you wish to purchase our weapons, armor, guns, or even future warships, you can use these precious metals. Ivan I remained silent, his mind in turmoil. Theodosius was right, he indeed desperately needed precious metals. Many commercial activities in Rus still relied on the primitive method of barter. Moreover, he hadn't even fully reclaimed the right to mint coins from the feudal princes, mainly due to lack of precious metals. However, in the future Moscow-Eastern Roman trade, Moscow would be in a trade deficit. These precious metals would eventually return to the Eastern Roman Empire, but the loss of people would be a permanent loss. However, he could indeed benefit greatly from this exchange. He could raise more soldiers, buy better weapons, and take another step closer to becoming a centralized monarch, and another step closer to breaking the shackles of the Tatars. What will Emperor Isaac do if I disagree? Ivan I asked tentatively. Some merchants suggested that your Majesty fund Tatar bandits and buy Orthodox slaves directly from them, Theodosius said with distress. His Majesty severely reprimanded them and said that Grand Duke Ivan is always understanding and would certainly not make things difficult for us. Ivan I was not angry. This phenomenon was all too common, continuing from centuries ago to the present day. During this period, a vast number of Rus slaves were sold by the Tatars to Genoese merchants, forming an important part of the Black Sea trade. What do you think? Ivan I looked at Zoe. You are the monarch, you decide for yourself, Zoe said calmly. Seemingly satisfied with Zoe's performance, Ivan I nodded and turned to Theodosius. I need to convene a Duma meeting to discuss matters with the nobles. That's your prerogative, Theodosius said. However, I just captured some prisoners of war from Novgorod. They're all militia, with little education or fighting ability. They can be sold to you. Ivan I sighed. I hope your emperor keeps his word and gives them a better life. Don't worry, the emperor has always been good to his own people. Theodosius' smile deepened. You'll be glad you made this decision today. Ivan I waved his hand, somewhat annoyed. What are your plans for the future? If you allow, we will stay here. Next spring, we will travel to the Grand Duchy of Kiev to try and sign a similar commercial agreement, Theodosius said. Kiev. You're planning to bypass the Poles and Lithuanians? Ivan I asked, somewhat surprised. Let's try. If things don't work out politically, we'll contact the merchants, Theodosius shrugged. Once the Don River thaws, we will send a fleet to bring the refugees back. Alright, then let's stay here for now. Ivan I nodded. Moscow winters are cold, but they have their own charm. We don't have many special products, but if we do, they are bears, wine, and the cold wind. In early 1472, Amidst howling north winds, an envoy from the Eastern Roman Empire arrived in Moscow to begin negotiations and consultations on a military alliance and commercial treaty. Chapter 312 Banana Craze 1472. The weather in the northern hemisphere grew increasingly cold, with snowflakes fluttering across the vast Eurasian continent, turning cities and countryside a pristine silver. However, on the vast Atlantic islands, the sun remained warm, the temperature pleasant, and the prevailing westerly winds brought abundant rainfall, allowing plants to thrive. Churches were busily preparing for the numerous festivals that followed at the beginning of the year. This was the Canary Islands, the largest archipelago in the entire northwest African region, with a subtropical climate, mild temperatures year-round, abundant winter rainfall, and relatively dry summers. Due to its advantageous location, with the opening and prosperity of Atlantic shipping routes, the Canary Islands' strategic importance rapidly increased, becoming a crucial transit point for Mediterranean ships heading to the Atlantic. Many merchant fleets used it as their first resupply point after leaving the Mediterranean, bringing prosperity and flourishing to this once uninhabited volcanic archipelago. Decades ago, the Eastern Roman Empire purchased the western half of the Canary Islands from the Kingdom of the Canary Islands, founded by French explorers, and established the Viceroyalty of La Palma, making the fertile volcanic island of La Palma its capital. In the following decades, the Eastern Roman Empire made rapid advances in the Atlantic, and the Viceroyalty of La Palma developed accordingly, gradually perfecting its systems, establishing a sound legal system, and increasing its population year by year. Due to its proximity to the Mediterranean world and the relatively small number of local indigenous people, it was able to more quickly absorb the influence of Mediterranean civilization, and the island's ports became indistinguishable from other Orthodox cities. Compared to the largely desolate Viceroyalty of San Nicolas and the bloody and dark Viceroyalty of Byzantium, this was a true civilized region. A few years ago, the Eastern Roman Empire's land and sea forces landed at Cape Europa in the southern Iberian Peninsula, spending vast sums of money and spending over a year successfully building a fortress on which the sun never sets, thus securing a foothold in the Strait of Gibraltar. After the construction of the fortress where the sun never sets, piracy by the Marin dynasty and the Emir of Granada was restricted. The liberalization reforms initiated by the emperor in Constantinople further elevated the status of capitalists and merchants. More and more private capital began to form joint stock merchant guilds to engage in Atlantic trade, leading to a surge in overseas goods on the market. Shipyards across the country operated around the clock. At that time, the old king of the Canary Islands had died, and his nephew succeeded him. However, this playboy was heavily indebted and eager to sell his properties to raise cash. Against this backdrop, the emperor decided to acquire the entire Canary Islands, defeating buyers from Castile and France with a higher price. He then sent a powerful Atlantic fleet into the Canary Islands to intimidate foreign competitors. The playboy happily departed with a large sum of money, and the Viceroyalty of La Palma expanded to twice its original size, becoming the Viceroyalty of the Canary Islands, with its capital remaining the predominantly Orthodox island of La Palma. By this time, the Eastern Roman Empire's maritime network was essentially complete. From Constantinople to Thessalonians, from Thessalonians to Athens, then to Berinchus, Carthage, and Algiers in North Africa, from Algiers to the fortress on which the sun never sets, and then southwest to the Viceroyalty of the Canary Islands, venturing into the vast ocean. Ports formed a network of maritime trade routes, bringing together wealth from half the world and flowing to Carthage and Constantinople. The entire Viceroyalty of the Canary Islands now had a population of 80,000, including over 10,000 Greek Orthodox Christians, over 8,000 Latin Catholics, and tens of thousands of slaves, mostly residing on larger, more fertile islands such as La Palma and Gran Canaria. On the sea cliffs beside the port of La Palma, a marble statue, bathed in the Atlantic breeze, stands tall and proud, its cloak remarkably expressive, its sword raised high, pointing towards the sea. This is the statue of Emperor Isaac, commissioned by the governor of La Palma 5 years ago. 27 years ago, the still young emperor set out from here, establishing his immortal achievements and embarking on his legendary path of revival. An inscription on the base of the marble statue is from the emperor's speech, "In the name of God, I embark on a conquest of the Black Lands." To this day, ships of all sizes entering the harbor bask in the glory of the marble statue, and sailors from all corners of the world remove their hats to pay the most sincere respect to the great pioneer. The statue is maintained and supervised by dedicated personnel. Sailors who have set sail on voyages and those returning victorious often place a few gold coins at the base of the statue, praying for victory and giving thanks for the blessings. On La Palma Island, a carriage speeds along the smooth dirt road, bypassing the bustling port, heading towards the plantations outside the city. Inside the carriage, a richly dressed middle-aged man gazed silently out the window at the vast fields, watching the thriving sugarcane and coffee trees, the overseers with whips on the ridges, and the slaves toiling in the fields, his face serene. His name was Lothair, the current governor of the Canary Islands, a position he had held diligently for 27 years. He had witnessed the Canary Islands rise from nothing, the port's prosperity, the plantations flourishing, and the immense power of private capital under liberalization reforms. Lothair was not of noble birth. His father, Andrei, had been the emperor's personal steward and had died of old age a few years earlier. In accordance with his wishes, he was buried in Constantinople, next to the tomb of his late mother, Catherine. Andrei was not of Greek descent but Genoese. He had come to Constantinople as a servant of the Gattilusio family, accompanying Isaac's mother, Catherine. After Catherine's death in childbirth, he remained by Isaac's side. Later, when the emperor explored West Africa, Andrei sent his eldest son, Lothair, to his side to manage logistics. After the emperor purchased La Palma Island, he established a viceroyalty of La Palma, and the young Lothair was entrusted with high hopes, serving as its first governor. Your Excellency, we're approaching Queen Catherine's castle. Would you like to go see it? The coachman turned to look at Lothair. Not this time. Let's go directly to the plantation in the west, Lothair said. Queen Catherine's castle is the second city on La Palma Island, and the only city besides the port of La Palma, named in honor of the late Queen Catherine Gattilusio. Queen Catherine was a benefactor of the Lothair family. She had rescued Andrei from a slave market in Genoa, making him a servant and even marrying him her maid, directly changing the fate of the entire family. Andrei was always deeply grateful for his mistress's kindness, swearing loyalty until the very end. Within the bureaucratic system of the Eastern Empire, Andrei, who had risen to the position of Minister of Commerce, was an anomaly. Aside from Isaac's branch, he was extremely cold to the other Palaiologos, even the deceased Emperor Constantine, who was repeatedly treated coldly by Andrei, though he always remained silent. Empress Catherine died tragically. At the time, Constantine was tied down in the south, and his brother, Dmitry Palaiologos, was waging war and besieging Constantinople. Catherine was terrified and, in extreme panic and despair, gave birth to her eldest son, soon after ascending to heaven. Before her death, Catherine called Andrei and young Lothair to her side, ordering them to protect her son. My father and brother abandoned me here, my husband won't come to see me, his brother wants to take our lives, and those Greeks are busy fighting amongst themselves. I don't know who to trust, Catherine murmured in sorrow. I'm dying. After I die, this child, who shares my blood, will be my only proof in this world. You must protect him. Catherine bled to death, Dmitry's plot failed, and Andrei remained by the young master's side, watching him ascend the throne step by step, turning the tide step by step. Lothair remembered that before his death, his father called him back, and the usually taciturn father spoke at length. Remember, we are not loyal to the Eastern Empire, nor to the entire Palaiologos family, but only to the descendants of the late empress. Andrei coughed as he stared firmly at his eldest son. The political climate in the Eastern Empire is terrible. If one day another traitor like Dmitry emerges, regardless of his surname, our descendants must stand with the descendants of Emperor Isaac. No matter what position our descendants hold, they must uphold this oath. You must write it in our family history. I want you to swear to God. Lothair swore the oath, buried his father, and returned to La Palma, continuing to fight for his monarch on this island on the empire's edge. There, he built ports, standardized regulations, enforced strict taxes, cracked down on crime, introduced refugees from various countries, funded Sunday schools, vigorously developed agriculture, and increased taxes paid to Constantinople year after year. In these 20-odd years, the governors of the San Nicolas and Byzantium viceroyalties had changed several times, but Lothair remained steadfast. The emperor trusted Lothair, and Lothair never disappointed him. Now, Lothair is 46 years old, his hair increasingly gray, and he has 2 sons and a daughter, living a happy life with his family. Lothair adhered to his family's creed. His eldest son grew up with the crown prince, and his second son served as the emperor's attendant, never participating in the empire's internal political struggles. Despite the fact that, through personal effort and the changing tides of time, the Canary Islands viceroyalty had become quite prosperous, and if he so desired, he could wield considerable influence. In reality, the various colonies were royal property from their inception, registered under the emperor's name and largely independent of the imperial government. Even the colonial ministry maintained a distant relationship with other departments. The emperor's overseas expansion decrees also excluded government interference. Private exploration, construction, and ownership were handled by the colonial ministry, with the emperor selecting valuable colonies for acquisition. Recently, several ministers contacted Lothair, arguing that the Canary Islands viceroyalty had reached a point of near-complete development, indistinguishable from the imperial mainland, and that it was time to hand it over to the government, establishing a regional administration. They hoped Lothair would spearhead a petition, but he vehemently refused. In Lothair's view, in terms of colonial vision, no one in the world combined could match the emperors. Handing the colonies over to the government was utter nonsense, only leading to corruption, embezzlement, and deficits. Lothair had never liked the cunning Greeks, even though his emperor was a prime example. "Your Excellency, we've arrived," the coachman's words interrupted Lothair's reverie. "Yes, wait here." Lothair pulled himself out of his thoughts and stepped down from the carriage. A vast expanse of farmland came into view, the fertile volcanic soil teeming with thriving crops. Lothair glanced at the strange crops and walked towards a nearby house. The house was simple, built of logs, but the plaque above it was exquisitely crafted, clearly the work of a master. Imperial Agricultural Research Institute. Lothair recognized the Greek characters on the plaque. In the last decade, with the flourishing of the age of exploration, more and more new crops had come into the empire's view, significantly improving the people's living standards, greatly boosting productivity, and filling their pockets. Agriculture was the foundation of the nation. Industry and commerce without agricultural support were like rootless duckweed. The emperor understood this principle well and had long ago established the Imperial Agricultural Research Institute, requiring them to utilize new plants to promote the development of imperial agriculture. A lifetime of wheat cultivation couldn't withstand a cold snap, but cold-resistant crops from the Americas saved countless people from famine. Besides staple foods, cash crops were equally important. The widespread establishment of sugarcane plantations made sugar more affordable. The introduction of coffee and cola nuts alleviated fatigue. Rubber trees provided crucial raw materials for the empire's vehicles, and new cotton varieties introduced from the Americas rendered once common Indian coarse cotton obsolete overnight, ushering in a new boom in the textile industry. Against this backdrop, the Imperial Agricultural Research Institute received increasing funding and established branches in numerous locations. Several years ago, the Imperial Agricultural Research Institute was formally divided into 3 bureaus: agricultural tools, livestock and fish, and plant crops. The building before us belonged to the Crop Bureau, the largest in terms of personnel. Recently, the South Atlantic branch of the Crop Bureau successfully transplanted Brazilian rubber to the Kingdom of Congo. The Emperor and Congolese compradors ordered the local natives to plant rubber, causing the Royal Rubber Company's shares to skyrocket overnight, and the Agricultural Research Institute's reputation to soar. Many speculators closely watch their every move. Governor Lothair, researcher model is waiting for you. The results are in. An apprentice stepped forward and saluted at the institute's entrance, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Lothair nodded and entered the institute. The institute was rather cluttered, with a distinctly exotic feel. There were only 2 researchers, but quite a few apprentices. "Governor Lothair, you've finally arrived." A simply dressed middle-aged man ran towards Lothair. His skin was yellowish-black, quite different from the Mediterranean type. This was an Indian, an Eastern talent recruited by the Emperor's East India Fleet. "I heard about your breakthrough last month, but I've been busy with the administrative construction of several islands in the East, so I only just arrived now," Lothair said with a smile. "What, just you alone?" That Malacca man has already escorted the finished products to Constantinople. He left last month. It should have arrived by now. Model's Greek was rudimentary, but the joy in his eyes was almost palpable. "You'll be overjoyed when you see our new creations. This archipelago under your jurisdiction will become the richest colony in the entire empire." Model, from India, excitedly led Lothair to the back garden, showing him what he had grown. The back garden wasn't large, and it too was filled with strange plants, but the crops in each plot were slightly different. "These are bananas, my lord, the finest fruit," Model cheerfully pointed to several experimental plots. "Besides fruit, some bananas can also be used as a staple food. The natives of the East African plateau rely on green bananas as their main food. You've grown them on La Palma." Lothair stepped forward, stroking the banana leaves and fruit. "Yes, I was originally a banana farmer in Calicut. Because I grew them well, the emperor invited me here, wanting my territory to also bear bananas." Model rubbed his hands together. "We had planned to try planting one on both sides of the Mediterranean, but the emperor rejected the suggestion outright. He divided us banana researchers into two groups. One went to Cuba to mainly grow staple bananas, and the other came to the Canary Islands to grow fruit bananas. Guess what? They actually succeeded. The Canary Islands are suitable for growing bananas, especially La Palma." Model pulled out a crumpled notebook and handed it to Lothair. The emperor also described several types of fruit bananas he wanted. "We brought many banana tubers from the east, of various varieties. The emperor has ample funds, and we have made tireless efforts here." Lothair flipped through it, completely unable to understand. "Make it short, I don't have that much time." Lothair returned the notebook to Model. "In short, we successfully found the type of banana the emperor wanted. Look, it's this one." Model picked a bunch of bananas and handed it to the governor. Lothair took it, smelled it, and the enticing aroma made his mouth water. He broke open a banana and began to examine it. "The peel is thick, the color is enticing, the aroma is irresistible, and there are no seeds, perfect for commercial purposes," Lothair commented. "Yes, you're right," Model said cheerfully. "Where we come from, bananas aren't too expensive, but along the Mediterranean coast, there's nowhere suitable for growing them. Plus, bananas are too fragile and difficult to store, which means European countries simply can't get bananas. This banana is the excellent variety His Majesty has been searching for. I remember it was brought from the islands by that Malacca man. Besides its excellent taste, its biggest advantage is its thick peel, which allows for storage and transportation. It can be shipped from here to the Mediterranean world." Model boasted incessantly about his achievement. "Moreover, bananas grow very quickly. Here, they can be grown year-round, allowing for mass production. If the voyage went smoothly, the semi-ripe bananas we picked last month have already arrived in Constantinople. They're ripe now and probably on the emperor's table." "Good stuff," Lothair nodded, a grin spreading across his face. "What's the name of this banana?" "It didn't originally have a name, but His Majesty gave it one," Model said, flipping through his notes. "It sounds awful." The Indian frowned. Big Mac," Lothair shook his head. "It's a strange name, but it doesn't matter. Yes, His Majesty once said that bananas are extremely expensive in Europe. If we successfully introduce them, the empire will have another cash cow." Model nodded. "However, His Majesty ordered us to isolate Big Mac's fields. Every laborer must wash themselves thoroughly and disinfect their shoes with strong liquor before entering. I don't know why. His Majesty must have a reason for doing this," Lothair pondered. "Does anyone else know about Big Mac?" "Well, we've kept it a secret, but as you know, since the successful trial planting of rubber in Congo, many people have been secretly trying to find out about us," Model recalled. "A few days ago, a spy almost got in. I recognize him, he's come over many times. He seems to be an employee of the United Fruit Company. No wonder, Lothair muttered to himself. "What's wrong?" Model asked curiously. "This company owns quite a few sugarcane plantations on your island. That's not surprising, is it?" "No, it has nothing to do with sugarcane," Lothair shook his head. "The newspapers say the emperor recently acquired a large portion of the shares in the United Fruit Company. It must be for this." "Then you," Model looked at the governor. "Once the emperor's order is issued, I will allocate land and slaves for Big Mac." Lothair thought for a moment. "How long have you been in the Eastern Empire?" "More than 2 years." "Why?" Model was taken aback. "I suggest you use all your spare money to buy shares in the United Fruit Company. Believe me, if you don't buy, you'll regret it for the rest of your life," Lothair said earnestly. Model thought for a moment, seemingly understanding, and nodded quickly. Lothair ignored him and walked straight out. "Governor, I'm going to buy too, on the shores of the Black Sea, in the heart of the empire, Constantinople." As winter approached, the weather grew increasingly cold, and heavy snowflakes drifted across the city. As darkness fell, The sound of horses' hooves echoed melodiously on the stone slabs of the inner palace. Who dares to gallop so recklessly in the sacred ground? A Varangian guard on duty, peering through the snow, caught a glimpse of a red figure and rushed forward to stop the intruder. The red-clad knight removed his scarf, tossed aside his cloak, revealing a silver pocket watch on his chest. "What, don't you recognize me? Your Majesty Justinian," the guard, startled, quickly bowed. "Welcome home." Justinian smiled and nodded, pulling his cloak back on and galloping towards the inner palace. The royal bedchamber was now in sight. Justinian herded his horse to the stables, brushed the snow from his shoulders, and ascended the steps of the bedchamber. The doors opened, and Justinian entered the palace, removing his outer garment and handing it to a maid. "Your Majesty, Emperor Isaac is having his meal, along with the 2 queens and several princes," a maid reported. "Very well, I'll go right away." Justinian quickened his pace and headed for the dining room. The aroma of the food hadn't yet dissipated, and the warm fire in the fireplace made the room seem especially cozy against the gray sky. Stepping into the dining room, half of Justinian's weariness instantly vanished, and his tense nerves relaxed. "You're back." Isaac looked at his increasingly mature eldest son at the head of the table. "Yes, it's finally resolved." Justinian nodded and sat down at the table. "Where are the others?" "It's dark. They went to rest, but they left you some food," Isaac said gently. "Once you've filled your stomach, go see your mother and wife and children, they're probably waiting for you." Justinian nodded, picked up a piece of bread from the table, dipped it in the steaming beef and beet broth, and wolfed it down. "Where is Alexius?" "He took Maria to Carthage for a vacation. The child has suffered too much, he needs a rest." Justinian looked up, somewhat surprised at his father. "You've actually started to show pity for your children? That's rare. I'm old, 40 years old." Isaac shook his head, his gaze calm. "You went out alone again this time. How did it go?" "Not bad." Justinian finished a loaf of bread and pulled 3 fried eggs toward himself. "Constantine on the Don is doing well, and the Cossack kingdom is all settled." "Tell me more." Isaac pushed another stack of bread toward his son. "As you know, both the Cossacks and the Circassians are conscripted. They can't fight for long. My main job was to arrange rotations and bring some fresh blood to Gonzalo," Justinian said as he ate. "Some Rus people, oppressed by the Lithuanians, came seeking refuge with their kin. I accepted them and used this opportunity to reorganize the Cossacks." Justinian smiled at Isaac. "I've divided them into 3 groups, the Zaporozhye Cossacks, the Don Cossacks, and the Kuban Cossacks. There might be Volga Cossacks later. I've given them the freedom they deserve. Their military and political officials are elected independently. Besides myself, the kingdom's top minister is Timurdash, whom I've appointed Grand Hetman." "Hetman? That's a Polish term, but it's acceptable," Isaac pondered. "So how do you plan to achieve effective control? You attract them with freedom, but you can't be too lax." "Well, I intend to strengthen the authority of the clergy. I'll appoint my bishop as the Grand Hetman's adjutant, who will also handle military and political affairs," Justinian said. "Their military and political officials are elected independently, but the archbishop is appointed by Constantinople. To strengthen their power, I can't be too harsh, but I can indirectly strengthen the authority of the clergy." "Good, you already have some ideas. All these years haven't been wasted," Isaac smiled. "The Crimeans won't last much longer. After I finish the First Great Turkish War, I'll deal with them immediately." "Do you need my help?" Justinian asked. "After spring, you'll come with me to Anatolia. You won't need to command much, but it's a good opportunity to enhance your prestige," Isaac said. "Okay, I'll go." Justinian nodded, put down his knife and fork, and breathed a sigh of relief. "Enough of that, try some of their new fruit." Isaac pushed a plate of bright yellow bananas toward Justinian. "They're from La Palma. Only we in all of Europe can afford them." Justinian broke open a Big Mac, took a bite, and his eyes widened immediately. "Good stuff. I've never eaten such delicious fruit," Justinian exclaimed in amazement. Seeing that his reaction was the same as the other family members, Isaac's lips curled up. In fact, even as a time traveler, this was the first time Isaac had ever eaten a Big Mac banana. In the 21st century of the original timeline, this kind of banana with an excellent taste was almost extinct, and other bananas were completely incomparable to it. Bananas, a fruit native to Southeast Asia, were domesticated by humans very early on. With the Austronesian explorers' voyages, They spread throughout the Indian Ocean and became ubiquitous along its coast. Bananas can naturally produce triploids, meaning they are seedless, a true gift from nature. Unlike common fruits, bananas are not woody plants but herbaceous plants, lacking a trunk. Their growth and ripening rates far surpass those of apples and pears, giving them immense economic value. Early in the age of exploration, Isaac began searching for various bananas throughout the Indian Ocean, bringing the green bananas, a staple food, to the Byzantine people, introducing them for cultivation, and preparing to ignite a banana craze in Europe. In the original timeline, tropical and subtropical bananas struggled to reach Europe and North America due to their delicate nature and difficulty in transportation and storage. All these difficulties were overcome by a thick-skinned banana variety called Giant Mac. The famous United Fruit Company amassed enormous wealth through Giant Mac, but also incurred immense bloodshed. However, decades after Giant Mac's heyday, a disease swept the globe, leading to its demise. By the 21st century, Giant Mac was virtually extinct. This trend would bring the nation a huge amount of money. Since it was bound to happen sooner or later, Isaac should be the one to drive it. At this time, global transportation was not very convenient, and diseases from Southeast Asia could not easily spread to the Atlantic. If Isaac took good preventative measures, perhaps the Giant Mac could prosper for a longer period. Even if it went extinct in the future, so what? At least the Eastern Roman Empire would reap the benefits of this wave, and the lives of the common people would get better and better. Isaac planned to first promote the cultivation of Giant Mac in the Canary Islands. This area was subtropical, with abundant water and heat, and was the closest banana-producing region to Europe. It was the banana-producing region of the Spanish Empire in the original timeline, and it was also an important banana industry base in the modern era. The experience from his previous life could also help the Eastern Roman plantation owners avoid many detours. The invention of cardboard boxes would make bananas more durable for transportation. Father, are you planning to plant bananas extensively? Justinian immediately guessed Isaac's thoughts. Yes, I plan to establish a large number of banana plantations on La Palma Island and sell our bananas to Europe, Isaac pondered. I'll have someone conduct experiments to see if we can transport Cuban bananas to Europe with current transportation technology. If we can, the profits will be much greater. The journey is long, and it must be difficult, Justinian said, wiping his hands after finishing his banana. Yes, but I've solved the problem of bruising them, and there's a way to address the shelf life issue, Isaac said, looking at him. We can transport unripe, half-grown bananas to Europe, and then ripen them by placing these stop-developing bananas with apples and pears that are about to ripen, Isaac explained. The taste won't be as good as naturally grown ones, of course, but it will be enough to drive Europeans crazy. Most importantly, there's a lot of them. With the low temperatures these days, I think it should be feasible. I've already acquired a majority stake in the United Fruit Company. I suggest you also use your savings to buy some. You can make more money. Great. You never make a mistake. Justinian laughed heartily and stood up. Then go and rest. Don't keep them waiting. Isaac smiled and waved his hand, shooing his eldest son away. Chapter 313 University City Planning. As February drew to a close, the overwhelming snowstorm gradually subsided, temperatures rose, and the snow in the mountains melted, flowing into streams and lakes, nourishing the earth and bringing life. For the entire Eastern Roman Empire, this winter was peaceful and tranquil. The bloody battles in Anatolia were forced to a halt due to the weather, soldiers across the strait took turns resting, and the Ares dynasty's army was deployed across the winter pastures of the highlands, with no intention of risking their lives in the snow. Moreover, even if the war continued, the emperor did his utmost to support the army in his own way and did his best to avoid interfering with the daily lives of ordinary people. Whether in the Balkans or Africa, apart from a few brief mentions in the Daily Chronicle, war seemed a distant memory. The emperor disliked interfering too much in the lives of ordinary people and did not levy taxes or plunder everywhere like many monarchs. The grain on the land belonged to the people, the game and fruits in the mountains and forests belonged to them, and the fish, crabs, shrimp, and shellfish in the rivers and lakes also belonged to them. He never imposed exorbitant taxes or competed with the people for profit. The emperor's tax officials only visited a handful of times a year. Aside from the messengers delivering messages, ordinary farmers had the most contact with officials sent by the Imperial Ministry of Agriculture. These officials brought them hardy crops, more convenient tools, superior composting methods, and more productive cattle and sheep, and were often warmly welcomed. The simple farmers would offer them their best food, inquire about opportunities in big cities, and share untold stories. Returning information to the farmers, teaching them methods, and trusting their wisdom would earn the empire's trust. In Africa, on the southern coast of the Mediterranean, coastal cities prospered under the influence of maritime trade. Carthage, the southern capital, continued to grow in population and expand in size. The construction of the new cultural and sports district brought a touch of artistic flair to the citizens who were obsessed with martial arts and brawling. The slave trade in Byzantium flourished under the combined influence of colonization and war. Byzantium University provided a wealth of talent for the slave market, offering comprehensive training from capture and selection to taming. Besides these two major cities, other cities also saw some new progress. Tripoli's pottery workshops were on track, Sfax's nitrate industry was booming, securing long-term contracts with the military, and Sirte, while remaining relatively stable, had also established a fertilizer plantation, purchasing animal bones from the steppes to produce bone meal fertilizer. The situation in the Balkans was even better, it was more stable and didn't rely on landowners for order. The winds of liberalization quickly swept across the land, and the powerful dynamism of private capital was on full display. More and more mines were opened, and more agricultural capitalists contracted land and established leased farms. Of course, institutional progress only provided fertile ground. Rapid technological advancements were the gentle spring rain that boosted productivity. The explosive growth in mining technology in the German regions was quickly applied to the Balkans. The opening of the Thessalonian Street, Hellenic National Highway connected the Balkan Mountains with the imperial core, and the previously impoverished North Macedonian and Albanian military districts also benefited from this. In several major regions of southern Greece, the silk industry, after more than a decade of nurturing, finally got on track. The Bank of Constantinople provided substantial low-interest loans to citizens willing to open factories, and silk production increased year after year. Compared to the silk industry, the tobacco industry's prosperity was largely spontaneous. Greece was well suited for tobacco cultivation, and the increase in large livestock and the widespread use of iron tools allowed farmers to cultivate more land. Besides growing staple crops, many farmers also allocated some land to grow cash crops, with tobacco, being the most valuable, being the obvious choice. Developed maritime trade routes brought the empire abundant raw materials, and vast colonies provided plentiful gold and silver. From the common people to the wealthy merchants, everyone was immersed in the beauty and anticipation of this prosperous era. Until 1472, Europe as a whole was still experiencing a shortage of precious metals, which greatly hampered the development of capitalism. In some remote corners, more than half of commercial activities still relied on the primitive method of barter. The Eastern Roman Empire, with its abundant precious metals, seized this opportunity to catch up, gradually surpassing the birthplace of capitalism, the rich Apennine Peninsula. Historically, Europe's cash crunch didn't officially end until decades later, after a massive influx of silver from the Americas. Regardless, after more than 2 decades of effort, the Eastern Roman Empire had been revitalized, completely shedding its reputation as a Balkan beggar, its old shadows no longer looming, and was ascending to a new peak. This was the best year of the past decade, and also the worst year of the next decade, a true reflection of the inner feelings of countless Eastern Roman citizens. Admittedly, the iron hooves of the Eastern nomads had not yet vanished, the overall strength of the Kingdom of France remained unparalleled, and the Jagiellonian dynasty of Poland and Lithuania was also on its way to prosperity. However, this did not diminish the pride and self-esteem of the Eastern Roman people. Everyone could live a better life amidst the empire's revival. Besides its own citizens, an increasing number of European Christians began vying to enter the Eastern Empire and become subjects of the emperor. The enactment of the Homestead Law and the implementation of liberalization reforms undoubtedly stimulated this phenomenon. They believed that in the Eastern Empire, people could change their destiny through hard work, courage, creativity, and determination. This was the core essence of the Roman dream. The dark clouds finally dispersed, and the winter sun hung high in the sky. The weather gradually warmed, and municipal workers were clearing away the remaining snow. The citizens of Constantinople emerged from their homes to begin work. In the gardens of the Grand Palace, flower buds were about to bloom, already exuding a faint fragrance. A rare sunny day, Isaac, with his family, emerged from the palace after a long winter's hustle and bustle. Stretching freely in the garden, exercising and enjoying the sunshine. An elegant mahogany table was laden with a dazzling array of drinks, fruits, and snacks. Isaac reclined in a chair, quietly basking in the warm early spring sun. His wife of over 20 years, Leonor of Portugal, sat beside him, watching their children and grandchildren in the distance. On the grass nearby, 6-year-old Anastasius was chasing and playing with 5-year-old grandson Constantine, while even younger Carlos sat silently watching his uncle and brother. Born in the dead of winter, the young prince was always rather quiet. Because Isaac and Justinian were constantly on the move, they rarely had the chance to look after him, and Carlos wasn't particularly close to them. Besides his mother and grandmother, only his elder brother Constantine could elicit a faint smile from him. Constantine and Anastasius ran and laughed, disappearing into the flower beds. Carlos grew anxious, scrambling to his feet and stumbling towards the flower beds. Constantine jumped out and hugged his younger brother tightly. "You can walk already, why don't you join us?" Constantine ruffled Carlos's soft, blonde hair. Carlos shook his head, about to sit down, when Constantine grabbed him. "I've got something good for you," Constantine turned and called out. Anastasius popped out, handing Constantine a wreath. "Here you go," Constantine feigned maturity, putting the wreath on Carlos's head. "I hereby bestow upon you the title of king." Carlos touched the wreath on his head, a smile spreading across his face. He hugged his brother, wiping his snot and drool on his clothes. "And what about me?" Anastasius protested. "Father said that kings cannot be bestowed within the empire." Constantine paused, resting his chin on his hand, pondering for a moment. "I hereby bestow upon you the title of Governor-General of India." Constantine plucked a flower petal and handed it to Anastasius. "India? What's that place?" Anastasius took the petal, thinking for a moment, having never heard the word before. "I don't know either, but grandfather often says it must be a good place." Constantine chuckled, pulling Carlos along as they ran towards their mother, who was not far away. Isaac, of course, couldn't hear their conversation, but seeing his children and grandchildren enjoying themselves, a warm smile appeared on his weathered face. "Father, it's finally all sorted out. Would you like to take a look?" Behind Isaac, Justinian stood up from his chair, picking up a thick stack of documents. "Yes, read it to me, and tell me your own thoughts as well," Isaac nodded. "We finally get together, why make our son so tired?" Leonor looked at Isaac with dissatisfaction. "He's just like you, always running around outside. The children don't really know him. I'm already 40 years old. In another 10 years or so, he'll have to do most of the work. I will teach him everything I know little by little over these 10 years, and he can also take this opportunity to better understand his responsibilities. Our every move involves half the world and directly affects the lives of millions of people. We can't act recklessly," Isaac said calmly. "Besides, the decisive battle is imminent, and we will both go to the battlefield. Before that, we will finish dealing with the backlog of government affairs. When we go to Anatolia, you will remain the same. The crown prince will act as regent, and the 2 queens will assist. You will be in charge of diplomacy and stability, while Isabella can try to manage government affairs." "All right then. Remember to come back soon." Leonor sighed, peeled a banana, and handed it to her eldest son. Justinian took the banana, swallowed it in a few bites, and began explaining the political affairs. "The first matter concerns the new third estates of the Senate." Justinian looked at the first document. "This meeting is being held in Thessalonica, and there are several differences compared to previous ones. Firstly, the number of attendees has increased. Thessalonica has renovated a new venue for the meeting, invited some commoners and gentry to observe, and even hosted some festivals during the meeting, inviting circuses and bards, and holding trade fairs to stimulate the consumer economy. I suspect they may have been inspired by the last Billinch meeting, wanting to capitalize on the opportunity to improve the city's reputation and attract merchants from all over to invest, but clearly, their methods are more sophisticated. The Billinch people last time actually had a group of West African female slaves perform more dances. I really don't know what they were thinking." Justinian shook his head with amusement. This meeting was quite successful, with a record number of attendees. The monarchs of the Free City of La Spezia, the Free City of Ragusa, the Kingdom of Congo, the City-State of Malindi, the City-State of Sofala, and the Grand Duchy of Serbia, all granted the title of elder, sent their envoys. The Kingdom of Circassia and the Cossack Kingdom also sent observers at my instruction, and the Knights of St. Simon and St. Andrew also have their own observer slots. "Very good," This is more like the imperial diet, Isaac nodded. What were the results? Quite a few. I've summarized the most important ones. Justinian looked closely. The councillors from Byzantium proposed that Byzantium University be listed as a regular imperial university to cultivate more talent. Previously, this matter had been unsuccessful due to the strong opposition of the Minister of Education. Balsamon approved. Have them change the name of slave training to psychological management and behavioral control, otherwise it sounds too awful. Isaac nodded. Justinian took out a pen and wrote a few words on the document. Furthermore, the councillors in Constantinople have proposed opening the Bank of Constantinople and the Constantinople Stock Exchange to the public to promote the development of the financial industry. This, Isaac frowned, thinking for a moment. I will have Ulrich come up with a plan. It certainly can't be completely open, there must be thresholds to avoid problems. Justinian nodded, making a few notes. Finally, there's the proposal from Vidin. They say that recently, many people who fled Bulgaria during the previous war want to return to their hometowns and are illegally crossing into the Eastern Empire's borders, causing great difficulties for local security. After most of the river fleet was transferred to Anatolia, their illegal crossings have become increasingly rampant, and even many Wallachians have begun to cross the river southwards. The councillors in Vidin want you to restrain their behavior. Justinian looked at Isaac. What do you think should be done? Isaac asked. They are all Orthodox Christians, and you are an Orthodox emperor, you should accept them, Justinian said. We will grant them citizenship and allow them to travel south, but they must obey orders. We can disperse them and settle them in Greek-speaking areas. And then relocate some of the local Greeks to Anatolia. They are all Orthodox, with fewer differences in lifestyle and more common topics. After a few years, they will integrate into the local community. In my opinion, this is the best way to achieve cultural assimilation. Very good, we will do as you say, Isaac said. The mission of the river fleet is basically over. I will transfer them back to openly assist Slavic Orthodox Christians who wish to become Romans to cross the river south. As for Vlad Isaac smiled contemptuously. Ignore him. We are invincible on the water. Justinian wrote a few lines, put down the first document, and took out another. This is a report from Duke Abel of the Western Frontier. He is currently conducting the Third Anti-Bandit War and has signed agreements with several slave trading groups to regularly supply them with Muslim white slaves. In the report, he says that after the Great Turkish War ends, he would like to request funding from you to continue the westward expansion. Okay, is there anything else? Isaac looked at the long text on the document. Also, according to reports from the Western Frontier, the Duke of Milan's tyranny is escalating, and many Italian peasants have begun to migrate south to the Western Frontier, but some problems have arisen. Justinian looked at the report and curled his lip. Abel says that some people, after obtaining citizenship, are not cultivating the land but are heading directly to Constantinople and Carthage. He suggests that we tattoo the cheeks of Italian immigrants to prevent them from wandering off. Nonsense. They're not prisoners. How could we tattoo them? Isaac shook his head. Let them be. The cost of living in Constantinople and Carthage is so high. If they can survive in big cities, that's their skill. Free movement, no interference? Yes, I think so too. Latins aren't Muslims, we can accept them. Justinian wrote something, then put the report aside. The next document was somewhat strange, not the kind of paper commonly found in the Mediterranean world. This letter comes from the west coast of the Atlantic, written by Christopher Columbus. Justinian looked at the letter, a broad smile on his face. Columbus said he had achieved considerable success, using some tricks to make some ignorant natives believe that horses and cannons could fight independently, which terrified them. He occupied a section of the coast and successfully contacted the largest rebel group in Tenochtitlan, the Republic of Tlaxcala, which was mainly divided into 4 towns linked by a pact to jointly defend against foreign invasion. Bishop Valens cured a chieftain's only son of a disease and proclaimed it a miracle, successfully converting him to Jesus. Columbus also released smallpox on a remote island, taking Tlaxcala's envoys to witness it. This terrifying disease, exactly as Columbus described, intimidated the envoys. In a state of great panic, upon returning, Columbus began to distribute smallpox on a remote Aztec island he had already occupied, and forbade anyone to leave. Those who converted to Jesus were safe, while those who remained obstinate died horribly. Tlaxcala began to waver, and eventually 3 leaders announced their conversion and were vaccinated against smallpox. The last one was deliberately infected by Columbus, and his death solidified Tlaxcala's faith. At this point, the troops of the four towns were all under Columbus's control, and the punitive expedition against Tenochtitlan was already on its way. Columbus said he would pave the road to the city in the lake with the bones of his enemies and purify all evil in the world with divine light. Justinian raised his head, his expression quite agitated. A new batch of treasure ships is about to arrive in Constantinople, and your treasury will be replenished once more. Columbus said that Bishop Valens wanted to use more ships to transport cows and pigs to vaccinate the converted natives against smallpox. I know that. The treasure ships are anchored in the port of Plossphilion, Isaac pondered. Tell Columbus that I will prepare what he wants, but one thing, the slaughter of converted Orthodox Christians is forbidden. They are now my subjects, under my protection. Also, have those who have submitted hand over all written documents and artifacts. Remove all statues of the old gods, kill all old god priests, and allow no culture other than Roman culture there. Very well. Justinian quickly wrote a few lines and picked up the last two documents. These two letters are from the Minister of Education, Balsamon, and the Deputy Minister of Commerce, Ulrich. I believe their requests can be addressed simultaneously, so I've put them together. Tell me about them. Isaac nodded. Barsamon may have learned some inside information and thinks that now that you have another round of funding, you hope to open more universities and provide more students with the opportunity to enjoy higher education, Justinian concluded. Ulrich mainly complains that there are too few skilled workers to keep up with the pace of workshop openings, and hopes you will change this situation, but I don't think any of the solutions he has proposed are good. Oh? What are your thoughts? Isaac asked with some interest. I believe the outdated apprenticeship system is severely hindering the development of handicrafts. It's too inefficient. Skilled craftsmen only select a handful of their most promising apprentices to teach their true skills, Justinian said, looking at Isaac. We can establish specialized technical universities, investing heavily in hiring outstanding craftsmen as professors, and train skilled workers in large numbers. This method satisfies the needs of both of us, and it also aligns with your consistent support for handicrafts. Excellent. You came up with this yourself. Isaac was somewhat pleased, then looked at his eldest son with a hint of doubt. Isabella came up with it, Justinian said somewhat awkwardly. Well, she's your wife after all, Isaac pondered. Actually, I was planning to expand the university, and you just happened to provide an opportunity. Isaac thought for a moment. Constantinople is too crowded. I planned to allocate funds to build a new academic city on the outskirts of Constantinople, specifically for establishing higher education institutions. In the future, the University of Constantinople will also have to move to the academic city. The city is too noisy, and students find it difficult to concentrate. Isaac's eyes flashed. In fact, placing universities in the administrative center is very dangerous. Those hot-blooded university students are often the best recipients of radical ideas, easily leading to riots and demonstrations. They can't be placed within the city walls. I plan to establish 4 universities at once. One for arts, one for law, one for commerce, and one for professional technology, all in the city of learning, Isaac said, looking at Justinian. What do you think? Very good. As far as I know, quite a few people have expressed interest in establishing an arts university. They'll likely donate generously. Justinian smiled. The others are easy to arrange, but what name do you plan to give the Professional Technology University? The Professional Technology University will be very large. I don't plan to have a separate technical department. There will also be chemistry and natural philosophy departments. Isaac smiled slightly. Let's call it Imperial College London. Justinian thought for a moment and nodded. Good name. Where's the funding? The setting sun dyed the sky red. Isaac stood up, preparing to return to the palace. 10,000 solidus? So many. Justinian was startled. What's there to be afraid of? Isaac laughed heartily. The Aztecs will provide it. Chapter 314 Spring Offensive. Spring returns to the earth, all things revive, the sky is clear and cloudless, and the sun's rays melt the remaining snow on the ground. The sea is calm, and a fleet of merchant ships sails on the vast ocean, the warm sun overhead and the dark sea beneath their feet. This is the Black Sea, once a sea of plenty, the best transit point for the Silk Road and steppe trade. Goods from the east and north flowed through this sea to Constantinople, and then into the Mediterranean world. The Silk Road has long since declined. The Eastern European steppes are plagued by constant conflict, and the opening of new sea routes and the rise of Atlantic trade have made the westward shift of the economic center a trend of the times. Black Sea trade can hardly reach its former prosperity. Of course, due to the Black Sea's unique seawater stratification phenomenon, this sea area is quite rich in aquatic resources. The lower layer of water is almost barren, but the shallow water is teeming with fish and shrimp, and many freshwater fish can survive and reproduce here. With the reconquest of Bithynia, Romulusburg on the European side and Remusburg on the Asian side were completely under the control of the Eastern Roman Empire. The combined artillery on both sides could cover the narrow waterway, which was only a few hundred meters wide, forming an iron gate that effectively blocked both sea areas. Now, the Black Sea was the Eastern Roman Empire's backyard. Unless the emperor wished, no sailing ship from the Mediterranean could enter the Black Sea. The Black Sea states were weak, and the only one capable of challenging Eastern Roman hegemony, Poland and Lithuania, was a continental power. Their already short Black Sea coastline had long been under the control of Orthodox Christian vassal states. This area was on the periphery of Polish-Lithuanian rule, historically a haven for escaped slaves and savages, a lawless region. The orders of Krakow and Vilnius were practically meaningless here. Instead, many Rus people migrated south into the Eastern Roman Empire or east to join the Cossack kingdom in search of a better or freer life. After spring, the Eastern Roman Empire's strategy on the northern Black Sea coast gradually began to bear fruit. The Don River thawed, and merchant fleets departing from Constantinople sold goods to Moscow and Ryazan, attracting displaced people to migrate south and cultivate the land. Among the many goods from the Eastern Roman Empire, the most sought after by the Rus monarchs were undoubtedly the high-quality weapons produced in the south, which were highly valuable in the turbulent Eastern Europe. The Eastern Roman Empire was relatively open in the arms trade, opening most equipment to other countries except for the latest cutting-edge weaponry, but only accepting solidus for settlement, though gold was also acceptable. If there was a lack of funds, the Eastern Roman Empire would generously provide loans, but these loans could only be used to purchase Eastern Roman goods and had to be spent entirely in Constantinople. Only the goods could be taken away. While the trade framework on the northern Black Sea coast was largely complete, the southern coast remained incomplete, with the Constantinople-Batumi route lacking its final transit point, Sinop. Capturing this Black Sea city would greatly facilitate trade between the Eastern Roman Empire and the Georgian region, and significantly strengthen political ties. After the outbreak of the Great Turkish War, the Eastern Roman Emperor Justinian was ordered to form the Northern Army, composed of Cossacks and Circassians, commanded by Justinian's close advisor, Gonzalo de Cordoba. Initially, the Northern Army made good progress, successfully capturing several cities on the southern coast of the Black Sea with naval support, and its advance pointed directly at the Kingdom of Condemns. As the war progressed, the fragile alliance between the Eastern Roman Empire and the Ares dynasty quickly crumbled. Uzunhisan dispatched his third son, Jacob, to the north, attempting to unite with the Kingdom of Condemns to drive the Northern Army back to the sea. However, to their surprise, the Northern Army, under the command of Gonzalo, displayed extraordinary fighting prowess, employing ambushes, guerrilla warfare, harassment, and starvation tactics. Even as winter approached, they failed to drive Gonzalo out of the Samsun region, suffering heavy losses and low morale. The Orthodox population in the Pontus region was already substantial. Gonzalo lured them in under the guise of holy war, extracting intelligence for his army and causing the Muslim campaigns to repeatedly fail. Gonzalo, an Iberian and devout Christian, deeply resented the Muslims. He allowed his soldiers to plunder their villages and towns, encouraging Christians to join them and hauling large numbers of Muslims to the port of Samsun, where they were loaded onto Byzantine Black Sea ships. Last winter, the Ares dynasty finally abandoned its campaign, ceasing its interference with this particular force and consolidating its troops to prepare for an attack on the main Byzantine army. The southern Black Sea coast consisted of only a narrow strip of low-lying plains. Further south lay layers of mountains and hills, making it impossible for the Northern Army to interfere with their military operations. Gonzalo also had no intention of ascending the plateau to continue raiding the territory of the Condemns kingdom, attempting to capture Sinop and open up the southern Black Sea trade route. On the deck of the ship, Justinian closed the report and gazed at the ever-approaching port of Samsun. Beside him, grandson Constantine lay pale, a wooden tub in front of him, clearly having just vomited. "Father, I'm never going on a ship again," Constantine protested. "You came here of your own accord, And we agreed beforehand that you wouldn't complain, Justinian said, patting his fluffy head. Seasickness is alright, you'll get used to it after a few times. I was like that when I was your age. I want to go home, Constantine cried, his face contorted with grief. You have to visit your godfather in Samsun, and you also have to receive the homage of the Cossacks and Circassians. They will be your future subjects, Justinian said sternly. Once I've finished my business, you can go home. I'll go to Nicaea. Well, okay then, Constantine said, tilting his head. I want to eat their gummy bears. How plenty. Samsun harbor was in sight. Two maids adjusted Constantine's clothes, preparing him to dock. The large ship sailed towards the harbor, where the docks were already packed with people. Father, Constantine said nervously, taking Justinian's hand. Back then, my father also brought me to meet his subjects and receive their homage in this way. Justinian held his son's hand, somewhat emotional. Time flies. The large ship came to a smooth stop, and 2 rows of Varangian soldiers disembarked, making way for them. Long live the king, the Cossacks and Circassians shouted. Justinian smiled and nodded at them, pulling Constantine to his side. This is my eldest son, your future king, Constantine Palaiologos. Long live the prince, the crowd shouted. Although Constantine couldn't understand their language, he could clearly feel their fervor and respect. He was somewhat shocked and happy, and waved to the crowd like his father. Justinian led his son toward the crowd, which parted to reveal Gonzalo in full armor. Long time no see, my friend, my brother, Gonzalo. Justinian looked at Gonzalo and smiled. May God bless you, my king. Gonzalo threw off his cloak, leaned on his sword with one hand, and knelt on one knee. It's also a pleasure to see you, Constantine. Gonzalo winked at Constantine, a stark contrast to his cold and cruel demeanor on the battlefield. You are a hero of the empire, an ever-victorious general, a great holy warrior. May God bless you. Constantine nervously recited the lines he had just memorized, then thought for a moment. My father said that the best decision he ever made was to go with my grandmother to the wedding in Castile, which is how I met my mother and you. A hint of reminiscence flashed in Gonzalo's eyes, and his gaze towards Constantine softened considerably. Let's go, it's still cold, let's get something to eat. The army dispersed, and Gonzalo lifted Constantine onto his horse, ordering a soldier to bring Justinian a fine horse. The 3 of them returned together to the lord's mansion in Samsun. How's the situation? Constantine ate some fudge by the warm fireplace, while Gonzalo and Justinian sipped their coffee. Not bad. Jacob's gone. The pressure has eased considerably. Gonzalo took a sip of coffee, picked up his cigarette case, glanced at Constantine, and tossed it aside. I planned to take this opportunity to wipe out the crumbling candor in one fell swoop. I need the help of warships. Gonzalo looked at Justinian. No problem. The West no longer needs a fleet. Our harassment operations will shift to the south and north. Justinian nodded. I brought light artillery and supplies. If you need anything else, just let me know. That's about it. The Kandar were already on the verge of collapse. Gonzalo smiled. I've plundered their towns many times. There are practically no people left. Justinian thought for a moment, then looked at Gonzalo. The political framework of the Cossack kingdom has been established, and I've appointed Timurdash as Grand Hetman. He doesn't have any special talents, but he's quite serious and cautious. A good choice, Gonzalo said, glancing at Justinian and smiling slightly. You don't think I'd have any complaints, do you? Seeing Justinian remain silent, Gonzalo poured wine for both of them. As you know, I don't like life on the steppes. I prefer the court and the city, women and wine. If you really want me to go to the steppes to be some kind of general, I'll definitely refuse. You consider me a confidant, and have your heir acknowledge me as their godfather. Do I need to worry about my so-called future? Gonzalo tilted his head back and downed his wine in one gulp. Father said that once the older generation of generals retires, he will petition grandfather to appoint you as Minister of War and concurrently Grand Marshal of the Empire. Constantine interjected. It was just a childhood joke. I didn't expect you to take it seriously. Gonzalo was somewhat surprised, looking at Justinian. Will those ministers allow it? I heard that the former vice minister has retired, and the new vice minister is that Carthaginian minister, Basilius, who immediately demanded that His Majesty restrain my behavior. Ignore him. As long as you can win, do whatever you want. In this country, my father's words are the law, and from now on, my words will be the law, Justinian said calmly. Conti is in poor health. After he passes away, the position of Grand Master of the Knights of St. Simon will be yours. Go and make your mark. Don't worry about the doubts of others. I will remember your achievements. Isabella sent me to see you. She also remembers your achievements. I am relieved to hear you say that. Gonzalo smiled. I will wipe out those filthy Saracens in your name. Let's not talk about that now. Justinian waved his hand. Are they still around? You mean, those Saracen leaders we captured? Gonzalo asked. Yes, you didn't do anything to them, did you? Justinian asked. No, they're being fed and cared for, Gonzalo said. Do you want to see them? Yes, the Ares kingdom is riddled with factions. My father hopes to sow discord by bribing some already dissatisfied tribal leaders to defect on the battlefield. Defect on the battlefield? That's unlikely. Gonzalo shook his head. Defecting on the battlefield is unlikely, but if the battle goes badly, it's quite possible to get them to flee early. Justinian smiled contemptuously. They're weak-willed, and fleeing early is common for them. It won't anger the Ares king, and we can get our gold. Why not? Besides me, there are quite a few diplomats involved in this operation. Even if it fails, it will sow seeds of suspicion in Uzun Hasan's mind. A good idea. Some of the people I captured are from Persia. They're probably the group least willing to fight for Uzun Hasan, Gonzalo pondered. I'll go prepare right away. Good, as soon as possible, Justinian said. Once I've finished these, I'll head to Bursa. A great battle is imminent, I cannot linger. I'll leave tomorrow, then I wish you a great victory, my majesty. Gonzalo crossed himself. May the Lord bless you. The temperature gradually warmed. On the vast and desolate Anatolian plateau, the snow on the mountains gradually melted, and the rivers rushed, bringing life to the land. On the barren lowest land, turbid rivers flowed, nourishing the farmland and pastures along the banks. Sparse farmers drove their thin, old oxen to plow the fields, and in the distance, livestock grazed on the first tender grass of 1472. A cavalryman trotted across the loess, their hooves kicking up clouds of dust. This cavalryman was poorly trained, their horses were weak and feeble, and the rider's eyes were bleak. Many bore wounds, their eyes filled with the relief of surviving a near-death experience and a deep fear. The two leading cavalrymen held high their large, somewhat tattered banners, the yellow crescent moon on which seemed dim and worn. In the center of the formation, a middle-aged man dressed as a Turkic nobleman sat uneasily on his horse. Amir, Ankara is approaching. We did our best, and this is all the men we have. We lost half on the way. I will tell Padashi the truth. The middle-aged man forced a smile at the old man beside him. Beside the river, the city of Ankara was already in sight. A continuous line of military tents surrounding the city, each flying the flags of its tribe or the Bey Kingdom. The bustling crowds and neighing horses did not invigorate the middle-aged man. Instead, they made him deeply uncomfortable. He stopped outside the city, where the white sheep banner flew high, and sighed softly. The middle-aged man was named Mesud, who claimed to be a descendant of the Gormayan family and the current emir of Gormayan, the ruler of a vassal state under the rule of the White Sheep dynasty. 2 centuries ago, a powerful force from the east began its westward expansion. The Turkic tribes living in Central Asia, unable to resist, were forced to migrate westward, entering Anatolia en masse. There, they were surprised to find that the geography of the Anatolian plateau was ideal for nomadic tribes, and they settled there, gradually encroaching on the territory of the Eastern Roman Empire. Later, the Mongols reached the region, and the Rum Sultanate collapsed several times. The chaos in Asia Minor provided these Turkic tribes with an opportunity to exploit the situation, and numerous separatist forces emerged. The Gormayanbi kingdom was one of the more powerful, once the strongest Turkic regime in western Anatolia. It constantly conquered east and west, carving out considerable territory from the remnants of the Eastern Roman Empire and inflicting a major defeat on the once invincible cattle and mercenaries. Gormayanbi's power was immense, even Ankara was once part of their territory. Later kingdoms such as Aden, Hamid, and Saruhan arose from the fragmentation of Gormayanbi. However, the strength of Gormayan did not last long. In the north, the Ottomans quietly rose to power. The Ottoman ruler, in the name of friendship, arranged a marriage between Gormayan and Bayezid, a prince who was a monk, bestowing upon them an extremely generous dowry, including the capital, Kütahya. However, the Ottomans always looked down on these impoverished compatriots, eager to integrate into European civilization. During their conquests, they absorbed many Eastern Roman influences, establishing a significant advantage in economic, military, and political systems. Although the Ottoman Empire was a Turkic regime, it consistently favored Europe over Asia and agriculture over nomadic life. Many rulers held a favorable view of Christianity and were eager to learn its advanced technologies and rich culture. After the assassination of Ottoman Sultan Murad I by Serbian assassins, the Gormayan people were overjoyed, reclaiming their former territories and calling on other Turkic regimes to unite against the Ottomans. However, the assembled coalition of nations distrusted each other, feared the enemy like tigers, and hesitated to advance. Thus, Bayezid I decisively defeated the coalition, and Gormayan was destroyed. Timur's westward campaign shattered Bayezid's dreams, and Gormayan briefly regained its independence, but it was no match for the Ottomans. After the Great Interregnum, their small regime quickly collapsed. Decades earlier, the Gormayan family had gone extinct in the male line. Messid, being a female descendant, had less legitimacy, but he believed the Great Turkish War presented a good opportunity. With proper manipulation, the restoration of the kingdom was not out of the question. Messid first sought out Ishak, the former Karamanian monarch who had converted to Orthodox Christianity, through a merchant, hoping to meet the Eastern Roman Emperor and seek support from Western powers. The emperor did meet him and promised support, but because Messid refused to convert, the emperor's support was very limited. At that time, the Eastern Roman Empire was still engaged in a fierce struggle against the Ottoman Aegean fortress, without achieving any significant breakthroughs. Meanwhile, the Achaemenid dynasty in the east made rapid progress, conquering vast territories in a very short period. Messid was overjoyed and immediately approached the Achaemenid king, Uzun Hasan, hoping to use his power to restore his former kingdom. Messid believed the Achaemenid dynasty would replicate the achievements of the Timurid dynasty, restoring Anatolia to its former fragmented state. Indeed, Uzun Hasan did just that, but unlike Timur, he was unwilling to simply conquer and leave. He hoped to gradually bring Anatolia under his control, much like Persia. Thus, Germain was indeed restored, but Messid received not the title of Bey, but rather the ordinary title of Emir. He received neither Ankara nor Qatadhaya, only controlling a few small towns near Ushak, which happened to be on the front lines against the Eastern Roman Empire. When Messid arrived at his fiefdom, he was immediately overwhelmed by the chaotic situation. His small territory was a scene of devastation, the people were impoverished, agriculture was in ruins, and industry and commerce had virtually ceased. Everywhere were refugees and starving victims, restless and ready to devour everything he had painstakingly acquired. The warehouses had long been emptied by fleeing Ottoman officials, and the few remaining valuables had been looted by the arriving Ottomans. Turkmen scouts from the surrounding area frequently came to plunder. Messid had no money, no soldiers, and dared not confront the Turkmen. Alone in his empty palace, he was filled with despair. He began to use his status as a descendant of the Gormayan people to recruit his former followers and build his own military and political system. He gained very little, but it was better than nothing. What angered and frustrated him most was that, over the past few years, the Eastern Roman Empire had flooded Anatolia with counterfeit currency. These fake actuaries had shattered the already crumbling Ottoman financial system, forcing even officials to abandon their own currency and resort to the ancient method of barter. They had considered retaliating, but the Eastern Roman Empire's minting technology was far superior, incorporating many new anti-counterfeiting techniques from Italy, making them difficult for outsiders to replicate. Moreover, the Eastern Roman Empire's solidus, dinars, and drachmas were personally supervised by the emperor, their greatest advantage being their beauty and ornate design. They were willing to sacrifice some scraps to achieve the ultimate in splendor. The Eastern Roman Empire had no shortage of precious metals. More aesthetically pleasing currency would attract more people, thus breaking the monetary monopoly of the Venetian and Florentine ducats in the Mediterranean region. Just when he was at his wit's end, an elderly man, supposedly a former official of Germian, offered him a way to make money, greatly alleviating Messid's predicament. The plan was to restrain the massacres of Greek Orthodox Christians by the lower classes, protect them, and then sell them back to the Eastern Roman Empire in the West. Messid knew that the Eastern Roman Empire's desire for and protection of Greek Orthodox Christians was unwavering, and they were willing to pay real money to ransom them. Many Muslims saw the huge business opportunity hidden behind this and began engaging in this special kind of human trade. They had nothing left to lose, and there was nothing they could steal, so they might as well dump them on the Greek emperor to avoid being a nuisance. Of course, if the massacres were to continue, The emperor couldn't intervene immediately, but this would be followed by extremely cruel retaliation. For every Orthodox Christian a Muslim killed, the emperor would kill 10 Muslims to be buried with them, with priority given to scholars, nobles, and elderly people who couldn't be sold. Conversely, if a Muslim provided shelter to a large number of Orthodox Christians, the emperor would reward him, his wealth would be preserved, those willing to convert would become landowners, and those unwilling could leave freely with their wealth. In this way, Messid obtained a considerable amount of Venetian ducats by trading Orthodox Christians. The emperor wouldn't use counterfeit money for such an important matter. The Greek Orthodox Christians rescued by the emperor were naturally grateful. Not only did they not have to pay their ransom, but they also immediately received large amounts of land on the western coast, instantly transforming from refugees into landowners. Just as Messid was excitedly preparing to expand his army, the Turkmen cavalry of the Akkoyunlu dynasty arrived again, plundering most of the money without explanation and thoughtfully instructing Messid to quickly build an army to serve Padishah. The Akkoyunlu dynasty could be roughly divided into two major factions, the Turkmen and the Persians. Although Uzun Hasan was also a powerful ruler, his conquests were too rapid. 2 years was insufficient to fully digest the newly conquered lands. He could only maintain a superficial peace between the various factions using his prestige, turning a blind eye to their private plundering. Tribal soldiers did not receive salaries, of course, but on certain conditions. Thus, Messid spent the better part of half a year in a daze on his fiefdom. During this time, the remaining half of the Ottoman Empire quickly fell, and the Eastern Roman armed settlers who had crossed the sea began to enter various valleys, vying for living space with the local Turkic Muslims. Messid was also forced to relinquish the valley plains he had briefly occupied and retreat to the plateau. Since the beginning of spring, the armed settlers took over the defense of various regions, and the Eastern Roman army resumed its northern expedition. The chaotic western coast was unable to mount any effective resistance, and cities fell one after another. Orthodox Christians rejoiced, while Muslims were displaced. Just recently, a messenger from the Ares dynasty found Messid, believing that winter was over and it was time to launch an attack on the Greeks. He demanded that Messid take 2,000 men and enough food to last 3 months to Ankara and join Padishah's camp. After discussion, Messid chose to obey and did his best to lead more than 1,000 cavalrymen from his fiefdom to Ankara. On the road, Messid's vanguard encountered an unprotected Byzantine supply convoy near the Sakarya River. Overjoyed, they rushed forward. However, the convoy remained calm, composedly forming a defensive line, arranging their large wagons in a circle, raising the thick wooden planks on the sides covered with fireproof leather, and mounting some cannons on the wagons. The convoy members unhurriedly drew their muskets and crossbows, skillfully setting them up on the wagons, the dark muzzles aimed at the charging cavalry. By the time Messid arrived, the convoy was long gone, the neighing of horses and the groans of riders echoed across the land. The vanguard captain was killed on the spot. Messid was devastated. He had only 700 remaining soldiers, and the provisions were less than 2 months' worth. He didn't know what punishment Uzun Hasan would give him. Amir, the old man said, seeing Messid hesitate. We've already exceeded our deadline, let's go, let's go. It seems the Ares don't really need our troops. Messid gave a wry smile, pointing to the endless military camps. They might forgive us. Gelmine's army began marching towards the camps. The patrolling Ares cavalry spotted them, their eyes filled with disdain and contempt. Amir Messid, Padishah is hosting a banquet. You're late. The cavalry captain narrowed his eyes, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Your elite troops will be well taken care of. Set up camp over there. The cavalry captain pointed to a wasteland littered with garbage. Messid glanced at the garbage dump, suppressing his anger and forcing a smile. Thank you for your guidance. I'll go apologize to Padishah now. Messid handed the army over to the old man and followed the cavalry captain to Uzun Hasan's camp. Laughter echoed from the camp as nomadic nobles from the east enjoyed the fine wine and delicacies produced by the Anatolian people. Messid straightened his clothes, mustered his courage, and stepped into the camp. The atmosphere inside was tense, unchanged by Messid's arrival. Messid approached Uzun Hasan on the throne, beads of sweat forming on his face. Greatest Padishah, your loyal servant has answered your call and come to serve you. Messid bowed deeply. Rise, descendant of Germain, Uzun Hasan said lightly, and the camp fell silent. How many men did you bring? Originally 1,500, but we were intercepted by the Greek army on the way. We fought a long and bloody battle, losing more than half, But fortunately we managed to defeat them, which is why we are late." Messid swallowed hard, clenching his trembling hands. "Oh," Uzun Hasan sat up straight. "How many of them are there? What legion do they belong to? How could they cause you to suffer more than half your casualties? The 1st Guard Legion, Crown Lions, the 3rd Guard Dragoon Regiment, Behemoths, Ironclad Paladins." Uzun Hasan thought for a moment, feeling it seemed unlikely. Could it just be an ordinary army? "Padishah, they belong to the Ryeri Legion, a chariot unit," Messid stammered. "Huh. That's just a supply convoy. Slow-moving, how could they be a match for cavalry?" A voice rang out, and Messid looked in the direction of the voice, only to see Prince Khalil holding a cup of fermented yogurt, laughing heartily. "Your Highness, their chariots have been modified, their speed has been greatly improved, and they carry more supplies, making them difficult to deal with." Although Messid disliked this arrogant and incompetent prince, he still patiently explained. "HMPH, I think you're just scared." Khalil stumbled to his feet. "You're afraid, but we aren't. The descendants of Bayandar Khan are invincible," Khalil shouted, and many others roared arrogantly. Uzun Hasan waved his hand, and the cheers gradually subsided. "How exactly were they modified?" Uzun Hasan asked Messid. "Our supply lines are also under great strain. If it works well, we should learn from it." "Padishah, I'm not quite sure how they were modified, but I'm afraid we can't learn it," Messid stammered. "Why? Don't you think highly of my craftsmen?" Uzun Hasan frowned. No, Padishah, I absolutely didn't mean that." Messid broke out in a cold sweat. "The Greeks' new carriages are indeed very good, but the most crucial material is a type of rubber originating from a distant land. This stuff can only be produced in the colonies of the Greek emperor." Uzun Hasan was silent for a moment, then nodded, saying nothing more. "That's fine then. It's good that you're here. Our army is sufficient." Uzun Hasan glanced at the rows of tribal chiefs and pulled out a report. "According to the latest intelligence, the Greek southwestern army has captured Balikasir and is heading towards Bursa, attempting to join forces with the northwestern army. As for the other smaller cities, the Greeks have ignored them, handing them over to their so-called colonization groups, gradually encroaching on Muslim territory. What do you think?" Uzun Hasan's face revealed a mocking smile as he looked at the assembled officials. "Kill them," the ministers roared. "The Greeks can only defeat the weak Ottomans. How could they be our match?" Messid quietly retreated, standing at the back. "How arrogant," a faint voice reached his ears. It was Armenian, which Messid happened to understand. Messid looked in the direction of the voice and saw a young man also looking at him. "Watch your words, Uzun Bey," Messid cautioned. "Moreover, they defeated the Koyunlu family and the Timurid family in 2 years, and even made the Ottomans submit. If you were in their shoes, you probably would have done the same. These people worship Padishah like a divine messenger, truly believing he is invincible." Uzun curled his lip. "They have never witnessed a true fighting power of the Greeks, always relying on their bravery. They will probably suffer a great loss." Uzun was the son of the former Karaman monarch Ishak. He was incredibly bold from a young age and resolutely resisted during the Ottoman rule, waging guerrilla warfare in the mountains. He drowned several Ottoman generals and even cut off his ear and sent it to Mehmed I. He gained the appreciation of Uzun Hasan and, like Messid, became a vassal king under the Akhmar dynasty. However, his fate was slightly better than Messid's, as he was granted the title of Bey of Karaman. Of course, Uzun's Karaman was still incomplete, with the city of Konya firmly in the hands of the Akhmar Prince Khalil. Uzun Hasan was discussing the details of the military campaign with his ministers when Uzun quietly moved closer to Messid. "I've heard that the Greeks are bribing Padishah's tribe with gold, and their main targets are the new vassals of Persia and Anatolia. Have they contacted you?" Uzun switched back to Greek. No, Messid denied vehemently. "They are our enemies. How could that be? I've heard that as long as they are willing to convert, all their power will be preserved, and the Greek emperor will grant them the title of local nobles." Uzun continued to whisper. "If they are unwilling to convert, they are allowed to leave freely with their wealth. What do you think of this? We are holy warriors of Allah, and we firmly support Padishah's jihad." Messid broke out in a cold sweat. Uzun gave Messid a meaningful look and smiled slightly. That's good." The two fell silent, and Uzun Hasan continued to speak. "I know that everyone has been in a difficult situation lately." Uzun Hasan stood up from the throne. "The Persian coast has been attacked by the East Indies fleet, and the remnants of the Black Sheep in the Caucasus Mountains are stirring, However, if we can win this battle, all the Greek schemes will be in vain. Usen Hasan raised his head, surveying his ministers with sharp eyes. He knew that Anatolia's rule was extremely unstable, and the negative effects of the prolonged conscription were gradually becoming apparent. The conflict between the local Anatolian nobles and the old Turkmen subordinates was deepening, and it could explode at any moment. He knew that the Greeks, as always, loved to play tricks, trying to bribe their vassals with their overwhelming wealth, making them break their oaths of loyalty. He knew that his situation was already very precarious. The war in Anatolia had accumulated enormous prestige and considerable wealth for him, but it had also put him on the fire. To flee without even fighting was something that others might question, and even the proud Usen Hasan himself was unwilling to do. In his view, if he could win this holy war, his prestige in the Islamic world would be unparalleled. He could use this opportunity to reform domestic affairs, consolidate his rule, and even invade the Levant and Egypt, seize the three holy sites, and reunite the long-divided Islamic world under his rule. For an Islamic monarch, this was the highest honor. Whenever he thought of these things, Usen Hasan would tremble with excitement, wishing he could put them into practice immediately. Usen Hasan's breathing became heavier, and a strange crimson glint appeared in his eyes. Sultan Mehmed has promised that if we can save Bursa, he will cover all the expenses of our military campaign, to be repaid in 10 years, secured by customs duties and salt and iron taxes. The Venetians have also agreed to help us. If we can seize some ports in the Aegean, they have a way to transport our new weapons, and the Mamluks, they dare not openly rebel against the Greek emperor, but if we achieve a great victory, they will be encouraged. We have assembled an army of 130,000 men, twice the size of the Greeks. They cannot defeat us. Usen Hasan waved his hand triumphantly. We defeated the Black Sheep dynasty and the Timurid dynasty in 4 years. The Greeks will suffer the same fate, crushed under our feet. March. Westward expedition. The Turkmen tribal nobles roared, their eyes filled with fanaticism for Usen Hasan. On April 2, 1472, Padishah Usen Hasan of the White Sheep dynasty assembled an army of 130,000 in Ankara and charged westward towards Bursa, attempting to crush the Eastern Roman army on the beach. In the following week, the Eastern Roman Emperor Isaac and the co-emperor Justinian arrived at the walls of Bursa. The northwestern and southwestern armies, totaling 70,000 men, began their movement and joined forces on the east side of Bursa. A small contingent was left to monitor the exhausted Bursa garrison before the armies advanced eastward, seeking an opportunity for a decisive battle. The drums of war thundered, and the iron hooves shattered the tranquility of spring. The two massive armies rapidly approached each other across the desolate Anatolian landscape. After decades, another battle of unprecedented scale was about to unfold on this ravaged land. Chapter 315: Sacrificing One's Life for a Better Future. It was April, the weather was warming, the remaining snow had mostly melted, and the grass was growing tall and green. The hot and dry summer had not yet arrived, making it an ideal time for military campaigns. For the Ottoman Empire, they had successfully survived another winter thanks to the protection of nature. Bursa, though dilapidated, still stood proudly, its red crescent flag still fluttering in the wind. However, despite this, the Ottomans had lost much of their southwestern territory in 1471. The inland fortresses, not having been converted into bastions, could not withstand the new artillery of the Eastern Roman Empire for long. The Eastern Roman Empire's regular army often moved upstream along the rivers, breaching a series of cities along the valleys, using heavy artillery to blast down the old city walls, and then leaving the vast countryside to armed civilian reclamation groups. They did not waste much time in these areas, where there were still many bandit groups and Muslim civilians, and the Eastern Roman Empire's rule had not yet penetrated deep into the countryside. This was also the most gratifying aspect for the Ottoman leadership. In their view, if Usen Hasan could defeat the Eastern Roman army in a decisive battle, they could use the Eastern Roman retreat to re-establish central control over the regions. Of course, if Usen Hasan won, Turkmen raids would be inevitable, another wave of civilians would suffer, and a large number of refugees would emerge. The Ottoman leadership was well aware of this, but they didn't care too much. Bursa, the Ottoman capital. Soldiers patrolled the city walls, a few cannons aimed below. Mehmed I, forcing himself to stay alert, went up to the city walls to see the soldiers fighting on the front lines. That winter, Mehmed I truly kept his word, standing with his soldiers. Even in heavy snow, he would sit in the camp for a while, enduring the pain of gout, to encourage them. Unexpectedly, the Eastern Roman Empire did not launch a winter offensive on Bursa. They seemed unfazed by the Ares dynasty's army, not believing their arrival would revive the crippled Ottoman Empire, and were confident they could defeat them in a decisive battle. That winter, Bursa suffered only a few sporadic attacks. The Eastern Roman Empire was unwilling to inflict further casualties in the winter, and the Ottoman Empire lacked the courage and determination to fight outside the city. The Eastern Roman army remained encamped in the siege camp, occasionally sending a weary force back to the Nicaea basin to rest. Nicaea, surrounded by mountains, had a slightly better climate than Bursa, with the surrounding mountains blocking some of the cold northerly winds. Seeing His Majesty the Sultan and the Grand Vizier arrive together, the soldiers were still somewhat pleased. Although the Ottoman dynasty was no longer what it once was, over a century of deification still left many with lingering hopes for them, and Mehmed I's position could barely be maintained. To Mehmed I's surprise, the soldiers were unusually happy today, their eyes brimming with hope and vitality, a stark contrast to their past dullness and despair. "Your Majesty the Sultan, the Greeks have retreated," a soldier shouted. The Ares army came, the Greeks were afraid of them, the Greeks left, the soldiers cheered. "Once the Greeks are defeated by the Ares king, we can return home, Your Majesty, let's fight our way out. I want to reclaim my homeland." Mehmed I glanced at the camp north of the city. The banners were still bright, but the number of soldiers was significantly smaller. Mehmed I looked at the jubilant soldiers, feeling a mixture of joy and deep sorrow. Once upon a time, the country he led was the leading power in Eastern Europe, a leader in the Muslim world. They had defeated the ancient Eastern Roman Empire, the rising Bulgaria and Serbia, and the Western Crusades time and again, coming within a hair's breadth of Constantinople. But, from some point onward, the Ottoman soldiers had lost their former courage and bravery, growing increasingly less confident and more desperate in the face of the Eastern Roman Empire, placing their hopes solely on the intervention of the Eastern powers. "Your Majesty, they still have some soldiers in their camp. I suppose they're there to keep an eye on us." The Grand Vizier pointed to the camp. "I suggest you don't act rashly. Wait for the outcome of the decisive battle before making any decisions." Mehmed I nodded slightly. He knew the true state of his army, capable of defending a city, and even fighting to victory, but attempting to conquer a fortified city was asking too much. The military camp north of the city was enormous, almost resembling a military fortress rather than a camp. Commander Ibrahim, who was ordered to lead the Northwestern Army, was always cautious. He had spent more than half a year using his troops and slaves as laborers to build this military city, complete with moats, arrow towers, and watchtowers. "The Greeks are truly skilled in architecture," Mehmed I said sincerely. "Only they could afford to fight such a war, built with so much money," Grand Vizier commented. 20 years ago, when we built a Rumelian castle in the Black Sea Straits, it only took us a little over 3 months. Yes, we have had such glory before," Mehmed I said with some melancholy. "But now, it's been renamed Romulusburg." "I'm sorry, Your Majesty the Sultan," Grand Vizier, seeing Mehmed I's displeasure, quickly lowered his head. "It's all right. We've lost, and that's that. There's nothing to deny. I will stand with you and we will get through this difficult time together." Mehmed I looked at the soldiers. "O Ottoman people, our allies from the east have come to our aid. They will defeat the Greek army and drive the Greek devils out of our land. During this time, your task is to hold the city and not let the Greeks gain any advantage. Their scouts have been reduced. I will send cavalry to break through the encirclement, contact other cities, and try to bring us reinforcements and supplies." The soldiers' expressions varied. Some breathed a sigh of relief, some looked indifferent, and some hesitated to speak. The local Bursa soldiers, of course, did not want to leave the city. They only hoped to preserve their last refuge. The Sultan's remaining old personal guards still obeyed the Sultan's orders. They had no homeland, the Sultan's camp was their home. As for the outsiders who came to defend the capital, their homelands were either under the control of the Eastern Roman Empire or the Akkoyanlu dynasty, or were about to face the iron heel of the Eastern Roman Empire, hoping that the Sultan would lead them to reclaim their homeland. Mehmed I ignored their thoughts, simply smiling and nodding to the soldiers before gazing again at the eastern sky. If Uzun Hassan were to win, he would become the savior of the entire Islamic world, his prestige reaching its peak. Taking Syria and Egypt would be easy, guardianship of the 3 holy sites would be within his grasp, and the caliphate would not be a pipe dream. If only it were him. Memdi thought silently. However, Memdi was not optimistic about the fate of the Akkoyunlu dynasty. If they truly defeated the Eastern Roman Empire, Usen Hassan might indeed become a savior, but the state he established was destined to be short-lived. Brilliant as a shooting star, fleeting as a shooting star, this was the destiny of nomadic powers. If, by then, the Ottomans could still maintain their core borders on the eastern coast of the Aegean, they might still have a chance to fish in troubled waters and rise again. Thinking of this, Memdi's spirits rose. Do your duty, Ottoman warriors. When the Ak-Cutters defeat the Greek emperor, I will lead you to reclaim your homeland and rebuild your glory, Memdi roared, and the soldiers responded with a most fervent fervor, something unseen for a long time. From the lowest-ranking soldiers to the highest nobles, the Ottomans had finally received the Ak-Cutter reinforcements, silently cheering them on and discussing the scene after the Ak-Cutter army's victory. They had already accepted the Ak-Cutter dynasty's great victory, not because they had any special affection for the Ak-Cutters, nor because they truly believed that Usen Hassan was invincible. It was simply because the prospect of another outcome instilled a deep-seated fear in them. On the desolate, vast Loess plain, river valleys and lakes were dotted with sparse greenery, and deserted villages lined the roads. The army advanced slowly, the clanging of armor, the rolling of wheels, and the neighing of horses mingling together to create a magnificent marching symphony. Above the battle lines, banners fluttered in the wind. The flags of the Central Army and the archers were encircled by the golden-red double-headed eagle banner of the Eastern Roman Empire. Beneath the banner, Isaac and his eldest son rode side by side. This location lay on the straight line connecting Bursa and Ankara. According to intelligence, the Ares dynasty's army had already crossed the Zakaria River and was rapidly advancing along this line. Both armies were too numerous and too large to conceal, nor did they bother to. The two forces had tacitly agreed to engage in a decisive battle at this time, to use war to determine the fate of their nations, the ownership of Western Anatolia, and the future of Orthodox Christians and Muslims. This time, Isaac gathered all his available troops, with most of his main legions joining the army, the 1st Guard Legion, the Paladins, the Leorian Legion, field artillery, and grenadier companies from each legion. Because Isaac was very cautious about the decisive battle, and his army was mostly infantry, the Eastern Roman army advanced slowly, step by step, towards the battlefield. This was a training opportunity for the Eastern Roman Empire. Isaac hoped his army could gradually break free from its long-standing dependence on the navy, laying the groundwork for the subsequent Highland campaign. This was a decisive battle between the Eastern Roman Empire and the Ares dynasty. The previous probing, harassment, and intrigues had exhausted both sides. After 4 years of war, both the Eastern Roman Empire and the Ares dynasty had expended a great deal of energy and time, and desperately needed a bloody battle to end it all. This place used to be densely populated, but now it's almost a ruin. Isaac looked at the barren fields and abandoned farms not far away. This area, near the Zakaria River, had once been a bustling place. This is clearly the fault of the Saracens, they deserve to go to hell, Justinian said calmly. Once we drive them out of our land, the people of the empire will rebuild civilization here, and this place will become prosperous again. How is the situation in the north? Isaac changed the subject. The situation is good, Gonzalo will not lose, Justinian said. The tasks you assigned have all been completed, several Persian tribal nobles have accepted our gold coins. I don't think they will surrender to us, Justinian stated bluntly. The Saracens are untrustworthy. They won't necessarily do anything even if they take money, but this will plant a seed of hesitation in their hearts. When the bloody battle begins, they will be afraid and panicked, they will flee, they will think about preserving their strength, and they will think about abandoning their ruler, Isaac said. These disorganized tribal alliances are actually quite easy to deal with. Their internal problems can't be hidden forever, most of their citizens lack any sense of national cohesion, which will cause significant problems on the battlefield. Isaac knew that the Ares alliance, forcibly created by Usen Hassan, appeared militarily formidable, but was actually riddled with flaws. In the original timeline's Battle of Erzincan, those military nobles, in order to preserve their strength, were unwilling to fight the Ottomans to the death and avoid suffering heavy casualties. The gold I'm scattering now, if it can make them retreat from the battlefield even a second earlier, then it will be worthwhile, Isaac smiled. It seems you are confident of victory, Justinian also smiled. What confidence in victory? Isaac shook his head. The situation on the battlefield is constantly changing. We can only maximize our chances of victory through our own efforts. Now, we've done everything we can. The Aries are on a roll. Anatolia won't be at peace until we defeat them. Besides, our national strength has increased dramatically. We have enough resources, we can afford to lose. Isaac squinted, gazing at the gray distance. Your uncle Manuel has arrived in Bursi with the Serbian army. He will garrison the city and secure our retreat. The Turkmen set off before us. They're faster and will likely meet us soon. You're in charge of overseeing military supplies. Over the next few days, you must ensure that supplies are plentiful, that supply lines are open, that the soldiers have enough gunpowder, and that the gunners have enough lead bullets. I'm afraid that's unnecessary, Father. Justinian pointed to the imperial lanterns fluttering in the sky. Our vanguard has already encountered the enemy. Justinian smiled slightly. It seems they're impatient too. Good, Isaac murmured to himself. Signal for Ibrahim and Mehmet to guard the left and right flanks, while we will lead the center. The terrain here is open, favorable for large-scale battles, but also for cavalry charges. We need to maximize our firepower advantage and hold our ground firmly. We cannot allow the Aries cavalry to break through. Isaac surveyed the surroundings. Uzun Hasan's most elite heavy cavalry must be placed in the center. If we can withstand the first wave of charge, we've won half the battle. The Eastern Roman Empire's army began to organize its formations on the spot. Artillery positions were set up, and the archers and engineers in the square formations dug trenches, placed simple chevaux de frise, and threw spikes, preparing to meet the cavalry charge. In the distance, the Eastern Roman Empire's vanguard cavalry appeared in the field of vision, bringing news of the enemy and the decisive battle. Soon, the earth began to tremble, and a cavalry unit carrying the banner of the Aries dynasty appeared on the hillside, shouting the battle cries of the steppe tribes. Then, more and more cavalrymen trampled the ground, arriving like swarms of locusts, covering the hillsides. The signal lights of the Eastern Roman Empire revealed their presence. The vanguard did not rush to charge, but quietly awaited the arrival of the main army. A while later, the Aries army erupted in cheers as Uzun Hasan's banner arrived on the battlefield, the most elite heavy cavalry gleaming in the sunlight. There were no superfluous words, no pre-battle negotiations. The hatred between the two sides ran too deep, the conflict of interests too great. This was a millennial-long feud between nomads and settlers, a blood and tears-filled hatred between Christians and Muslims, far beyond what could be explained in a few words. Uzun Hasan, spurring his horse, traversed the ranks of his soldiers, boosting their morale, promising rewards after the battle, describing the beautiful picture of victory, and praising the glory of the jihadist holy war. The soldiers responded enthusiastically, as if their monarch were invincible, as if God were watching over them from beyond. Father, everything is ready. Just as you said, everything that needed to be done has been done. Justinian approached Isaac. Are you afraid? Isaac looked at the surging nomadic cavalry and asked softly. Born in blood and fire, raised in blood and fire, I will also live out my life in blood and fire, and die in glory. Justinian drew his sword and gently kissed it. You are a monarch blessed by God. With you, there is nothing to fear. Isaac smiled and drew his own sword. Father, in your opinion, cannons, phalanxes, grenadiers, paladins, which is the key to our victory? Justinian looked at Isaac. Cannons, phalanxes, grenadiers, paladins, none of these are important. Isaac shook his head, his gaze distant. What is important is that a soldier should understand that everything he does is for his country. They should understand that it is worth giving their lives for a better future. Justinian was taken aback, then nodded emphatically. Uzun Hasan's pre-battle declaration was a resounding success, igniting the fighting spirit of the Aries army, whose roars echoed in waves. They also divided into 3 divisions, as was customary, with Uzun Hasan's Aries banner and Isaac's gold and red double-headed eagle banner facing each other. Nearby soldiers looked at Isaac, seemingly waiting for him to say something. Isaac remained silent, ordering the standard-bearer to display a flag signal he had created. This signal, originally used only on naval ships, was extended to the army at Mehmet's suggestion, and every commander was instructed to learn it. That day, the Eastern Roman army and the Aries army clashed on the Anatolian plateau, beginning a bloody and iron fighting battle for their country, their faith, and their king, a clash of horses and spears. That day, war drums thundered, military bands played stirring war songs, hoods kicked up dust, and soldiers gripped their spears and muskets tightly. That day, the central banner of the Eastern Roman Empire rose slowly, its colors shifting under the sunlight. On that day, on the desolate and vast Anatolian plateau, all the soldiers saw the flag signals and received the emperor's pre-battle declaration from their officers. The Roman Empire hopes that you will all perform your duties diligently and advance bravely. Chapter 316 Battle of the Wasteland. Under a gray sky, rolling mountains rise and fall, encircled by a great river. Between the mountains and rivers lies a vast, desolate expanse of yellow earth. A gentle breeze stirs the hills, raising dust from the ground, ruffling the manes of war horses, and rustling the swords and spears of soldiers. This yellow earth is the flesh of Anatolia, while the rivers and lakes that dot it are its lifeblood. Such wastelands are not uncommon on this continent. The further inland, the more yellow there is, and the less green there is. Located between Bursa and Ankara, this place is already over 500 meters above sea level. To the northwest lies a wide canyon, and to the southeast flows the Palsu River, a tributary of the Sakarya River. The Palsu River originates near Kütahya, flowing roughly from west to east, joining the Sakarya River west of Ankara. Also situated between two east-west trending mountain ranges, this valley, with its lower elevation, facilitated the passage of large armies and served as the best route from Ankara to Bursa. The largest city in the Palsu River basin is Eskişehir, where the Palsu River makes a slight turn, no longer flowing north but meandering eastward. This city is also a famous transportation hub. Northwest across the canyon leads to Bursa, and northeast along the river valley leads to Ankara. Many years ago, after Constantine the Great embraced Christianity, Eskişehir was a missionary center in west-central Anatolia. At that time, the city was called Dalium, and Roman people still lived there. During the Great Turkish Wars, Eskişehir also suffered disaster, food shortages, frigid temperatures, fertile farmland overgrown with weeds, and refugees were devoured by Turkmen cavalry. Human life was cheap as ants. However, for the surviving people, their fate was no longer in their own hands. An unprecedented decisive battle was about to break out on the wasteland northwest of the city. The victor would be king, the loser would retreat, and the winner would continue to write their legendary epic. On April 2, 1472, Padishah Uzun Hasan of the Akkoy dynasty assembled an army of 130,000 in Ankara, crossed the Sakarya River, and marched westward along the Borsu Valley. On April 9, 1472, the Byzantine Emperor Isaac assembled an army of 70,000 in Bursa and began his eastward march from Bursa onto the plateau, awaiting the opportune moment for a decisive battle. On April 15, the two sides met as planned on the wasteland northwest of Eskişehir, and the great battle officially began. The central banner of the Akkoy dynasty fluttered on the hillside. This blue banner, said to have been passed down from Bayandar Khan, recorded the glory of the Akkoy tribe. The great ruler Uzun Hasan had once raised this banner to defeat the equally valiant Jahanshah and Byzantine, destroying their kingdom in a single battle and bringing the previously sparsely populated eastern Anatolia to its zenith in a very short time. Under the banner, the 49-year-old King Uzun Hasan of the Ares, clad in full armor, surveyed the Eastern Roman army on the wasteland with eyes like an eagle, assessing their strength. The pre-battle declaration had been delivered, and the Ares riders were changing horses and donning armor, while the Eastern Roman army was making its final preparations, the phalanxes tightening ever more closely. 70,000 men, divided into three armies, stretching endlessly. The left and right flanks are relatively weak. But the center is the largest, its imposing presence like a mountain, Uzun Hasan said softly. They're blocking the road right in the middle. It seems the Greeks also want a decisive battle, father. They're mostly infantry, about half our numbers, and they've given us the high ground. They shouldn't be too difficult to deal with. The tall Prince Khalil of the Ares beside Uzun Hasan exclaimed loudly. Their left and right flanks are mostly conscripted rangers and Slavic cavalry, not very strong. If we can use our superior forces to break through their flanks and then flank their central army, victory will be within our grasp. It's not that simple. Their flanks also have some central army troops acting as the backbone. Jacob frowned slightly. Besides, they have a lot of firearms. Our horses don't get much exposure to gunfire, so they might have problems. Firearms, Khalil scoffed. We've seen those things before. They're slow firing, low damage, and the rangers on the flanks can't possibly have one for each soldier. Then how did you lose last time? Jacob retorted. That's because they had those hellfires, Khalil said, a hint of fear creeping into his eyes. But they clearly don't have those catapults anymore. They can't carry them on the march. Khalil pointed to the Eastern Roman army formation below the hillside. Besides, if the Ottoman army hadn't been so cowardly, how could we have been defeated? Uzun Hasan interrupted their argument by raising his right hand. Bayezid, you've fought the Greeks the most. In your opinion, what else do we need to be careful about? Uzun Hasan looked at the Ottoman prince Bayezid behind him. Bayezid remained silent for a moment, unsure of what to say. After the defeat in Nicomedia, Bayezid fled eastward to Ankara, where he gathered a remnant of his army and sought refuge under Uzun Hasan's protection. When Uzun Hasan decided to launch the eastern campaign, he was somewhat wary of Bayezid and didn't want him to remain alone in Ankara, so he brought him along. Padishah, I've told you everything I can, Bayezid said hesitantly. Your army is incredibly brave and unstoppable, however, the Greeks' firearms are indeed very powerful. I suggest you be cautious. You? Kalil was about to speak when Uzun Hasan frowned, and he swallowed his words. Preparations are almost complete, you two, Uzun Hasan said, turning to Kalil and Jacob respectively. Go to the left and right flanks, organize the ranks, and tell them to speed up and await my signal. The two princes dared not say more, immediately bowing and galloping off to the left and right flanks. Uzun Hasan glanced around, noticing their still somewhat disorganized state, his expression darkening. The Ares dynasty's army was larger, mostly composed of conscripted tribal-like cavalry, far less disciplined than Uzun Hasan's own troops. Uzun Hasan's pre-battle declaration had energized them, and the tribal leaders were also enthusiastically encouraging their soldiers. The tribal riders roared and fought fiercely, but their true strength remained uncertain. After the two princes arrived at the left and right flanks, the initial chaos gradually subsided. The riders were divided into attack columns, their sabers and lances already in hand. Uzun Hasan turned his gaze to his elite personal guards nearby. Their morale was even higher, and their equipment was extremely superior. They had already changed into well-rested war horses and donned heavy armor that gleamed coldly. Uzun Hasan had ruled for many years and possessed excellent domestic administration and reform capabilities. In the early years of his reign, he established a complete military system with strict discipline and fair rewards and punishments, which was very different from ordinary tribal cavalry. This personal guard was not only his most powerful weapon against strong enemies, but also his greatest asset in suppressing various tribes. Ready, Uzun Hasan waved his hand, the bugle sounded, the war drums beat heavily, and the left-wing cavalry roared, urging their horses down the hillside like a sharp sword, piercing straight into the right flank of the Eastern Roman Empire. On the Eastern Roman Empire's side, pre-battle preparations were also basically complete. The two emperors were in command of the central army, the Minister of War Ibrahim commanded the right wing, and the Deputy Chief of Staff Mehmet commanded the left wing. The Eastern Roman Empire's central army was its strongest force, comprising armored paladins, field artillery regiments, and most of the central army. The left and right flanks were primarily composed of Slavic cavalry, archers, and dragoons. The Ares army began its charge, the war drums and military music of the Eastern Roman Empire echoing across the desolate land. On the right flank, Ibrahim gripped his sword tightly. 4 Slavic 1,000-man squads charged to the left. Dragoons, flanked to the left. Block their leftmost cavalry. Don't let them cut us off from the center, Ibrahim roared, as the standard-bearer changed the flags. Clerks, begin your blessings. Archers, begin your drinks. Prepare for battle. In the center of the formation, the accompanying priests held high their crosses, loudly reciting ancient prayers. At the forefront, the cavalry charged to their designated positions. Archers' officers surveyed their soldiers. Each squad of 10 received a clay pot containing the strongest liquor, enough to make these men forget their pain and death. Uzun Hasan's cavalry drew ever closer, the tremors of the ground growing louder. For God. For the Emperor, Slavis roared, drawing his sharp scimitar and clashing with the charging Ares tribe soldiers. Let them taste the power of Behemoth. The royal guard dragoons dismounted, resting their heavy muskets on their battle axes, and launched a flank attack on the tribal cavalry. Roar, the archers roared, their eyes bloodshot, their spears, lances, and various muskets poised for fire. Fire, the archer commander shouted, and the tall, muscular grenadiers strode forward, hurling their oil and gunpowder canisters with all their might at the Ares cavalry. Flames erupted instantly, horses neighed and scattered, the leading Ares riders screaming as they tumbled from their horses, only to be trampled to pulp by their comrades behind. Set up your guns. Fire, Scattered musket fire erupted on the right flank as the corps of the musket infantry began to fire. Gunpowder exploded, sending small volleys of bullets flying in a fan shape towards the Ares cavalry. Most of the slave soldiers in the musket infantry were unarmed. They had been temporarily conscripted and couldn't learn to fire in a short time. Besides, their purpose was simply to serve as cannon fodder. They don't have many muskets. Keep charging, the Ares cavalry rejoiced, spreading out and charging towards the musket infantry squares. As the smoke cleared, the Ares cavalry emerged from the haze, crashing heavily into the ranks. Scimitars slashed sideways, lances were raised high, and blood splattered everywhere. Hold on! Hold on! On the battlefield of holy war, all who perform meritorious service will be saved, and all the lowly will be blessed, the accompanying bishop shouted, promising the slaves. The warriors, intoxicated by the strong liquor, roared, raising their weapons and charging forward wave after wave. Those who distinguished themselves in battle would no longer be slaves. They would either become legal citizens of the Eastern Roman Empire or great chieftains of colonies. Fame and fortune awaited them. On the hillside, Uzun Hasan watched the fiercely contested battle line, his brow furrowed. Have Khalil organize another charge, this time flanking them. After the messenger left, Uzun Hasan looked at his right flank. Have Jacob move too. Crush their left flank. Jacob's right flank advanced slowly, the cavalry trotting, their speed increasing, their battle cries echoing. The Eastern Roman Empire's left flank, however, remained motionless, without even a single cavalryman, quietly awaiting the tribal riders' charge. Change formation. Reveal the wagons, Mehmet commanded. The front ranks of soldiers retreated to the rear, revealing the fan-shaped Ryrie wagon formation. These improved St. George chariots used the latest rubber tires, capable of carrying more heavy planks and traversing higher slopes. They were specifically designed by the Eastern Roman Empire for highland warfare, used for peacetime supply transport and wartime pressure resistance. What are these things? Jacob, a member of the Ares cavalry, stared in astonishment at the rows of heavy chariots, biting his lip. Flank, fire. The cavalry quickly destroyed the makeshift chevaux de frise, scattered, drew their bows, knocked arrows, and fired forward. A fine rain of arrows fell on the heavy planks of the St. George chariots, as if sinking into the sea, without causing a ripple. Organ cannons, fire. George roared from the rear of the chariot formation. The charioteers stood up and lit the fuses. Bang bang bang, the organ cannons spewed fire and lead, the rain of bullets striking the cavalry, the vanguard falling from their horses and rolling on the wasteland. Marksmen, set up your muskets. Grenadiers, throw. Crossbowmen, fire. Mehmet was overjoyed at the sight and ordered his standard-bearer to relay the commands. Behind each chariot, a dozen veteran marksmen, armed with heavy muskets, set up their barrels on the chariot's positions, using the heavy wooden planks for protection, and fired forward. The crossbowmen aimed at their armored junior officers, while the grenadiers hurled oil canisters with all their might. A deluge of ranged weapons rained down on the cavalry, throwing their formation into disarray. Don't panic, keep charging. Jacob was frantic, urging his cavalry forward. Destroy all their chariots. The cavalry finally withstood the hail of bullets and reached the front of the chariot formation, desperately striking the chariots with their weapons, but with little success. Behind the chariots, Eastern Roman soldiers, wielding long spears, charged forward, viciously stabbing horses and cavalry through the gaps. The classic Hussite tactics were infallible against cavalry. Their wagon formation isn't complete. They don't have that many wagons either. Go around them. Jacob discovered a weakness in the wagon formation and led the second wave of cavalry around the defensive perimeter, attempting to strike directly at the heart of the enemy through the gap. Autumn, the time to test you has come. Take your troops and 2 archer legions, and hold the line. Mehmet glared fiercely at Autumn, the newly surrendered commander of the Purple Guard. Remember, whether you are noble depends on this battle. Don't worry, my lord, if I fail to hold the line, you will only see a corpse. Autumn's eyes widened as he led his troops to the breach, blocking the charge of the Ares riders. In front of the wagon formation, the third wave of cavalry was on the road. This was the Anatolian vassal army, commanded by Karaman Uchin. Emir Mesut of Germain was also in this army. At this moment, his eyes narrowed, and his speed unconsciously slowed down. What's wrong? Uchin looked at him. My lord, this wagon formation. Mesut's eyes were filled with fear. I understand. Wukan nodded and waved his hand. Fire. Fire! Shoot these Greeks to death, for Allah! Wukan roared, then reined in his horse, drew his horsebow, and fired indiscriminately. The Anatolian soldiers were somewhat puzzled, but they obeyed their commander's orders, slowed their horses, and stood aside, firing arrows at the chariot formation, even though the horsebows had a short range and the arrows could not cause the slightest damage to the chariots. The battle continued, and the right wing of the Eastern Roman Empire encountered trouble. Khalil used 2 groups of cavalry to entangle the Slavic cavalry and the Royal Guard dragoons, then sent wave after wave of riders into the battle, repeatedly charging the archers' formation. As time went on, these slave soldiers, who had been driven by sheer courage, began to fear and began to scatter. Ibrahim was forced to send his only royal guard to the front lines. The situation on the left flank was much better. A large portion of Jacob's army came from Anatolian vassals, their morale was low, their equipment inferior, and they had no loyalty to the Ares dynasty, only seeking to preserve their strength. After fighting bitterly for several hours, they still couldn't break through the Eastern Roman Empire's San Giorgio's chariot formation. While the left and right wings began their bloody battle, the centers of both sides remained motionless, intently watching their opponent, searching for weaknesses. Padishah, the situation is bad, the captain of Uzun Hassan's personal guard rushed over. The Greeks' tactics are very peculiar, we've never seen anything like them before, and we don't know how to deal with them. Uzun Hassan pursed his lips tightly, his eyes growing increasingly bloodshot. He had fought for half his life, defeating many powerful enemies, and was accustomed to Asian warfare, but even he had never seen anything like this. Padishah, let's charge. The captain of the personal guard looked at Uzun Hassan resolutely. Waiting any longer is pointless. Our soldiers are dwindling, our morale is plummeting, and if this continues, those tribal troops will soon flee, but we are still here. 8,000 heavy cavalry are enough to break through the Greeks' strongest defenses. As long as we can break through the center, the setbacks on the flanks are nothing. Uzun Hassan gritted his teeth, remained silent for a moment, drew his scimitar, and handed it to the captain of his personal guard. Go. Crush the Greek center and bring me the head of the Greek emperor. Uzun Hassan lifted the captain of his personal guard's head, staring into his eyes. Remember, I am not ordering you to attack, I am ordering you to die. Yes, the captain of his personal guard roared, took the scimitar, mounted his war horse, and went to the front of his personal guard. Brothers, servants of Padishah, for Allah, for our king, charge. The Ares dynasty's center began to move, with light cavalry guarding the sides, and the heavily armored Ares personal guards in the center. The thunder of hooves shook the earth, and dust billowed everywhere. The heavy cavalry began to accelerate, charging down the hillside, lances raised high, their tips gleaming. Directly in front of them, the Eastern Roman Empire's central army also began to shift positions, banners waved, and the front ranks moved to the flanks, clearing the central artillery positions. The dark muzzles of cannons were pointed at the cavalry, lead bullets were already loaded, and the gunners held torches, while the Burgundian gunner kept a close watch. Fire, boom, 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 flames flashed from the cannon muzzles, the powerful impact shaking the sand and dust from the ground. Lead bullets leaped into the air, slicing through the air with a piercing whistle. A deafening roar echoed through the heavens and earth. The Ares dynasty's war horses neighed in terror, no longer obeying their master's commands, galloping wildly in all directions. These horses from the east rarely had the opportunity to experience the baptism of gunfire on the battlefield, filled with fear of something almost unseen, a biological instinct. The cannonballs slammed straight into the heavy cavalry formation, impacting and rolling, sending men and horses tumbling. Even the strongest iron armor is no match for a single cannonball. Europe's technological advancements were rapid, leaving the riders from the steppes far behind in the overwhelming tide of time. Phalanx, form ranks, arquebuses, fire, Isaac shouted from under the banner. This time, a denser hail of bullets rained down on the Ares cavalry, their armor as flimsy as paper before the heavy muskets. Each civilization had a different definition of heavy, and heavy cavalry naturally came in many forms. Muskets could even penetrate European plate armor, let alone the so-called heavy armor of these Near Eastern steppe warriors. However, Uzun Hassan's personal guard remained well trained. The surviving riders tried their best to calm their frenzied horses, adjusting their formation as much as possible, and continued their charge through the hail of bullets. Another round of artillery fire, another volley, and the casualties were even heavier. A few heavy cavalrymen were lucky enough to dodge the gunfire, regain control of their horses, and successfully reach the phalanx, only to be blocked by a dense barrage of spears. The light cavalry hesitated, while the heavy cavalry charged desperately, their numbers dwindling rapidly. As another wave of charge was broken by the bayonet phalanx, Isaac could see the situation in the distance through the dissipating smoke. Only a sparse number of cavalry remained on the vast battlefield. A vacuum had formed before the next charge. Armored paladins, for God, for our homeland, charge, Isaac roared, raising his sword. The heavy cavalry beside him strode forward, their armored riders gripping their horses' bellies, urging them to gallop. The thunderous hoof sounded like a death knell, echoing in the hearts of every Ares soldier. In a single charge, the armored paladins had overwhelmed the tribal riders who had come to their aid, their momentum undiminished, continuing their advance. "We've lost. We've lost," someone shouted from the battlefield. The tribal riders, having fought so hard, began to retreat. They came from a place unwilling to fight a battle they couldn't win, unwilling to waste their lives on foreign soil. More and more tribes began to flee, the retreat turning into a rout. Uzun Hasan finally sounded the retreat horn. The banner receded rapidly, tumbling down the hillside and disappearing from sight. Blood was everywhere on the wasteland, corpses piled upon corpses, and the surviving horses ran rampant in panic. Only the double-headed eagle banner of the Central Army camp still shone brightly in the spring sunshine. Chapter 317, the final chapter of the Ottoman Empire. Spring is in full bloom, and Western Anatolia is welcoming its most beautiful season. The winter's chill has long since receded, and the summer's dryness has yet to arrive. The sun shines brightly on the earth, and everything is a vibrant green. Gentle sea breezes blow from the Aegean Sea, across farmland and mountain villages, over the slopes of Mount Ulu, and into the streets and alleys of Bursa, as if carrying hope. The Eastern Roman army, which had besieged the city all winter, has finally retreated, and the hundreds of thousands of cavalry of the Akkoyunlu dynasty are marching westward. In the minds of the Ottomans, the power from the east has always been unstoppable. Whether it was the Mongol Empire 2 centuries ago, the Timurid dynasty a few decades ago, or the current Akkoyunlu dynasty, the arrogant Greeks would surely be crushed by their iron hoofs. With the army gone, the blockade of Bursa no longer exists. The Serbian troops stationed in the city are few in number, only able to keep an eye on the remaining defenders within Bursa, unable to cut off all roads connecting Bursa to the outside world as before. News from the outside world poured in, and grain from other regions flooded in. The gradual increase in resources allowed the people of Bursa to regain some confidence, even though they had little intact territory left. Mehmed I also took action, constantly sending messengers out of the city to seek help, communicating with towns and villages still under his control, hoping they would unite and gather an army. For those territories already under Byzantine control, Mehmed I also spent considerable effort, bypassing the large cities with garrisons, contacting disgruntled towns and villages, appealing to national righteousness and religious sentiment to persuade them to revolt against the Byzantine Empire's armed settlers and reclaim their homeland. In Bursa, Mehmed I appeared before the entire city, addressing them, calling on the Ottoman people to dedicate themselves to the nation, urging them to contribute money and labor, accumulating as much strength as possible to increase their bargaining power for future compromises and negotiations. Although Mehmed I and his officials had repeatedly resorted to this tactic, and the citizens were long weary of it, many still saw a glimmer of hope and donated their last savings to His Majesty the Sultan. The Hebrews of Bursa were the most enthusiastic donors. Having fled and been driven from one place to another across Europe, only the Ottoman Empire was willing to accept them and offer them a chance to survive without demanding a conversion. For them, losing their last refuge meant only continued decline and eventual demise. As for the Ahmad Brotherhood, once entrusted with the great responsibility by the Ottoman Empire, it had long since declined with the fall of industry and commerce, and many of its branches had switched their allegiance to the Akkoyunlu dynasty. Inside Bursa, the military camp was bustling with activity. Mehmed I, accompanied by his officials, once again visited his remaining soldiers. With the weather warming, Mehmed I's gout had improved considerably, and the prolonged siege of Bursa had left him without seafood to satisfy his appetite. The supplies from afar finally arrived, and Eid al-Adha came as scheduled. Mehmed I distributed the food to the soldiers to help them recover and ease the tension caused by the long siege. The citizens, guided by Sunni clerics, celebrated the festival, releasing the pent-up anxiety and resentment of the past few years. The decisive battle had begun. The fate of the Ottomans was entirely in the hands of others, and continuing to hoard food was pointless. Looking at the emaciated soldiers dancing and singing, I felt a pang of sadness, silently watching these loyal warriors who remained steadfast in their posts until the very end. The war had dragged on for too long. Many soldiers in the various Ottoman armies had already chosen to desert, unwilling to waste their lives on a battlefield with no end in sight. Ibrahim, I turned to his Grand Vizier. "Your command, Your Majesty the Sultan," the Grand Vizier replied, also looking at him. "Write down their names. If one day we are able to make a comeback, they will be my governors and Pasha," I said softly. "Yes, Your Majesty," the Grand Vizier nodded, summoned a soldier, and sent him to find the troop registration records. After thinking for a moment, the Grand Vizier returned to I. "Your Majesty, the town of Orhan Eli in the south has revolted. The Greeks did not leave many soldiers here, and their settlements are mainly located in the south. We are contacting towns further away. The old troops have been scattered, and the political structure has basically collapsed. It will take some time," the Grand Vizier sighed. "Just a few days ago, I sent scouts to bypass the Greek city and gather intelligence in all directions. Time has been short, and the findings are limited. The best news is that the area near Sennacherib has not yet been attacked by the Greeks. It's too remote, and the Sennacherib Strait is too turbulent to land easily. The garrison is intact. When the Ares army arrives, I suggest you first search for those remaining troops. This will give you more leverage when negotiating with Uzun Hasan." "Yes, I will," I nodded, remaining silent for a moment. "When Uzun Hasan reaches this point, they will certainly impose very harsh conditions. As long as we are alive, there is still hope," the Grand Vizier said. "Back then, your ancestors also bowed to the Sultanate of Rum and Hulagu, but in the end, we rose again, while they have long since vanished into the dustbin of history." I remained silent, surveying the dilapidated military camp. "Your Majesty, once Padishah defeats the Greeks, will we be able to return home?" a thin young soldier shouted, holding a bottle of fermented mare's milk, his cheeks flushed. "I've been away from home for years. I wonder if my parents are still alive." The young soldier's words immediately resonated with many, the cheerful atmosphere abruptly ending, replaced by sobs and lamentations reaching I's ears. I sighed, stopping his personal guards who were about to erupt, and stepped forward, patting the young soldier on the shoulder. "Once the Greeks retreat, we can all go home." I looked at the crowd. "You are all my warriors. From the start of the war until now, nearly 4 years, you have fought on every battlefield, never abandoning each other." I looked at each soldier, as if trying to memorize their faces. "If we can overcome this difficulty, you will all be heroes of the Ottoman Empire, and I will share the spoils of victory with you." I drew his scimitar, cut off a corner of his sleeve, threw it into the filthy mud, and stomped on it fiercely. "If I break this oath, may I, like this scrap of clothing, be forever despised." I's resounding voice roused the soldiers, who wiped away their tears and their laughter grew louder. "Go back," I instructed the Grand Vizier after a moment's observation. "Once they've rested, remember to relieve the soldiers on the city walls. Don't let your guard down." The group left the camp, but a commotion arose from the city gate not far away. The gate slowly opened, the hooves of horses pounding the stone slabs with obvious haste. A mounted rider rushed forward, his turban filthy, his horse foaming at the mouth, his eyes vacant and lifeless. Guards and citizens gathered at the gate, staring at him in astonishment. The rider saw I's attire, tumbled off his horse, and staggered towards him, collapsing to his knees with a thud. His horse, unable to withstand the strenuous run any longer, also collapsed, panting heavily. "Your Majesty the Sultan," the ranger raised his head blankly, his eyes filled with almost tangible fear and despair. I's heart sank to the bottom, but he forced himself to remain calm, clinging to his last shred of hope. "Speak slowly, what happened?" I beckoned, and a guard tossed a water bag to the ranger. The ranger watched silently as the bag rolled to the ground, not catching it. "The Akhon army has been defeated, Uzun Hasan has fled," the ranger murmured. "They're here!" Exclamations rose from the crowd, followed by soft sobs and prayers, each face filled with bewilderment and despair. They knelt, gazing towards Mecca, their eyes brimming with tears, praying for divine protection, for a miracle. But the gods remained silent. The sun rose higher and higher, its dazzling light illuminating every corner of Bursa, yet bringing no warmth whatsoever to the soldiers and civilians within. From the distant road came billows of dust, and 2 cavalry units, their red coats billowing golden red double-headed eagle banners, came into view. Various flags, all from different participating tribes of the White Sheep Alliance, were tied to the horses' tails. They arrived at the walls of Bursa, barking triumphantly, and untied captured banners, piling them high on a hillside. The soldiers on the city walls watched helplessly, their hopes dashed, their fear and sorrow deepening. The cavalry, having done this, headed straight for the military city to the north, where they joined the Serbian army already waiting. A while later, more and more double-headed eagle banners appeared at the end of the road. Amidst the rising dust, Eastern Roman soldiers marched towards Bursa, singing rousing war songs. Their eyes were filled with excitement, fervor, and reverence. Legions arrayed themselves against the city walls, their banners fluttering in the wind. On the walls of Bursa, the soldiers were already numb. The Sultan's prophecy had failed once again. Although the Greek military had suffered losses, they were more than capable of defeating them. Long live the Emperor! Waves of cheers echoed across the land. The Emperor's central army came into view, the heavy armor of the First Guard Legion gleaming coldly in the sunlight. The sound of marching footsteps rose and fell, as more and more legions gathered beneath the walls of Bursa, their battle cries surging, assaulting the eardrums of the defenders. Amidst the watchful eyes of the crowd, a cavalryman approached the city wall and stated his purpose in Turkic. "Where is Muhammad? Our emperor wants him to speak." The defenders exchanged glances, relaying the messenger's request. A moment later, a side gate slowly opened, and the fully armored Ottoman Sultan Mehmed I emerged, his black horse silently leading the way. Mehmed I said nothing, stopping before the moat, gazing at the imposing and vast Eastern Roman army. In the ranks of soldiers, heavily armored men parted to make way for Isaac, clad in a purple robe, who rode out on horseback. A crown studded with diamonds and amber adorned his head, and in his hand he held a scepter of eagles, a symbol of authority. His sturdy, rosewood steed was the newest warhorse bred at the Larissa stables, docile yet fierce. The horse wore a magnificent coat embroidered with the coat of arms of the Palaiologos dynasty. Isaac reined in his horse, and he and Mehmed I faced each other across a moat. "Long time no see, Ottoman descendant," the second sultan named Mehmed, Isaac said with a slight smile in Turkic. "The last time we met was 19 years ago in Constantinople," Mehmed I replied silently, gazing at Isaac with a mixture of bewilderment, contemplation, and above all, hatred and anger. "Many years have passed, you have grown old," Mehmed I said slowly in Greek. "It seems you are not blessed by God either, just an ordinary person like us. I suggest you take care of yourself," Isaac said non-committally, sizing up Muhammad's frail physique, purplish skin, and sweaty cheeks. "I told you not to eat too much seafood, but you wouldn't listen." Muhammad I was stunned, as if he had been greatly insulted, his face turning red with anger. "You ruined my country, you ruined everything," Muhammad I roared. "If it weren't for you, Constantinople would have been mine long ago. I would have ridden my steed through the gates of Constantinople. I would have become the greatest conqueror in the Islamic world. I would have realized the Ottoman dream. I would have converted the Hagia Sophia into a mosque, but I came, and you lost," Isaac said coldly. "The prophecy said that we would eventually conquer Constantinople, and I would be the one to fulfill that prophecy," Muhammad I roared. "The prophecy was wrong," Isaac coldly interrupted Muhammad I's fantasy. Yes, Mehmed I's anger abruptly ceased, replaced by deep sorrow. "We too have defeated countless powerful enemies. We too have created a golden age. We too have created a powerful nation. We too have ushered in a great era. All great eras have an end," Isaac said slowly. "Yes, the efforts of 7 generations, the golden age built with the lives of countless warriors, have ultimately been destroyed by your hands," Mehmed I pointed at Isaac. "Remember, I was not defeated by the Eastern Empire, I was only defeated by you, nothing more. Remember that." Isaac remained silent, letting the warm sea breeze caress their faces. "My son, is he still alive?" After a moment, Mehmed I asked. "He ran away, very fast," Isaac replied truthfully. "However, whether he is alive or not, it doesn't change one fact." Isaac looked at the crumbling walls of Bursa, then at his army, whose morale was high. "The era of the Ottomans is about to end." Isaac turned to look at Muhammad I. "Surrender, Muhammad. Continuing to resist is pointless." "Surrender," Muhammad I sneered. "Do you think you'll let me go?" Isaac was speechless. He wouldn't let us go without eliminating the threat. Since you're determined to destroy us, and I can't stop you by any means, then follow your own will? Muhammad I stared into Isaac's eyes. Allah is my refuge. If he has decided to entrust our fate to you, who can resist him, or stop this predetermined destiny? Come, fight. Don't worry about me running away, don't expect me to surrender. Allah will not allow me to be a sultan without people. You can do as you please until the just final judge decides our fate. Does that matter? Isaac smiled wryly. What else do you want? Speak up. Mehmed I gazed at the azure sky and sighed. If possible, spare the people of Bursa. They have fought bitterly for me for years. I have failed them. Very well, Isaac nodded. I will spare every single person in Bursa. They can preserve their faith and leave my land freely. If I am unfortunately killed in battle, bury me in the great mosque of Bursa. Do not place me in a coffin. Let the rain and dew of nature patter on my body, Mehmed I said. Very well, I will protect this mosque. No one can touch it. Isaac nodded. Thank you. Mehmed I looked one last time at Isaac's brown eyes and took the reins. The two returned separately. Mehmed I entered the city gate, where the surviving soldiers watched him. Your Majesty the Sultan, those who wish to leave may go out of the city and surrender to the Christians. Mehmed I looked around. If you do not wish to surrender, please stay with me. I hope that in the distant future, people will still remember us. Remember the legendary stories of the Ottomans. Mehmed I drew his scimitar and roared. I want them to remember that the last Ottomans are as brave as their ancestors. Boom, the cannons roared, shattering the dreams of the defeated, and the final war began. On April 15, 1472, a major battle erupted between the Eastern Roman Empire and the Ares Kingdom on the desolate plains northwest of Eskisehir, with the opposing forces numbering 70,000 against 130,000. In the Battle of the Desolate Plains, the Eastern Roman Empire displayed superior military skill, its military technology far surpassing that of the outdated West Asian light cavalry. Through the effective use of artillery, muskets, and chariot phalanxes, the Eastern Roman Empire overwhelmed the Ares tribal cavalry, ultimately securing victory. In this battle, the Eastern Roman Empire suffered 25,000 casualties, while the Ares Kingdom suffered 55,000. Padis al-Zon Hassan of the Ares Kingdom led his remaining forces, fleeing day and night back to Ankara. After a brief rest, he continued his escape, reaching Diyarbakir. The Eastern Roman casualties largely came from conscripted slave archers. Their basic fighting strength remained intact, while the heavy losses suffered by the slave soldiers were largely negligible. They could also quickly replenish their ranks. Since the Ares forces were predominantly light cavalry, while the Eastern Roman Empire consisted mostly of infantry, many tribes disengaged from the battlefield, and the Eastern Roman Empire lacked the capacity to pursue them, thus failing to expand its advantage. However, Uzun Hassan's elite heavy cavalry suffered heavy casualties in this battle, with less than 1/10 remaining. His prestige was severely damaged, and he could no longer establish absolute dominance over his subordinate tribes, nor did he maintain much stronger control over his own territory. Without a strong and capable leader, even a large number of fleeing tribal cavalry were nothing more than a disorganized mob. This victory marked the complete obsolescence of the Middle Eastern military system. Military technology in the Mediterranean world had advanced rapidly in recent years. Muskets and cannons were no longer cumbersome and expensive toys, and the era of nomadic regimes was coming to an end. This war was also the largest jihadist holy war organized by the Islamic world to block the resurgence of the Christian world. Uzun Hassan, the Akka king once considered the savior of Islam, fell to the Eastern Roman Empire. The resurgence of Christian power in the Eastern Mediterranean was unstoppable. After the decisive victory, Isaac did not continue into the depths of the plateau but withdrew his troops and marched on Bursa, beginning a final siege to completely dispel the shadow that had loomed over Constantinople for a century. On April 23, 1472, the Eastern Roman army arrived at the gates of Bursa, joining forces with Serbian reinforcements stationed there, and launched a final assault on the last major city of the Ottoman Empire. The city walls had been crumbled by previous attacks, and Mehmed I was unable to rebuild them. Only about 4,000 old, weak, and disabled people remained in the city, their morale low and their hearts filled with fear. On April 29, 1472, after a 6-day siege, the Byzantine Empire's artillery was fully deployed. The powerful firepower completely breached the northern walls of Bursa, and the city's soldiers and civilians could no longer withstand the fierce onslaught of the Byzantine soldiers through makeshift fences and mud. On the evening of April 29, the Byzantine soldiers successfully captured a tower, and for the first time in over a century, the double-headed eagle banner flew high over the city once more. At that moment, the entire city's soldiers and civilians were utterly devastated, weeping and burying their faces in their hands, believing that Allah had abandoned them. Seeing that all was lost, the last Ottoman Sultan, Mehmed I, refused his minister's advice to escape. Donning the armor inherited from his ancestors, he led the last janissaries into the relentless Byzantine army, flashing briefly before disappearing into the dust. As the crescent moon rose, the Byzantine army had largely wiped out the remaining enemy forces in Bursa, and the remaining defenders and the unwilling Ottoman ministers surrendered to Isaac. On April 30, as the first rays of dawn broke, Isaac III, the 13th emperor of the Palaiologos dynasty of the Eastern Roman Empire, entered the city amidst cheers from his courtiers and was greeted by the kneeling homage of the masses. Before the palace, Isaac kept his promise and declared a general amnesty for the entire city's military and civilians. Those who did not wish to convert were allowed to leave freely, while those who were willing to convert were immediately recognized as citizens of the Eastern Roman Empire. Subsequently, Isaac ordered the collection of Mehmed I's remains and, in accordance with his will, buried him on a plot of land belonging to the Great Mosque of Bursa. He also pardoned the Sunni scholars of the mosque, allowing them to conduct the purest Muslim funeral for Mehmed I. Next, Isaac ordered his legions to proceed to the cities along the eastern coast of the Aegean Sea to eliminate the remaining enemies, announce the fall of the Ottoman Empire, proclaim the passing of Mehmed I, and announce the ruling policies of the Eastern Roman Empire. Following this, Isaac sent a letter to Constantinople, summoning a group of historians, led by the royal historian Lek, to compile the national history of the Ottoman Sultanate. Thus, the Ottoman dynasty, which had lasted for 173 years, officially came to an end. Although the Ottoman family still existed, although many cities still flew the Ottoman flag, and although Uzun Hasan had ceded some territory in the Anatolian plateau to Bayezid during his escape, demanding that he continue the resistance, with the death of the last Ottoman Sultan, Mehmed I, this once powerful dynasty spanning 2 continents and 4 seas no longer existed. In its place stood the newly great Eastern Roman Empire. At this point, the Eastern Roman Empire had no more enemies in western Anatolia, and vast territories on the eastern coast of the Aegean Sea were under its control. As for the deeper eastern plateau, Uzun Hasan left behind a mess of tribal conflicts and fragmented power. There were almost no Greek Orthodox Christians left, the land was relatively barren, and the vast inland areas were suitable for the invasions and raids of nomadic tribes. The Eastern Roman Empire, having just emerged from a major war, still needed time to recuperate and reorganize. However, it was foreseeable that with the destruction of the Ottoman Empire and the collapse of the Akkoyunlu dynasty, no one on the Anatolian plateau could withstand the encroachment of the Eastern Roman Empire. Once the Eastern Roman Empire had restored a devastated coastal region, it would inevitably advance slowly into the inland plateau. On May 15, 1472, Crown Prince Justinian led his army to conquer Sennacherib, renaming it the Dardanelles. Following the Bosphorus, the Dardanelles Strait was now entirely under the control of the Eastern Roman Empire. From then on, the Eastern Roman Empire officially gained its first inland sea in a century, and the entire Sea of Marmara became an inland lake for the Eastern Roman fleet. Thus, the nearly 4-year-long Great Turkish War came to a complete end. The Eastern Roman Empire had invested unimaginable sums of money and resources, repeatedly emptying and replenishing its treasury. On May 25, 1472, Isaac entrusted the remaining war to his son and subordinates, boarding the giant warship Radiant of Cairo from the Dardanelles and returning to Constantinople. The war was over. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 318 Raz the False King. Nearly 2 months had passed since that decisive battle, the results of which spread rapidly throughout the Mediterranean world via sea and land trade routes, causing a great uproar. The Christian world held an ambivalent attitude towards the event. On the one hand, they were excited about the demise and defeat of the Muslim states. On the other hand, they felt an increasing threat to the growing power of the Eastern Roman Empire. However, In their eyes, this war was always a great victory for the Christian world, a punishment of evil by justice, a conquest of barbarism by civilization. The papacy immediately sent a letter to Constantinople, congratulating their Eastern brothers on defeating their powerful enemy and proposing to establish the day of the Ottoman Empire's fall as a memorial day. Furthermore, in the letter, they encouraged the Eastern Empire to continue its attacks on the remaining Muslim forces in Anatolia, subtly expressing the general sentiment of the Western Church, to have the Eastern Empire commit its vast land and sea forces to the Eastern battlefield to avoid harming the West. As for other Catholic powers, their reactions varied. The Kingdom of Portugal and the Kingdom of Naples sent congratulatory messages and, unanimously, proposed continuing the loan. Countries with little connection to the Eastern Roman Empire, such as the Archduke of Austria and the Kingdom of England, sent only empty and tedious letters, showing little interest. The Venetian Republic, squeezed into the Adriatic Sea, felt extremely uneasy. On the one hand, it eased relations with the Kingdom of Hungary, agreeing to their conditions, recognizing some treaties signed by Marshal Coligny and Matthias I, ceding some cities to the Kingdom of Hungary, and tacitly accepting Marshal Coligny's familial transformation of Dalmatia. On the other hand, the Venetians began to contact the Florentine Republic and the Kingdom of France, who shared similar dissatisfaction with the Eastern Roman Empire, hoping to maintain their last shred of dignity through an alliance. It is worth noting that the Duchy of Milan, the strongest power in northern Italy, stood out at this crucial juncture. The Duke of Galeazzo, known for his tyranny, firmly rejected the Archbishop's suggestion. Instead of sending a congratulatory letter to Constantinople, he wrote a letter demanding the abolition of the homestead law, the cessation of aid to Milanese refugees, and the return of all Milanese peasants who had fled to the western frontier. Naturally, this was rejected. In Central Europe, Matthias I of the Hunidi family and Ulaslo I of the Jagiellonian family continued their struggle for the Bohemian throne. Each controlled a portion of the former Bohemian kingdom's territory, each had gathered a group of local nobles, and both claimed to be the sole king of Bohemia, leading to conflict and friction over this fertile land. As for the Muslim world, their lives became even more difficult after this war. The Christian forces' recapture of the eastern Mediterranean was a foregone conclusion, and Anatolia, following Iberia and central North Africa, was about to witness a reconquistadation. In the ravaged Anatolia, the defeat of the Akkoyunlu dynasty and the flight of Uzun Hasan left behind a trail of devastation. Out of fear, the local Byzantine emirs remained under the Akkoyunlu's banner, but their autonomy was greatly enhanced. The hastily fleeing Uzun Hasan lacked the prestige and power to support his ambitions to control Anatolia. On the plateau, Padishah Uzun Hasan of the Akkoyunlu left Bayezid, a descendant of the Ottoman dynasty, in Ankara, entrusting him with vast territories on the plateau, hoping he would rebuild the nation's strength and resist the advance of the Eastern Roman Empire. After the death of Mehmed I, Bayezid rallied his former followers in Ankara, re-established the Ottoman Sultanate, and pledged allegiance to the Akkoyunlu, becoming Bayezid I. However, the Ottoman Sultanate rebuilt by Bayezid was no longer the powerful state it once was. Its political and military systems, once unparalleled in the Muslim world, had completely collapsed. To maintain his position, Sultan Bayezid was forced to rely on local powers, losing the absolute authority his ancestors held, and becoming merely an ordinary Turkic nomadic state. After the fall of Bursa, vast territories on the eastern coast of the Aegean fell into the hands of the Eastern Roman Empire. This was the heartland of Ottoman civilization. Large numbers of Islamic scholars and Muslims fled eastward to escape persecution, preserving a cultural foundation while also bringing population and friction to the eastern Turkic states. The center of Islamic scholarship in Anatolia began to shift eastward. The territory on the eastern coast of the Aegean was the core territory of the Eastern Roman Empire. Apart from the Orthodox Roman people, no other faiths or ethnicities were permitted. The scattered towns that stubbornly resisted were gradually captured, and armed settlers from the Balkans and Africa crossed the sea one after another to the newly conquered lands. Together with the local Orthodox Christians of Anatolia, they sparked a wave of recolonization. Meanwhile, on the southern coast of the Black Sea, with the fall of the Ottoman Empire and the withdrawal of the Ares army, the Condal Bey, a staunch supporter of the Ottomans, also met its demise. This nation was militarily weak to begin with. Its only distinguishing feature was that Condal placed greater emphasis on its navy than other Turkic beys, having profited considerably from Black Sea trade through its fleet. However, Their enemy possessed the most powerful navy in the Mediterranean world, controlling absolute hegemony over the Black Sea and the Sea of Marmara. Condell's vital maritime trade was severed for many years, its power waned, and it suffered repeated defeats under the attacks of Gonzalo. After the fall of the Ottoman Empire, the Eastern Roman Empire formulated a 10-year strategy for the reconquest of lost territories, advocating a west-to-east, north-to-south, and coastal-to-inland approach. The strategy aimed to liberate the coastal territories with a larger Orthodox population first, then gradually encroach upon the completely Muslim-majority inland regions. Against this backdrop, Crown Prince Justinian, in charge of command, divided tens of thousands of troops into two routes. One was placed under the command of Minister of War Ibrahim, tasked with pacifying the western coast of Anatolia. The other, personally led by Justinian, crossed the river at Zakaria and entered the coastal lowlands north of Anatolia, advancing eastward to join forces with Gonzalo's northern army to attack the Candalbi. On June 2, 1472, the two armies met at Sinope and, with the support of the Black Sea Fleet, successfully captured this crucial port, thus formally establishing the Constantinople-Batumi shipping route. The remnants of the Candalbi kingdom still stubbornly resisted near the capital, Kastamonu, nestled between two mountain ranges, where the Eastern Roman Empire's forces had not yet reached. Smoke billowed over Sinope, the Eastern Roman army had completely taken control. Cossacks from the Eastern European steppes and Circassians from the northern Caucasus were plundering the city's Muslim quarters, while the Christian quarters were protected by the Eastern Roman regular army. The harbor was filled with ships, including some from the Eastern Roman Black Sea Fleet and a considerable number of armed merchant vessels, mostly from various slave trading guilds who historically followed armies, buying Muslim slaves from occupied territories. Sinope was one of the largest ports on the northern Anatolian coast, with a narrow peninsula jutting eastward. On the southern side of the peninsula was a natural, semicircular bay, which, due to its inland location, provided shelter from the winds from all sides, making it an excellent natural harbor. But precisely because of this, Sinope's city area is distributed around the bay in a strip shape, without a continuous city wall, making it easy to attack and difficult to defend. Once control of the sea is lost, a large fleet of the attacking side can easily take it over. This is also the biggest disadvantage of port cities. Not all ports have the unique geographical advantages of Constantinople, which allows them to block off the most vulnerable bay with iron chains. On the dock, Justinian and Gonzalo sat in deck chairs, basking in the sun and smoking Cuban cigars. The sounds of fear and shouts rose and fell throughout the city, but this did not elicit any pity from the two instigators, who were enjoying their hard-won victory and peace. Over the years, the Eastern Roman Empire's approach to ruling the former Muslim regions had become quite sophisticated. The first to arrive were the army, bringing the iron laws of the empire, followed by merchants, who assessed local wealth and took away the local Muslims. Then came government officials, bringing imperial order, and finally, immigrants, who revitalized the region. Besides colonies, the Eastern Roman Empire's cavalry conscription system also required a large number of slaves. Before the war, the emperor's officials would send people to individual estates and slave trading guilds, demanding that estate owners and slaveholders hand over the trained slaves to the empire. After the war, the surviving slaves would lead drastically different lives, while the empire would return 2 to 3 times the number of new slaves to the slaveholders, allowing them to select a portion for training. This so-called training meant prohibiting excessive exploitation and preventing them from engaging in physically demanding labor. At the very least, they had to be given to the empire as strong men capable of carrying weapons. Congratulations, the Ares dynasty has also fallen at the feet of the empire, and Anatolia is now entirely within our grasp, Gonzalo said with a chuckle, exhaling a puff of pale blue smoke. It's still early, Justinian muttered. This place has been ravaged by the Saracens for many years, there are simply too many of them, and we can't reach the plateau anytime soon. Let's take over the places where we have a certain foundation of rule first. And we'll deal with the rest later. Justinian smiled slightly, raised his head, and squinted at the azure sky. What happened to those 2 Saracen leaders you mentioned? Gonzalo asked Justinian. Those 2 Turks who took your money up front and fled the battlefield first. The Emir of Germain, Mesed, declared his allegiance to us, converted to Christianity with several hundred of his followers, and I bestowed upon him the title of Count of Germain, granting him a small county near Fian as a buffer zone, Justinian said. As for that Uchin, that kid is truly audacious. He took the most money, and he also promised to convert to Christianity, but he went back on his word in the end. Justinian exhaled a puff of smoke. After Uzun Hasan retreated, he seized most of the former Karamanian territory, including Konya, and declared himself the Sultan of Karaman, nominally pledging allegiance to the White Sheep, but in reality, he was completely independent. Now, Uzun Hasan has supported 3 large vassal states and many subordinate tribes in Anatolia, hoping they can slow our advance. The Ottomans, Karaman, Adana. Only Uzun of Karaman has some ability, having gathered many deserters. Isn't his father still in your hands? Gonzalo thought for a moment. That Ishak converted to Christianity, perhaps we can support him, sponsor his journey to Karaman, and confront Uzun. He's dead. Justinian sighed. We've long wanted to support him as Duke of Karaman. He's been staying in Cyprus, ready to land at any time. Unfortunately, his health was too poor. He died at the beginning of this year, unable to live to see the decisive battle. Gonzalo nodded and continued to ask, and what about the southern coast of the Black Sea? What are your plans? There are still some Orthodox Christians here. Father plans to directly govern them, establishing 3 first-level administrative districts, with Samsun, Kastamonu, and Trebizond as their respective capitals. Once we conquer Kastamonu, this area will be designated as the Kastamonu Military District. Kastamonu is easy enough. Trebizond, Gonzalo raised an eyebrow. Are you planning to take action against them? The false King Raz, disrespectful of orthodoxy, as an Orthodox Christian, has always knelt and paid tribute to the Saracens. He should have been destroyed long ago. Justinian looked up, gazing towards the east. Although the Trapezian dynasty reached a compromise with Constantinople a long time ago and ceased to claim imperial status, they still keep to themselves and their own devices. Father has decided to deal with them. Trapezian is very weak. Despite occupying one of the best locations in Anatolia, they don't even have a standing army of 1,000 men. They always rely on the Ares for protection, and internal strife is constant. This, bowing down to the Saracens, is a necessity, and understandable. Gonzalo was skeptical. Just for punishment? Of course not, Justinian said matter-of-factly. That area has hundreds of thousands of Greek Orthodox Christians, which will be an important base for us on the southern coast of the Black Sea, and a crucial tentacle for our advance into the Caucasus. Most importantly, the people of Trapezian are loyal to the empire. Now that the Ares are weakened, we might be able to reclaim this land through diplomatic means. Father has already sent diplomats, and they should be arriving soon. So how do you plan to get the Comnene family to abdicate voluntarily? Gonzalo asked. How about I lead some men and teach them a lesson? No rush. Father always says that war is merely a continuation of politics. Why resort to force when we can get things at the diplomatic table? Justinian shook his head. The same old strategy. We'll use a redemption and exchange approach. We'll give them a sum of money, then exchange the land of our colonies for Trebiseo and bestow upon them the title of Duke of Brazil or Venezuela. They are, after all, Orthodox Christians, and they've been quite cooperative before. We can't be too harsh. Will they willingly accept the change of title? Gonzalo was still somewhat doubtful. HMPH, if they were not willing, then they are traitors to their nation. Our fleet and army will judge them. Justinian snorted. Such is the way of the struggle for imperial power. My granting them the title is already merciful. All right, whatever. Gonzalo shrugged. What do you plan to do next? Following Father's instructions, we will conquer Kastamonu and formally destroy the kingdom of Candarbi, Justinian said. Then, head east to Trapezian and accept the allegiance of the Comnene family. Do I need to stay here? Gonzalo asked. After fighting for so long, I need to relax in a big city. All right, go back. I've already spoken with my father. He will bestow upon you the title of Earl of Samsun. You will receive a considerable amount of land in the Samsun region, but the central government will retain control of the entire region. Justinian looked at Gonzalo. The same applies to other nobles. Their rural lands and manors are hereditary, but they do not have control over the entire region. Besides these, nobles enjoy certain privileges in terms of industrial taxes and overseas exploration, but similarly, you must assume corresponding responsibilities, such as sending family members to participate in reclamation corps and serving in the army. Justinian paused. Of course, if you wish, you can exchange the lands of Samsun for large colonies, and the earl can be promoted to duke, which is a powerful and hereditary position. Forget it, forget it. I don't like places that are too remote. I've had enough of the grasslands and mountains, let alone the more distant New World. Gonzalo waved his hands repeatedly. I need to go to Constantinople to relax. If I have time, I should also enjoy the hot springs at Pamukkale, and hopefully, I can even hook up with a couple of noble ladies. Gonzalo chuckled. Remember to visit my son. Don't forget your Constantine's godfather, Justinian instructed. When he's a bit older, have him study military strategy with you. You'd better teach him well. Alright, I'll leave tomorrow. Gonzalo stood up and took a deep breath of the slightly bloody sea breeze. Northeastern corner of Anatolia, the city of Trebizond. The bustling port faces the ocean, and on the surface, a large fleet is rapidly approaching. On the lead warship, Marcus Comnenus gazes calmly at the harbor of Trebizond and the striped flags fluttering above it. The diplomat was dressed in a formal suit, impeccably tailored and made of fine materials, which perfectly accentuated his tall and slender figure. Both his outer trench coat and inner undergarment were pure black, adorned with red and gold embroidery. His belt was decorated with Venezuelan rubies, and his double-headed eagle badge was crafted from pure silver. On the right eagle's head, a gem-encrusted eye gleamed, while its talons gripped a scroll. Like military uniforms, the official attire of the Eastern Roman Empire was designed with the emperor's personal involvement and mandated for all officials, high and low, to wear on formal occasions. It blended Renaissance aesthetics with the emperor's own ideas. Price was secondary, comfort was secondary, and aesthetics and dignity were paramount. Only high-ranking officials could wear the eagle badge on their chests. Marcus's eagle badge was silver, with a scroll beneath its talons, a gem-encrusted right eye, and a dull left eye, signifying his rank as Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs in charge of the East. If he could be promoted to Foreign Minister, he could also activate the left-hand eagle eye, overseeing all affairs of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Lord Marcus, Trebizond seems somewhat caught off guard by our arrival. An aide approached and reported to Marcus. Should I take a small boat to inform them first? No need. Trebizond is imperial territory. As an imperial official, I am qualified to go to any imperial city. Marcus stopped him. Sail directly into the port and see their reaction. With a command from Marcus, the warship raised its sails and headed straight for the southern port. This warship, named Emperor Zeno, was the flagship of the Black Sea Fleet. It had been in service for a long time, undergoing 2 repairs and upgrades, with more durable mahogany added to key areas. As the warship drew closer, Marcus could see the entire port. Trebizond port was located on the southeastern coast of the Black Sea, at the northern foot of the Pontus Mountains. Only a small flat area bordered the coastline, with numerous buildings built into the hillside and many villages scattered across the gentle slopes. Despite being surrounded by mountains, Trebizond remains one of the leading cities in eastern Anatolia. Its strategic location allowed it to participate in Black Sea trade, Caucasian trade, and even Persian trade. At its peak, it amassed immense wealth through these trade networks, becoming the second largest city on the Black Sea. Now, this port city belongs to the Comnene family of Trebizond, who fled here after the devastation of 1204. With the support of the Kingdom of Georgia, they established a local government centered on Trebizond, at one point controlling much of the northern Anatolian coast. After the Fourth Crusade, the Eastern Roman Empire was fragmented. Of the 3 local governments claiming Roman legitimacy, the Empire of Nicaea was the strongest, while Epirus and Trebizond were roughly equal. After Michael VI's restoration, the Eastern Roman Empire gradually subjugated Epirus and Trebizond, both of which abandoned their claims to Roman legitimacy and became independent regimes. Afterwards, the rulers of Trebizond ceased to call themselves emperors of Rome and the Romans, and no longer used the proper title of despotic monarchs of Trebizond. Instead, they proclaimed themselves emperors of Iberia, Paradia, and all the East, and renamed their family Megas Comnene, meaning the Great Comnene. Trebizond, as a Roman-founded state, followed the tradition of civil war, with several civil wars caused by succession disputes draining its strength. Because of the early Ilkhanate favorable attitude towards Christianity, Trebizond escaped destruction by the Mongols. However, with the decline of Georgia and the resurgence of Muslim power, this once isolated state gradually lost its influence. In its later years, Trebizond's power waned further, forcing it to remain neutral between various powerful nations. It often married off the famous Comnene princess to these powers, using marriage alliances to secure peace and seek protection. The Akwai dynasty was the most important protector of Trebizond in its later period. Theodora, wife of Uzun Hasan, was a renowned beauty who won his favor with her unparalleled beauty and even exerted some influence over the court. The current ruler of Trebizond was Alexius Megas Komnene, the younger brother of Theodora, a young and inexperienced ruler and nephew of the former ruler, David Megas Komnene. After his uncle's death, with the help of his sister Theodora, he ousted several cousins to seize the throne of Trebizond, but in doing so, he lost much of his autonomy and became almost a vassal of the Akhoi dynasty. The arrival of the warships drew the attention of the port's inhabitants. Some were astonished, while many more were filled with a mixture of surprise and reverence. They were familiar with the emperor's double-headed eagle banner, and the sheer size of the fleet inspired awe in them. For the ordinary people of Trebizond, though their accents were distinctive and their ancestry slightly different from that of pure Greeks, they still spoke Greek, practiced Orthodox Christianity, and considered themselves Romans, having heard tales of the Roman Empire's glory from their ancestors. After all, their ancestors had also been born under the eagle's banner and raised in the spring breeze. The Eastern Roman Empire's influence in Trebizond had begun long ago. Merchants, scholars, and priests from Constantinople, sponsored by the emperor, came to the city to bring news from Constantinople, promote the emperor's wisdom and might, and propagate religious ideals and Roman nationalism. Although the Komnen family had warned against these actions and even threatened to ban Constantinople caravans from trading in the city, they dared not put such empty threats into practice. Maritime supremacy was not a matter of mere words. If you dared to close your doors, I dared to bring my fleet to open them for you. In the hearts of the ordinary people of Trebizond, the Emperor of Constantinople was great, holy, the most powerful holy warrior, and the most benevolent and kind monarch. He was ruthless towards enemies like tigers and wolves, yet as gentle as a spring breeze towards his people. If they could return to the Eastern Empire, they would be free from exorbitant taxes, the threat of foreign enemies, and the need to scrimp and save to pay tribute to Muslim countries. Watching their reactions, Marcus smiled slightly. His predecessors had done a good job, the matter was largely settled. Several small Trebizond ships, lingering in the harbor, hesitated for a moment, ultimately not daring to challenge the absolute authority of the Eastern Roman fleet, and made way for the anchorage. Several warships docked one after another, and the harbor guards approached, looking up at Marcus on the deck. "Emissary from Constantinople, your arrival is rather abrupt. Please wait a moment while we inform the palace." "As you wish." Marcus looked up at the palace not far away. The palace was situated on high ground, offering a clear view of the harbor. They must have already noticed the fleet's arrival. "But please hurry. I only have half an hour. If my relative still pretends to be deaf and dumb, the Black Sea Fleet will leave immediately," Marcus said calmly. Yes, I'll go right away." The captain of the guard wiped his sweat, bowed, mounted his horse, and galloped towards the palace. Inside the palace, the current monarch of Trebizond, Alexius, paced anxiously, his thin frame clad in magnificent robes. He held a letter in his hand, glancing at it every now and then, his brow furrowing and relaxing intermittently. "Your Majesty, pacing back and forth won't solve the problem at hand." An old man sat to one side, quietly watching the young king. "Prime Minister, in your opinion, how should we deal with Constantinople?" Alexius stopped, looking at the Prime Minister with worry. "Years ago, we expressed our stance. We were willing to pledge allegiance to Emperor Isaac, but with the condition that we retain our autonomy, just as my ancestors did to their ancestors. Now, they have defeated the Ares, annihilated the Ottomans, and brought their fleet here, clearly intending to completely annex us. That rogue Marcus is utterly arrogant, completely disregarding us." Alexius was somewhat angry. "So, what do you intend to do?" the vizier sighed. "Rebel, my sister sent a letter. She told me that the Ares king will protect us." Alexius waved the letter in his hand. "The Ares king? Ha," the vizier scoffed. "I advise you not to place your hopes on them. As far as I know, they are already preoccupied with their own problems. Uzun Hasan has neither the ability nor the energy to help you. The Ares troops who were originally stationed outside the city suddenly left a few days ago and returned to Tabriz. Aren't you curious why?" "Why?" Alexius was taken aback. "The Ares dynasty was defeated and needs military force to suppress the local areas. Isn't that normal? Once they recover their strength, they will send troops to protect us. I think it's time for you to pay attention to politics. Immersing yourself in books all day is not a good thing." The vizier gave him a disappointed look. "According to intelligence, the Ares dynasty is in big trouble. After the defeat, internal conflicts have erupted. A faction led by Seljuk Hatun has somehow found some clues and accused the eldest prince, Uru, of colluding with Constantinople. They believe that his betrayal forced Uzun Hasan to transfer some troops back to Persia, which led to the defeat in the war. Is this true? Alexius looked astonished. Sister, why didn't she tell me? I'm not sure if it's true, the vizier continued. However, it is certain that Uguru has sent most of the central government's representatives back to the Fars region, leaving only his staunch confidants. Uguru is still recruiting soldiers and horses in Shiraz on a large scale, and for some reason, he has a large amount of money in his pocket. He wrote a letter to Tabriz, arguing that Khalil and Jacob's incompetence led to the defeat in the war, and demanding that Uzun Hasan execute the two and reinstate him as his successor. Doesn't that amount to open rebellion? Alexius was shocked. Yes, the area's civil war is imminent. Uzun Hasan is consolidating his remaining troops, ceding benefits to local forces, and using diplomacy to maintain contact with Uguru, trying to stabilize him, the vizier said. The latest intelligence says that Uzun Hasan met with Uguru at the foot of a small, desolate town. Apart from their guards, neither side brought troops. It was a final negotiation between father and son. Uzun Hasan ceded Anatolia to the Turks and withdrew a garrison here, not because he wanted to, but because he had no other choice. After the prime minister finished speaking, Alexius remained silent for a long time. You mean I can't heed my sister's advice, that I can't defend the city to the death, and that I should negotiate with Constantinople, defend the city to the death? The prime minister shook his head with a wry smile. An army without fighting strength, people loyal to the empire, merchants who waver between sides, what can you use to defend it? Then negotiation is the only option, Alexius murmured to himself. No, you have no bargaining chips, there's no need for negotiation. I suggest you accept their terms entirely. His Majesty Isaac has always been kind to his own people. If you hand over the entire city and all the documents, he will certainly not treat you unfairly. The prime minister stood up and bowed slightly to Alexius. This is my final advice. I'm old, and after all these years, it's time for me to retire. Alexius reached out, intending to persuade him to stay, but the captain of the guards hurriedly pushed open the door and rushed in. Your Majesty, Lord Marcus is waiting at the dock. He says he'll only wait half an hour, the captain of the guards reported. Alexius and the prime minister exchanged a glance and gritted their teeth. Go and invite him over? Alexius stopped mid-sentence. No, tell him to wait. Alexius tossed the letter aside, quickly removed his formal attire, and took off his crown. Go and fetch the despot's robes and crown. Marcus is my brother, I will personally go to the dock to greet him. Chapter 319 The Grand Wedding in the Black Sea. The scorching sun beat down on the earth, seemingly trying to drain away the last drop of moisture. Rivers flowing from the mountains had dried up, leaving only a few sparse, drought-resistant plants growing tenaciously. A few camels roamed the distant hillsides, while an eagle soared in the clear sky. This is Western Persia, where barrenness and drought are the dominant themes. Villages and towns are scattered around water sources, and numerous nomadic tribes live across this wasteland, moving with their herds in search of water and pasture. Summers in Persia are the most unbearable, hot and arid, with many places experiencing no rainfall. Only a few areas have rivers and lakes, providing a means of human habitation. Of course, this area, situated between the Zagros and Kurid mountains, is a high-altitude plateau, making the temperature somewhat bearable. Further east, beyond the plateau, the drought and heat intensify, and the vast desert inspires fear in any traveler. On the desolate plains, a cavalry caravan moved slowly. The horses and camels drooped, and the riders were even more taciturn, covering their mouths and noses with cloth to shield themselves from the occasional sandstorms. In the caravan, Uzun Hasan silently gazed ahead at the endless desert, devoid of any sign of human habitation. Compared to a year ago, the white sheep king now appeared much older, his back more hunched, his hair and beard completely white, his wrinkles deeper, and his heavy eyelids concealing bloodshot, dull eyes. After his defeat in the decisive battle, Uzun Hasan fled, meeting his two sons who had escaped before him in Ankara. He gathered some of his remaining troops and continued his escape, moving swiftly from Ankara to Diyarbakir, and then to Tabriz. After fleeing back to Tabriz, Uzun Hasan reflected on his underestimation of the enemy and his rashness. He summoned his two sons, who had also fled back swiftly, and berated them severely, blaming them for failing to manage their troops and causing many tribes to desert. Looking at his silent third son, Jacob, and his still carefree second son, Khalil, Uzun Hasan felt a surge of anger. Thinking of his diligent and conscientious eldest son, Uyguru, his disappointment deepened. He planned to recall Uyguru, entrust him with important responsibilities again, and also to recall Far's troops to strengthen the central forces. However, the very next day after Uzun Hasan issued his orders, his wife, Seljuk Hatun, came to his door, threw a stack of documents at him, and brought unexpected news that plunged him into despair. His eldest son, Uyguru Muhammad, had reached an agreement with the East India Fleet, obtaining large quantities of weapons, equipment, food, and money from them, and was plotting a rebellion. After confirming the news, Uzun Hasan sat alone on his throne, speechless, from noon until dusk. Then, a second message quickly arrived. Uyguru had sent all the central government officials back, promoted his cronies to key positions, and borrowed money to raise and expand his army. A third message followed immediately, written by his son Uyguru. It stated that Anatolia's defeat was entirely due to the incompetence of Khalil and Jacob, and urged Uzun Hasan to execute them and reinstate him as heir. At the end of the letter, Uyguru threatened that if Uzun Hasan did not grant his request, he would take matters into his own hands and eliminate the traitors. Uzun Hasan read the letter, pondered for a long time, and began to make arrangements. Uyguru's letter appeared fierce, but Uzun Hasan gleaned a deeper meaning from it. In his view, Uyguru wasn't a cunning villain, his rebellious desires weren't particularly strong, and he didn't intend to overthrow his rule. His core demand was simply, to be the heir. Frankly, Uzun Hasan had initially promised Uyguru's mother that he would be her heir, and for the first half of his life, he had indeed groomed him for the position. However, politics is never merciful. Uzun Hasan married a noblewoman from the Seljuk family, thus strengthening his legitimacy, and naturally, he had to pay a price. Under Seljuk Hatun's daily slander and framing, Uzun Hasan indeed grew increasingly distant from his eldest son, largely ignoring his feelings. Uzun Hasan was aware of Seljuk Hatun and her backers' suppression of Uyguru, but failed to provide effective protection. In the Islamic world, such things were all too common. Back then, he too had defeated his own brother to secure his throne as Diyarbakir. In Uzun Hasan's view, Uyguru was essentially forced into rebellion by the Seljuk Hatans. He himself was hesitant to rebel against his father, and despite the support of the Eastern Roman Empire, he remained indecisive. If it were him, he wouldn't have written a letter or hoped for any possible peace talks or compromises. He would have taken advantage of the central government's weakness, directly mustered his troops, and marched on Tabriz. Thus, Uzun Hasan began his own plan. On the one hand, he recalled troops from other regions to the capital. On the other hand, he feigned peace talks to try and appease his son. In addition, he also recognized the formidable influence of the Eastern Roman Empire in the Indian Ocean and began contacting Muslim forces there, preparing to launch an attack on the East Indies fleet and drive Christian forces out of the Indian Ocean. Padishah, we've arrived, Uzun Hasan's personal guard leader pointed ahead. Uzun Hasan had chosen a good location for the negotiations. It was desolate, with unobstructed views, eliminating concerns about ambushes or sneak attacks. The distant mountain stretched out like a sleeping behemoth. In the center of the wasteland stood an abandoned castle. Uzun Hasan remembered it. Years ago, he had led his troops to this small town, only to destroy it due to fierce resistance. At the other end of the abandoned castle, a cavalry unit of similar size came into view. "You stay here. I'm going to see my son. May Allah deliver his soul from the hands of the Greek devils." Uzun Hasan sighed, and rode off alone. Uyguru also rode up, and the two slowly stopped before the ruins. Uzun Hasan gazed at his eldest son, whom he hadn't seen in so long, and remained silent. "Father, I've come," Uyguru said, looking at his father's aged face and still imposing presence, unconsciously lowering his head. "I heard that you signed a treaty with the Greeks, attempting to overthrow my regime," Uzun Hasan said slowly, staring at him. "I didn't," Uyguru looked up anxiously, quickly protesting. "I never wanted to rebel, nor did I accept the Greeks' conditions. All I wanted was your guarantee. Your wife and other sons never considered me family. We've come to this point entirely because of them." Uyguru raised his voice. "I know you've been wronged." Uzun Hasan paused for a moment, his cold expression softening into a kind one. "I know you've been deceived by those cunning Greeks. They don't want to help you, they just want to use you to plunge us into infighting. I know Khalil and the others have gone too far. I will punish them." "How?" Uyguru looked at his father, seemingly still holding onto a sliver of hope. Before mother died, you promised her that I would be her heir. They're too powerful. For the sake of the country's stability, I cannot disregard their feelings. Uzun Hasan shook his head. No, Ugaru said urgently. You can rely on me. I have soldiers. We can take the Persian troops to Tabriz, imprison them, and consolidate our power. We won't need to rely on them to maintain our rule anymore. Uzun Hasan sighed and did not agree. You should know that our country has already failed once and cannot withstand another large-scale civil war. As my son, you should understand this. I will exclude Khalil from the line of succession and make Jacob the heir. You and your descendants will rule Fars for generations. What do you say? Uzun Hasan looked at his son for his opinion. Jacob is not Khalil. He is a good person and will not make things difficult for you. I am old and will not live for many more years. Isn't it good for you brothers to be united and harmonious, fight against foreign aggression together, and avoid civil war? Ugaru was silent for a moment, his expression changing from expectation to desolation, and then to ferocity. In other words, you've never wanted to make me your heir, never wanted to make me your caliph. You know better than I what the succession struggle is like. I'm the eldest son. Once Jacob ascends to the throne, do you think he will let me off the hook? You never consider my feelings. The Greeks are right. In your eyes, I'm just a sacrifice. Uru laughed loudly. I had some expectations of you before I came here. It seems I was too naive. Uru, there's still room for maneuver. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, Uzun Hasan hurriedly raised his voice. Don't act rashly. I'll go back and convene a council of the tribes. Following the example of our ancestors, we'll decide the successor through a council. What do you say? How? They have a noble woman mother and their own powerful background. Even you don't dare to disregard their wishes. If it's a vote, how can I compete? Uru shook his head with a wry smile. I was wrong. I shouldn't have had any illusions about you. I should have listened to the Greeks' advice. Ugaru, what exactly do you want? Uzun Hasan was angry. He drew his scimitar and pointed it at his son. Ugaru was stunned for a moment when he saw the gleaming scimitar. It took him a while to react. You want to kill me? Ugaru roared, drawing his own scimitar. You killed your own brother, you betrayed my mother, you forgot her dying wish, you want Khalil to be your caliph, you want me to be killed by them, you even want me to offer my neck for execution. Ugaru, Uzun Hasan was both shocked and furious. Please, your majesty, be called caliph, Ugaru roared, swinging his scimitar and striking his father's blade heavily, knocking him to the ground. The two were silent. Ugaru breathed heavily in the dry air, seemingly unable to believe his actions. Are you going to kill me? Uzun Hasan stared blankly at his son. No, Allah will not agree. Ugaru threw down his knife, his hands trembling, his lips quivering. Don't worry, even if I win, I won't kill my own father. Uzun Hasan looked at his son, whose eyes were glazed over, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes, his opinion of him lowering even further. It seemed that not making him his heir was the right thing to do. His hasty emergence at this moment, and his indecisive demeanor, was a good thing. Son, we both need to calm down. A month from now, in the same place, we'll negotiate again. How about it? Uzun Hasan softened his tone. All right, I hope you can seriously consider my proposal. Ugaru kept his head down, seemingly unable to face his father. Uzun Hasan stared at his son for a long while before gently spurring his horse, preparing to leave. If you've thought it through, come find me in Isfahan. I'll be there this month. Uzun Hasan forced a smile, spurred his horse, and rode away. Uzun Hasan returned to his guards, gave them a few instructions, and then rode off north. Ugaru watched his father's figure disappear into the twilight sky, remaining silent. His men rode up to him. Prince, what's the result? A middle-aged man in fine clothes asked in a low voice. Have you completed the tasks I asked you to do? Ugaru didn't answer, asking directly. The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment, then nodded quickly. The Greek aid is already at sea, including 300 matchlock muskets, 5 light field guns, and, that's not what I'm asking about, Ugaru interrupted him. Something else. Ugaru looked at him, his eyes cold, completely different from his previous dazed expression. 3 months should be enough. Yes, Your Highness, the news finally came back last night, but we haven't had time to tell you yet, the middle-aged man said hurriedly. Although the Greeks don't recommend you take any risks, they are still willing to act as a go-between and have agreed to provide you with a mercenary group to help you defend Shiraz. What mercenary group? Ugaru asked. They're civilian mercenaries from Neo-Thrace. The officers and veterans are Greek, and the ordinary soldiers are Khoisan. They're equipped with muskets, totaling 1,000 men. They might not be good in open field battles, but they should be fine for defending a city, the middle-aged man said. They spent so much money, what are their conditions? Ugaru's eyes gleamed. They want a piece of land on the north shore of the Strait of Hormuz. I've looked at it. There's only a small fishing village called Gomburn. The middle-aged man thought for a moment. I reckon that Albuquerque wants to use this as a base to seize the Hormuz Islands and monopolize the Persian Gulf trade. That's really far-reaching. Ugaru gritted his teeth. Although the Persian Gulf coast is barren, the Persian Gulf trade is quite prosperous. Give it to them, survive first, Ugaru cursed. Continue, with the help of the Greeks, we bribed quite a few people, and the Musasha order agreed to our demands and is willing to provide us with assistance, the man continued. However, the leader of Musasha wants you to marry his daughter and also desires privileges in your territory, becoming a second Safavid order. Fine, Ugaru waved his hand, raised his head high, and his eyes were particularly ferocious. I don't like the Greeks, but you have to admit they're right. Father really doesn't take me seriously. We have nowhere else to go. We'll go back, immediately gather all our troops, bypass the treacherous Zagros Mountains, pass through Musasha, join their army, and march north from Mesopotamia. Father is still trying to buy time and mobilize the border troops. Let him go, it's a good thing, Ugaru sneered. His army will definitely gather in the central plateau, thus firmly blocking our northward route, probably around Isfahan. The terrain here is rugged, with too many places that are easy to defend and difficult to attack. In addition, the weather is hot and water is scarce. We don't need to worry about it. Ugaru's eyes were filled with resentment. Let's take a gamble, take the route through the two rivers, and head straight for Tabriz. Unlike the hot and arid Persia, a light rain was falling in Constantinople on the Black Sea coast. The gentle drizzle washed away the dust from the streets, bringing much-needed life to the slightly dry summer. Several months had passed since that decisive victory, but the citizens of Constantinople were still immersed in excitement and elation. In the streets and alleys, many people were still talking about the great victory, and in the taverns, bards were singing praises of the emperor's achievements. It was late July 1472. The fighting in Asia Minor had largely subsided, the Eastern Roman Empire had captured a significant portion of Anatolia, and the western and northern coasts were now under its control. Even Trebizond had pledged its allegiance to the emperor. Anatolia had been lost for too long, and the foundation for rule in the inland regions was almost non-existent. The emperor needed a great deal of time to stabilize the coastal situation, to encourage immigration and land reclamation, to promote religious assimilation, and to establish a local defense system. As the coastal population grew, the Eastern Roman Empire continued to send armed colonies eastward into the interior, gradually squeezing out the Muslims' living space. By this time, after recovering a significant portion of Anatolia, the Eastern Roman Empire's population reached 7.2 million, making it a second-tier populous nation. If the fragmented Holy Roman Empire is excluded, only the Kingdom of France could consistently surpass the Eastern Roman Empire in population. Of course, the actual population within the Eastern Roman territories was far greater than this, excluding Muslims without citizenship and slaves kept on various estates. After the victory, the Eastern Roman Emperor Isaac held a grand triumphal procession at the Romanus Gate in Constantinople. Following tradition, the enemy's armor and swords were melted down and cast into a monument behind the gate. Over the years, this monument has been greatly expanded, and although uneven, it stands very tall. On June 5, 1472, the Kingdom of Trebizond submitted to the Eastern Roman Empire. Alexius, the last ruler of Trebizond, relinquished his rule over the city, annexing it to the Eastern Roman Empire. In return, the Comnenus family received not only a large sum of money but also the island of Jamaica in the St. Constantine colony, and was granted the title of Duke of Jamaica, a hereditary title. On June 10, Alexius Megas Comnenus arrived in Constantinople to pledge allegiance to Isaac and participate in the investiture ceremony held that day. This time, Isaac bestowed titles upon one duke, 3 counts, a dozen barons, and dozens of imperial knights. These meritorious individuals would receive lands and manors in the Anatolian countryside, along with a series of privileges, becoming military nobles. The lands and manors were hereditary, but they lacked the power to govern the city or rule the region. They were more like large landowners than feudal nobles. Taking this opportunity, Isaac released another bombshell announcement, pushing the jubilant atmosphere in Constantinople to a climax. Prince Alexius, the second prince of the empire, Prince of Sparta, and Grand Master of the Knights of St. Andrew, will marry Princess Maria of Georgia. The wedding ceremony will be held in Constantinople. The citizens of Constantinople are filled with anticipation for the wedding. When Prince Alexius and Princess Maria arrive hand in hand at the port, the onlookers praise the prince's handsomeness and the princess's beauty, believing them to be a match made in heaven. Unlike the previous Mediterranean wedding, this Black Sea wedding has not caused any controversy. The old citizens of Constantinople have always harbored reservations about princesses from the West, and an Orthodox princess is exactly what they want. The budget for this grand wedding was equally lavish. With the Aztec wars continuing, ships laden with the gold and silver were arriving from the New World, making the royal family extremely wealthy. They could have used the most extravagant ceremony to display their power and prestige, showcasing the best of the Eastern Empire. However, Alexius, the groom, was dissatisfied with such a luxurious ceremony and demanded that the budget be halved. The saved money was to be divided in two, one part for the expansion of the Knights of St. Andrew, and the other returned to the Aztecs to establish a Greek language school in an Orthodox church. Although Queen Leonor was reluctant, Alexius persisted and received the support of Princess Maria, who insisted on practicing frugality and spending the gold where it was most needed. Queen Leonor eventually relented, granting her son's request and allocating funds to Bishop Valens in Tlaxcala to build the Alexius Theological Seminary and the Cathedral of Maria. As for Isaac, he entrusted the entire wedding to his wife, handling state affairs while also educating his eldest grandson, Constantine. In the grand study of the palace, a detailed map lay open on a wide wooden table. Isaac sat beside him sipping coffee, while his eldest grandson, Constantine, slumped over the table, pitifully trying to decipher the map. Athens, Isaac began. Located in the Attica region, its specialty is anise liqueur. It has shipyards, breweries, and the Academy of Athens. Its coat of arms is an owl, and its patron saint is Saint Dionysius, Constantine replied. Byronich, Isaac asked again. Located in the Cyrenaica region, its specialty is slaves. It has slave markets, the University of Byronich, and an early chariot factory. Its coat of arms is the Black Castle, and its patron saint is it Saint Simon? Constantine stared at the map, desperately searching his memory. Malta, Isaac nodded, finishing his coffee and wiping his mouth. Located in the Malta special region, its specialty is, Constantine racked his brains, but couldn't recall anything Malta was known for. Malta doesn't have many special products, just a naval base and sea fortress, a keynote for the empire's control of Mediterranean trade. Isaac reminded him. You still have a lot more to memorize. Yes, I understand, grandfather. Constantine pursed his lips. Continue. Larissa, located in Thessaly, its specialties are horses and silk. With silk workshops, tobacco factories, and royal horse farms. Its coat of arms is a galloping horse, and its patron saint is. Constantine couldn't remember, his eyes began to well up with tears, and his voice trembled with emotion. Saint Thomas, remember that? Isaac patted his head. Why are you crying? I didn't punish you. Isaac found it somewhat amusing. Continue. Constantine on the Don, the capital of the Steppe Kingdom, the capital of the Cossack Kingdom, its coat of arms is a blood-red double-headed eagle. Local production is limited, but it is the most important gateway for Don trade. This time, Constantine answered very smoothly. How do you know this so well? Isaac asked, somewhat surprised. Father said this is the city he built for me. Constantine immediately stopped crying, raising his head proudly. Father also said that when I grow up, I will also expand my territory and build a city for my son. Good, ambitious. Isaac hugged his grandson and kissed his cheek. Just then, there was a knock at the door, and after receiving permission, the Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs, Marcus, entered. Seeing this, Isaac put his grandson down and patted him on the shoulder. That's enough for today, barely passable, go out and play. Constantine cheered and was about to run off. For the next week, you need to memorize the geography and culture of several cities in Western Anatolia as much as possible. I will test you in a week, understood? Constantine ran off quickly, not forgetting to nod slightly to Marcus before leaving. Sit down, Marcus, Isaac pointed to a seat and then beckoned a maid to prepare a cup of coffee for Marcus. The crown prince is so studious at such a young age, he will surely be a wise ruler in the future, Marcus said with a smile as he took his seat. It's just rote memorization, he's far from understanding, Isaac said, shaking his head modestly despite his pleasure. Speak, what's the situation? Isaac asked, looking at the travel-worn Marcus. You've only been back from Trebizond for a month, you should rest. There's always more to do, thank you for your concern, Your Majesty, but I'm not tired, Marcus said, handing over a report. It's like this, there's a situation in the east. Isaac took the report and glanced at it. Tell me the details. According to Captain Albuquerque, the eldest prince of the Aries dynasty has officially launched a rebellion, but he doesn't seem to want to heed our advice and is unwilling to hold fars. Isaac frowned. What does he want? He wants us to help bribe the Musasha cult. It seems he wants to bypass Mesopotamia and go straight to Tabriz. Marcus shrugged. That kid's got guts. Holding on to fars is advantageous for us, but not for him. Without a surprise attack, he'll die, Isaac pondered. When did this happen? He considered this plan 3 months ago, only telling his closest confidants and revealing it to Albuquerque. He doesn't seem too worried about our potential leaks, Marcus reported. Now, he's likely already implementing it. Yuzan Hassan is our enemy. We have no reason to leak information, Isaac nodded. Such fast communication speed. Where did the message come from? From Egypt. This is the latest communication network our Ministry of Foreign Affairs developed last year. It transports information to Egypt via Red Sea merchant ships from the city-state of Malindi. And then back home through the 2 major mercenary groups, Marcus said with some pride. This way, intelligence from the Indian Ocean can reach Constantinople much faster. Not bad, I'm satisfied, Isaac nodded approvingly. So what do you think we should do? Marcus asked. Just get the land north of Hormuz, don't worry about the rest, Isaac said casually. Isaac's strategy in the Indian Ocean was largely based on the Portuguese kingdom in the original timeline, with the Strait of Hormuz being a crucial element. The land he desired contained only the small fishing village of Gamburan, but its strategic location was vital. In the original timeline, it would have developed into a major port on the Persian Gulf, Bandar Abbas, during the Safavid era. So, do you think Al-Raglu can defeat Yuzan Hassan? Marcus asked again. Far from it, he can't win, Isaac said dismissively. His own strength is too weak, and he's been hesitant about rebelling. He probably won't amount to much. Regardless, if we can cause some trouble for Yuzan Hassan, our objective will be achieved. Isaac unfolded his report again. The report says that the Saracen forces in the Indian Ocean are preparing to launch an encirclement and suppression campaign against our East India fleet. Is that right? Yes, according to Albuquerque's report, this campaign is led by the Achaean dynasty, with the Gujarat Sultan and the Calicut Zamrin participating. Marcus nodded, his expression somewhat grave. It's said they've also approached the Mamluks. That's normal. Isaac nodded slightly. The Mamluks suffered the most heavy losses in the new sea route trade, so they must be upset. However, their navy is really too weak. Since Albuquerque has realized this problem, let him discuss it with Estevan and resolve it himself, Isaac instructed. Currently, the East India Fleet has more than 20 ships, mostly caravels and small krites, equipped with broadside cannons, possessing strong firepower and considerable speed. When Christian forces enter the Indian Ocean, a united encirclement by the Muslim world is inevitable. In the original timeline, they also set up an encirclement against the Kingdom of Portugal, with even more participants, including Venice and the Ottomans, whose interests were also harmed by the East India trade. These 2 Mediterranean countries sailed their ships to Egypt, dismantled and reassembled them to achieve land-based transport, entered the Red Sea, and participated in the encirclement of the Portuguese fleet. However, in the Battle of Diu, which determined India's dominance in trade, the Islamic coalition fleet of over 2,000 Arab sampans was utterly defeated by the 19 modern warships of the Portuguese East India Fleet, offering virtually no resistance. Times had changed. Without the help of the Ottomans and Venice, their defeat would have been even more devastating. Anything else? Isaac asked Marcus. No, that's all. I'll go prepare a reply, Marcus said. Good, remember to attend the wedding in a week. Marcus smiled, nodded, bowed, and left. On July 10, 1472, Alexius, the prince of the Eastern Roman Empire, married Maria, the Georgian princess, in Constantinople. The wedding was a grand affair, with the citizens rejoicing and celebrating in a magnificent procession. Visitors were amazed by the splendor of Constantinople. This grand wedding in the Black Sea also marked a shift in the strategic direction of the Eastern Roman Empire, moving from the Mediterranean to the Black Sea. While revitalizing Black Sea trade, it also steadfastly pursued a path of hegemony, determined to turn the Black Sea into its own backyard. Chapter 320 New Rome. In the distant New World, the sun shines on the earth, corn grows vigorously in the fields, and cities bustle busily at the foot of the hills. This is the southern highlands of Mexico. Although at a low latitude and in the tropics, its altitude of over 2,000 meters protects it from the extreme heat of other African regions at the same latitude. It experiences 4 distinct seasons, with even the hottest summer temperatures generally remaining around 20 degrees Celsius. Abundant water and heat make it ideal for agriculture. It is precisely because of Mexico's high altitude that its inhabitants broke the tropical curse, giving rise to a flourishing civilization. They were extremely advanced in agriculture, and although they lacked large livestock, they still managed to feed over 25 million people through their research on corn, a staggering number in the 15th century. The Aztec civilization was also a great and prosperous one. From the perspective of civilizational development, they were not backward, they simply started too late. When the first sparks of ancient civilization emerged in the Old World, the ancestors of the Aztecs had only just crossed the Bering Strait and arrived in the Americas. Their arrival in Mexico, their chosen land, was even later, putting them at a disadvantage from the start. However, it is undeniable that from the northern deserts to the southern rainforests, from the Pacific to the Atlantic, the Aztecs indeed left their mark on this land, writing their own legend. Their capital, Tenochtitlan, boasted a population of 250,000, surpassing even Constantinople, the mother of all cities, if we disregard its new districts. Only the Eastern Dragon could truly outdo them in this respect. However, between civilizations, there is no room for sentimentality. No amount of justification could compensate for their technological gap. Even the most abundant corn could not compare to the firearms and cannons of the Old World. The moment sailing ships from the Old World appeared on the coast, their fate was sealed, their history was about to abruptly end at a certain point. From 1445 onwards, the Eastern Roman Empire, under the emperor's leadership, began exploring the unknown, creating brilliance for nearly 30 years. Wealth from afar greatly nourished the crumbling empire, transforming it from the sick man of the Balkans into the dominant power in the Near East, a time of peace, prosperity, and military might. In 1467, the Byzantine Empire's westward exploration fleet landed in South America, officially raising the double-headed eagle flag across the Atlantic. Over the next 5 years, the fleet continued its voyage, exploring most of the Caribbean islands and establishing Havana, the first and only forward base for the San Constantine colony, on the island of Cuba. In 1471, the emperor's treasury was increasingly depleted due to the costly Great Turkish War. Disliking the exploitation of his people, the emperor turned his attention to the Mexican mainland, separated from Cuba by a narrow strait, attempting to plunder wealth from the Aztec states to fund the war and ensure a high standard of living for his entire nation. In September 1471, the Aztec expedition led by Columbus landed in southwestern Yucatan, subjugating several local city-states. They then marched north along the coast, conquering the eastern frontier of the Aztec Empire. They successfully contacted the Tlaxcalan Republic, the Aztecs' greatest resistance force, and, through a series of tactics, converted the city-states of Tlaxcalan to Orthodox Christianity and made them pledge allegiance to the emperor. In the following months, the Aztec expedition continued its westward expansion, employing the same tactics of force and diplomacy. They used smallpox to create panic, forcing other city-states of the Eastern Vale League to join their coalition, and their forces advanced directly towards the Tri-City League, led by Tenochtitlan. The emperor's decree gave the appeasement faction the upper hands in the Aztec expeditionary force. Religious forces, led by Archbishop Valens, began to dominate diplomacy. Under his direction, Tlaxcala began contacting the Kingdom of Tarlasco to the northwest, the Kingdom of Sakara to the southeast, the Kingdom of Mystic to the south, and other indigenous powers, hoping they would convert to Christianity and resist the evil Aztec invaders. Upon learning of the border crisis, the current Aztec emperor, Izayacatl, hastily ended the war against the Kingdom of Tarlasco and returned to Tenochtitlan to discuss the major military campaign. Izayacatl came from a prestigious family, being the grandson of the Aztec founding Emperor Izcotl and the grandson of the former Emperor Montezuma I. He displayed extraordinary military talent from a young age and was passionate about violence and war. However, Isaac-Atl's domestic political acumen and diplomatic skills were far inferior to his two predecessors. His excessive harshness towards his subordinates greatly displeased many of his blood relatives, including his two brothers. Besides his two brothers, Isaac-Atl also had significant conflicts with his brother-in-law, Majestic, the Lord of Tlatelolco. Isaac-Atl believed Majestic's people had insulted him, summoned him to be executed, and threatened to attack his city. This volatile ruler treated the Eastern Roman colonists with extreme hostility, showing absolutely no room for compromise. Several years earlier, Columbus had led an envoy to Tenochtitlan, where he met Isaac-Atl, who was about to embark on a campaign, and presented him with a letter from Constantinople. However, Isaac-Atl tore it up and demanded that Columbus leave immediately and never set foot on his land again. Later, some priests went to the Aztecs, ignoring Columbus's warnings, and insisted on trying to convert Isaac-Atl to Christianity through gentle means. When the priests arrived in Tenochtitlan, the emperor had just returned from his campaign and was preparing for a human sacrifice ceremony. In high spirits, he invited the priests to observe. Bones piled high, blood congealed on the road, thick and slippery. Aztec priests slowly sliced open chests with obsidian blunt knives, extracting the hearts of the living to offer to the gods, peeling off the skin, and distributing the remaining flesh to nobles and warriors. As Isaac-Atl, gnawing on a human thigh, asked the priest with a grin what he thought, the priest, already terrified, closed his eyes tightly, trembling as he made the sign of the cross. After a long while, the priest opened his eyes, looking at the cannibal with a death-defying resolve. "Repent," the priest roared. "You will all go to hell," the interpreter thought for a moment, trying to convey the priest's meaning in the gentlest of words. However, Isaac-Atl was still extremely angry, immediately stabbing the priest to death with a wooden spear, cutting off his head, and sending the interpreter back. Thus, the brief peace talks between the Eastern Roman Empire and the Aztec Empire broke down. News of the Eastern Roman priest's tragic fate reached Havana, enraging even Bishop Valens, who had always advocated appeasement, and demanding that Columbus hang this false emperor. After the Eastern Roman Empire grew powerful, it enacted a law specifically for the protection of diplomatic envoys, stipulating a series of protected rights, backed by the most powerful state apparatus. When dealing with smaller countries outside Europe, it was acceptable for Eastern Roman envoys to be arrogant and even insult their monarchs. One had to tolerate it, and could report it to Constantinople, but the emperor had the final say on punishment. However, no matter how far away or how powerful one was, if one dared to insult or even kill an envoy, one could expect a bloody massacre from Constantinople. Kill one envoy, slaughter one nation. A powerful empire never needed to compromise the dignity and lives of its own people. Thus, this arrogant ruler was now on the Eastern Roman Empire's kill list. The emperor was merciful and wouldn't slaughter ordinary people, but none of his immediate family members would escape. A war was brewing. Beside the vast city, a small river meandered down from the mountaintop, and a magnificent stone church sat on a flat area halfway up the mountain, its domed Orthodox cross gleaming in the sun. The church was clearly a conversion of local architecture, with some distinct Aztec features. It wasn't large, but it was surrounded by construction sites, indicating it was still under expansion. The city at the foot of the mountain was Tlaxcala, once the capital of the Tlaxcala Republic, and now the headquarters of the Eastern Roman Empire's Aztec Expeditionary Force. The church halfway up the mountain was originally a watchtower, donated to the Orthodox Church by several leaders of Tlaxcala, and transformed into the first Orthodox Church on the Mexican plateau. Not long ago, the emperor's ships arrived in Cuba, bringing news of the Black Sea wedding. Prince Alexius and Princess Maria donated half of their wedding expenses to the Bishopric of St. Constantine for the construction of schools and churches. Thus, the church underwent another expansion and was officially named the Cathedral of Maria. Meanwhile, in Tlaxcala, construction was in full swing. Bishop Valens planned to build the Alexius Theological Seminary to provide literary and theological education for the city's new Romans. Now, all the New World natives who had converted to Orthodox Christianity and intended to use Greek were called Romans, one of the conditions under which the emperor provided them with protection. Those who were unwilling to convert and learn Greek were not Romans, and the emperor had no reason to protect them. Next to the church was a white building, tightly sealed off by stone walls. A long line of natives stood at its entrance, anxiously gazing upwards, whispering amongst themselves and awkwardly making the sign of the cross. This is the sanctuary of atonement in the Church of Mary. Priests would lead the natives into a dark, secluded chamber, make a small incision on their shoulders, and apply fresh cowpox pus or scab powder to the wound with a stick soaked in strong liquor. According to the priests, once the natives left the chamber and returned to the sunlight, their past sins would be cleansed, and they would be reborn. Several Aztec islands to the east had already experienced a plague outbreak. Most of those who were reborn survived, while the stubborn ones died in droves, leaving them no choice but to believe. At the entrance to the Sanctuary of Atonement, a priest stood devoutly with his eyes slightly closed, accompanied by 3 attendants, one holding a jug of holy water, and 2 carrying wooden boxes containing wooden crosses and gold and silver ornaments with distinct cultural characteristics. Whenever a native came here, they would remove their gold and silver ornaments, put them in one of the boxes, and then gratefully receive the wooden cross from the attendants, immediately wearing it as a precious treasure. The priests would then sprinkle holy water on them, performing the simplest form of baptism. Those objects of false gods bring calamity to humanity. Those who possess them are tainted by sin and will suffer divine punishment, the priests chanted slowly. Receive baptism, serve our Lord with all your heart, and our Lord will surely bestow love and happiness. Amen, amen, the natives cried out eagerly, throwing what they considered to be objects of false gods into the boxes. Of course, these priests had principles. Rich and poor were all brothers, and everyone was equal before God. Some wealthy people came with boxes of gold and silver, seeking blessings. The priests, besides registering their names in the donation book and giving them silver crosses, offered no other blessings. Some poor people brought wooden carvings and stone statues into wooden boxes, which the priests accepted, allowing them to receive divine grace as well. This gold and silver was merely an add-on. What the emperor wanted was simply more orthodox believers and less remnant of native culture. At a construction site near the church, Columbus watched the long queue, lit a cigar, and exhaled a puff of smoke with a satisfied sigh. This is a church, no smoking, Bishop Valens frowned beside him. Not yet, Your Excellency, Columbus chuckled, puffing out smoke and gesturing towards the construction site behind him. Don't worry, this place is incredibly prosperous. Your church will only grow larger, Bishop Valens snorted, glancing at the long line of natives. A few days ago, I went to the countryside to inspect the land and also to promote bone meal fertilizer to them. How did it go? Columbus listened absent-mindedly. Pretty good. The land here is already very fertile, and after using our new fertilizer, this harvest has exceeded expectations. Many people believe it's a blessing from God. We brought them high-yield pigs and sheep, clothes, and tools. They are all very happy. This is something a false god cannot provide. A smile appeared on Valens's face, then he fell silent again. However, on the way, I met a false god priest, Valens said. Still alive? Columbus's eyes immediately sharpened. Dead, stoned to death by the new converts. They believed the priest brought them calamity, that he would bring them plague and famine. Valens remained expressionless. Before the priest died, I saw he was young and tried to persuade him to convert to my Lord, but he said, when we came, we carried crosses, and they possessed gold. Now, they hold crosses, and we possess gold. Valens sighed. Sometimes, thinking about it, he has a point. What we're doing is actually against, what point? Heresy. Such people must be executed, their primitive religion must be eradicated, and all the paper records of history must be confiscated. Columbus interrupted the bishop. It was their good fortune to be loyal to the empire. We saved their lives. Fortunately, most of the natives are dull-witted. If we wiped out all the intellectuals, replaced their religion, language, and culture, this civilization would be gone, and this kind of thinking would disappear. Columbus smiled. The emperor also issued the New World Expedition Decree, sending half of the likely convicted criminals originally exiled to New Thrace to the New World, while allowing adult men to participate in its exploration. Only men are allowed, women and children are forbidden. The emperor hopes they will intermarry with native women. In this way, within a generation or two, there will be many mixed-race Romans. Columbus chuckled. He knew the true nature of those settlers. A peaceful marriage and stable life were unlikely. Even the lowest beggar in Constantinople could become a wealthy landowner here, rich and powerful, with many illegitimate children. I hope they uphold the Lord's teachings, Valens said, frowning. I will restrain them. You are the bishop. Your word is law, Columbus said, looking at Valens. Aren't you promoting fertilizer use, pig and sheep farming, and cash crop cultivation? Go ahead and do it. God has saved them from famine, and they will be grateful. And schools. Once we conquer Tenochtitlan, His Majesty will allocate funds to build numerous Sunday schools to teach Greek. You'll likely lead this project. As a servant of the Lord, it's only right, Valens said curtly. I also plan to build several church hospitals, which require manpower. You must support them, no problem. They trust us completely now. They'll probably be scrambling to do it. Columbus immediately agreed. Tenochtitlan sent a message. That shameless, beastly false king is a complete fool, relying on his strength to challenge us to decisive battle. Then let's fight. I will bless you. A hint of disgust flashed in Valens' eyes as he spoke of the Aztec emperor. Are you confident? Almost. The emperor's fleet has come again, this time with 100 Varangian guards, fully chain-mailed, proficient in muskets and great axes. The emperor attaches great importance to this expedition, and has also brought many oil and gunpowder canisters to intimidate the enemy, Columbus sneered. 30 cannons, 200 war horses, 10 armored paladins, 100 Varangian guards, 500 armed sailors, 1,500 Taino servants, and tens of thousands of Eastern Vale servants. I'd like to see what Tenochtitlan can use to resist. A cruel smile appeared on Columbus's lips. Jaguar warriors? Eagle warriors? Obsidian chainswords? Hell, I've already sent people to find the other converted city-states in the Eastern Vale. They will also be coming with their forces. Columbus pointed to the long line on the hillside and looked at Valens. These people are from Vejochingo, the last batch from the East Valley. Once they've been baptized, we'll immediately march on Tenochtitlan. In the meantime, you must prepare more cows, pigs, and sheep according to the emperor's instructions. The Three Cities Alliance has a large population. After the baptisms, we'll seal off the cities, release smallpox, and wipe out the diehards. If that's not enough, write back and ask the emperor for more. That's enough. I'll get more people baptized, Valens said. The emperor said that besides pus, scab powder can also work. I've tried it, although it's not as effective as the former, it's still usable. Valens pursed his lips. Can't you give us more time? There's no time. You're in charge of diplomacy. You should know that this is Tenochtitlan's most vulnerable moment. We've already made contact with the false king's brother-in-law. He's decided to convert to Christianity and stab us in the back, Columbus said. If this drags on, the Aztec false king might find out. Oh, right. The emperor sent a letter saying that this place should no longer be called Aztec. It must be called Tlaxcala, Columbus said. For political reasons, the Eastern Roman Empire's records of Mexican civilization focused entirely on Tlaxcala, the first to submit, striving to erase the existence of the Aztecs and portraying them as a barbaric regime from the north, seizing Tlaxcalan lands and sacrificing their people to their so-called gods. The northward origins were real, the invasion was real, the land seizure and human sacrifice were real. A narrative woven with a lot of truth was more convincing. The Eastern Roman Empire, on the other hand, was an envoy sent by God to save Tlaxcala, leading them to destroy the barbaric and cruel Aztecs and return them to the empire's embrace. All right, it's not a big deal, Valens nodded. What about the leaders of Tlaxcala? I haven't seen them lately, only the most devout one remained. The other two were sent to Constantinople by a combination of persuasion and coercion. They will receive the title of Count and the Emperor's support, and live and die in Constantinople. Columbus laughed heartily. There's one more thing. The Emperor plans to eradicate the remnants of the old culture, starting with the Eastern Valley. Human sacrifice is forbidden, cannibalism is forbidden, the War of Glory is forbidden, all books are confiscated, all statues and artifacts are transported back to Constantinople, and even place names must be changed. Columbus pulled a crumpled map from his pocket and handed it to Valens. The map was exquisite, marking the various city-states and adding their new names. The city of Tlaxcala will be renamed New Athens. Columbus threw away his cigarette butt and took out another. Willow City, Vejochingo, is renamed New Carthage. Cholula, the city of falls, is renamed New Ephesus. The city of Scorching Sun, the city of Willows, and the city of Falls. These are the names of the Eastern Valley Alliance on the southern Mexican plateau, sworn enemies of the Central Valley Alliance, composed of the city of Stone, the city of Hills, and the city of Poles. Decades ago, Geological shifts led to volcanic eruptions, with massive amounts of smoke and dust obscuring the sun, lowering temperatures and reducing sunlight. Almost simultaneously with the Battle of Constantinople, the Mexican plateau was plunged into severe famine. To alleviate population pressure and also to uphold their mythology, the Aztec Emperor Montezuma I launched the Bloody Wars of Glory, each time resulting in the sacrifice and cannibalization of tens of thousands of people. The main victims were the Eastern Valley Alliance. Their so-called mythology was nothing more than nonsense about a malfunctioning sun requiring human sacrifice to continue functioning. The city of Pulse, Tracurpan, is renamed New Nicaea. The city of Hills, Texcoco, is renamed New Smyrna. Columbus continued. The city of Tenochtitlan will be renamed New Constantinople. As for this continent, Columbus raised his head, proudly surveying his surroundings. This is our new Rome. On October 30, 1472, the Aztec expeditionary force of the Eastern Roman Empire assembled in New Athens and began its westward march, heading towards Tenochtitlan. Chapter 321 Imperial Civil Service System. Time flies, and autumn arrived as scheduled in 1472 amidst gentle breezes and light rain. The weather was gradually turning cold, a chill in the sea breeze. A young man rode his horse slowly down the mountain path. The path was not steep, and the gentle mare was quite steady. The mountain scenery was picturesque, the green trees on the mountainside and the white snow on the summit complementing each other beautifully. As the sun set, the glow of the evening glow gilded the snow-capped peaks with a layer of gold. This was Mount Olympus, the mountain of all gods, the sacred mountain of ancient Greek mythology. Legend has it that this mountain was once the abode of the gods, and the rarely visited central peak was the throne of Zeus, the king of the gods. After Rome converted to Christianity, the status of polytheism declined significantly, and by the end of the 15th century, it had essentially disappeared. This sacred mountain became an ordinary mountain range near Thessalonians, serving as the boundary between the Thessalonian and southern Macedonian regions. Several years ago, the emperor established a Royal Academy of Sciences in Constantinople, funded Veneto Vittorio's invention of the telescope, and granted his request to build an observatory for astronomical research. Veneto traveled throughout the empire, repeatedly surveying various locations to select the best observation point. Perhaps drawn to the scenery, perhaps because of its proximity to Thessalonians, the second largest city in the Balkans, or perhaps influenced by ancient Greek mythology, which considered it the place of light, the closest place to the divine realm, Veneto ultimately chose Mount Olympus, intending to build the observatory on a hillside with a panoramic view. The observatory was costly, and the emperor attached great importance to this scientific research. Even amidst the turmoil of war, construction was not hindered. Carriages hauled various building materials up the mountainside, slaves installed marble on the foundations, and architects contributed their talents to the observatory. Just last year, the Olympus Observatory was officially completed, complete with living quarters, research areas, observation areas, a chapel, everything one could need. After the observatory was completed, the small village at the foot of the mountain quickly developed. The villagers regularly provided the observatory with food and various supplies. The observatory staff also enjoyed visiting the village in their spare time, having a few drinks in the tavern, listening to the poems of wandering poets, and hearing the legendary tales embellished by old drinkers. As dusk fell, the village at the foot of the mountain lit up, and the air seemed to be filled with a faint aroma of wine and food. The young men, their spirits lifted, patted their horses and began to trot. As they drew closer to the village, farmland and livestock pens appeared more frequently. At the well at the village entrance, farmers carried buckets of water home. In the fields by the roadside, several children gathered, chasing and playing. They would guard the vineyards and olive groves at night, but their targets weren't thieves, but rather birds and animals. The people here were simple and honest. If a passing traveler was thirsty and wanted to pick a few bunches of grapes, it wasn't considered stealing. When granaries are full, people know etiquette. The emperor disliked plundering the people's wealth, and years of light taxes and levies allowed the people of the Eastern Roman Empire to enjoy a life they could never have imagined before. With their stomachs full, people would pay attention to civilization and culture, the rule of law and morality. "Harris, want to try some of my grapes?" The children spotted the young man, and one of the older boys waved a half-eaten smoked ham in his hand, shouting indistinctly, "You said last time that my grapes weren't as good as old John's. This time we used bone meal fertilizer, see how it is, some other time." I want to drink today, Harris shouted back, waving at the children. It's cold in the mountains, don't get drunk, or you might freeze to death on the way. The children laughed, made faces at Harris, and ran off. Harris smiled and shook his head, heading straight for his destination. He tied his horse to a post and pushed open the tavern door. The tavern was bustling, everything as usual. Hunters returning home, carrying bloodied hares, argued with the tavern owner about the price. Groups of patrons sat around wooden tables, cracking vulgar jokes at the waitresses, each holding a large mug of murky ale. Harris was clearly irregular. The elderly tavern owner nodded slightly to him across the bar, and several drunken patrons greeted him loudly. Harris, a restless man, enjoyed the atmosphere and smiled as he looked around, only to spot some unfamiliar faces. A tall stranger scrutinized him, sizing him up from head to toe, his gaze filled with pride and disdain. Since when have barbarians been allowed to drink in Roman taverns? Harris frowned, about to walk towards the bar, ignoring the stranger, but the stranger stepped forward, blocking his path. I'm asking you, you barbarian. The stranger scrutinized his slightly unusual features and dark skin, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Where are you, you bastard? From India. Congo? Cuba? Thrace. The atmosphere in the tavern froze. The patrons stared at the two, some frowning, some indifferent, and others whistling, waiting for a good show. Harris didn't answer, his expression calm, seemingly waiting for the stranger to make way. Hey, you, alright, get out. You're not welcome here, the tavern owner's weathered voice rang out. I'm talking about you, Blondie. The tavern owner looked at the stranger's long, golden hair. You asked him where he came from, and where do you come from? Me? I come from Genoa. The most esteemed emperor had half Genoese blood. The stranger seemed incredulous at the tavern owner's favoritism. As far as I know, the Republic of Genoa is practically non-existent. It was crushed by the French many years ago, and after finally gaining autonomy, it seems it's about to be attacked again by the Milanese tyrant, the tavern owner said calmly. You're not a refugee here, are you? Seeing the stranger's increasingly grim expression, the tavern owner pulled out a few copper coins and began counting them. You should be glad you're Genoese, not Venetian, otherwise you probably wouldn't be alive now. For the sake of the late Empress Catherine, and for the sake of how you helped us reclaim the capital, we can accept Genoese, but you must abide by our rules. The tavern owner tossed him the counted copper coins. Leave. I won't take your money. Remember to be careful next time. The stranger took the money, his expression shifting, cursed, and slunk away from the tavern. Thank you, old Rick. Harris approached the bar and handed over a gold coin. The usual, Athenian anise liquor and candied collagen. Too much. Old Rick didn't even look up, pouring Harris a glass of anise liqueur. We're out of candied collagens. How about dried dates? Or salted olives? Sure, dried dates it is. Keep the change, consider it a thank you gift. Harris took the anise liquor and dried dates, looked around, found an empty seat, sat down, took a sip of the liquor, and let out a happy sigh. You? A voice sounded beside him. Harris turned his head and saw another unfamiliar face, another head of blonde hair. Harris was a little annoyed. He didn't like trouble, but the repeated provocations had finally annoyed him. What? Another Genoese? Harris glared at him. Sorry, I just wanted to talk. Judging from your appearance, you've come all this way, probably with the same purpose as me. The blonde young man was startled and waved his hands repeatedly. Besides, I'm not Genoese, I'm Milanese. 3 years ago, I crossed the sea to the western border region, and the emperor called us Latin Romans. The Milanese smiled amicably. I'm also a little curious, where are you from? Seeing that Harris was still somewhat agitated, the Milanese man felt a little embarrassed. Sorry, I didn't mean anything by it. Harris took another sip of his drink and exhaled a breath of alcohol. My father was Roman, and my mother was from Khoisan and New Thrace. I was brought here by my father when I was 6, then abandoned, and subsequently received the protection of Prince Alexius. I grew up and received my education in Bulgaria. Satisfied? That's quite a legendary story. The Milanese man was somewhat surprised. I've heard that New Thrace is full of gold, ivory, and diamonds. Is that true? How would I know? I've been here since I can remember, and I'm almost 15 now. You're not an adult yet. The Milanese man became serious, looking at Harris's tall figure. My mother said that I can only drink after I'm 16. You can't drink too much? Harris found it somewhat amusing and ignored him. The Milanese man shook his head regretfully and downed the ale in his glass. What do? You seem quite wealthy, even able to afford anise liquor. I came down from the mountain. Harris finished his drink and ordered another. Olympus Observatory, apprentice, observatory? That's impressive. The Milanese man's eyes lit up. When I passed through Larissa, I listened to a lecture by students at Larissa University. They said that Academician Veneto of the Olympus Observatory observed Saturn with a telescope. Is that right? Yes, but I feel his conclusions might be flawed, seeing that the Milanese man wasn't hostile. Harris, being naturally talkative, opened up. Academician Veneto believes that Saturn is actually 3 planets orbiting each other, forming the rings. Harris pondered. His Majesty received Academician Veneto's report, but clearly doesn't agree with his conclusions and has asked him to continue his research. And what about you? The Milanese man was confused, not quite understanding. Me? I'm just a menial apprentice. To be honest, I'm not really interested in these things. Harris shook his head. I'd rather deal with people than stars, but Academician Veneto has been good to us, so I have no reason to resign. Besides, this position was introduced to me by Prince Alexius. And I don't want to upset him. As long as you contribute to the empire, how could His Highness be upset? The Milanese finished his ale and smacked his lips. Seeing this, Harris beckoned and ordered a glass of anise liquor for the Milanese, pushing the date platter towards him. Thank you, the Milanese chuckled. I thought you were here to take the exam too. Take the exam? Harris raised an eyebrow. What exam? Don't you know? It's been published in the newspapers of Constantinople and Carthage, and it's clearly written in the Daily Chronicle. The Milanese rummaged through his bundle and pulled out a crumpled newspaper. Here, the latest issue of the Carthaginian Monthly is for you. The Milanese man generously handed the newspaper to Harris. Harris took it and began to read it carefully. There are too many newly conquered territories. The emperor is preparing to expand the government departments and implement some reforms. He will adopt an examination system to select civil servants. The main points are twofold: open examination and selection based on merit, the Milanese man explained while drinking. The first civil service examination will be held soon, in Constantinople. There are more than 2,600 positions. The examination can be conducted in 3 languages, Greek, Latin, and Arabic. There are 5 compulsory subjects: Greek literature, law, geography, history, and agriculture. There are many elective subjects, with different requirements for different positions. For example, there are Latin literature, natural philosophy, chemistry, and many less common languages, such as Navajo, Hindi, and Persian. These are special requirements for the colonial and foreign ministries. Everyone must take the compulsory subjects, but positions are filled based on individual subject scores. You are not required to know all of them, the Milanese man said. For example, if you get a perfect score in the agricultural exam, even if you get 0 in other subjects, you will still be admitted to the agricultural department or agricultural research institute. Some important departments may have higher requirements, such as the administrative department, where Greek, law, history, and geography scores cannot be too low. Elective subjects should be chosen according to your needs. Each department has different requirements. I plan to work hard on Greek, Latin, and history, hoping to get into the education department, the Milanese person said enthusiastically. Theoretically, all Roman citizens can take the exam, but only a small number are actually capable, mostly from large cities. Now the emperor is wealthy and plans to open many schools to improve the quality of the population and strengthen cultural education. Full-time schools will be established in large cities. After receiving early education in Sunday schools, some outstanding students will be sent to full-time secondary schools, and the best from those secondary schools will enter higher education institutions. Funding will come partly from donations from wealthy merchants and nobles and partly from the central government. The emperor will also establish royal scholarships to help students with excellent grades but from impoverished families. As for military schools and theological academies, those are different systems, and we estimate they are impossible. Seeing Harris engrossed in the discussion, the Milanese continued. The civil service examination is divided into 3 rounds. The first round categorizes candidates based on their scores, assigning them to various departments. These departments then conduct a second examination to select the most qualified candidates, not necessarily those with the highest overall scores. The third exam is the final one, with questions set by the emperor himself. Actually, your destination is already decided before this exam. but it's still very important because it affects the emperor's opinion of you, the Milanese paused. After all, in this country, the emperor has the final say. Finally, there's an interview to test practical skills. Some people joke that if you want to go to the Ministry of Agriculture, you might be taken to the fields to identify crops and learn how to treat diseases. The Milanese smiled. This is the first exam, still in the experimental stage, so the admission standards might be quite low. I definitely have to try. It's said that the Minister of Education, Byzantium, has already printed out some exam questions. Harris looked up at the Milanese. Yes, every Sunday school has them, and they are in the newspapers too. The Milanese reached into his bag and pulled out several sheets of paper covered with annotations. History exam question 3. Please explain the causes and consequences of the Punic Wars and their impact on later generations. The Milanese man read aloud. Harris thought for a moment, unsure, and shook his head. The Milanese man muttered something and flipped to the second sheet of paper. These are the Ministry of Education's re-examination questions. They're mostly subjective. History education exam question 2. According to reliable research, both the Khoisan people living in New Thrace and the Triskarian people living in New Rome share the same ancestor as the Romans, belonging to the same lineage, but both went astray. We should reintroduce them to the banner of the double-headed eagle, letting them learn the writing and language of God. Please explain your teaching methods. I don't know, but the question is good. Harris nodded with some relief. History education exam question 5. Emperor Isaac taught us to be honest. If you are a teacher, please briefly describe your teaching methods. Seeing Harris still shaking his head, the Milanese man sighed. Look at you, you don't know anything. How can this be? The Milanese man thought for a moment. But you can actually take the exam. There's a shortage of people everywhere right now. As long as you can barely pass the key subjects, you'll probably get a position. No age requirement. Harris's eyes lit up. The emperor is short of people, so he lowered the adult age standard by 1 year. Now, those between 15 and 18 can serve as junior clerks, like copyists, and there are no restrictions for those over 18, the Milanese man shrugged. However, I advise you not to make a hasty decision. An apprenticeship at the observatory is already a very good position. If you go to the administrative department, you might not get a higher salary, and you might even face discrimination. Harris's eyes flickered, and he didn't answer directly. Have you heard of Archbishop Valens of New Rome? No. Why? The Milanese man was puzzled. He's of Arab descent, and it's said that he was promoted exceptionally because of his special status, Harris said. The emperor intends to assimilate. So maybe he'll give me more opportunities, perhaps. The first civil service exam is still 3 months away. You can use this opportunity to prepare, the Milanese man said. Next month, there will be a registration point in Thessalonica. After registering, we can go to Constantinople together. How about it? Great. I still don't like stargazing. Prince Alexius and Academician Veneto certainly won't object to contributing to the empire. Harris nodded emphatically, threw down his wineglass, and rushed out of the tavern. The sky outside was already full of stars. Harris mounted his horse and galloped towards the post station at the east end of the village. The weather was slightly chilly, but Harris's heart was burning with excitement. Fueled by the alcohol, he galloped wildly. Harris, outside the post station, Academician Veneto at the Royal Academy of Astronomy saw Harris and paused. Also here to send a letter. No, teacher, I know you've come to send a letter. I've come to see you. Harris dismounted and bowed. Oh, that's perfect. It's getting late, let's go back together. Veneto nodded and mounted his horse. Seeing Harris stubbornly standing there, Veneto was somewhat puzzled. What's wrong? Aren't you coming back to the mountains with me? Harris nodded. Teacher, I don't want to go back. Harris, aren't you happy being with me? Veneto asked with concern, thinking his apprentice had something on her mind. Happy, but a little uneasy. Harris lowered his head. I've thought about it, and I still don't like this monotonous life. I don't like looking at the stars. I want to take the civil service exam. I want to go to a big city. I want to realize my own value. Veneto paused for a moment, then smiled. You should know that it was Prince Alexius who asked His Majesty to provide you with assistance, and you were the most studious one, which is why you came to the observatory. Ordinary people can't get in. Yes, I'm sorry, Harris said softly. Everyone has their own ambitions. I won't stop you. Veneto nodded, took out a money bag, and handed it to Harris. This is your salary over the years. Take it and buy books. Teacher, Harris took the money bag and looked at Veneto. I know some scholars who are compiling textbooks. You'll definitely have to deal with them, so register my name. Veneto patted Harris's head. They are a group of diehards. They won't give you any preferential treatment just because you are my student, but they will definitely make sure you enjoy the same treatment as ordinary Roman students. This is to prevent you from being bullied. Thank you, teacher. Harris was somewhat moved and hesitated for a moment. Go, and best of luck on your exam. Veneto winked at Harris and rode away. Constantinople, the Grand Palace. The study was brightly lit. Isaac sat in his seat, facing three officials. All three wore official robes of their own design. The elderly man in the center wore a gold double-headed eagle badge, the eagle's eyes gleaming, its talons gripping a scepter. This was the imperial chancellor, Isaac. To his left wore a silver double-headed eagle badge, the eagle's talons gripping a book. This was the Minister of Education, Balsamon. To his right also wore a gold double-headed eagle badge, but his right eye shone brightly while his left was dim. This was the Deputy Chancellor in charge of Eastern Affairs, Basilius. After the Great Turkish Wars, facing a large influx of newly conquered territories and newly surrendered populations, Isaac's already imperfect administrative system suddenly encountered problems. Taking this opportunity, Isaac prepared to reform the government departments, expand the education sector to provide talent for the administration, and promote cultural assimilation. In reality, the Eastern Roman Empire once possessed a relatively sound administrative system, but it declined during the Comnenist dynasty, gradually shifting from a public domain to a family domain, with a large number of aristocratic scions controlling power and the lower classes lacking opportunities for advancement. This system of the Comnenist dynasty superficially strengthened imperial power, but in reality, the rise of bureaucratic families challenged imperial authority, causing a series of problems. These aristocratic scions were adept at corruption, selling official positions, and imposing exorbitant taxes, resulting in extremely low administrative efficiency. Isaac's administration suffered from similar problems, employing a long-standing bestocratic system where officials were directly appointed by the emperor and upper-level officials, a system that, in the long run, was far from beneficial. The Eastern Roman Empire is currently at its peak, and everything is still under control, but as time passes, various problems will inevitably emerge. Future emperors may be kept in the dark by these seemingly loyal aristocratic officials, oblivious to the suffering of the people, and even be sidelined or overthrown by those in power. All of this is quite possible. Now, Isaac has no shortage of funds and should make changes. Completely eliminating the practice of bestowing official titles and hereditary aristocratic positions was impossible, as it infringed upon the interests of too many people. After Isaac's death, these individuals would swiftly retaliate, ultimately leading to failure. What Isaac desired was to establish a relatively complete system of grassroots civil servants while protecting the interests of aristocratic families, ensuring the efficiency and integrity of lower-level departments through examinations and assessments. Of course, most high-ranking officials would still be from aristocratic families. This was unavoidable, even in the 21st century. However, a powerful empire needs fresh blood, and to give the common people hope and opportunities to change their fate, only then would they have a strong sense of loyalty to the country. Isaac roughly drafted a civil service reform plan, building upon the Eastern Roman Empire's own administrative system and referencing the strengths of Eastern dynasties and the British civil service system, aiming to make the imperial government as efficient as possible. In this plan, grassroots civil servants were administrative officials rather than political officials, executors of policies rather than decision-makers, ensuring the emperor's orders were consistently carried out. In the decades to come, internal struggles will intensify, with powerful families vying for power. Cabinet ministers may fall and be reorganized repeatedly in political battles, but the entire civil service system will remain unaffected. It will not be paralyzed by cabinet changes, nor will the political turmoil lead to the demise of policies, forming a never-changing behind-the-scenes government. Furthermore, strong support for the education sector is essential. Education is crucial for a nation. A child's future largely depends on their education. Even a pure Turk, after receiving a complete Roman education in Constantinople, will become a Roman citizen. A Rus person from the steppe, if left unchecked, even if they switch to Greek and embrace Orthodox Christianity, will still maintain a certain distance from the nation and will not fully integrate with a dominant ethnic group. Foreign resources must be used wisely. Promoting cultural assimilation is imperative. Sunday schools at the grassroots level, full-time secondary schools at the middle level, higher education institutions at the top, and a civil service examination system open to all citizens. All these things require a great deal of money, which the government obviously couldn't afford. To allow more children to enjoy education, Isaac established a royal scholarship at great expense, allocating a large sum of money each year to promote education and provide relief to impoverished students. These children, whose lives were changed by the royal scholarship, would naturally be grateful to the royal family and loyal, forming the emperor's strongest support for a long time. Of course, in modern times, the development of education and the improvement of national quality inevitably led to the emperor's fall from grace. This was the trend of the times. In fact, there was only one reason preventing ordinary people from participating in education: poverty. When children also had to sell their labor to support their families, education could not be carried out, and the quality of the population could not be improved rapidly. Isaac consistently advocated low taxes and reduced burdens on the people, relieving the pressure on the nation through overseas plunder, allowing them to live a good life, and enabling more families to support students who had to leave their jobs to study. Finally, there was the assimilation of the colonies, which was also a huge project requiring both methods and time. Of course, both the civil service reform and the examination system were still in the experimental stage. The number of people selected and tested was very small, and the system was quite immature and had significant problems that needed to be gradually resolved through long-term use and refinement. "I've decided," Isaac said. "You will form a 3-person committee to lead the civil service reform, starting with the examination system in Anatolia. Don't extend it to other places for now." "Yes," the 3 nodded emphatically. In the late autumn of 1472, the Eastern Roman Empire began its civil service reform, piloting the examination system in its newly conquered Anatolia. Simultaneously, it established numerous full-time secondary schools to promote education, backed by royal scholarships. Chapter 322: Managing the Black Sea. For the Eastern Roman Empire, 1472 was an extraordinary year. A series of unexpected and exciting events unfolded in quick succession. At the beginning of 1472, the Eastern Roman Empire defeated the Achaemenid dynasty in Anatolia, shattering the last hope of the Muslim world and establishing its hegemony in Anatolia. It also successfully destroyed its century-old enemy, the Ottoman Empire, and firmly established itself in Anatolia. Subsequently, the Recolonization Act spread throughout the empire via a nationwide postal system. Land and wealth beckoned to the disillusioned and the brave. Many impoverished people from small landholding groups, organized by the government, arrived on the western coast of Anatolia in armed colonies, driving out the Turks from the valleys and plains and seizing their villages and farmland. Beyond the Mediterranean, the Eastern Roman Empire also achieved significant success. The Canary Islands successfully cultivated the giant mac banana. This delicious and easily transportable banana was quickly snapped up by wealthy merchants and nobles throughout the Mediterranean world, driving prices sky high. The Union Fruit Company, controlled by the emperor, expanded rapidly, its shares increasing exponentially. To maximize the cultivation of giant mac bananas, the Union Fruit Company purchased large numbers of slaves monthly from the Billy Lynch slave market to cover its losses, dividing nearly half of the Canary Islands into banana plantations of varying sizes. To expedite transport, the Carthaginian shipyards developed a new type of ship capable of accommodating more slave rowers, greatly increasing speed in calm or low wind conditions. However, this ship had significant drawbacks, including extremely poor stability, making it unsuitable for the Atlantic Ocean. The bananas were transported using a relay system. Atlantic ships carried the Canary bananas to Gibraltar, from where these new ships transported them to various ports in the Mediterranean. On the other side of the Atlantic, in the New World, the Aztec expeditionary force was poised to crush the Aztec regime with overwhelming force. In the southernmost part of Africa, the Nea Thrace colony was undergoing another expansion. Sparsely populated and vast, immigrants established large farms and ranches, gradually moving from the west coast to the east, from the coastal plains into the inland plateau. Nea Thrace was the first and only large colony of the Eastern Roman Empire to acquire a significant population. Every year, hundreds to thousands of convicts were exiled there. Within 15 years, the population exceeded 20,000. The first wave of Roman Khoisan mixed-race individuals had grown up, and their numbers continued to rise. They would become the backbone of the Eastern Roman Empire's rule in Nea Thrace, and even contribute to the development of the homeland. Besides political prisoners exiled with their families, most of the other convicts were adult men without families. To establish themselves, they had to marry local Khoisan women, which, while increasing the population, also accelerated the spread of religion and the process of ethnic integration. Compared to the kingdoms of Spain and Portugal in the original timeline, the Eastern Roman Empire's colonial policies appeared relatively mild, at least not resorting to massacres for short-term gains. This wasn't because the emperors were benevolent, but because such methods were inherently inefficient, short-sighted, and ultimately meaningless. The Eastern Roman Empire established well-developed maritime trade routes, plundered raw materials and labor, and exported goods, religion, and culture, integrating various regions into its commercial system. Gems will eventually run out, and gold and silver will depreciate. To some extent, these things cannot bring about productivity advancements or improve overall national strength. They are merely keys to unlocking productivity, catalysts for the development of capitalism and handicrafts. Without people, goods cannot be sold, and raw materials cannot be mined. The Eastern Roman Empire, already lacking population, naturally needed to focus more on assimilation. Objectively speaking, the Eastern Roman Empire's Atlantic colonization brought about social system improvements and productivity increases to the local populations, although this progress was fraught with hidden motives. Over a decade or so, many Khoisan people in Neo-Thrace gradually transitioned from primitive to civilized life, moving from the countryside to the cities. Under the guidance of priests, they began engaging in agriculture and mining, thus avoiding the massacres perpetrated by Central African blacks in the original timeline. The Taino people of Cuba also liberated themselves from primitive clans. Guides to consuming cassava from Constantinople freed their children from intellectual disability, and rice and starchy bananas from overseas helped many escape famine. Even with low yields, it was still better than before. The Aztecs of Neo-Rome converted to Christianity en masse, ending the series of wars of glory and human sacrifice. Textiles and handicrafts from the Old World began arriving in Cuba and then from Cuba to Neo-Rome, at the cost of the significant disappearance of local culture and religion. As for gold and silver, perhaps because there was an abundance of them locally, or perhaps because their commercial system was too primitive, the Aztec Empire did not have gold or silver currency. They used cocoa beans, cotton cloaks, and bronze knives as general equivalents, and gold and silver had virtually no use beyond decoration. Of course, the essence of colonization remained exploitation and oppression. Unlike the German Empire and the Kingdom of Italy in the original timeline, the Eastern Roman Empire did not invest heavily in its colonies, even at the expense of its own territory, using taxpayers' money to benefit others. From a long-term perspective, the Eastern Roman Empire's long-term goal was to completely dismantle the original production system of each colony, making them unable to be self-sufficient and turning them into single-source raw material producers and dumping grounds for their products. At the same time, it focused on cultural and religious development, destroying the old civilization and introducing the new. If they remained in the Eastern Roman Empire, their living standards might even improve, but once they were separated from the trade system, chaos would immediately ensue, and famine might even break out. In this way, even if they later became independent, they would be Greek-speaking Orthodox Christians, religiously pro-Eastern Roman, economically dependent on the Eastern Roman Empire, and their maritime trade system could still be maintained. For continental Europe, 1472 was a relatively peaceful year. England recuperated, Moscow built up its strength. Hungary and Poland continued their dispute over the Bohemian throne, and Portugal continued its military campaign in North Africa, attacking the Huidist dynasty. The situation in France was slightly different. Louis XI and the League of the Commonwealth fought back and forth in 1472, competing in politics, diplomacy, and military affairs. In 1471, due to King Louis XI's repeated betrayals and misjudgments of the situation in England, Charles the Bold, Duke of Burgundy, declared independence, no longer pledging allegiance to the French crown, and formed the Anti-Louis League again. This time, the coalition was much larger and its overall strength far surpassed that of Louis XI. However, in early 1472, Louis XI's brother Charles suddenly died. The death of his rival for the throne greatly improved Louis XI's diplomatic situation, while the Duke of Burgundy, who had always supported Charles, was furious, believing that Louis XI had murdered his brother. He then mobilized his army and launched a war. Louis XI's military deployment was disastrous. He failed to assemble a strong army. However, His diplomatic skills were excellent. He used various methods to restrain the alliance of the Commonwealth, dividing and winning over allies. Thus, apart from the relatively steadfast François, Duke of Brittany, Charles the Bold received no help from his other allies. At this time, the Burgundian army was among the best in Europe. After Charles the Bold joined forces with François, they began to punish Louis XI. On June 27, the Burgundian army crossed the Somme River and arrived at Beauvais, the first major city north of Paris, attempting to storm Paris, capture the king, and explain the dire consequences. Louis XI's army was too slow to reach the city before the siege began, and the powerful Burgundian forces gained a decisive advantage, quickly bringing Beauvais to the brink of collapse. However, just as the Burgundian soldiers were about to scale the walls, a young French woman named Jeanne Hachette, wielding a battle axe, charged forward, leading the women of Beauvais in a fierce battle to defend their home. She personally overturned the ramparts, snatched a Burgundian flag from a soldier, and threw it down. Inspired by Jeanne, the entire city's inhabitants fought bravely, women, children, the elderly. The Burgundian losses mounted, but the city remained unconquered. When Louis XI's small reinforcements finally arrived, the Duke of Burgundy knew his plan had failed. Reluctantly, he withdrew, burning, killing, and looting along the way, reducing many villages and towns in northern France to ashes. The impact of this battle was immense. Once again, the Kingdom of France was saved by a woman, averting a potential schism. Jeanne Hachette became famous, a heroine of Beauvais, whose citizens have remained grateful to this brave young woman from the 15th to the 21st century. The victory at the siege of Beauvais greatly alleviated Louis XI's predicament, turning the tide of the war. Louis XI consolidated his throne and began to use his exceptional diplomatic and intrigue skills to gradually lay traps and tame the beast known as Burgundy. Of course, the intermittent Burgundian wars also brought cruel disaster to the French people. Louis XI's heavy taxes impoverished many, and the iron hooves of Charles the Bold constantly threatened their lives. The peaceful days of Charles VI's reign were gone forever. However, regardless of the wars raging across continental Europe, Constantinople on the Black Sea coast remained peaceful. The city had enjoyed nearly 20 years of peace, its population steadily increasing, its industry and commerce developing smoothly, and its improved infrastructure and advanced medical technology ensuring a standard of living far superior to any other city in the world. Not only did it avoid famine, but it also had surplus wealth to invest in real estate, leading to continuously expanding bourgeoisie. In the Golden Horn of Constantinople, a sailing ship slowly approached the shore. On its deck, a young nobleman in a top hat gazed intently at the city's beauty, a canvas before him, his brush moving as he sketched the scene. A noblewoman in elaborate attire stood quietly beside him, occasionally glancing at the canvas, her expression blank. Though not wearing armor, she carried a sword at her waist in a magnificent short-barreled lance, exuding a heroic air. This is Charlotte Lusignan Gabriella, a maternal descendant of the Palaiologos family, the emperor's niece, formerly the eldest princess and heir of the Kingdom of Cyprus, and now the governor of the Crimean Viceroyalty and Princess Theodore. Aristotle, do you really like painting? Charlotte sighed, patting her son's head. Yes, mother, I like painting. I don't like fighting, and I don't like handling political affairs. Aristotle didn't stop painting, continuing to sketch. How many times have you asked me this? Every time. I hope you'll change your mind. Charlotte turned her head away, somewhat annoyed. Think about it carefully. Is painting something we should be doing? Everyone says your father is skilled in politics, your mother is adept at military strategy, and your brother is learning to lead troops and govern. And you don't do anything worthwhile? Don't forget, you are a descendant of the Crusader warriors. So what? Aristotle, absorbed in his painting, answered casually. You're still half a French nobleman, and French nobles take pride in art. Besides, there can only be one governor or one prince. I'm the second son anyway, so staying away from military and political affairs early might help me avoid trouble. Charlotte frowned upon hearing this, thought for a moment, and then sighed. All right, as you wish, Charlotte said helplessly. However, when you grow up, I won't give you much property, and forget about land. You'll have to make your own way in the world. Fine. No problem at all. Aristotle smiled and whistled. I'm only 11 years old, why should I care so much? Once I make a name for myself at the Imperial University of Arts, you might be proud of me. As for poverty, Aristotle seemed to have thought of something and smiled knowingly. I've heard that great artists are often poor, and it's in adversity that they create better works. Charlotte was still somewhat dissatisfied with her second son's excessive nonchalance and ignored him. "We're almost there. Pack your things and come with me to see the emperor." Charlotte looked at the increasingly bustling city, marveling at the sight but also feeling a sense of relief. Her furrowed brow gradually relaxed. She was now 29 years old, considered a middle-aged woman in Europe at this time. Since marrying Alexander the Great of Theodorus, they had 4 children. Their eldest son, Peter, was the designated heir. Their eldest daughter, Elena, was married to Andreas, the Grand Prince of Constantinople. Their second son, Aristotle, was passionate about painting and had no interest in military or political affairs, and their youngest daughter had just learned to walk. 4 years, Charlotte had remained on the Crimean Peninsula on the northern coast of the Black Sea, working with her husband Alexander to develop trade, restore production, and wage war against the Crimean Khanate to the north to reclaim lost territory. The internal strife within the Crimean Khanate had raged for 6 years. During this time, due to the intervention of the 2 major viceroyalties on the northern Black Sea coast of the Eastern Roman Empire, the war remained unresolved. Hagiogray's eldest son, Nerdolit, and his second son, Minli, each rallied a faction, engaging in bloody battles. Nerdolit's territory was mainly concentrated on the Crimean Peninsula, while Minli's base was in the steppes north of the peninsula. Charlotte, however, had signed an agreement with Minli to jointly attack Nerdolit. Because the Crimean Khanate's core territory was located precisely on the Crimean Peninsula, and Nerdolit was the most legitimate Khan, Minli gained little advantage in the civil war. He was repeatedly driven away by his brother, seeking refuge in Theodore, only to return several times and continue his guerrilla warfare against his brother. Nerdolit was not a particularly capable ruler, but the Tatar tribes in Crimea were too numerous. Charlotte spent several years doubling her territory, but still failed to capture the Crimean capital, Bakhchisaray. The establishment of the Cossack kingdom alleviated Charlotte's pressure to some extent, but the Cossacks mainly operated in the Don-Kuban region, spending most of their time fighting, and similarly failed to reach the core of Crimea. As for the Asaf viceroyalty in Gaddalucio, these Genoese were only concerned with profit and did not particularly want the war to end quickly. Only with the war continuing could they obtain more cheap slaves. After the Great Turkish War ended, the Cossacks returned to the Don River, and Circassians returned to the northern Caucasus. The emperor's army was also liberated, and Charlotte finally saw an opportunity. Coincidentally, the city of schools was completed, and Charlotte brought her second son to Constantinople, taking her son to school and also paying a visit to the emperor to hear his thoughts. The ship docked, and the Gavras family's shipwrights handed their identification documents to the dock workers. Guards led down 2 war horses, and Charlotte led her son on to the land of Constantinople. The city was bustling and crowded, and Aristotle, new to the metropolis, marveled at the sight. "Stop looking around, let's go to the palace," Charlotte said, leading her son a horse. Upon seeing the horse, Arizal's initial excitement vanished. "Mother, I don't like riding horses," Arizal protested. "It's winter, and even without snow, it's cold." "Then what do you want to do?" Charlotte looked at him with exasperation. "We've arrived in such a hurry, the emperor probably doesn't even know. Why would he prepare a carriage for us? What's wrong with riding horses? It's part of the military aristocracy. Your uncle Justinian could ride for 2 months straight, except for eating and sleeping. I'm not going to be an emperor, not going to be a soldier," Arizal muttered. Then his eyes lit up when he saw the carriage shop. "Let's take a rental carriage. The merchants say that rental carriages are a specialty of Constantinople. We can't miss it." Charlotte thought for a moment, agreed to her son's request, gave a few instructions to the guards, and walked around the crowd toward the carriages by the harbor. There were many carriages parked in the open space of the carriage shop, 2-wheeled, 4-wheeled, luxurious, simple, all kinds. "Madam, you?" The carriage shop owner saw that Charlotte and her son were dressed in fine clothes, and that there were 2 mounted guards behind them. His eyes darted around and he saw the family crest on Charlotte's clothes. He quickly changed his address. "Your Highness, what brings you here?" "My son wants to ride in your carriage," Charlotte said simply. "The best one." The carriage shop owner bowed repeatedly, turned around, and called out loudly. "Hurry up and come here." Charlotte looked over and saw a young man leaning against the carriage, holding a book in his hands and muttering to himself. "Hey! Hurry up." The young man finally reacted, put the book away, complained, and drove the carriage over. "This is the latest product from the Royal Carriage Workshop, equipped with springs, foam pads, velvet, and rubber wheels. You see, it even has the carriage guild's registration number on it, and this is the permit," the carriage shop owner rambled on, handing a piece of paper to Charlotte with a fawning smile. Charlotte glanced at it casually and returned it to the owner. "Hurry up, we need to go to the Grand Palace. Don't worry, this carriage runs very fast." The owner smiled and gave the young man a few more instructions. The two got into the carriage, and the young man fed both horses sugar and patted their heads affectionately. The young man gently flicked his whip, and the horse entered the main road and galloped off. The road was smooth, and the carriage indeed moved quickly. Charlotte was lost in thought, while Irizo looked around with great interest. "Are there any particularly scenic spots in Constantinople?" Irizo asked the young man. "Golden Horn is nice, the Grand Palace is magnificent, and the Roman Imperial Museum has added many new collections and is open to the public. You can go and see, but you have to buy a ticket," the young man replied absent-mindedly. "Those are simple. Is there anything else?" Irizo pressed. "A new Xenophon statue has been built in Financial Street Square, with lawns and pigeons. There's also a grand theater and a racetrack in the Galata district. If you're interested, you can go and join the fun," the young man continued. "And there's the City of Learning on the lakeside in the suburbs, built in the foundation of an existing grand castle. It's truly magnificent, with several universities, several high schools, and supporting libraries and examination halls. His Majesty seems to have invested over 10,000 solidus. It's quite lively there now, the City of Learning. I'll definitely go," Irizo grinned. "Oh? You're also preparing for an exam?" The young man suddenly became interested, thought for a moment, and scratched his head somewhat awkwardly. "I'm sorry, sir, it seems you don't need to take an exam, you were just reading a book." "Are you preparing for an exam?" Charlotte asked. "Yes, the civil service exam. I've already passed the preliminary exam, but now I'm worried about the second one," the young man replied. "I'm preparing to take the civil service exam for the Ministry of Transport. But it seems very difficult to get into that ministry. Their exam has very high requirements for geography," the young man sighed. "I looked at the example questions they provided, and they even tested Eastern European geography, how to promote trade in Eastern Europe, digging a canal to connect the Don and Volga rivers, who would have thought of that, and Anatolian geography, requiring you to write down 10 important transportation nodes in Anatolia and their geographical advantages. I've never left Constantinople in my life, how could I possibly do that?" The young man started rambling on. "I read the newspaper, and it seems there's a huge shortage of personnel. As long as I pass the exam, I should be able to get into the administrative department, right?" Charlotte said. "Yes, but unfortunately most of them are positions like scribes and clerks, and some are official positions in remote areas. I think those are good, but my father just won't allow it," the young man said. "He said if I didn't stay in Constantinople, I'd have to go back and inherit his carriage business, and I wasn't allowed to wander off. Being a milkman in Constantinople is better than becoming an official in a remote city, that's what he said," the young man shrugged. "Truly short-sighted. How old are you?" Charlotte smiled and asked. 19, almost 20, born in 1453, the young man replied. "Born before the war? Or after?" Irizo asked with interest. "I heard from some of my uncles who are officers that people born in Constantinople after the war are all useless, they can't even hold a sword properly." Irizo. Charlotte was very displeased with her son's words and slapped him on the head. "It's nothing, Your Highness," the young man smiled at Charlotte. "I was born during wartime. My father said that when my mother gave birth to me, Galata was ablaze, so my name is Theaga, which means fire. Citizens who grow up in peacetime are indeed less adept at warfare, but we are quite talented in handicrafts and commerce. In recent years, most of those who have gone to various parts of the empire to do business and open factories are Constantinople residents. That's only because you're rich." Irizo rubbed his head and muttered softly. "Young master, haven't you read the newspaper? The latest issue of the Constantinople Weekly." Theaga's expression remained unchanged. The newspapers described the war in France, how the citizens of Beauvais spontaneously organized a militia to resist the Burgundian invasion. The newspapers also analyzed this battle in conjunction with several similar battles in the Netherlands, concluding that the city militia possessed extremely strong fighting power and high enthusiasm in defending their homes, fully demonstrating the national character and progressiveness of the urban bourgeoisie. Peasants don't have much of a concept of nationhood, but we are different. If Constantinople were to face another crisis one day, The citizens would also take up arms to defend their homes, although our emperor certainly wouldn't allow that to happen again. Bourgeoisie? What's that? Irizal was taken aback, looking at his mother, who shook her head. His Majesty's new term, calling those who start factories and engage in large-scale trade capitalists. In Constantinople now, everyone wants to be a capitalist, everyone wants to be part of the bourgeoisie, Thiaga explained. The key is, there are so many opportunities now. Everyone has the hope of becoming a capitalist. Without sufficient funds, opening a workshop or establishing a merchant guild wouldn't be easy, would it? Charlotte nodded and asked. His Majesty will grant it. The Bank of Constantinople will provide low-interest loans, as long as you have decent collateral, Thiaga said with a smile. Good families need very little collateral, but those who are alone need a lot, and some can't even get loans. Aren't you worried about losing money? Irizal asked. Of course, some people lose money, but there's a shortage of people everywhere right now. At worst, they can become apprentices and work, and they can make a comeback in a few years, Thiaga said. His Majesty's commercial system is so developed, and there are so many people buying things. In business terms, the market is far from saturated. Egyptians, Congolese, West Africans, and Taino and Aztecs, if they don't buy our goods, do they expect to buy from others? Thiaga raised an eyebrow. No matter how bad our goods are, they have to buy them. No matter how high the price, they have to buy them. Irizal showed little interest in these things, and Charlotte didn't know much about them either. The group stopped talking, and the carriage sped along, bringing the Grand Palace into view. The mounted police on duty stopped the carriage, and Thiaga also pulled on the reins, bringing it to a slow stop. Your Highness, this is the best we can go, Charlotte nodded, handing Thiaga a gold coin. Your Highness, that's too much? Do me a favor, Charlotte said. What is it? Thiaga nodded quickly. Please tell me, I'll be staying in Constantinople for a while. Keep an eye out for any students who unfortunately failed their exams and have nowhere to go. You can have them go to the Crimean Viceroyalty's office in Constantinople and try to get a position in Theodore, Charlotte instructed. Preferably agricultural students. That might be difficult, but the others are easier. His Majesty values agricultural studies highly, and agricultural students generally don't lack positions, Thiaga said hesitantly. No problem, do your best, Charlotte nodded slightly. If we promote education widely now, there will be more and more talented people in the future. Charlotte led Irizal down from the carriage, and the guards who had been following behind handed their identification documents to the Royal Mounted Police. The officers immediately brought 2 tall horses and rode Charlotte and Irizal toward the palace. Along the way, at Irizal's request, the officers patiently introduced him to the various palaces in the Grand Palace, including ancient ruins, new buildings, administrative palaces, and imperial residences. The monument to the maritime heroes and the Roman Imperial Museum all amazed Irizal, making him forget the fatigue of the journey. The largest imperial residence was right in front of them. Charlotte asked the officers to take Irizal to a side hall to rest, while she herself ascended the steps. Guided by a maid, Charlotte walked through the corridor and arrived at Isaac's study. Knocking on the door, warm air rushed out, mixed with the scent of pine and coffee. Charlotte took a deep sniff. It was the familiar smell. Her biological father hated her and tried to kill her many times. Charlotte grew up with Isaac from a young age until her marriage, and knew his habits intimately. In the study, Isaac and Justinian stood before the wall, pointing at a large map. Long time no see, Your Majesty, dear uncle, Charlotte said with a smile. In Crimea, she had to maintain a tough facade, but here, she was still the little princess she once was. And you, dear Justinian, no need for such formalities. Come, have something to drink and warm yourselves up. Isaac stepped forward and hugged his long-unseen niece. Justinian brought Charlotte a cup of coffee and winked at her. Seeing their guest arrive, Isaac and Justinian stopped discussing military affairs and sat down by the fireplace to chat. Your Majesty, your empire is truly vast, Charlotte exclaimed, looking at the large map carved into the wall. To paint the land with mahogany pigment, to outline borders and rivers with gold and silver, only you could possibly possess such vast wealth. You're probably the richest monarch in the world now, aren't you? Hell, my father wasn't as wealthy as the Aztec false king. Justinian smiled proudly. So we're going to destroy him. Alright, whatever you have to say, we can talk about it at the dinner table later. Isaac interrupted their conversation. Charlotte, what brings you here in such a hurry today? First of all, it's about Irizal. He wants to study painting at the Imperial University of Arts, and I'd appreciate your help, Charlotte said, shaking her head helplessly. That child insists on studying painting. Nothing I say will change his mind. All right, having your own interests is a good thing, Isaac nodded. The Imperial University of Arts has an entrance age of 12. He's barely old enough. He can be admitted exceptionally. Is there an exam? Charlotte asked. There are some exams, but there aren't many art students these days, so there are no failures, Isaac said. Some renowned scholars from Italy will be teaching in the Citadel, and Erisel can study under them. Thank you very much, Uncle, Charlotte nodded with a smile. Sending Erisel to school is just a side matter. My main purpose in coming to Constantinople is not this. Charlotte became serious, stood up, and bowed slightly. Your Majesty, according to observations, the Tatar forces on the northern coast of the Black Sea have been decimated by more than half in years of civil war. The increasingly cold weather has also forced them to dedicate a large portion of their population to the battlefield, and their military strength is already very weak. In the name of Princess Theodora, the Governor-General of Crimea, I, on behalf of my husband Alexander, request your support. I hope you can send troops to the Black Sea and completely eliminate the remaining Tatar forces on the steppe. Charlotte looked at Isaac. Their presence severely hinders Black Sea trade. If we can eliminate them, our commercial dealings with the Grand Duchy of Moscow will be much safer. We could even use this opportunity to contact the Grand Duchy of Kiev and sell our goods to Poland and Lithuania through them. I think this is a surefire way to make money. You don't need to send too many troops. Their strength is far less than it used to be. Isaac nodded slightly, deep in thought. In fact, he was indeed preparing to launch a major offensive along the Black Sea coast, turning the Black Sea into the backyard of the Eastern Roman Empire. The first target would be the Crimean Khanate, which occupied the area north of the Black Sea. In fact, during Hagia Gray's reign, the Crimean Khanate was one of the strongest among the Tatar Khanates, possessing key trade routes between the Black Sea and the steppes, and was very prosperous. However, after Hagia Gray's death, his sons fought for the throne, and the Khanate's strength continued to decline. The Eastern Roman Empire firmly controlled the Black Sea trade routes, making it difficult for them to continue to profit from them. In the original timeline, the Crimean Khanate survived until the late 18th century, one of the longest-lasting states established by Genghis Khan's descendants. It boasted prosperous trade and a strong military, even occasionally burning Moscow in the late 16th century. However, in this world, there was no Ottoman Empire to provide them with resources. Trade could not operate normally, and advanced technology could not be introduced in time. As the only Muslim orphans on the Black Sea coast, their fate was already sealed. You're right. We were just discussing military action, Isaac said, looking at Charlotte. For this campaign, I don't plan to send too many regular troops. I'll only provide money and supplies. The rest will be handled by the two viceroyalties and the Cossack kingdom. What do you think? Charlotte thought for a moment and nodded emphatically. That's enough. With money, we can persuade many tribes to join us. What about the post-war distribution? Justinian asked. Let's follow the previously agreed upon method, the Crimean Peninsula to the viceroyalties, and the northern steppes to the Cossacks. How about that? Charlotte looked at Justinian. All right, let's do it that way, Justinian nodded. The core of the Crimean Khanate was the Crimean Peninsula, suitable for agriculture, and its total value even exceeded the sum of the rest of the country. Very good. Since you've decided, I won't interfere further, Isaac nodded. Stay in Constantinople for now. After winter, I will send a fleet to support your operations. Chapter 323 Enclosure Movement. It was the dead of winter, the ground blanketed in snow, the sky a somber gray. The heavy snowfall had just subsided, with occasional snowflakes still drifting down. The post road was covered in snow, with endless low hills stretching as far as the eye could see, and a thin layer of ice covered the roadside stone tablets. A cavalry caravan appeared on the road, tall horses trotting across the snow, puffs of white smoke rising from their nostrils. Several mules followed behind, carrying large and small bundles of supplies. The riders were all dressed in heavy winter clothing, fur coats over thick cotton-padded garments. Some wore elaborate outer garments, while others wore relatively simple ones. The revitalization of handicrafts in the Eastern Roman Empire had begun many years ago, with textiles receiving the most significant support. These commodities were in high demand and sold without worry. Wherever there were people, there was a market. For 20 years, the Eastern Roman Empire's textile centers had flourished, with production increasing year after year. Silk, wool, leather, cotton, linen, from production to processing, had spurred a large number of industries and supported a large population. Because the Eastern Roman Empire possessed one of the best silk-producing regions in Europe and virtually monopolized all cotton-producing areas accessible to Europeans, mid to high-end textiles from the Eastern Roman Empire quickly became popular throughout the Mediterranean world and gradually penetrated beyond the Mediterranean, becoming a favorite of many West African nobles and reaching halfway around the world. For some reason, despite living in tropical regions, black people had a particular fondness for pure white cotton fabric. Some chieftains even considered it a craft and a luxury item. "Sir, a road marker," a rider in the caravan exclaimed excitedly. The Eastern Roman Empire's relay system connected the entire empire, and under the emperor's instructions, road markers were placed along the roads at regular intervals to indicate directions. In these remote mountains, seeing a road marker meant finding civilization. "Go and see," the middle-aged captain instructed. The rider dismounted, ran to the stone marker, wiped away the snow, and read the inscription. The stone marker was inscribed with two languages, Greek and Latin, the two official languages of the Eastern Roman Empire. "This is a third-level fork in the Pindus Avenue. We're now between the town of Matsun and the Mitera Monastery," the writer muttered, silently estimating the distance on the stone tablet. 3 more hours to Matsun, that'll be enough. "Yes, let's come back. We must reach Matsun before sunset." The middle-aged captain nodded, took off his hat, and brushed off the snow. "This damn place is so cold," the captain complained. "It's even colder than my hometown, located in the northwest of the Thessaly region, nestled in the Pindus Mountains. This place has always been remote, with a harsh climate, high altitude, and long, cold winters. Hell, Lord Valentin, if I'm not mistaken, you're a Russ, aren't you?" the old guide said with a smile. "Yes, but I went to Bulgaria with my parents when I was very young and grew up in Burgos," Valentin said, pursing his lips. "Burgos is so much better than here." Valentin was indeed a Rus who had migrated to Bulgaria. Because he spoke Greek and was tall and strong. He served as the captain of the Royal Mounted Police in Varna after the Bulgarian War. During his tenure, he eradicated many bandit strongholds and was promoted to the captain of the Royal Mounted Police in the Pindus administrative district of Thessaly. Burgos is located on the Black Sea coast, with warm currents, so of course it's better than here, another thin young man in the cavalry said, shivering. "And it's too high up here, so it's naturally cold. No wonder he's an official who passed the exams. He's quite different." Valentin looked at the thin young man shivering with a mischievous look. "Before we came, I told you you had to wear cotton wool, but you wouldn't listen and insisted on wearing silk. This is from the Royal Textile Factory," the young man complained softly. "Do you know how expensive this stuff is?" "All right, Kalfas, can't we keep going?" Valentin was getting impatient and frowned. "You've been assigned to the Pindus Administrative Bureau. There will be many more treks like this in the future. We still have 3 villages to visit. If you can't handle it, resign as soon as possible and go back to your hometown of Thessalonians to enjoy the beaches." "Sir, if you don't mind, I have a leather coat on my donkey." "Why don't you wear it to keep warm?" The old guy looked at Kalfas, took out an old leather coat from his bundle, clearly sewn by the mountain people themselves. "All right. Thank you very much." Kalfas was overjoyed, disregarding all decorum, and took the coat, wrapping it around himself. After thinking for a moment, Kalfas took out a magnificent wooden box from his saddlebag and handed it to the old guide. "From the Royal Cigarette Factory, Roman brand, good stuff. You can use it to relieve fatigue." The old guide repeatedly declined, but Kalfas insisted, and finally accepted it, happily tucking it into his pocket. Valentin snorted and shook his head. The caravan continued its journey, the snowflakes gradually stopped, and the sun broke through the clouds, revealing half its profile and casting a faint glow. Kalfas walked beside the old guide, no longer feeling the cold, and became more lively, asking questions. "Old sir, how many people are in your family?" "7. My eldest son is married, and my 3 younger children still live with me," the old guide replied. "7 people? Are you doing well?" Kalfas asked, somewhat surprised. Much better than before. At least His Majesty doesn't collect many taxes. I usually farm some land, raise a few sheep, and fish during the off-season, selling the catch to the monasteries in the south, A smile bloomed on the old guide's weathered face. But conditions in the mountains certainly can't compare to the city. My eldest son went to Larissa once and came back full of praise. What do you grow now? Kalfas asked. Mainly wheat, but in recent years it's been too cold, so more people are growing corn, potatoes, and rye, the old guide recalled. Our place is too remote. The tax official only comes twice a year. Most often, it's the monks and agricultural officials who come. The monks treat our illnesses, and the agricultural officials introduce us to new crops and livestock to plant. Those boar goats are much better than the ones we used to raise. They're fertile and grow very fat. Now, everyone can eat meat during festivals, the old guide said with a smile. There's also corn and potatoes. These things can be grown in the mountains. Many places that couldn't grow wheat before have now been turned into farmland. Everyone's life is getting better. Mine might be a little worse, but that's mainly because I have too many children. They all envy me. Kalfas nodded and pondered. Since your family's life is already so-so, why did you have so many children? One more child means one more hope. Which farmer in the mountains doesn't want to have more children? The old guide said matter-of-factly. I heard from merchants that Albania and North Macedonia have even more children, and they are poorer than us. Besides, His Majesty encourages having more children, and has specially trained a group of priests and nuns with medical skills, paying them to go to the villages to deliver babies. The old guide thought for a moment. The priests say that city dwellers have more children than we do, and more children successfully raised, but they are already wealthy and have more doctors, which we can't compare to. My sons have always wanted to go to the city, but I'm not too keen. Kalfas sighed and looked at the old guide. Have you thought about how to change the widespread poverty among the mountain people? How would I know? The old guide chuckled. I've lived for over 50 years, and in the last 10 years or so, life has been much better than before. We are content, there are no wars one after another, no officials coming to collect taxes from time to time, and even if the emperor doesn't provide us with new crops and charitable medical care, we are already very grateful to him. Alice, this is not good. Kalfas still shook his head. Can you read? Have you ever read a newspaper? Kalfas asked. No, but I've heard the priest talk about the Daily Chronicle, the old guide recalled. Last time it seemed to be about a civil service exam. By the way, I heard there were 3 chief examiners. Which one were you a student of? Me. I'm the emperor's student. Kalfas proudly raised his head. I took the second round of the exam for the Ministry of State Affairs, but none of the 3 chief examiners really appreciated my answers. In the end, it was the emperor himself who selected me, and that's how I got my current position. Have you heard of Thucydides? I quoted him on my exam paper, saying that war between us and other major powers in the world was inevitable and unavoidable, Kalfas said with great interest. The 3 driving forces behind the conflict between nations are fear, honor, and ambition. The most important factor is fear. The French, the Poles, the Hungarians, the Persians, they fear our rise and will inevitably clash with us sooner or later, whether in military or economic conflict. I believe that for survival, we must strive to become the world's hegemon, to exploit the weaker nations with all our might. Rome will either stand at the pinnacle of the world or cease to exist. Enough. Kalfas. Stop showing off your knowledge and say something beneficial to the lives of ordinary people. Valentin, growing impatient, interrupted Kalfas. You're a local official, not a diplomat, and certainly not a minister of war, Kalfas said somewhat awkwardly, scratching his head. The same applies to the lives of ordinary people. In your opinion, why aren't the lives of the mountain people good enough? Isn't it obvious? Because they live in the mountains anyway, Valentin replied non-committally. Yes, you're right. It's precisely because the mountains are resource scarce and have so little arable land that they've been able to support so many people, leading to widespread poverty and almost no one being literate, Kalfas said. The last question on the exam was about this. In my opinion, since life in the mountains is bad, we should move most of the people away to places with better conditions, so they can all become wealthy. But, sir, good places are limited, the old guide said softly. The empire's good places are limited, but others have plenty. We'll go and plunder them. The Anatolian coast is a good place, so let's go live there. Once the good land in Anatolia is all gone, then we'll go to Italy, the Levant, Egypt, Hungary, and Wallachia, Kalfas shouted. Once we've conquered these places, then we'll go to New Rome, to New Thrace, to every corner that our gunboats can reach. Where there is range, there is justice. Where there is Ifprand, there is righteousness. For the happiness of the Romans, nothing is impossible. After Calphas finished speaking, the men around him fell silent. They barely understood. "Sir, you're telling an old farmer like me. I don't quite understand either," the old guide said, bewildered. "You're an administrative official of the district. What brings you here?" "Good question. I'm here to participate in the reforms." Calphas pulled a stack of documents from his saddlebag. "The Land Liquidation Act and the Impoverished Migrants Assistance Act." "The administrative apparatus is undergoing a major expansion. His Majesty is preparing to liquidate the land in the Balkans, stipulating the minimum land a single family can own. If your land falls below this amount, His Majesty will spend a large sum to buy it back, then sell or lease these lands to those who already own more land, making them wealthy farmers and large landowners. And there are the impoverished migrants. Their existence greatly slows down the empire's development. His Majesty will arrange places for them. The purpose of these two acts is to solve the poverty problem, centralize the land, tools, and livestock in the hands of farmers, make them wealthy, liberate the surplus population, and eliminate absolute poverty. The old guide was immediately startled and quickly looked at Calphas. "What about farmers like us? Won't we starve to death when the money His Majesty gives us runs out? How could that be?" "His Majesty has made arrangements for you all." Calphas then pulled out two more documents. "The Textile Industry Development Policy," Calphas explained. "The textile industry is the mother of handicrafts. His Majesty intends to further expand the scale of the textile industry in the Eastern Empire, hoping to seize more market share. A series of cotton and wool textile workshops will be established in major cities, while taxes on private textile workshops will be reduced or exempted, loan amounts will be increased, and the opening of private workshops will be encouraged. The people liberated from poverty have two paths. The first is to enter the city and work in factories." "Work in factories?" Valentin smiled non-committally. "As far as I know, some ordinary workers in workshops live lives comparable to slaves. They have no skills, sell their labor, and their daily wages are barely enough to fill their stomachs. That was in the past. Things will be different now." Calphas shook his head. "Your Majesty's investment in handicrafts this time will be unprecedented. Besides textiles, other industries will also develop simultaneously. This will require a huge workforce, far exceeding our surplus population. These people entering the cities will be more like artisans than workers. Your Majesty will fund the establishment of numerous specialized technical schools to provide them with advanced technical education, allowing them to engage in skilled labor rather than selling their labor. A straw sandal weaver and a fine carpet embroiderer are both textile workers, but can their treatment be the same?" Calphas smiled. "Most professional skills don't require much talent, or even literacy. With diligent study, one can basically learn them. Moreover, Your Majesty has a decree protecting artisans." Calphas waved a second document. "The Orthodox Workers' Protection Ordinary workers will be protected by the Church from now on. The Patriarch of Constantinople will establish an oversight committee to set minimum wages and maximum working hours for Orthodox workers. Unscrupulous workshop owners will be punished, with a maximum penalty being excommunication," Calphas said. "These supervising priests are all from seminaries, mostly from impoverished families, and funded by the emperor. They are rotated every 2 years to ensure their purity. All Orthodox Christians are brothers. If you exploit your fellow Orthodox brothers, then await judgment from the Church. If the government can't manage them, then let the Church manage them. This is to enrich them, to enable them to have children and raise them, thereby increasing the population." Valentin paused, pondering for a moment. "Then, what about the lower-class workers? Since the Orthodox Christians have all become craftsmen, who'll do the manual labor?" "Lord Valentin, didn't you just say that low-skilled workers, lacking skills, are merely selling their labor and live worse than slaves?" A cruel smile appeared on Calphas's face. "Then we'll use slaves, we'll use Saracens. Their lives are none of our concern. His Majesty forbids anyone from providing any Saracen with any education other than theology and Greek literature, only allowing them to serve as laborers. Violators will be stripped of their church membership. This is to prevent them from taking away the higher jobs of the Orthodox Christians." Valentin was silent for a moment, then frowned. "This is a huge project. The emperor will have to spend a lot of money." "The emperor has money," Calphas chuckled. "However, those who can become craftsmen are still a minority. Even if His Majesty tries his best to expand, the number of workshops is limited." Valentin shook his head again. "There is a second way. Kalfas took out the last document and carefully unfolded it. The Enclosure Act, Kalfas didn't explain directly, turning to the bewildered old guide. Have you heard of Angolan sheep, Angora sheep, the best sheep from Anatolia, with a very high wool yield? The old guide tried to remember. However, it seems we can't raise Angolan sheep here. They don't adapt well to the climate. Everyone usually raises meat sheep and dairy sheep. Wool sheep are good, but they're not suitable for this area, otherwise we could be rich. Yes, neither the Greek peninsula nor Bulgaria is suitable for raising Angolan sheep. In geography terms, this type of sheep only thrives in continental climates. As for merino sheep, those native to Hispania are also not well adapted to the Greek peninsula environment, but they do well in North Africa. Kalfas smiled. So, would you like to raise Angolan sheep? Would you like to become a millionaire with the rise of the textile industry? Have the agricultural officials developed a way for Angolan sheep to survive here? The old guide's eyes lit up. No, they can't, and there's no need to, Kalfas said, looking at the documents in his hand. The Enclosure Act stipulates that all Roman citizens can establish large pastures in several highland administrative districts in western Anatolia to raise Angolan sheep. All Saracen farmland can be directly converted into pasture, and all Saracens can be used as laborers or sold to slave traders to be transported to workshops in coastal cities. Of course, the more pastures enclosed, the more taxes will be paid, because the profits are so great that even nobles cannot reduce or exempt them. This must be fixed from the beginning. His Majesty will use money to buy land from farmers with limited land. You can then use this money to make two choices, either attend professional technical training courses and become senior craftsmen in workshops, or go to Anatolia to enclose large pastures or farms. The choice is yours. The Ares dynasty is in turmoil, and Uzun Hasan is already negotiating a peace treaty with His Majesty. The remnants of the Ottomans have repeatedly sent envoys to sue for peace. We will divide our territory, and there will be ample living space on the western highlands. We also don't need to worry about Saracen attacks. The old guide seemed somewhat tempted after hearing this, but still had some reservations. I trust His Majesty's credibility, but how much money can His Majesty offer? How much land do you own? Kalfas asked. Not much. The output is just enough to feed the whole family. We also have to work as tenant farmers for the village landowners. The rest of our income comes from fishing and hunting, the old guide answered truthfully. Kalfas estimated for a moment and nodded. Give me a number, and I'll see if it meets my expectations. 10 solidus, okay, 15, okay, 20, okay, Kalfas smiled at the old guide. I can say with certainty that the ransom offered by His Majesty far exceeds the true value of the land, provided that you can only consume it domestically and are not allowed to leave the Eastern Empire. We have a series of ransom policies, relying on the newly expanded civil service system, with the supervisory offices and priests from the theological seminary responsible for oversight and implementation, thereby minimizing corruption. Kalfas patted the old guide on the shoulder, waking him from his shock. Cherish the present. The empire is at its peak. His Majesty is practically handing you money to promote handicrafts, and the politics are relatively clean. If we wait another 50 years, this reform simply won't be able to continue. You can go back and discuss it with your sons. The opportunity to become rich is right in front of you. Once it's gone, it'll be gone forever. Kalfas had initially sorted out his policy ideas, and his mood improved considerably. The weather even seemed less cold. Kalfas, after the land is centralized, these wealthy farmers and landowners who own more land will also need tenants. If the farmers all go to the city to become artisans or to Anatolia to become ranchers for a better life, where will the tenants come from? Valentin asked. His Majesty has opened up channels for foreign workers. Foreign Christians can come to the Eastern Empire as tenant farmers, such as in nearby Italy, with a population of over 10 million. The Eastern Empire has a labor shortage, and the treatment of tenant farmers will definitely be better than in densely populated Italy. There will certainly be people willing to come. There are also Hungary, Wallachia, Moldova, and Lithuania. These countries have many Orthodox Christians, and the Eastern Empire has low taxes, so perhaps some people will be willing to come, Kalfas said. They may be afraid because of the large number of Saracens in the western border regions, but they don't have any in their homeland. They have enjoyed more than 10 years of peace. Even if no one is willing to come, there are still serfs. This is a grand gesture. This will cause a major change in the entire empire's production system. Valentin sighed. I read in the newspapers that His Majesty demanded the acceleration of capitalist development. I didn't expect it to be true. Of course it is. His Majesty has money. It's better to use it for investment and development than for those Western European nobles to indulge in extravagance, Kalfas sneered. If the plan succeeds, the Eastern Empire's wealth will expand enormously. From commoners to nobles, the vast majority will benefit. More wealth also means more food, better healthcare, and better education. The population size and the quality of the people will improve as a result. Only the Saracens will suffer, but they are thieves who have seized our land. They don't care about Rome's fate, and Rome doesn't need to care about theirs. And then? With the population expanding, there will never be enough to go around. Valentin pursed his lips. You see, the issue of people's livelihood, in the end, still comes back to my point. Kalfas smiled happily. Development comes at a price, and His Majesty obviously doesn't want his own people to bear too much of the burden. If Tlaxcala is gone, there will be the Maya, the Incas, and India. If a new Rome is established, there will be a new Gaul, and a new Anatolia. If the Turks are exhausted, there will be Arabs, and Turkmen. A desolate mountain village lay ahead, and Kalfas quickened his horse's pace. His Majesty said that the rapid development of capitalism will bring about a huge increase in productivity and a tremendous advancement in technology. The further we go, the stronger we will become, and the weaker they will be. In 200 years, our technology will be far ahead, even creating a generational gap with the Saracen world. Kalfas reined in his horse and looked at Valentin. In this prosperous age, why worry about the future? Just enjoy it, immerse yourself in it, and give back. Kalfas laughed and rode straight towards the remote village nestled deep in the mountains. In early 1473, the first civil service examination of the Eastern Roman Empire concluded, and the administrative departments underwent a massive expansion. Although still in the experimental stage, it became a hot topic among the people of the Eastern Roman Empire. This was the first time that officials had been selected through examination. At the same time, wealth from the New World and the East Indies poured into Constantinople, and the emperor's treasury was overflowing once again. Money that had been sitting in the warehouses was meaningless. Taking this opportunity, the emperor began a large-scale reform of the Eastern Roman Empire's production system and promoted education, establishing 10 higher technical colleges in one fell swoop, distributed in major cities along the Aegean coast. On January 10, 1473, the Eastern Roman Empire promulgated the regulations for the protection of Orthodox workers, protecting handicraft workers in the name of religion. This became the first written decree in the Eastern Roman Empire with the nature of a labor law. On January 11, the emperor issued the land liquidation law, beginning to address poverty in remote areas. It stipulated the minimum land a single family could own, nationalizing it through redemption and leasing or selling it to farmers with more land, transforming them into wealthy farmers and landowners with more means of production. On the same day, the emperor also issued the enclosure law, calling on Roman citizens to enclose large pastures in the western Anatolian highlands to raise Angolan sheep, which produced a large amount of wool. This compensated for the unsuitability of the Balkans for raising wool sheep, eliminating local Muslims while providing a large supply of raw materials and Muslim slave labor for wool textile mills. At that time, the wool textile industry was the largest handicraft industry in all of Europe and the first large-scale industry to adopt capitalist production methods. Countries such as England and Spain heavily relied on wool exports, which accounted for more than 70% of their total foreign trade. The Netherlands and northern France imported wool to spin woolen fabrics. If the Eastern Roman Empire could achieve a breakthrough in this area, it could not only enrich its citizens but also intervene in the situation in Western Europe through trade. Of course, the development of capitalism is inevitably accompanied by bloody exploitation, either externally or internally, and most likely simultaneously. The emperor can only control the present, not the future. He can only do his best to exploit outsiders and minimize his own people to avoid impacting population growth. In any case, in 1473, 20 years after the siege of Constantinople, the Eastern Roman Empire had transformed from a poor and backward city-state into the leading power in the Eastern Mediterranean, plundering vast wealth from its overseas colonies and beginning to tirelessly promote capitalism, fueling its economic boom. Chapter 324 Prairie King City. Time flew by, and spring arrived as scheduled in 1473. The sun shone brightly on the earth, the snow gradually melted, the glaciers thawed, and the desolate land came alive. The arrival of the Little Ice Age brought immense suffering to high-latitude regions and mountainous plateaus. Glacial activity intensified, farmland was destroyed, and crops failed to grow. Compared to northern and central Europe, the Eastern Roman Empire, located at a lower latitude, was relatively less affected. The southern coast of the Aegean Sea still received little snowfall, and the extreme heat in North Africa was alleviated, actually promoting the prosperity of transportation and commerce. Of course, the effects of the Little Ice Age were comprehensive. The drop in temperature triggered a series of chain reactions, with some areas experiencing reduced precipitation while others saw a surge. On various continents, regions dominated by summer monsoon rainfall experienced cold and dry conditions during the Little Ice Age, leading to vegetation degradation and significantly increased desertification. Conversely, arid regions dominated by winter monsoon rainfall became relatively humid, and desertification was somewhat mitigated. The African region of the Eastern Roman Empire benefited from this massive cooling event. Lower temperatures made the sweltering summers less unbearable, and reduced evaporation and increased rainfall allowed wild grasses to grow on previously arid wastelands, while vegetation cover increased along the coast. In these years, Africa's population surged, with a growing number of new Christians converting to Christianity. The first Berber Greek mixed-race descendants had given birth to new mixed-race children, all protected by the emperor from slave traders. This finally ended the 20-year-long continuous population loss under Eastern Roman rule, and the number of newborns increased year after year. New livestock and crops from Constantinople significantly boosted their output per unit area. The cooling and humidifying effects of the Little Ice Age on the low-latitude deserts and winter precipitation zones undoubtedly exacerbated this phenomenon, leading to more land being utilized, more farmland being cultivated, and more pastures being filled with cattle and sheep. Most importantly, over the past 2 decades, the residents here have gradually converted to Orthodox Christianity, culturally integrating local traditions and characteristics while retaining a significant amount of Arabic cultural remnants. They believe that having children is a blessing, a sacred act, and since they have no worries about food and clothing, they should have as many children as possible. However, the temporary moisture in North Africa is not entirely beneficial, bringing with it some intractable problems. Large-scale locust egg hatching has been observed in some administrative regions. These large insects, previously plagued by extreme heat and drought, have revived under the nourishment of rain, posing an increasingly serious survival crisis for the local people. In response, the Eastern Roman Empire enacted a special law for locust control, imparting several important methods of locust control to African agricultural officials, who were tasked with leading the people in their respective regions to combat the locusts. Legally, the Eastern Roman Empire's Ministry of Agriculture categorized desert locusts into 2 main types, solitary and gregarious. Farmers and herders were instructed to make every effort to eliminate locusts when they were solitary, and to alternate planting of locust-resistant crops such as celery, garlic, peas, and chili peppers with staple crops. They were also encouraged to increase chicken and duck farming, burn straw, and turn over fields. Any locust eggs discovered were to be destroyed immediately. Completely eradicating locust plagues was impossible. These desert locusts were extremely mobile, highly resilient, and capable of rapidly consuming vegetation. They could travel long distances, and their toxicity increased dramatically after they began to gregariously, making them unpalatable even to chickens and ducks. Of course, the locust plague in Africa wouldn't be overwhelming, let alone cross the Mediterranean to reach Europe. Desert locusts are tolerant of high temperatures but not cold, adapted to drought but only able to reproduce in large numbers during the rainy season. The Mediterranean climate, however, has asynchronous rainfall and heat, with high temperatures followed by drought, making it inherently unsuitable for the large-scale breeding of desert locusts. This unique characteristic might have resulted in lower agricultural output along the Mediterranean coast, but it also inadvertently prevented many major disasters. If a regional locust plague were to break out, the worst hit would likely be the African blacks on the Sahel plains, where the high temperatures year-round and abundant rainfall during the wet season make it the perfect target for locust swarms. The reform winds that began in early 1473 gradually reached Africa, and the emperor invested in building 3 specialized technical colleges there, located in Carthage, Tripoli, and Sfax, offering courses in textiles, forging, pottery, and other technical fields to provide highly skilled personnel for capitalist handicrafts. The natural conditions on the northern slopes of the Atlas Mountains were very similar to those of the Iberian Peninsula. Merino sheep from Spain found a new home there. Compared to Angora goat wool, Merino wool had a lower yield but was of higher quality, gentler, and softer, making it suitable for high-end textiles. As for the Aegean coast, the emperor's massive investments led to a severe shortage of productivity and raw materials. More and more citizens began to flock to the western Anatolian highlands to claim large pastures, causing Angora goat prices to soar. The shortage of skilled workers provided fertile ground for the enactment of the orthodox workers' protection regulations. The legislation was established while manpower was scarce, allowing for easier negotiations once the population surged. In early 1473, the three core territories of the Eastern Roman Empire were thriving, and the peaceful environment would continue. However, on the northern shore of the Black Sea, a long-planned storm was brewing. On the gloomy, dark sea, a fleet of sailing ships glided toward the harbor ahead. The ships were crammed with people, most of them ragged, emaciated, listless, and with dull, lifeless eyes. The fleet flew the flags of the Eastern Roman Empire, but most of the ships were old and dilapidated, lacking cannons, clearly civilian merchant vessels. The flagship at the head of the fleet was also packed with people, making the deck feel suffocating. In the captain's cabin, Timurtash, dressed in full regalia, hummed a cheerful tune as he flipped through a list of statistics. Beside him, Bulimu, also dressed in a magnificent military uniform, had an ivory pipe dangling from his lips, puffing out white smoke. Both were high-ranking officials in the Cossack kingdom, having served the king for nearly 10 years and attaining the highest positions after the establishment of the Cossack regime, the Grand Hetman of the Cossack kingdom and the Hetman of the Don Cossacks, respectively. Because most Cossacks were runaway slaves, the Cossack kingdom established by Justinian lacked aristocracy in the Western European sense. Except for the king, all Cossacks were equal and enjoyed maximum freedom. While the hetmans and ackermen of each Cossack tribe were nominally elected, the king effectively held the final say in the appointment and removal of high-ranking officials. Timurdash and Blam's elections followed an electoral process, but virtually no one voted against them. Of course, within each small Cossack community, elections and parliamentary systems remained the primary political models, and the king rarely interfered. The Cossacks were inherently free-spirited, and to gain their loyalty, the autonomy of each community had to be recognized. Excessive interference would be counterproductive. However, this did not mean the king was completely laissez-faire. To ensure the Cossack kingdom's appeal to Rus serfs, Justinian did not want to restrict their freedom. Instead, on his wife's advice, he adopted a more moderate approach, increasing the voice of the clergy and granting them administrative power. This promoted the sanctity of the family while simultaneously strengthening Constantinople's control over the Cossack kingdom. Hetman was elected independently, but the archbishop was appointed by Constantinople. In recent years, the Little Ice Age reached its second peak, with high-latitude regions experiencing consecutive years of severe cold, abandoned farmland, and widespread famine. Nomadic tribes, driven by survival needs, intensified their raids on the Rus states. The number of Slavic serfs fleeing south and Rus commoners captured and enslaved increased significantly, leading to substantial expansion of the Cossack kingdom. Its population surpassed 50,000, and its territory extended beyond the Don River, entering the northern Donets River basin and gradually moving westward, confronting the Crimean Tatars. The growing number of Rus Cossacks brought significant changes to this small kingdom on the northern Black Sea coast. The nomadic population decreased, while the settled population increased. The Cossacks often centered around simple wooden fortresses, cultivating wheat, rye, and potatoes, and raising chickens, ducks, cattle, and sheep. Although they were primarily settled, they had absorbed much of the nomadic culture, and a martial spirit prevailed. Internally, they were incredibly united, but externally, they were brutal and bloodthirsty. Once called upon, they would take up their sabers, lead their war horses, and fight for their monarch, for God, and for freedom. At that time, the Poles and Lithuanians had not yet brought the Cossacks under their control, treating them as livestock and runaway slaves. The Tatar nobles viewed them as commodities. The only one willing to accept and respect them was His Majesty, the king from the Palaiologos family. Big Hetman, the statistics are out? How many people came this time? Bram asked with a smile. More than 700, very good. This is the second batch this year, Timurdash said with a smile, clearly quite satisfied with his results. How are their qualities? Where did they come from? How many can serve as soldiers? Bram exhaled a puff of smoke, took a bottle of wine from the shelf, and chugged it down. 525 West Rus, from Ukraine, 233 Ruthenia, who fled from the Carpathians, Timur said. Recently, the number of runaway slaves has been increasing. I plan to expand the kingdom's navy. Once the river thaws, we'll transport people up the Dnieper. There weren't so many before. Could it be because of the weather? Blam asked. I heard the Rus people are resistant to the cold, but it seems they aren't so great. The weather is only one factor. What harms ordinary people the most is the political upheaval, Timur sighed. Some people were originally free citizens of the Grand Duchy of Kiev, but now they've become serfs, and the serf owners' methods have become even more ruthless. Why? Blam was taken aback. Because the Grand Duchy of Kiev no longer exists, Timur shrugged. Just recently, the Lithuanians completely annexed the Grand Duchy of Kiev, abandoning even the last shred of pretense, and directly incorporated it into Kiev province. Poles and Lithuanians began entering Kiev province, establishing serf estates. Their methods surpass even those of the former Rus nobles. They don't treat Orthodox Christians as their own kind. The Orthodox nobles who remained have long since become accomplices of the Lithuanians, birds of a feather. However, this is good for us. The more serfs fleeing, the more Cossacks we have. Timur smiled, took out a pack of cigarettes from a drawer, and lit one. How do we divide them? Bram asked. The same old way. We select the more docile, the weaker, the less likely to cause trouble, and send them to the Southern Empire. The stronger, the more unruly, the more defiant, the more freedom-loving, stay with us, Timur said. That's not what I'm asking. How will we divide things internally? Bulemu ingratiatingly picked up a candlestick and lit a cigarette for Timur. War is about to break out, and we Don Cossacks will definitely be the main force. I need 500 men. 500 men? You really dare to dream? Timur glared at him. How we divide things is ultimately up to His Majesty. But you'd better not go too far. The Don Cossacks will mainly take in escaped slaves from Moscow and Ryazan. The Zaporizhzhia Cossacks will mainly take in escaped slaves from Ukraine, and the Kuban Cossacks will mainly convert to Tatars. Have you forgotten the rules His Majesty set? But we haven't even taken Zaporizhzhia yet. They're still lingering in the Don region, Bulemu protested. There's nothing wrong with that. Besides, a major war is about to break out. Once we destroy the Tatar Khanate, His Majesty will demarcate the borders between your two tribes, and then everything will be clear, Timur said, patting the ash off his clothes and carefully wiping the flame pattern on his chest. Perhaps inspired by his father, Justinian also designed uniforms for his Cossack officials, placing the order with the royal textile mill and demanding the use of the finest materials. The uniforms for the Cossack officials were dark red, adorned with eagle emblems and flame patterns. The caps and riding boots were also specially designed to match the uniforms, making them appear powerful, imposing, and handsome. Of course, this uniform wasn't immediately adopted by ordinary Cossacks. The influx of new members was simply too great. Justinian was eager to spend the money, and could afford it, but Timur dissuaded him, suggesting it would be better to purchase more muskets and cannons and establish a Cossack dragoon force. Justinian adopted Timur-'s suggestion, investing the money in more useful areas, while ordering the royal textile mill to continue designing, striving to minimize costs while ensuring both aesthetics and warmth. Great Hetman, I thought you didn't like this uniform. When His Majesty said he would give us clothes, everyone was happy, except for you, who voiced the strongest opposition, Blemu said, looking at Timur with a sneer. HMPH, wearing the same uniform is the best way to enhance collective honor, but the uniforms should be issued after the war, Timur said. Every extra musket increases our chances of victory. That's what we urgently need. You don't handle finances and administration. How would you understand? Timur shook his head. Attracting refugees, upgrading weapons, replacing horses, building up the navy, all of these cost money. The funds we earned from the Great Turkish War last time have almost all been spent in this expansion. His Majesty's money has to be divided among Circassians. After the Crimean War ends, I'll see if I can make some more money by selling slaves. Bram threw his pipe aside, looked out the window, and stood up. We're almost there. The weather is getting warmer. We'll probably have to fight. I wonder if General Gonzalo will still help us this time. Bram muttered to himself. No, Gonzalo isn't one of us. I know him. He doesn't really like this place. Timur also stood up, preparing to organize the fleet to dock. He only helped us fight a few battles for His Majesty's sake. He's probably soaking in the hot springs in Pamukkale right now. Alright, we can manage on our own. The Tatars have declined. This Eastern European steppe still belongs to the Cossacks. Bulimu stretched, straightened his clothes, pushed open the wooden door, and walked towards the deck. As the port drew closer, the impoverished runaway slaves on deck cheered, their eyes shining with a newfound light. Located on the northeastern shore of the Sea of Azov, south of the Don River's estuary, this place was once home to the Genoese city of Azov, a vital port for the Black Sea slave trade. During the reign of Hagia Sophia, it was occupied by the Crimean Khanate, and the former port was almost completely destroyed. 5 years ago, Justinian and Gonzalo led their forces to drive out the Crimean Tatars, occupy this crucial pass, and formally established Constantine-on-Don as the capital of the Cossack kingdom. Over the past 5 years, Constantine-on-Don has prospered rapidly due to the revival of Black Sea and Don River trade. Cossacks who migrated there established farmland and pastures around the castle and port, selling horses, grain, furs, and meat products to Eastern Roman merchants in exchange for clothing, tools, and other high-end handicrafts. Today, Constantine-on-Don boasts a castle, a large monastery, and a port town, but its population remains small. Some engage in commerce, while others provide services to passing merchant ships. Handicraft output is virtually non-existent. The city was originally a trading port with limited self-production capacity and no particularly valuable specialties. Of course, its geographical location is so advantageous that even as a middleman, it has been enough to make the city thrive. Constantine-on-Don is the capital of the steppe, the only decent city in the Cossack kingdom. Whenever war approaches, the king's envoys travel with letters to various Cossack settlements, demanding they take up arms, mount their horses, and assemble in the capital. The king was renowned for his openness and fairness. Cossacks retained maximum autonomy and received equal distribution of spoils after wars based on their contributions. Those who fought bravely received additional rewards from the king. For these courageous men yearning for freedom, respect, and glory, this was a blessing from God. Early Cossack society had a strong sense of community, exhibiting elements of primitive tribal democracy. All serfs who came were granted freedom and could cast their votes in collective meetings, regardless of ethnicity, language, or skin color. As long as you embraced the Cossack ideals and way of life, you were accepted as one of them. Everyone addressed each other as brothers and was fiercely protective of their own. Even if you were a newcomer and suffered mistreatment, a large group of Cossacks would immediately come forward with sabers to fight back and uphold the most basic and primal justice for their people. In this atmosphere, every Cossack was incredibly proud of their identity. Newcomers quickly integrated into the community, pledged loyalty, and considered themselves members of the group. Of all the many vassal states of the Eastern Roman Empire, only the Cossacks were unwilling to go to Constantinople to live a good life. In the original timeline, the Cossacks' simplicity and freedom didn't last long. Both the Grand Duke of Lithuania in Vilnius and the Russian Tsar in Moscow held them in contempt, regarding them as savages and not as one of their own. They only valued their bravery and fearlessness, using various means to force their allegiance, ultimately transforming the Cossacks into impoverished frontier riders, their scimitars stained with blood. On the flagship's deck, Timurdash gazed at the imposing Palaiologos fortress, a slight smile appearing on his usually stern face as he watched the blood-red double-headed eagle banner fluttering above it. "The Circassians have arrived too, they're even faster than us," Bulimu said, pointing to the Circassian royal banner flying in the distance. Several years had passed since the signing of the 12th Entente. Justinian had garnered considerable loyalty through numerous wars and post-war distributions. He not only officially donned the Circassian brass crown amidst great fanfare, but also added the Palaiologos cross to the Circassian flag, symbolizing royal power. "I knew they'd come," Blam complained. "Another one to share the spoils. We're not safe on our own. We need to leave some men to guard against the Juchiulis anyway." Timurdash returned to the capital, his mood much better. Last time the Kuban Cossacks got the most spoils, this time they can stay behind. "Alright, prepare to dock." Timurdash waved his hand, and the fleet of sailboats gradually docked, the dock workers arranging berths for them. Jumping off the deck, Timurdash breathed in the slightly chilly air of Constantine on the Don River and laughed heartily. "What brings you such joy, my great hetman?" The crowd parted, and a column of cavalry marched forward. At the head of the column, on a tall horse, Justinian, wearing a crown and a blood-red cloak, smiled at Timurdash. "What good news? Welcome back, your majesty." Timurdash bowed deeply, looking at Justinian. "Seeing you is the greatest joy. Enough with the pleasantries. Speak quickly. Number, quality, origin." Justinian looked at the Rus refugees disembarking. Over 700, of average quality, from Ukraine and the Carpathian Mountains, all forced to flee due to oppression by the Poles and Lithuanians. Timurdash quickly replied. "They have no home. Your land will become their new home, your words will be their new law." "Very good. War is about to begin. The kingdom's navy must be liberated. This is our greatest advantage against the Tatars." Justinian looked at the bewildered Rus refugees, assessing their physical condition. "Blam, here," Bram responded, his face serious. "Go and tell them that those who wish to go south can go, and those who yearn for freedom and fame can stay here. I am fair in my rewards and punishments, and I never mistreat my own people," Justinian instructed. "As for the allocation of quotas, I will inform you tonight." "Yes," Blam nodded and walked towards the refugees. "Timurdash, come with me." Representatives from the Kingdom of Circassia, the Viceroyalty of Crimea, and the Viceroyalty of Asov have all arrived. "We must discuss the important matter of sending troops. This time, we will destroy this ugly regime established by Hagia Grey in one fell swoop, and make the entire steppe our farm and pasture." Justinian waved his hand, and a guard brought Timurdash a warhorse. "Let's go to my castle." On March 2, 1473, the co-emperors of the Eastern Roman Empire, the Cossack king and the king of Circassia, Justinian, assembled an army of 20,000 at Constantine on the Don River and began his westward march, with Crimea as his target. Chapter 325 Prometheus. Spring has finally arrived, bringing clear skies, gentle breezes, and renewed life to the northern Mediterranean coast. Crops in the fields are thriving, fish and shrimp in the lakes and rivers are active, and merchant ships are bustling on the sea. The port is bustling, with houses densely packed along the coast. Nestled between mountains and sea, it boasts a good deep-water harbor, easily defensible on land and ideal for trade at sea, possessing the potential to become an important commercial port and city-state. On the hillside in the northeast of the port sits a magnificent castle, novel and unique, with a distinctly Romanesque style, featuring semicircular arches and a dome at its center, clearly a new building from the Renaissance period. Two flags fly simultaneously above the castle, a red and white striped flag and a gold and red double-headed eagle flag, symbolizing the city's affiliation. This is Ragusa, a free city of the Eastern Roman Empire, a trading city on the Adriatic coast of the Balkan Peninsula, a vital transit point for the Eastern Roman Empire's trade with the Apennines, wealthy and prosperous. Ragusa has been a dual Roman-Slavic city since its founding. With the decline of the Eastern Roman Empire, the Slavic population increased, and today the main ethnic group is Slavic, but culturally it leans towards Italian influences, essentially making it an Italian-style trading city-state. Of course, Ragusa was not a Latin colony of Italy, it was a fragment of the Eastern Roman Empire that splintered during the Fourth Crusade. During the reign of Michael Vitelii, it maintained relatively good relations with Constantinople until the complete decline of the Eastern Roman Empire, at which point it switched allegiance to Hungary to counter Venice. The citizens of Ragusa cherished freedom and gained considerable autonomy during the Comnene dynasty. It is culturally diverse, religiously relatively free, and has many official languages, with Latin and Croatian being dominant. After reaffirming its allegiance to the Eastern Roman Empire, Ragusa experienced significant development. Long-term peace and stability fostered a boom in commerce, and the maritime and land trade, which had declined during the Ottoman Empire, rapidly recovered. What delighted Ragusa most was that the Venetian Republic had lost its hegemony in the eastern Mediterranean and began a rapid decline. Ragusa seized this opportunity to reclaim a significant portion of the trade that had previously belonged to Venice. The pro-Eastern Roman faction within the country gained complete dominance, while the pro-Hungarian and pro-Venetian factions gradually faded into obscurity. Ragusa had previously primarily sold low-end products such as timber, livestock, and minerals from the Balkans to Italy, and then sold high-end Italian handicrafts to the Balkans. Due to its proximity to the Apennine Peninsula, it had also earned considerable wealth. However, in the last decade, the Eastern Roman Empire's handicrafts had flourished, while major trading powers like Venice had declined. Ragusa's import and export trade began to reverse, with handicrafts from the Eastern Roman Empire flooding into Italy through the port, gradually encroaching on the local market. Renaissance Italy had a peculiar fascination with antiquity, believing that things from ancient Greece and Rome were inherently superior. Many Eastern Roman workshops began deliberately incorporating numerous ancient cultural features into clothing and furniture, even though these features largely stemmed from the now extinct polytheistic religions. In addition, a large number of merchants deliberately forged ancient Greek texts and artifacts to swindle money. The church was relatively open-minded about these things and never interfered much, or even if it wanted to, it couldn't do much. Critical production and critical use, after all. Of course, there were costs. The massive influx of Eastern Roman handicrafts and Constantinople's preferential treatment of artisans rendered Ragusa's already limited independent production system almost non-existent, leading it down a similar path to Lespesia, essentially reducing it to a transit point for goods between East and West, quite different from handicraft city-states like Venice and Florence. Of the two major free cities in the Eastern Roman Empire, Lespesia primarily handled African Apennine trade and was a crucial hub for importing goods into the Apennines, developing at a much faster pace. Ragusa, on the other hand, handled Balkan Apennine trade and had great potential amidst the revival of Eastern Roman handicrafts, but was still overtaken by Lespesia and left far behind. That's the irrationality of ocean trade. Spices and pepper require no manual labor, yet they are incredibly expensive and scarce. In recent years, the Eastern Roman Empire's power has steadily increased, and the management of its two free cities has become much more formalized. The mayors of these free cities are elected by the city council but must be approved by the Eastern Roman Emperor, serving as senators in the Senate and reporting regularly to Constantinople. Currently, the Eastern Roman Empire has largely unified its internal commercial taxes. Neither cities nor castles have the power to levy customs duties. This is determined by the central government. To promote trade, various local toll collection methods, such as tolls and bridge fees, have been abolished. City tax authorities directly collect taxes from stalls and goods, which are then transported to the central government for distribution. In foreign trade, the Eastern Roman Empire has long adhered to a free trade policy based on Roman primacy, demanding that other countries abolish customs duties, break down trade barriers, and allow Eastern Roman goods to enter freely. Simultaneously, it imposes heavy taxes on foreign goods domestically, erects trade barriers, and protects its own handicrafts. The greatest advantage of the two free cities of the Eastern Roman Empire was their tariffs. They could enjoy tax breaks and exemptions within the Eastern Roman Empire, but local merchants, due to cultural and religious ties, could better access the Apennine market, using their networks within the Apennine Peninsula to achieve tax reductions and avoidances, acting as middlemen. Of course, as the Eastern Roman Empire grew stronger, the two free cities became increasingly dependent on Eastern Roman goods, and import and export tariffs could no longer be determined by themselves. Negotiations between the two sides began. Besides political and economic considerations, the Eastern Roman Empire also acquired the right to station troops in the free city of Ragusa. The Adriatic Squadron of the Eastern Mediterranean Fleet used it as its home port, with over 20 warships, including the Carrack Ravenna, on standby, their aim being to suppress Venetian merchant ships and keep them confined within the Adriatic Sea as much as possible. The sun hung high overhead, the port was already awake, dockworkers were carrying goods on and off the ship, and sailors, having finished their arduous sea voyages, strolled arm in arm into taverns to relax. In a quaint, secluded tavern, a middle-aged man with a full beard leisurely savored his onion soup, his left hand holding a wooden spoon while his right hung naturally at his side. His eyes seemed fixed on the soup bowl, yet he constantly observed his surroundings. Opposite him, a blond young man appeared anxious, scratching his head frequently. The small tavern was sparsely populated. Besides the middle-aged man and the blond young man, only the old tavern owner stood behind the bar. The wooden door opened, and a drunken sailor stumbled in, humming an unknown tune. "Boss. Two more large glasses of ale. And your waitress, bring her out here right now," the sailor shouted, his breath reeking of alcohol. Seeing someone arrive, the middle-aged man casually stopped eating, his right hand reaching for his crossbow hidden under his coat. "Sorry, the tavern is under renovation today, we're not serving customers," the tavern owner said slowly. "Please go somewhere else." "What? Damn it, what are they doing here?" the sailor cursed, looking at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man glanced at the sailor. "What are you looking at?" the sailor snapped at the middle-aged man. "I don't know, maybe some kind of animal," the middle-aged man said coldly. The middle-aged man's actions instantly enraged the drunken man, and the sailor immediately drew his knife. "I'll make your silly grin disappear forever." The middle-aged man didn't speak, but pulled out a crossbow from under his coat and aimed it at the sailor. The sailor immediately became obedient, hiding his scimitar behind his back. "Sorry, sir, I'll be leaving now," the sailor said with a forced smile, bowing, and quickly left. The tavern became quiet again, and the tavern owner looked at the middle-aged man. "You shouldn't have been so abrupt. I have a protection agreement with the underworld, and I have a way to get rid of him. Who cares? My mission is complete. After this job, I'll resign and go back to get married and have children." The middle-aged man shrugged. "Not bad this time." "Oh." The tavern owner didn't ask any more questions and continued wiping the dirty bar with a filthy rag. "Where exactly are you taking me? Why aren't we there yet?" The blond young man, emboldened, stood up and yelled at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man gave him a strange look. "I haven't done anything to you. You'll know when we get there. Didn't you agree to come along? Don't worry, it'll definitely be a good thing for you." The wooden door was pushed open again, and another person barged in. He didn't speak, looked around, nodded to the tavern owner, casually ordered some food and drinks, went straight to the middle-aged man's side, observed him for a moment, and then slapped the blond young man on the neck, knocking him unconscious. "Where did you come from?" The newcomer looked at the middle-aged man. "Heaven on earth, where do you live?" "The sacred land." "Where are you going?" "To steal the divine fire." The other person nodded, satisfied with the middle-aged man's answer, and showed off the ring on his hand. "The eagle banner is still there." "Still there." The middle-aged man also showed off the ring on his hand. "Where?" "In the chest," the middle-aged man replied. "He passed the test long ago, no need to try, he's one of ours." The tavern owner looked at the newcomer. "Benzel, what brings you here?" "Oh, don't even mention it." Benzel relaxed, took out a pipe, and deftly filled it with tobacco. "I even got to Sophia, and then I found out His Majesty wasn't in Constantinople, he'd gone to Carthage. I had no choice but to chase after him, and then I came back. Our Majesty's energy is truly boundless." Benzel heated the wire he carried with him over a candle until it was red hot, skillfully lit his tobacco, and took a deep drag. "Which department?" Benzel looked at the middle-aged man again. "Didn't I tell you?" The middle-aged man looked up and glanced at him. "Prometheus." "Oh, no wonder you brought a silly boy." Benzel nodded thoughtfully. "And you?" "Which department?" "Hermes." Benzel exhaled a puff of smoke. "What's your name?" "Laser." The middle-aged man replied casually. "Serbian?" Benzel smiled slightly. "We also have 2 Serbs in our department, both skilled assassins. Isn't Hermes in charge of commerce?" "Does he need assassinations too?" Laser asked nonchalantly. "Yes, he does assassinate. 2 months ago, one of our colleagues killed a black man in the port of King Raoeng in Congo," Benzel said. "Why?" "Because he actually tried to persuade the king of Congo to ban the import of spiked spirits, and even openly dump this commodity, which could bring us unlimited profits, in his own chiefdom." Benzel scoffed. "In the end, he was thrown into the Congo River by our men." "By the way, hasn't your business expanded overseas as well?" Benzel looked at Laser curiously. "I heard that a Prometheus brought back a new type of blue dye from the Maya, named Mayan blue, which is said to be even better than Egyptian blue, and advanced spinning wheels and new plows from the east, also brought by Prometheus and his companions from Malacca." "I don't know, it has nothing to do with me." Laser shook his head and finished his onion soup. "I was originally in charge of Iberia, but now I'm wanted by them and have been reassigned to the German region." Clearly, the 3 men here were all intelligence agents of the Eastern Roman Empire, and this tavern served as their lounge and information exchange point. Ragusa was an important trading hub on the Adriatic Sea, connecting several densely populated areas with a large flow of people, so the Eastern Roman Empire's intelligence agents naturally wouldn't overlook it. The Eastern Roman Empire's intelligence department had been established long ago, but the division of responsibilities was unclear. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Ministry of War, and the Ministry of the Navy all had their own intelligence departments, which were extremely inefficient and severely affected the speed of information gathering. At the end of last year, the Eastern Roman Empire began a civil service reform, and the intelligence departments were consolidated, with responsibilities clearly defined, reporting only to the emperor. The ancient Roman Empire did have its own intelligence department, responsible for simple espionage. However, the emperor placed greater demands on intelligence personnel for the new era, making their work more extensive and complex. Thus, the Imperial Intelligence Bureau was established, divided into several departments based on their responsibilities. For example, Eris was in charge of army intelligence, Poseidon of naval intelligence, Athena of diplomatic intelligence, Hestia of civil intelligence, and Hermes of commercial intelligence. Among these departments, the most unique was Prometheus, Laser's department. Named after the mythical firebringer, this department focused on science and technology, traveling the world to introduce revolutionary technologies to the Eastern Roman Empire. In short, they were responsible for stealing technology from around the globe. Prometheus's department had the highest requirements for its intelligence personnel, demanding strong professional skills, unique insight, and imagination. They needed to distinguish which technologies were of significant value from those that were mere fantasies and utterly worthless. Laser was one of the best among them, having long served as an intelligence agent for the Eastern Roman Empire. He stole early prototypes of the musket-matchlock gun from Spain, as well as merino sheep, which were banned from export by the Spanish, thus earning him a joint warrant for arrest from several cities. Of course, although it was an intelligence agency, the emperor's requirements for the Imperial Intelligence Bureau went beyond just intelligence gathering. From assassinations to poisoning, all sorts of conspiracies and intrigues had to be carried out. If diseases broke out in the Eastern Roman Empire's farmland, the usually amiable Hestia tribe might spread the diseased crops to hostile countries such as France and Venice, causing them to suffer famine as well. If some colonists discovered the Eastern Roman Empire's commercial traps and wanted to reform and strengthen themselves, thus infringing on the Eastern Roman Empire's commercial interests, the Hermes tribe, usually dedicated to gathering commercial information, would also send assassins to warn them that if they didn't change their ways, they would face certain death. War was always the last resort. In many cases, killing one or two people could prevent an unnecessary war. As for the Prometheus tribe, they rarely engaged in assassinations or poisonings. At this time, most countries didn't offer any special protection for technology. If you wanted to search, you could basically obtain it. In most cases, even theft wasn't necessary, buying it was enough. Only in rare circumstances would Prometheus resort to kidnapping and murder to acquire advanced technology. "Is this the technical talent you captured?" Benzel asked, gesturing towards the blond young man. "Yes, but it wasn't kidnapping. He came along on his own." Laser shrugged. "This kid is a Saxon weaver who's been researching his foot-operated loom, but frankly, I'm not too optimistic about it. It's a bit cumbersome." After searching around and finding nothing else, I offered to buy his design, but he refused, saying we couldn't build it even after seeing the drawings. Laser shook his head with a wry smile. As a result, halfway there, he changed his mind again and even tried to escape several times, but I caught him. Before he left, I gave his gambling father a lot of money. His father said we could even take him as a slave. That's how Germanic barbarians are. Benzel smiled. Speaking of which, my previous mission was also related to technology. The English seem to have improved their printing press, and a merchant started using it to print advertisements. I felt this was very valuable for trade, and that's how I ended up contacting your people. You were in England before. Laser wiped his mouth, took out a cigarette, and lit it on a candle. That's really far. No, in Burgundy. I went there with the musket instructor, mainly to investigate the Dutch wool market and see if we could profit from it. Benzel shook his head. I also heard some things on the way, which should be quite important, but not exactly a secret. It's probably all over by now. Oh? What is it? Laser asked. Duke Nicholas of Lorraine is dead, Benzel said. What's this? It's worthless. Laser shook his head and exhaled a puff of smoke. No, do you know who Nicholas was previously engaged to? Benzel asked mysteriously. Who? Laser asked casually. Mary of Burgundy, Benzel said slowly. The only daughter of Duke Charles of Burgundy. The heir to Burgundy and the Netherlands, a noblewoman destined for wealth. And then what? Laser looked at Benzel. And then? Duke Charles wanted to form a marriage alliance with Lorraine to open up the road between the two territories and change their predicament. Now that Nicholas is dead, the plan has failed, Benzel chuckled. Duke Charles seems to have always wanted to establish a kingdom of Burgundy, to become king himself, and to exclude France, but legally he can't do that. I've heard that Charles is planning a marriage alliance with the Austrian Habsburgs, marrying Mary to Grand Duke Frederick's eldest son, Maximilian. The condition is that Grand Duke Frederick must appoint him King of Burgundy. Really? That's impressive, Laser said expressionlessly. But what does that have to do with me? See. They were right. Your Prometheus tribe's staff are all a bunch of cold-blooded people, too rational, which makes them lose the joy of life. Benzo looked at Laser with disdain. Look at our Hermes tribe, we can quickly integrate into any local community, and many of us become honored guests of wealthy merchants and nobles. Alright, so what are you planning to do next? Laser, having finished eating and drinking, extinguished his cigarette, stood up, and prepared to leave. First, I'll go to Carthage to meet the Emperor, hand over my mission, then rest for a while before heading to my next mission. Benzel's food had arrived, and he immediately wolfed it down after being hungry for a long time. My next mission seems to involve traveling with some agricultural officials to New Rome to investigate cocoa beans and try to achieve artificial cultivation. Those natives actually use cocoa beans as money. How strange, Benzel said vaguely. If we could grow cocoa beans in bulk, it would be like planting gold. What about you? Where do you think you'll be on your next mission? Benzel looked up at Laser. Laser didn't speak. Hey. We're not the Ares or Poseidon tribes, what can't we say? Benzel complained. Commerce and technology are inseparable, and we're the only two tribes that cooperate most often. It's not that I don't want to tell you, it's just that I'm not sure if I'll continue. Laser sighed. I'm not young anymore, I don't want to travel far. If it's nearby, that's fine, but if I have to go to the colonies by ship, I won't do it, Laser said. During the last handover, His Majesty said that the Eastern Empire's technology is actually among the best in the Mediterranean world. If we want to continue to acquire advanced technologies that have already been developed, we have to go to the east. I heard that a Prometheus even had to go to Japan with an Arab merchant ship to steal tea seeds and tea cultivation technology. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't do it, but the money is a lot, Benzel said. The more difficult the mission, the higher the reward His Majesty bestows. Well, you have to be alive to enjoy it. Anyway, I don't want to go, Laser said non-committally, walking over and slapping the blonde young man awake. Hey, get up. We're leaving. The young man slowly awoke, looking at Laser in surprise. Where are we going? Carthage, Laser said, pulling him up. Don't even think about running away again. I'm watching you. I swear I won't, sir. The blonde young man nodded quickly. The two pushed open the door and left, disappearing into the crowd. After a while, Benzel also finished his meal, bid farewell to the tavern owner, and left. The tavern was empty, and the tavern owner was still wiping the dirty bar. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.